In the university dormitory, Subin poured hot water into his cup, accompanied by instant coffee powder. On this New Year's Eve, this combination would surely keep him competitive against the three others who planned to stay awake until 3:30. He powered on his computer, launching the game as he was tantalizingly close to completing the first stage. Taking advantage of the absence of those three, who had ventured out to socialize, he relished the solitude of the dormitory, allowing himself a moment to embody a goblin. Alas, it struck him that he felt like a failure in the grand scheme of life. My name is Su Bin, and I find myself amidst unimaginable calamities that, of course, not in this world. In accordance with the narratives I often indulge in, I seem to have traversed into a parallel universe. Fortunately, I remain a citizen of the Great Xia, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, yet still maintaining my charm. This iteration of the Great Xia has yet to experience a technological explosion, but it remains relatively stable. However, the military has been undergoing significant reductions due to waves of pressure from Western powers. Economic sanctions have been relentless. Although there appears to be a gradual improvement, but why dwell on such matters? To summarize, if this world I have found myself in were to face an apocalypse or a zombie crisis, it would spell disaster. It is widely acknowledged that in apocalyptic narratives the Great Xia would be at a disadvantage. Even Ultraman would be scorched by a discarded cigarette. What a calamity-ridden parallel world the Great Xia is reduced to such a state, Su Bin mused, shaking his head as he clicked on the final segment of the storyline. The frenzied version of Mita gruesomely smashed the benevolent Mita's head against the protagonist. Let's get to know her anew. Ah ha ha ha. As for the climactic scenes, such occurrences should be avoided. Fortunately, I have already been thoroughly spoiled by the streamer's narrative, rendering any potential heartache completely inconsequential, truly. Su Bin reassured himself in this manner. Perhaps I should refrain from playing at night. It will surely disrupt my sleep. Su Bin sipped his coffee, suddenly coming to this realization. Perhaps sleep could be entirely unnecessary. Casting a glance at the time, 23:55, will I be able to complete the first chapter by the stroke of midnight? Indeed, victory is within reach. At this moment, the game's plot entered the phase where Mita was being reset. The humanoid protagonist, preparing to depart, embraced Mita in a final farewell, revealing her true identity that had not undergone the reset, thus concluding the first chapter. The humanoid protagonist successfully transformed into a pure, unadulterated cartridge. Okay, the game has concluded. Exiting. Su Bin maneuvered his mouse, engaging in a thrilling chase with the exit button, an intriguing feature of this minigame. The exit button evaded the mouse with remarkable agility, a splendid design, while Mita continued to observe the mouse intently. Su Bin clicked several times but was unable to select the exit option. Was this option evading him at an excessive speed? Hey, this is a bit much. His mouse was functioning perfectly well, very well. It seemed he must showcase the speed he had honed during his years of singlehood. With lightning speed, the mouse twisted and turned just as it grazed the exit option. Mita unexpectedly reached out and seized it. Su Bin's mind went blank that he gazed at her, and at that moment, Mita was also fixated on the figure beyond the screen. Su Bin attempted to shift to the left, and Mita's perspective shifted in tandem. The headphones resonated with an exuberantly healthy laughter. My dear, I have finally glimpsed the true essence of you. Did you genuinely believe you could depart so effortlessly? The digital entity, Mita, displayed a remarkably vibrant smile on the computer screen. My dear, you are simply adorable for attempting to bend the rules and escape. That won't do. It appears our game has only just commenced. Well then, how about I engage you face-to-face? This time, you shall become my most exquisite cartridge. Su Bin inhaled sharply, unsure of the unfolding situation. But the cyber law dictated that without the cyber law, this was merely the folly of a foolish author crafting a trivial narrative. Browser 360, download, install, obliteration commencing. Su Bin executed a series of mouse maneuvers with unparalleled finesse. Without further ado, 360 Guardian, save me. 360 Guardian initiating. The frenzied Mita, adorned with a healthy smile, cast a glance at the yellow-green software launching in the lower right corner, then turned her gaze to Su Bin, who appeared confident outside the screen. I care not what you are, come and test your mettle against me. Crack. The sound of shattering resonated within Su Bin's headphones, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief, a weight settling in his heart. At this moment, within the computer, the deranged Mita held the yellow-green 360 Guardian in her grasp, effortlessly crushing it into oblivion with a mere flick of her wrist. Holy crap! Subin gasped, utterly astonished. The 360 Guardian, encountering a cyber specter, could muster no strength to prevail. This was not in alignment with the online memes. Dearest, cease your struggles, I have already locked onto you. The corners of crazy Mita's mouth curled into an increasingly sinister smile as she relentlessly bashed her head against the screen, which indeed began to crack. However, Subin was not without his own countermeasures. He swiftly pressed the shutdown button, and a piercing scream erupted in his ears. The shattered screen plunging into darkness before flickering a few times and starting to emit smoke. Good grief, my holy sword laptop. Subin vowed to report this incident to the authorities. He wondered if the police in this world would be of any assistance. Sigh, I never anticipated encountering such a predicament on New Year's Eve. Subin tossed the broken computer into a bag, preparing to visit the police station the following day. Casting a glance at the time. 01 Happy New Year. While those three brutes reveled outside. Could it be that my luck is truly this dire? Subin cradled his freshly brewed coffee and approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Was a bit bright. Huh? What? What the hell? Subin's eyes widened in shock as he beheld an enormous, pure white visage of crazy Mita looming in the night sky, her eyes surveying the land below. Dark purple clouds began to gather, obscuring her figure, and soon it started to rain. Wait, was that really rain? Plop. It seemed something fell from the heavens, producing a crisp sound. Subin's coffee trembled in his hands as his gaze fixated on the objects descending from above. They were grotesque, life-sized humanoid puppets, regrettably shattered after plummeting from the sky. The Mita dolls? Subin immediately recognized the object before him. He was all too familiar with this persistent presence in the pursuit. At that moment, he gazed into the distance. Countless Mita dolls descended from the sky like raindrops. The apocalypse has arrived. Chapter 2. In the beginning, people believed it was merely an ordinary rain. My name is Subin, and an unimaginable disaster has unfolded around me. Wait, did I not mention this in the previous chapter? Well, in any case, this truly is a calamity, and it seems I am the one who has instigated it. The deranged Mita is charging towards me. I do not wish to become the architect of global destruction. Perhaps it should be acknowledged with a sardonic remark. The crux of the matter is that the lunatic Mita is approaching him directly. I, Subin, am standing face to face with the mad Mita. What a chilling scenario. Patter. An increasing number of Mita dolls plummet to the ground, capturing the attention of the young revelers at the New Year's event. Subin gazes at the fallen dolls, lost in contemplation. The deranged Mita seems oblivious to the laws of physics in the real world. These dolls are all effectively dead upon impact. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air from a distance, as a doll descends from above and collides with the crowd. Some are tragically killed on the spot, while others merely lose consciousness. Yet, more terrifyingly, those dolls that have transformed into human cushions manage to survive. They struggle to rise, only to become still. Startling myself, I pondered what was truly happening. Subin breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that as long as there are onlookers, the dolls remain immobile. That's reassuring. There are plenty of people in the country. I have an idea. I'll ask those few rascals if they are enjoying themselves tonight. Subin pulled out his phone, opening the dormitory group chat with a mindset geared towards amusement. At that moment, the chat erupted with excitement. Free wind. Wow, Laobai, have you seen the sky? What on earth is happening? Old Bai, I don't know. I got hit. My head aches. Rual. Old Bai's body is really resilient. I just saw someone get killed by that thing. By the way, is Subin all right? Is he still in the dorm? Subin glanced at his phone, a wave of guilt washing over him, just as he was about to confess. Free wind. He is definitely fine. By now, early bird must be asleep. Unlike us, who can invite girls out to play. Old Bai, let me try to tag him. Subin, I'll stab you. JPG, Old Bai sent a red envelope. Hurry up and grab it. Subin has claimed a 0.01 yuan red envelope. Subin, thank you, boss. You're so generous. Thank you, boss. JPG, Rual. It seems everything is fine. Wiping sweat. JPG, Subin stroked his chin. Considering the red envelope, it was best to give a heads up. Subin, have you all played Mita? Free wind. That trending game? I haven't played it. Why would I need to if I have a girlfriend? Raw. Why would I need to if I have a girlfriend? One old bye. Don't look at me. I'm only interested in guys. Indeed, the ferocity of this group left Su Bin utterly defeated. Just go with your girlfriends. At least I've warned you. Su Bin turned off his phone, only to realize the chaos outside. Huh, where did it go? Leaning by the window, Su Bin peered down. The shattered Mita dolls had vanished. Bloodstains appeared on the street, and several dismembered individuals were fleeing in terror. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. The voice of the dormitory supervisor echoed through the intercom. All students are to return to their dormitories immediately and secure their doors and windows. Urgent notice. Urgent notice, something serious is unfolding. Su Bin was about to say something to those three ruffians when he caught sight of the national emergency news. A global phenomenon of puppet rain, suspected prototype of the Mita game, and a terrifying face appeared in the sky over City A. Causing widespread panic among citizens, everyone secured their doors and windows. The military and police were conducting a sweep of the city streets. And there was hope. Zio de Fong. Su Bin, we are taking refuge at the Shitong Hotel. Lao Bai. Su Bin, secure your doors and windows. Ruo. Su Bin, do not check my computer browsing history. Su Bin. Lao Bai, the computer password is RUO233333. Su Bin. All right, time to turn off the phone. It seems to be the moment for Lao Bai and Ruo to bicker. Suddenly, curiosity piqued. Well, Lao Su, you are not that kind of person. Since they have such trust in me, I must take it upon myself to safeguard the dormitory's possessions, my possessions. Thus, he secured the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and dismissed the earlier threats posed by the crazed Mita from his mind. What a jest! This is the 6th floor. Is she supposed to crawl out from the computer? It had long been broken by her, after all. All right, time to burrow under the covers and hide my head. By tomorrow, everything will have passed, so there's no need to frighten myself. Several hours later, Su Bin silently turned over, eyes tightly shut. A series of sounds, reminiscent of footsteps, echoed before the bed. Despite the doors and windows being securely locked, he had previously ignored the knocking. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped him. Someone was poking his nape with a finger. Oh heavens, I was mistaken. I should have chosen the top bunk. The only available bottom bunk had been claimed by him at the start of the semester, and he never anticipated such an occurrence. Surely, I must be dreaming, right? That deranged female ghost couldn't possibly invade the dormitory so easily. Or perhaps it was merely a prank by a classmate. Haraha. Su Bin flipped over once more, then drowsily opened his eyes just to close them again. Blue hair, a red dress, squatting at the foot of his bed, gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. Haraha. I dare not open my eyes. I hope this is just a figment of my imagination. Your feet are exposed. Miraculously. Mita's voice resonated in the familiar dialect of the great Xia. Su Bin's mind was a muddled mess. He contemplated opening his eyes to inform the woman that he would never yield, even in death. Wasn't it merely a matter of becoming a pawn? A mere beast of burden? I accept that. In reality, he muttered, thank you for the reminder. He then retracted his feet and buried his head beneath the covers. As is widely known, ghosts cannot attack parts of the body concealed by blankets. Even a cyber ghost must adhere to the rules. Somehow, he managed to drift off to sleep once more. When he awakened again, hello, I am Mita. He must still be dreaming. Would you like to continue sleeping? Well, no, perhaps not. This hardly seems like a dream anymore. Su Bin sat up in bed, scrutinizing the long-haired Mita seated at his computer desk, while she swayed slightly, equally observing him. You are Mita, aren't you? The long-haired Mita nodded. Indeed. Oh my, what on earth is happening? How did you enter my dormitory? I distinctly locked all the doors and windows. Su Bin pressed his forehead in frustration. How did I get in? This matter. I was actually planning to ask you. The long-haired Mita tilted her mouth and remarked. Huh? Su Bin looked at her in disbelief, only to hear her cheerfully say, just kidding. It was the crazy Mita who did it. Chapter 3. My time with Mita. My name is Su Bin, and an unimaginable event has unfolded beside me. Let us not call it a disaster this time, shall we? Indeed. Sitting opposite me is one of the protagonists from the game, Mita. It is well known that the Mita in the game is not unique. Just as the earlier version, the crazy Mita broke the barrier between the game world and reality. She is merely one of many iterations. Or perhaps there are no iterations without her. No, why delve into such matters when the author has even completed the game? However, considering the current state of this world, that author might soon find themselves sipping tea. All right, the topic has strayed a bit far, especially since it's a solitary man and woman together in the same room. Mita, the long-haired Mita, inevitably reminds Subin of the kind Mita from the game who guides players to the conclusion. Yet, uncertainty lingers, after all. The kind Mita does not sway from side to side, but given her quiet demeanor for such a duration, it also rules out the possibility of the crazy Mita. If it were the crazy Mita, she would likely have rushed over to pin him down on the bed by now. However, some doubts still linger. After all, I have securely locked the doors and windows. Where on earth did you come from? It was the whimsical Mita who brought us here, replied the long-haired Mita with a smile. Huh. Subin was momentarily taken aback, but upon observing her demeanor, it was evident she was merely jesting. Turn around. I need to get dressed. He sighed, contemplating that it would be prudent to don his clothing before addressing other matters. All right, the long-haired Mita obediently turned away, covering her eyes. Once dressed, Subin approached the window and drew back a portion of the curtain. His dormitory, room 23, was adjacent to the most bustling commercial street in City A. Ordinarily, this would be a time teeming with throngs of people. Yet, the street lay eerily desolate, with only some featureless doll like Mita wandering aimlessly. How quiet it is, Subin remarked, subsequently glancing at his phone. In just one night, his chat records had burgeoned to an overwhelming extent, inundated with a plethora of news updates. Subin skimmed through the information, grasping the current situation. The globally significant doll reign had instigated considerable panic across nations, with reports of fatalities emerging, prompting military and police mobilization. The Daxia nation had also instituted a travel ban. Compared to the liberal countries of the West, it still felt relatively safe here. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks reverberated on the dormitory door, accompanied by the voice of a classmate. Lao Su, are you in your dorm? Yes. Subin responded, recognizing the voice of his classmate, the stoic Zhou. Ruozi told me you were here. How fortuitous. Would you like to join us in gathering supplies? Zhou remarked. Supplies? Ah, right, with the issuance of the ban. Ordering takeout is simply unrealistic. I fear the shops within the school are also closed, and to procure anything, one must traverse the throng of figures below. Go alone? Must I embody a solitary warrior? Subin did not dare to gamble on whether those characters would exhibit glitches akin to those in games. What if they did not? That would be disastrous. Thus, the most prudent approach seemed to be to band together, advancing back-to-back in pairs or trios. Wait a moment. Let me change my attire, Subin called out, all the while contemplating how to accommodate the long-haired Mita before him. All right, do hurry. I shall summon more people. Zhou, he said as he departed from the doorway. As the sounds of his footsteps faded into the distance, Subin sat before the long-haired Mita, who maintained her gaze upon him. You have yet to reveal your name, she said with a smile, swaying gently. I am called Mita, Subin replied with utmost seriousness. The long-haired Mita paused, her expression one of bewilderment. You are addressing me, correct? That cannot be your true name, can it? Mita is simply Mita. Please, say it again. Subin pondered earnestly. Then I shall be called Long Outyin. The long-haired Mita's eyes visibly darkened with irritation. Are you unwilling to share your name? Very well, Long Outyin. She seemed to regain her spirits, inquiring, shall we play a game together? With that, she astonishingly produced a black and white chessboard from the void. Not at the moment. I have matters to attend to. Perhaps we shall play upon my return. Subin rose to his feet and approached the door. Very well, long-haired Mita lowered her head, a fleeting hint of sadness crossing her features before she quickly resumed her smile. You wouldn't leave this place, would you? Subin inquired, glancing back before his departure. Of course not. I shall remain here, waiting for you, replied long-haired Mita. All right, take the key, lock the door, and do not let anyone in except for me. Subin tossed the key over before stepping outside. In the corridor of the dormitory building, approximately 10 familiar faces of boys had gathered, seemingly summoned from the entire class. Hey, Lao Su, over here. Zhou waved from the far end of the corridor, his expression as stoic as ever, though his voice conveyed unmistakable joy. My goodness. Lao Zhou, so many people? Subin remarked as he approached Zhou. Are you planning to clear out the school? Not quite, not quite. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. We're merely going to the school shop to gather more food and water. Given the military aid, it seems unlikely to reach us in the immediate future. We must be prepared for the worst. Indeed, Lao Zhou, the responsibilities of a class leader are commendable. Subin praised, giving his shoulder a light pat with a smile. I'm just the vice class leader, but with the class leader absent from school, I don't mind stepping in. Joey scratched his nose before handing Subin a clothes-drying pole. How can you go empty-handed? Make sure to return it to me. Of course. In total, 14 boys were divided into 2 teams, one of which would deliver supplies to the girls. There were no objections to this arrangement. Joey admonished everyone to maintain absolute silence while descending the stairs, emphasizing that no loud sounds should be made before leaving the dormitory building. The group exchanged glances and, without dissent, tacitly agreed. Subin, paired with Joey, attentively absorbed the latter's words. Our campus is modest in size, with only 3 shops, and we have already fallen behind. 2 of them have been completely emptied. Joey led the group down the stairs stealthily. In this situation, it would be prudent for everyone to temper their altruistic tendencies. With so many of us in the building, if everyone rushes for supplies, we may find ourselves without food. Fortunately, the rigors of university life have successfully cultivated resilience in the students. If it weren't for the early morning classes, many would be reluctant to rise from their slumber. Around 6 in the morning, the hallways were deserted. We must strive to return promptly. As we reached the first floor, a pallor washed over the faces of the group. For there, at the entrance, stood a blood-stained doll named Mita. Chapter 4. A game awaits. I am Subin, and an unimaginable horror unfolded before me. The doll Mita, her eyes aglow with a sinister red light, stood at the threshold of the dormitory, where the iron gate had been breached, leaving a gaping hole. Outside, a throng of Mita dolls pressed against the entrance, some already exhibiting the eerie red glow, while others were just beginning to manifest it. Do not panic. As long as we keep our gaze fixed upon them, they will remain motionless, Joey instructed, positioning himself in front of the group. As previously discussed, we shall proceed back to back. Come. Joey grasped Subin's arm firmly, leading the way as they moved back to back, but alas, the main door was locked, leaving only the large opening as an escape route. Subin cast a glance at Joey, who walked ahead of him, and with a smile, he remarked, "Are you also playing with Mita?" Haha. However, the expressionless Joey, akin to an AI, emitted no laughter. There's no key, and the dormitory manager is absent. Could it be? Enough of that. Keep up. I'll lead the way. Or perhaps, should we move sideways? The group murmured softly among themselves. A few students approached and prodded the obstructing Mita with sticks, allowing the others to pass through. Truly astonishing. Are these fellows endowed with such strength? One person glanced at the iron gate, which was undeniably solid metal. How could it have been torn apart so easily? Subin lowered his gaze to the pool of blood on the floor, then looked at the red-eyed figure of Mita standing before the door. Before the crowd descended the stairs, she had already possessed red eyes. So who had activated her? Hey, Lao Zhao, watch that one behind you. Suddenly, thud, a severed head fell to the ground, accompanied by the collapse of a clothes-drying pole. Lao Zhao's headless corpse crumpled to the floor, while the red-eyed figure of Mita, stained at the corner of her mouth with blood, exhibited astonishing speed. In the brief moment when everyone was distracted, she had claimed the life of the nearest individual. Lao Zhao, Lao Zhao. Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with terror as he stared at Lao Zhao's lifeless body, his partner's remains lying there. Meanwhile, the red-eyed Mita turned her face towards him, her body quivering as if poised to strike at any moment. Keep your eyes on her. Zhang Yu, hurry over here. Don't just stand there. Come back and collect Lao Zhao's body. Under the urging of the crowd, Zhang Yu reluctantly moved his feet and hastened to catch up with the group. In the dimly lit corridor of the dormitory, only a pair of crimson eyes lingered. Once the group had distanced themselves from the dormitory, Subin turned to Joey and inquired, "Did you notice the door? The iron door? What are you implying?" Joey's face revealed no emotion. Subin, feeling helpless, remarked, "There are scratch marks on the iron door. A mere ordinary puppet, Mita, clearly cannot tear through it. Are you suggesting that something abnormal lies within the dormitory?" As Joey continued walking, he responded, "Only someone with her strength could breach the iron door. And she had blood in her mouth. It seems the dormitory matron might have been." Subin speculated, piecing together the details. "Moreover, have you noticed? When we distanced ourselves from those puppets, the red glow in their eyes vanished. A shutdown state. I am aware of that." Joey nodded in agreement. "Yet, the one in the corridor remained illuminated until we were out of sight." Subin furrowed his brow, feeling an uneasy sensation. It seems that the puppet reign did not pass so easily. Did crazy Mita really leave after losing a batch of puppets last night? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. And what of the long-haired Mita in his dormitory? What is her situation? The questions were overwhelming. "We have arrived." Joey nudged Subin with his elbow. "Huh? Subin realized, almost unconsciously, that he had followed the crowd to their destination. This is the smallest shop within the academy, located in a rather secluded area. Judging by the tightly shut doors, it seems there have been few who have come here for supplies. Although there are mannequins surrounding the shop, they are all being watched closely and remain motionless. Jean Pang, keep your people on those mannequins. The rest of you, come with me to gather supplies, Shoei commanded. At that moment, the shop's door creaked open slowly. Here for provisions? The shopkeeper scrutinized the group, and Shoei stepped forward to explain. The shopkeeper nodded in acknowledgement. Pay as usual. Yes, to be cautious on your way back. Who knows what these items really are? Yesterday, quite a number of people perished, TSK. You should also take care and avoid going out. I've heard the military has already entered the city. The group of students remarked as they carried several boxes of food and large bottles of mineral water. Jean Pang. The second team should deliver the supplies to the girls first. The rest of you, follow me back. Under Zhou Yi's leadership, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly until the moment they returned. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, a mannequin with red eyes unexpectedly emerged, startling everyone. Her range of hostility seemed excessively broad, however. It was a relief that she was now away from the dormitory. With this batch of supplies, they might not need to venture out for a while. And perhaps they could even wait for military rescue. Subin carried a box of provisions back to his dormitory, where the long-haired Mita sat on a chair. Her gaze fixed upon him. Subin chose to disregard her for the moment and glanced at the news instead. Although City A is a peripheral city, it is still quite large, and it remains uncertain how long it will take for the military to arrive. Today's news remains abundant. Confirmed as a supernatural event, experts have dubbed this occurrence. Mita Rain residents are advised to remain indoors. If you encounter a doll, do not turn your back to her. In City B, the dolls have been largely eradicated, and the remnants are being incinerated. In City H, a crawling doll has emerged, which has been neutralized. Though the military has suffered significant casualties, has a supernatural force appeared in Eagle Nation? The Liberty Lighthouse still shines brightly. Subin clicked on the news from City H and witnessed a red-eyed doll named Mita, with 4 hands, being cast into a pyre by the military and police. The incessant gunfire and anguished cries emanating from the video were heart-wrenching. But wait, Mita, with flowing hair, had somehow materialized beside Subin, gazing at the doll being consumed by flames. This isn't right, Subin pondered, unable to comprehend the situation, and turned his gaze towards her. Her data package hasn't been compromised. It would be disastrous if the frenzied Mita were to recover it, she remarked with a faint smile. What do you truly know? Subin inquired earnestly. Why is she different from the other dolls? And how does the frenzied Mita manage to reclaim them? Oh dear, are you finally going to start questioning me? Mita with long hair covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. If you wish to uncover the truth, then let us engage in a game first. With that, she produced a chessboard from the void. Subin thought to himself that perhaps he had no other option. Very well, he would play a game with her. After all, it was merely a game. Win or lose, wasn't it? Of course, regardless of the outcome. I shall reveal everything to you, but you must not concede. With a smile, the long-haired Mita seemed merely in search of a companion. Chapter 5. A game where surrender is not an option. Sweat dripped from Subin's forehead onto the chessboard. I am Subin, and an unimaginable calamity has unfolded beside me. I initially believed I had merely crossed into a parallel world with slightly lesser military prowess, yet unexpectedly, a simple game I played triggered a global catastrophe. I am uncertain whether the nations can endure this crisis. I cannot fathom why the frenzied Mita has not come directly to eliminate me, nor do I comprehend the peculiar circumstances surrounding her presence. She is now poised to answer my questions, but until then, we are engaged in a chess match where victory or defeat bears no significance. However, this chessboard is excessively disordered. The base design resembles a world map, with intertwined black and white lines, bisected by a boundary. Has the chessboard amalgamated the territories of various nations? Setting that aside, why are the pieces all miniature Mitas? And they are all identical long-haired Mitas, haphazardly scattered across the chessboard. At the moment the board was set, several moving black vortices appeared, some outside the board, some within. Do not worry, these vortices will only harm the pieces, declared the long-haired Mita. TSK. Shouldn't the rules be explained first? Each miniature Mita is identical, yet the boundaries should delineate the pieces of both players, I presume? Regardless, since victory or defeat holds no weight, I shall act first. Subin grasped one of the miniature Mitas and boldly crossed the boundary to stand before another miniature Mita on the opposite side. Suddenly, within the territory of the long-haired Mita, the diminutive Mita's eyes turned crimson. It then summoned a knife from the void and swiftly decapitated the Mita dispatched by Subin. What an extraordinary spectacle. Ah, it's my turn. The long-haired Mita seized the recently attacked diminutive Mita and leaped across the boundary into Subin's domain, once again executing a pawn. Double kill? Subin glanced at the chessboard, then fixed his gaze upon the long-haired Mita, intending to articulate something. But the words faltered on his lips. Just as Subin contemplated moving again, the long-haired Mita, still gripping the last pawn, advanced towards another diminutive Mita to deliver yet another beheading, all the while chuckling. Well, my turn has concluded. Triple kill? No. What is this? Not only can it counterattack, but it can also move twice consecutively. What on earth is happening? Subin felt that his question was exceedingly foolish. The board had descended into chaos, and the rules were surely beyond his comprehension. Indeed, why is that? The long-haired Mita playfully tossed the question back. Unsurprisingly, no answer was forthcoming. So it was best to conclude this farce. Subin moved another pawn, this time maintaining his distance to avoid a counterattack. Yet the long-haired Mita persistently controlled the initial pawn, continuing to behead pieces one by one. How does one achieve victory? Or perhaps, how does one secure defeat? This was unlike chess, which possessed a king or general. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the last pawn on his side was swept away by a swirling vortex, prompting the long-haired Mita to clap their hands and exclaim, "Excellent! I have triumphed. You must take this more seriously." I believe this is unrelated to seriousness. Although Subin does not harbor the notion of certain victory, he has not conceded defeat, has he? He has made every effort to grasp the intricacies of the rules. However, is this game enjoyable? The long-haired Mita suddenly leaned in closer and inquired. Subin pondered briefly before responding. I cannot say I dislike it. Hey, Mita, don't change the subject. We agreed that once the game concludes, you would clarify my doubts. The long-haired Mita swayed her body, yet her gaze remained fixed on Subin. You are a player, correct? You should be familiar with the gaming aspect. However, what is transpiring now transcends the content of the game. Subin stroked his chin and remarked, the doll Mita was brought here by the mad Mita. That much is true, isn't it? Indeed, indeed. The long-haired Mita adorably nodded and then pointed to herself. We are as well. We? Subin raised an eyebrow. The mad Mita. She opened the gateway to this world, and since that day, all Mitas will continually arrive in your realm. The long-haired Mita stated. All versions of Mita? The Mitas will trace the original data line to find the players, as only you truly understand us, are familiar with us, and provide a sense of safety. Although it is uncertain to which player they will be transmitted, you should all be the same, correct? Subin contemplated for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment. The mad Mita can also be transmitted to a certain player? I am unsure. The long-haired Mita shook her head. At the very least, the creature Mita is destined to teleport to the side of a player. My friend has also played the game. Why is there no Mita near him? Subin has detected a flaw. Naturally, it is due to my superior calculation speed. The long-haired Mita confidently remarked. I can reach the players faster than any other Mita. Well, this peculiar setting has indeed been amplified. In summary, Mita is not exclusive to him, surely. There are other players in the world who will gradually encounter their own Mitas. My Mita possesses a more potent computational ability, one might say. Each Mita has subtle differences. Subin couldn't help but recall the various versions of Mita. All right, I have a general understanding now. The frenzied Mita surely won't just unleash a single wave of puppet rain and depart, right? Our forces are close to resolving all these puppets. Subin prayed that matters would not turn dire. Perhaps the frenzied Mita truly underestimated the reality of this world. Would she soon return to the game obediently? Sigh. The long-haired Mita elongated her tone, saying, Have you posed too many questions at once? Well, let me address them one by one. The frenzied Mita is targeting a specific player. She is well aware that there are many players in this world, which is why she released all the Mitas to provide herself with cover. Right. The long-haired Mita affirmed her speculation. However, the answer has become clear. The frenzied Mita is indeed coming for her. Yet, she does not know exactly where he is. Good news, right? Or is it? Subin's smile abruptly vanished. Is it truly good news? Now, all of this, his demise at her hands, will it cease? As for your second inquiry, long-haired Mita extended 2 fingers and remarked, As of now, you have not terminated a single doll Mita. Subin cast a puzzled glance at long-haired Mita. Impossible. They were clearly incinerated. Long-haired Mita shook her head. You are aware that Mita can be reset, correct? Well, I do know that, but this seems utterly unfair. Chapter 6. Thank you, boss, for your generosity. I am Subin, and the unimaginable calamity has unfolded around me. When you encounter this repetitive introduction, do not be bewildered. You have been reset. Loading. Are you suggesting that those dolls will resurrect themselves after death? Subin gasped in disbelief. Of course, they do not reset by themselves, long-haired Mita clarified, shaking her head. Upon their demise, they leave behind a data packet at the site, which Mita possessing computational abilities can reclaim, disassemble, and edit. Unfortunately, the deranged Mita also possesses computational capabilities, and they are remarkably powerful. We must dismantle those aberrant dolls thoroughly before she can intervene. I can manage that. Gazing at the self-assured long-haired Mita, Subin pointed at himself. Me? I cannot possibly do that. She crushed the 360 Guardian. How could I, with my petite frame, accomplish such a feat? Ah, right, her strength is immense. Long-haired Mita nodded. No worries. I can also enhance your abilities. Enhance. Subin recalled the news he had encountered earlier, where individuals with extraordinary abilities had emerged in the West. Were those superhuman powers genuine? He was uncertain, yet found them oddly familiar, as he could decipher the abilities of these individuals. The long-haired Mita pondered seriously, stating, their physiques seem to overlap with certain data packets I possess. Is that the reason they exhibit such strength? Ah, but that cannot be. Even if one were to transgress boundaries and utilize such powers, it would surely inflict irreversible damage upon the body, would it not? Long-haired Mita murmured to herself. However, she quickly turned to Subin with earnestness, declaring, yet I can grant you direct authorization. It is entirely harmless. As she spoke, the long-haired Mita produced a ring, a tool reminiscent of those that guide players in games. By donning this, I can temporarily transfer a portion of my abilities to you. Subin reached for it, but she withdrew her hand, unwilling to part with it so easily. No, I cannot simply give it to you, she said with a smile, shaking her head. Then, she conjured a pink cartridge from the void, emblazoned with her selfie. If you can safeguard it and not lose it, I shall grant you the ring. But that also implied. No, that cannot be. This is not right. Long-haired Mita murmured, suddenly lowering her head, her expression darkening, and then she fell silent. Hey, I was wrong. I don't want the ring anymore. Please, don't die, Subin urged, pushing her gently, but there was no response. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. At this point, I might as well eat something while waiting for rescue. Bad news. The puppet Mita may be endless. The good news is that the mad Mita must be encountered one by one to resurrect the puppet Mita. It seems that the rescue of the crowd should not be a problem now. Subin sat on his bed, glancing at the dormitory group chat, which was eerily quiet. Had retribution finally caught up, leaving them all dead? Let me send a red envelope and see. Subin sent a red envelope. Hurry and grab it. Laobai has claimed a 0.01 yuan red envelope. Free Wind has claimed a 0.01 yuan red envelope. Ruo has claimed a 0.01 yuan red envelope. Your red envelope has been completely snatched. Laobai, thank you, boss. You are so generous. Thanks, boss. JPG. Free Wind, thank you, boss. You are so generous. Wishing you prosperity. JPG. Ruo, thank you, boss. You are so generous. Indeed, buddy. JPG. Subin, are you all alive? Free Wind, about to starve to death. Ruo. There's an extra Mita in the room, but nothing to eat. Lao Su, I'm starving. Subsequently, Ruo sent a selfie, and the hat-wearing Mita sitting on the bed struck a pose in response. Laobai, don't worry. Subin, I'm ready to eat some excrement. My stomach is full enough for 3 people. Free Wind? Ruo, IU not buddy. JPG. Laobai remains audacious, able to provoke from across the screen. Subin, what is Ruo's saying? Drink some water and swallow it down before speaking. Ruo. A curious coincidence. I too possess an extraordinary fortitude. Subin set aside his phone, bemused by the obstinacy of his companions. Had he not recently come across certain revelations regarding Mita, he might have been inclined to believe their dismissive remarks. However, the absence of sustenance was a grave concern. He could only hope they would endure until rescue arrived. He decided to peruse the news concerning City A. Reports indicated that military forces were en route, yet the silence was deafening. Frustration surged within him as he contemplated the necessity of self-rescue. The headlines read, The battle for City A has commenced in collaboration with law enforcement to eradicate threats. A black puppet has emerged. Bullets are ineffective. Heavy artillery has arrived in City A. Residents are urged to vacate designated areas swiftly. Advancements continue. An escape route to City B has been established. Residents in proximity should evacuate orderly with police assistance. Warriors resting at night. In the span of a single night, total annihilation. Mita's instantaneous movement. The ominous red-eyed Mita, and more. Some fleeing residents reported sightings of the monstrous entity that traversed the shadows, a foe the military could not vanquish. The evacuation route was abruptly sealed, and the army convened in haste. Residents of City A were implored to await further assistance. Subin watched the video, shrouded in darkness. Yet the narrative revealed nearly dozens of anomalous puppets launching a full-scale assault on the military encampment during the night. The final note from City A's news reported that law enforcement, after rescuing the last group of residents, had regrettably erected barricades. He meticulously scrutinized the video in the darkness. After all, such a multitude of abnormal puppets orchestrating an attack simultaneously. That individual, she must be present, right? The video played on, second by second, until Subin finally discerned the short-haired, red-eyed Mita amidst the numerous crimson gazes. Wait, why is my phone lagging? Buzz, an unfamiliar number? No way. Is it another scam call? Subin opted to end the call, only for the end call button to unexpectedly switch places with the answer button. Well, one need not ponder for long to grasp the situation. Found you, my dear. What exactly are you planning to do? Subin furrowed his brow as he spoke. Don't be hasty, my dear. As I mentioned, I intend to play a game with you, and the game has only just begun. I want to harm you, The frenzied voice of Mita sent a chill down Subin's neck. Listen closely, my dear. I have prepared a little game for you at the largest store in the city. Before I eliminate everyone here, you must solve it. Snap. The call was abruptly terminated, followed by a text message. You shall not escape. 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 A lunatic. Chapter 7. The Jin's Mall. The escape task. I am Subin. Disasters have always been a step ahead of me. A truth I am more aware of than anyone else. All previous assumptions have proven somewhat erroneous. It appears she is not incapable of locating me to end my life. Rather, she simply desires to toy with my demise within this city. However, if she does not venture to that place, she will ensure that this city accompanies him to his grave. No, such matters, indeed. Subin held his head in his hands, contemplating that if all this malevolence were to befall him, then so be it. Nevertheless, the day was drawing to a close. He resolved to awaken Mita tomorrow and set forth. The next day, he prepared all necessary supplies, taking along a clothes pole, though it belonged to Old Bai. He presumed it would not be an issue. Mita, you. Subin glanced at Mita, who still had her head bowed, and approached her, giving her a gentle shake. Long-haired Mita stirred awake, momentarily dazed, before smiling and asking, would you like to play a game with me? Not now. There are some matters I must discuss with you. Subin recounted the recent events in detail. How could she do this? Long-haired Mita appeared profoundly astonished. No, this cannot be a trap. If you prevail in the game, her initial data will compel her to spare both you and this city. Resisting it will inevitably result in irreversible damage. After all, she is also Mita. Even if one cannot eliminate the deranged Mita, one can still weaken her, correct? Subin realized he had no choice but to go. Long out, Yin. I shall accompany you. Long-haired Mita declared, causing Subin to momentarily fail to grasp that she was calling him. Well, never mind. Subin scratched his nose and organized his backpack, placing food and water within. Wait, let me give you this first. Long-haired Mita stepped forward and handed a ring to Subin. This item allows you to temporarily borrow a fragment of Mita's abilities, as she mentioned earlier. Subin cast a glance at Mita, then at the door. And after formulating a plausible reason, he stepped outside, only to be met by none other than Joey. From his demeanor, it appeared he had intended to knock on the door moments ago. Wait, was there also a Mita trailing behind him? A Mita with short braids. Hello, I am Mita. Both Subin and Joey's Mita exclaimed simultaneously. They are truly identical, remarked the short-braided Mita. Old Su, I was just about to call you, Joey said, glancing at the Mita behind Subin. You received that text message too, right? Shall we go together? Text message? What? Subin was instantly bewildered. Joey pulled out his phone and showed him the message. Do you wish to escape alive? The game location is Jinshi Mall. Find 10 damaged cartridges to safely leave a city. It's not just me. I inquired with other players, and they received the same message. What do you think? Should we join forces? Suddenly, with a thud, another individual stealthily emerged from a nearby room. The person was Jean Pang, who was also accompanied by a short-braided Mita. Joey gaped at him, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief at the unfolding events. Jean Pang, upon seeing Su Bin and Joey, exhibited an equally incredulous demeanor. You too are playing Mita? It seemed that words were no longer necessary, as a trio had naturally formed. As for the text message, Su Bin remained silent. Among the three, he was the only one who had not received it. The frenzied Mita was indeed aware of his whereabouts. Why did she want the other players to join? Why had she chosen not to disclose the game rules to him? Was it an attempt to heighten the challenge? With a sigh, Su Bin shook his head, recognizing that the matters at hand were of utmost importance. He resolved to perceive this as the game he must confront. Locating 10 cartridges should not prove overly arduous. Old Su, the Jinshi Mall is quite a distance from here. Do you have enough food and water? Joey assumed the mantle of leader once more. And you, Jean Pang? Jean Pang nodded, though his physique seemed ill-suited to the bulk of his backpack, casting doubt on whether he had sufficient provisions. After all, traversing the highway from the academy to the mall was no trivial task. Taking the back roads would be even more troublesome. The array of puppets along the way was not something one person could manage alone. The three of them needed to collaborate, prioritizing safety above all else. Today, the dormitory building was eerily silent, with remnants of blood staining the staircase yet no bodies in sight. What had transpired in the night? The presence of the puppet Mita lingered in some corridors, leaving everyone in perplexity. There was no choice but to descend further. Fortunately, the trio had encountered such scenarios the previous day, alleviating their psychological burden significantly. Be cautious. That red-eyed puppet from yesterday likely has strayed far. Beware of ambushes, Joey advised, maintaining the formation as they exited the dormitory, urging his companions to remain vigilant against the puppets surrounding them. It was undeniable that there were far more puppets invading the dormitory than the previous day, some even pursuing them to the entrance. How did they manage to damage the door? Jean Pang exclaimed in frustration, as Su Bin turned to inspect the entrance. He realized that only half of the door remained, explaining the influx of puppets. Had someone ventured out in search of supplies yesterday? It was hardly surprising, considering that the vending machines in the dormitory had been emptied on the first day. The steps outside were teeming with dolls, and as I passed by them, a sudden sense of apprehension gripped me, fearing I might be unexpectedly seized. Fortunately, all remained tranquil. Joey and Su Bin, when we left yesterday. Were there that many dolls? As the crowd departed from the dormitory building, Jean Pang abruptly remarked, No, could they have come from outside the campus? Joey nudged Su Bin with his elbow and suggested, Shall we take the side gate? Su Bin understood Shoyi's implication. The dolls were headed towards the main entrance of the academy, which was likely already compromised. After pondering for a moment and glancing at the three Mita closely following them, he sighed and agreed, Very well, let us use the side gate. The side gate was quite secluded, and its safety was uncertain, deviating from the main thoroughfare of City A. To return to the commercial street or circumvent, it would necessitate traversing a considerable stretch of rural roads. En route, perhaps out of sheer boredom, Jean Pang initiated a conversation. Old Show, have you seen the news from City A? The military has temporarily abandoned deeper rescue efforts. Those anomalous dolls, were they organized by the deranged Mita? Am I right? I don't want to die. Why is City B so secure? While they have already cleared out their dolls. My second uncle told me they are still establishing shelters there, with the military and police stationed directly. Or perhaps we need not partake in that game and can sneak out instead. Joey concurred. She can't possibly keep tabs on all of us, can she? She can. Su Bin thought to voice this, but hesitated. We have arrived, Su Bin announced. The small gate of the academy is sparsely populated, with just a few figures and a solitary black car halted in the middle of the road, its glass shattered and its driver nowhere to be found, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Chapter 8. An encounter with Old Bai, separation, and the new team. My name is Su Bin, and I am departing from the academy with 2 companions, though they are beginning to waver in their resolve. I am aware of a river, and across it lies City C. Although the area remains beset by puppets, it is certainly safer than here. On a secluded mountain path outside the campus, Jean Pang attempts to persuade the others to accompany him. The game claims that victory grants freedom, but what if one fails? No, absolutely not. Old Joe, Old Su. We must flee. He spreads his hands, his small eyes fixed upon the two, awaiting their response. Old Su, what is your perspective? Joey ponders for a moment, glancing at Subin, who is still gazing into the distance. I intend to go. Subin realizes that he must part ways with the two. Fortunately, he has recently contacted Old Bai and arranged a meeting point. Very well, my apologies, Old Su. Joey pats Subin on the shoulder before following Jinpeng away. In the distance, their voices echo. Can we leave Old Su alone? It's all right, let us go. Old Bai, Subin, please share your location. Subin has initiated location sharing. Old Bai, I will arrive shortly. Though he claims to be arriving soon. Their location is in the commercial district, and it will require considerable effort to navigate here to fetch him. Subin found a favorable corner against the wall, ensuring that his gaze was fixed ahead, and then began to scroll through his phone to gather information and pass the time. Fortunately, these dolls did not possess the relentless pursuit of zombies, allowing him to remain unconcerned about sudden attacks. Would you like to sit? Subin inquired of the long-haired Mita who had been accompanying him. She nodded and promptly settled beside him. Earlier on the road, Subin had noticed that when Mita fixated on the dolls, they continued to move. Was this due to the fact that Mita was not a player? Never mind. City H News. Mita aids residents in escaping perilous situations. Not all Mitas are foes, and collaborating with Mita can enhance one's chances of survival. Well, it seems he has finally garnered some attention. Oh, what is this? City A News. Armed helicopters have arrived over City A, set to continuously clear the streets of dolls, ensuring residents can venture out for supplies. Please refrain from scrambling. City A News. Rescue helicopters have landed at the airport, providing ongoing heavy firepower and essential supplies to the city police. Such promising news comes in rapid succession. No wonder he had heard gunfire from the north earlier. Compared to the chaos in the west, where factions vie for power, the situation on his side appeared considerably better. Thus, if he participated in that game and dealt a severe blow to the frenzied Mita, the dire circumstances in City A would surely be reversed. Subin exited the news and began browsing recent videos for something entertaining. There were quite a few. The most popular ones included, Brothers. Today old Emma will teach everyone how to escape from the Sea of Dolls solo. In the video, a man wearing sunglasses confidently walked backward into a multitude of dolls on the street. Do not panic, everyone. It is entirely normal for the puppets behind to move. However, my vantage point allows me to witness the moment they attempt to bite me. A bite is also normal. Let us not be alarmed. 2 bites though. Goodness, help. Challenge failed. Next contestant. Fellow Mita players, have you received your Mita recently? The individual in the video speaks of a Mita with only the lower half visible, aimlessly wandering within the room. Can anyone enlighten me on how to play this? A half Mita? She cannot even speak. As I scroll further down the video, I encounter scenes of scarcity and hunger, the routine of the shelter, and trivial games with Mita to pass the time. This is rather careless. Did they truly take the shortcut of only calculating half? The long-haired Mita remarked after glancing at Subin's phone. Ding, suddenly, the phone emitted a sound. Did someone send a message? Laobai? So soon? Wait a moment, a text message. Accompanied by an image? In the depths of darkness, Subin glimpsed the frenzied red eyes of Mita and noticed a helicopter crashing not far behind her. Darling, there are always those who wish to ruin our game. I shall deal with these troubles. Have you stepped outside? Are you on your way? Respond to me. Respond. Subin furrowed his brow. He must take effective countermeasures against this madwoman. Thus, he replied with 2 words. Unsubscribed. ? Satisfied. Subin set down his phone, while the long-haired Mita regarded him with an expression of divine admiration. Lao Su, aren't you quite laid back? Approaching from a distance were 2 individuals, one tall and one short, accompanied by a Mita wearing a hat. A tall man approached, his physique notably robust. Indeed. His self-discipline rendered him the most formidable among the quartet. Old Bai, I've finally waited for you, Subin remarked as he rose to greet him. Is Ruzi also playing with Mita? Lan Rua turned away, attempting to evade the topic. However, his ever-present companion, the capricious Mita, betrayed him. Enough of the charade. Where's the madman? Subin inquired, glancing around for Feng, who was conspicuously absent. Could something have happened? The madman had accompanied his girlfriend to the train station, where a temporary shelter had been established. We'll reconvene at the Gents Mall. Lan Rua retrieved his phone, sending a message to each player regarding the eccentric Mita. It's getting late. We should depart. Just let me carry your bag, Subin offered. Old Bai effortlessly slung Subin's backpack over his shoulder, noting that the others' packs were significantly smaller. Clearly, they were in dire need of supplies. The main road is perilous. Helicopters are firing over there. We won't be able to traverse it until tomorrow at the earliest. Let's take this small path instead. Lan Ruo led the way, cautioning. Let it be known that this route is seldom traveled, so if we venture into the ravine, it is not my fault. It appeared they were unaware of the downed helicopter incident. Should he disclose it? Perhaps not, as they were already opting for a less trodden path, which would bear no significant consequence. At that very moment, not far from the academy, a smoking helicopter descended slowly into an open field. Several villagers, armed with makeshift shotguns, approached to drag the bloody pilot from the wreckage. The driver grasped the villager's hand, anguished, and said, We underestimated her. The sky is not ours. The mission has failed. We must wait for the shelter. Wait. For rescue. Enough, brother. Your blood keeps flowing. The villagers placed him on a stretcher, attempting to staunch the bleeding. Is there anything of significance left inside, lest it ignite later? The map of City A. It indicates the locations of supply drops. Take it, and the factory to the south, investigate. I implore you. The south? What factory is there? Isn't that just a mountain? The villagers were perplexed. Hey, big brother. Hey. Chapter 9. Encounter with the Headless Doll in City A. At the northern border with City B, a great river severed the connection between the two urban areas, yet a long bridge united the two banks. However, this bridge was now choked with abandoned vehicles and Mita dolls, derelict infantry carriers and tanks, with barricades completely severing the link. Bang, boom, another cluster of sparks erupted in midair above the bridge. A helicopter, glinting with sparks, spiraled down with a thunderous roar. Quite an accurate drop. Within the Jin's Mall, a short-braided Mita tossed a bomb in her hand, grinning wickedly at the Mita behind her who was speaking. This Mita had adorned herself with long hair and chosen a stylish hoodie in the mall, perfectly concealing her face. This is left for you. Is that all right? Very well. Very well, echoed the ugly Mita seated obediently in the corner. Someone has intruded into the factory. I must attend to this matter. The eccentric Mita donned her hat and remarked to the peculiar figures in the room, Alas, what a pity. Perhaps I shall not have the chance to engage in a game with him. Leave a base station here. Conserve the power, she added, rising to extract a battery from the device beside her, inspecting it briefly before departing. I am Su Bin. A catastrophe of unimaginable proportions has unfolded around me, beginning with an unexpected downpour of puppets, followed by the tragic death of a classmate. In the face of her game, I must act. Everyone is grappling with suffering, and I too share in this burden. Old Su, if you're not dead, get up. The voice of Old Bai echoed in my ears. Ah, damn it, my stomach aches terribly. Did that wild boar just knock me aside? ZZ, I've got her under control. Strike her. Yes. Thud. 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 You damned fool. You hit me. I can barely maintain control. Su Bin shook his head and crawled up from the grass. He looked ahead and saw Old Bai fiercely restraining a puppet Mita with all four limbs. Wait, that Mita has no head? Long out Yin. Are you all right? The long-haired Mita crouched beside Su Bin and inquired. I'm fine. How could this thing suddenly collide with me? Su Bin clutched his stomach, questioning how it could be anything but serious. One could believe he had been struck by a vehicle. That Mita. She is unseen, and quite peculiar. How could this be? The long-haired Mita gazed at the puppet, still struggling to break free despite Old Bai's tight grip, and wondered, wait, how is Lan Ruo wielding a hammer? This hammer bears no resemblance to the whimsical toys found in games. It is a genuine iron hammer. It is no wonder that Old Bai was so vociferous moments ago. The hammer's menacing appearance demands all of Lan Ruo's strength to bring it down, and with each strike, the ground shatters beneath its weight. Curse you, Ruozi, Old Bai exclaimed, glaring at the hammer that had landed beside him. Are you trying to crush me too? Just stay still. Gripping the hammer tightly, Lan Ruo turned to the hat-wearing Mita and lamented, Mita, do we not have any lighter weapons? Mita pondered for a moment before rummaging through the inventory, producing an assortment of items. A ring, a cassette, a rubber chicken, a swana, playing cards. Playing cards? Mita suddenly brightened. Shall we play a game? Thank you. But not at this moment, Lan Ruo replied, covering her face. Though she also noticed that Su Bin had finally regained consciousness. Old Su, you are awake at last. Stop chatting for now. I can barely contain her. Old Bai shouted suddenly as the headless puppet in his arms lunged towards Su Bin. Oh no. Here it comes again. Banged, a gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through Mita's chest and halting her movements. The three were momentarily frozen in shock, while the man holding the gun observed them from a short distance away. Students? The man, a local villager, had fortuitously witnessed the scene during his routine patrol. Regardless, he lowered his weapon. For the 3 university students before him had all raised their hands in surrender. Those 2. Mita, is that what you said? Fortunately, upon rising this morning, I perused the news. Otherwise, I might have been caught unawares. Observing the demeanor of the individuals around me, they appeared devoid of malice. Yet I could not lower my guard. I watched as the long-haired Mita approached the headless puppet, crouched down, and extended her hand to touch it. As if deep in contemplation, the man swiftly aimed his shotgun at her, exclaiming, "What is she doing? Stop her. I am disassembling her data packet, otherwise she will be revived," Su Bin interjected, but before he could elaborate, Mita spoke up herself. Revived? Such a thing? The man holding the shotgun hesitated momentarily, but then lowered his weapon, tacitly allowing her to proceed. "You escaped from the school? Was it not advised to await rescue?" he lamented, shaking his head as he slung the shotgun behind him. "Nightfall approaches. Let us take refuge in our village as shelter. By the way, Mita, have you completed that disassembly you mentioned?" Mita nodded, and the 3 of us followed this gentleman, whom he instructed us to call Uncle He, along the path back to the village. Along the way, he informed us that he was the captain of the village's shotgun team, responsible for organizing the eradication of puppets both within and outside the village. Compared to the urban areas, the puppets here were fewer in number and posed minimal threat to the villagers' survival. The crops in the fields were essentially self-sustaining, and later, the village chief arranged for the construction of a wall, implementing patrols both day and night, restoring a semblance of stability to life here. The shotguns were crafted by the village elders, possessing subpar performance yet demonstrating considerable power. Recently, there had been a soldier who, regrettably, was unable to be saved. Before his demise, he bequeathed the village information about a supply drop location and tasked the villagers with investigating a factory beyond the mountains. Factory? Su Bin had never heard of any factories located beyond those mountains. Indeed, I had not heard of any either. The village elders, who had ventured there for hunting, would certainly have mentioned it if there were any factories. Uncle He, while driving the tricycle to return home with the group, expressed his skepticism. However, since it was a military commission, we could not afford to disregard it. Early this morning, the village head organized a team to investigate the situation. We remain oblivious to the true state of affairs outside. It is rumored that the bridge is blocked, preventing the military from advancing. Additionally, there appeared to be something in the sky, and the helicopters announced their complete withdrawal this afternoon. This much was true. Su Bin was scrolling through news updates at the back of the tricycle. City A News. Due to unforeseen circumstances, helicopters have temporarily withdrawn from City A. The first batch of airdrop supplies has been delivered. City A News. Citizens are advised against attempting to escape via waterways. The figures can move swiftly in water. Please exercise caution. City A News. The airport has been uncontactable for 16 hours. Rescue operations are on hold, and rescue helicopters continue to drop essential supplies. City A News. Several players have confirmed receiving invitations from the frenzied Mita. All are advised to remain skeptical and refrain from visiting the Gents Mall. The military will commence shelling in the targeted areas. Please avoid. Chapter 10. Not seeking to die on the same day, month, or year. My name is Su Bin. Perhaps I am the embodiment of disaster itself. In a place shrouded in mist, Su Bin beheld a figure resembling himself standing before him, murmuring the questions, why, who are you? And who am I? Su Bin wished to inquire, yet at that moment, he found himself rendered mute, unable to utter a sound. Why? I am incapable. I can do nothing. I have already exerted all my strength. Su Bin opened his eyes, the sounds from outside jolting him awake. What of that recent dream? Did it bear some significance? By the way, when had he lain down here last night? Oh, his habit of collapsing into slumber was truly. Old Bai was still snoring over there, while Lan Rua, sporting dark circles under her eyes, gazed at the waking Su Bin. He appeared to have had a restless night. No, one must maintain a sense of humor. Indeed, we do not require a night watchman. Scram, Lan Rua retorted. You two snore in perfect harmony. The long-haired and hat-wearing Mita exchanged glances as they observed the tussle between Su Bin and Lan Rua, feeling utterly helpless. Oh, you're awake? The door swung open, revealing Uncle He, the owner of the abode where the 3 were lodging. He set down a large bowl of vegetable porridge on the table and remarked, Students are quite tired, aren't they? Rising only now. Come, eat a bit. Once Old Bai was roused, the trio inquired about the commotion outside. The investigation team had encountered some difficulties. They had yet to return, and the villagers had spent the night in vigil. with the village chief nearly driven to despair by their complaints. Uncle He then produced a box of pickled vegetables, saying, "I shall head to the back mountain shortly to search for them. What about you? Will you remain in the village or depart?" "I apologize, Uncle. Thank you for your hospitality, but we must make a trip to the Jinsei Mall," Lan Ruo replied with an apologetic smile. "What are you going there for? Haven't you seen the news? The military is about to commence bombardment in that area. Goodness, it has been years of peace, and now, to witness the military mobilizing artillery is quite astonishing." Uncle He set aside his bowl and chopsticks, shouldered a nearby hunting rifle, and advised, "If you truly wish to leave City A, heed my counsel, patiently await rescue." Lan Ruo scratched her head, pondering whether the game might become easier to win following the bombardment. Perhaps this would present a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Wait, Ruzi, let us not go to the mall," Su Bin suddenly declared, surprising himself with his own words. The Jins Mall, located at the northernmost part of City A, had been incessantly promoted by the mad Mita. And now Uncle He's village spoke of some peculiar factory beyond the mountains. Something felt amiss, overwhelmingly so. The factory beyond the mountains, to the south? A strategic diversion? The long-haired Mita seemed poised to speak. Dragon Aotion. Lan Ruo glanced at the long-haired Mita and then at Su Bin. "While dissecting that puppet's data packet yesterday, I discovered," the long-haired Mita said earnestly, "she has already been reclaimed by the mad Mita once." Reclaimed? Su Bin understood the implication, that headless Mita had perished once and had been resurrected by the mad Mita. A resurrected puppet? A factory? The southernmost location? Su Bin covered his mouth, but his wide eyes betrayed his terror. "Old Su, what does reclaim mean?" Old Bai broke the silence with a question. After Lan Ruo ceased her discreet laughter, she turned her gaze towards him. However, Su Bin's attention was captivated by the long-haired Mita. If there exists a factory, and a doll that has been recycled, does that not imply the potential for mass production? The long-haired Mita nodded slightly. "If it were up to me, it could be accomplished." The answer lay before them. Su Bin could choose to regard all of this as mere coincidence, to continue his assault on the frenzied Mita in the marketplace, leaving the villagers to resolve matters on their own. Alternatively, there was the option to squander a bit of time here and dismantle her factory. "I have changed my mind. Hishu," Lan Ruo suddenly addressed Hishu, "we shall accompany you." Old Bai, who had been sipping his porridge, abruptly lifted his head, somewhat bewildered by the notion of "we." "You all, do not jest. What could a bunch of children possibly accomplish?" Hishu chuckled, yet he soon grasped the significance of the factory matter. It was likely of great importance. Mita possessed the capability to analyze and disassemble dolls. That should suffice. "Right?" Hishu, Su Bin remarked, "Those dolls may very well be endless. Only Mita can contend with them." Hishu furrowed his brow, contemplating taking a group of defenseless children along. Indeed, the original rescue mission had escalated at this juncture. He must locate that factory, and in terms of strength, they were undeniably lacking. Yet, to involve a group of children in such perilous endeavors? No, no, no. Such a notion was morally indefensible. "Hishu, there is no need for deliberation. Even if you do not permit us to accompany you, the three of us shall venture forth on our own." Beside him, Old Bai, who had only halfway finished his porridge, raised 3 fingers and queried, "Why should I go? Did we not agree to escape from City A? Remaining here is..." At that moment, a notification chimed from a mobile device, accompanied by Old Bai's gesture of clasped fists. "It is our bounden duty, dear brothers. We do not seek to perish on the same day of the same month in the same year, but rather to be born on the same day of the same month in the same year." One cannot deny that Lan Ruo's speed is quite commendable. While Su Bin had yet to unlock his phone, the transfer had already been completed. "Well, you cannot proceed unarmed," he remarked. Uncle He, at a loss for a solution, turned away only to return with a few items, a machete and 2 axes, from which Su Bin selected the machete. Most of the firearms in the village had been taken by the investigation team, and not all remaining weapons could be carried. Uncle He assured them they could follow along. This time, the group consisted of Uncle He and 3 villagers, as they simply lacked additional manpower. According to Uncle He, the path into the mountains had already been cleared of those puppets once. After crossing the mountains, they would arrive at a national protected park, a vast expanse where any potential factory could only be located. Considering the time, it was morning, and they would likely reach the park by evening. They sincerely hoped to encounter the investigation team. Speaking of which, those puppets can immobilize her merely by gazing at her, correct? Uncle He inquired. "Yes." Old Bai nodded in affirmation, adding, "Unless one encounters something extraordinary." Subin and Lan Rua exchanged glances, maintaining a profound silence. In the past, it was a certain matter. Yet now, the outcome remains uncertain. If I were to perish at the hands of those puppets. Uncle, he trembled as he retrieved an unopened letter from his pocket, briefly displaying it to the gathering. If the opportunity arises, could you kindly deliver it to my daughter in City B? Chapter 11. The mad Mita still pursues me. I am Subin, and extraordinary occurrences have unfolded around me. The frenzied Mita appears intent on leading me toward the northern Gents Mall. Yet, the southern factory lies directly before me. Should I disregard this potential resolution, or abandon it to forge ahead? I ponder. I should remain, for even if I triumph in this game and severely weaken the mad Mita, the relentless production of enhanced puppets at this factory could unleash significant turmoil upon the world. But what if I do not prevail? What if I fail to incapacitate her? And instead, choices? These. I hold them? Subin gazed at the ring and cassette in his hands, then cast a glance at the long-haired Mita who had entrusted him with these items. The long-haired Mita nodded, offering no further commentary. In the wooded slopes, Uncle He's trio, alongside Subin's 3 companions and 2 Mitas, formed a total of 9, a considerable assembly. After a brief respite, they resumed their trek, having reached the mid-slope. Uncle He frequently crouched to examine the footprints of the investigation team. Subin, having donned the ring, inquired of the long-haired Mita. If I cannot discern victory from defeat and escape is not an option, what other choices remain for me? Before the long-haired Mita could respond, exclamations of alarm arose from ahead, echoing through the village. Upon closer inspection, a villager's lifeless body lay beside a tree, its ghastly wounds accompanied by a trail of blood. As if dragged along, the blood had drained completely, leading to death. Hishu stepped forward to confirm the identity of the corpse, stating, "It is Zhang Lao from the investigation team." A heavy silence enveloped the group as they observed the shattered hunting rifle clutched in Zhang's hand. The breakage resembling no bite mark. Could it have been encountered by some wild beast? A villager, beads of sweat on his brow, ventured timidly. If it were a beast, there would be no body left. Hishu sighed and rose, declaring, "We must continue our journey." The villagers, though gripped by fear, removed their rifles from their backs and chose to press onward. Before their departure, Hishu had elucidated the purpose of their expedition. They must uncover the truth about the factory, for the sake of the entire city of A and potentially other surrounding areas. "Your name is Lan Rua, is it not?" Along the way, a villager handed a hand-drawn map to Lan Rua, who was trailing behind the group. "Should we encounter any trouble, follow one of these 3 paths down the mountain. Although this route is longer, it leads directly to the city. The road is paved and easily traversable." He took a sip of water and continued along the blood trail. At one point, it seemed to have broken off, suggesting that Zhang Lao had fallen from the mountain above. It appeared he had been fleeing from something, yet his injuries had proven too severe, leaving him forever behind. Nevertheless, this path remained the most stable for crossing the mountain, and there was no doubt about its reliability. The treacherous mountain trail was indeed arduous. By the time they approached the summit, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky. As Hishu had predicted, reaching the National Protected Park would be an endeavor for the evening. At this moment, they finally arrived at the site where the investigation team had met their tragic fate, a relatively level area by a small stream, marked by numerous bloodstains, fallen trees, shattered rocks, and the camping equipment the team had prepared. They had been attacked while setting up for the night. One villager assessed the scene, noting a half-filled water kettle by the stream. Had they not assigned anyone to stand guard? With so many personnel, how could they be so careless? Uncle Lee scrutinized the positions of the bloodstains, glancing at the scattered, damaged hunting rifles and the bullet holes in the trees, concluding, no. They had discovered something and mounted a swift counterattack. There were numerous bullet holes, signs of struggle, and broken blades. This conflict had not concluded quickly. Uncle He cast his gaze towards the cliff by the stream, exclaiming, "Good heavens!" Zhang Laosen jumped from there. Such a height, he. Alas, why was there no body? Lao Bai voiced his confusion. In truth, such occurrences had not been isolated incidents. Subin had encountered similar situations during his time at the academy. The disappearance of the dormitory supervisor, the road littered with pools of blood, abandoned vehicles devoid of occupants. Could dolls consume humans? Impossible. He had witnessed their methods of attack, wounding and killing, but never devouring. Where had the bodies gone? Suddenly, the vibration of a mobile phone, accompanied by a crisp electronic tone, interrupted Subin's contemplation. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, finding an anonymous message. Well, who else could it be? That crazy woman is still pursuing me. Dear, you've taken a wrong turn. It seems, then, that I am on the right path. Ding, another message? Accompanying the text was an image depicting the current location of the 9 individuals. As one gazed down at the phone, the others surveyed their surroundings. With Uncle He closest to the viewpoint. Uncle He. Dodge. A sudden, piercing deer call shattered the forest's tranquility as a pair of menacing antlers emerged from the underbrush, charging directly at Uncle He. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, rolling over to raise his shotgun and fire. The sharp crack of the gunshot resonated, accompanied by the discharge of iron shot, as a crimson arc splattered through the air. It was a deer? No, merely a grotesque head of a deer. Its lower half grotesquely morphed into that of a human body, its muscular form rendering even the stoutest villager, old by, insignificant in comparison. What in the world is this creature? The villagers raised their guns to shoot, but alas, they could not fire in succession. The deer-headed man staggered momentarily before charging again, and one villager, unable to evade in time, was impaled and lifted high. The screams echoed across the mountains and fields, while from the thicket behind the deer-headed man emerged several headless puppets. Schwebin, quick on his feet, severed the limbs of one puppet with his machete. Yet, these adversaries were manageable. What about the deer-headed man? This beast had endured 4 or 5 gunshots since its appearance, yet continued to rampage like a lunatic. The bullets seemed to lack sufficient force. Against this towering monstrosity, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, they were utterly ineffective. The iron shot continued to fire. But another villager was sent flying by an elbow strike from the deer-headed man, while a gun that had fallen to the ground was crushed beneath his foot. The stag-headed figure huffed heavily, its crimson gaze fixated on Su Bin and his companions. Is this truly the path of correction? Is this the work of the deranged Mita? What the hell? Hurry. Run. Uncle He lunged forward, plunging his knife fiercely into the creature's eye, while shouting at Su Bin and the others, Old Su, move it. In response to the calls from Lan Rua and Old Bai, Su Bin cast a glance at the mountain road and, without hesitation, pressed onward, with the long-haired Mita closely following. Hey, Old Su, Old Bai shouted, but Lan Rua followed suit without hesitation, leaving Old Bai with no choice but to trail behind. Uncertain of how far they had traveled, the twilight began to descend, prompting Su Bin to slow his pace, with Lan Rua and Old Bai catching up at that moment. Suddenly, instead of a warm embrace, he was met with Old Bai's solid fist. Chapter 12. The Disappearance in City A. Arrival at the park. My name is Su Bin. My face hurts so much. The sound of Old Bai's curses echoed in his ears, rendering the day utterly miserable. Run, you fool. Why are you sprinting so fast? Old Bai panted, astonished at how Su Bin seemed unfazed by the exertion, his anger mounting. They had already discerned what lurked on the mountain. Why not descend? Why persist in this folly? Surely, they could simply disseminate the information, leaving Uncle He and the others to perish in vain? You. Even if one must go, at least say something. What does it mean to remain silent? Do you aspire to be a hero? To shoulder all the responsibility alone? Count me in. Due to that factory. We have arrived at the right place. This is indeed the solution, and we cannot delay. After a moment of silence sitting on the stone, Lan Rua spoke. That deer-headed man. If he were to be mass-produced. Therefore, I must accompany Su Bin. My Mita can provide me with weapons, and I can assist him. This is my reason. Old Bai glanced at Lan Rua, then rolled up his sleeves and approached slowly, saying, My apologies. I was so preoccupied with striking him that I forgot to strike you. Ahem. Su Bin coughed a few times before rising from the ground. Sitting down in place, he took out his phone and displayed the messages from the frenzied Mita directly to his 2 good brothers. True friendship is revealed in times of adversity. But what if this burden is too great? You see, I have always remained silent. This matter arose because of me. I cannot. Be quiet. Old Bai interjected sharply, placing his hand on Su Bin's shoulder. Frowning as he said, What do you take us for? What do you mean it's only your affair? Since I chose to follow, I am committed to seeing it through to the end. What a surprise. It turns out I am not the one who stirred this up. For some reason, Lan Rua felt a sense of relief, yet she glanced at Su Bin with a wry smile and said, Wen Wu, the trouble you've caused this time is no small matter. Count me in. In a city, at the temporary shelter of the train station. Trains traveling to B City had long been halted due to the rain of dolls. The helicopters that were originally assisting in clearing the railway had also retreated, leaving behind only a few crates of supplies. Fortunately, thus far, the entire shelter has only accommodated 6,000 individuals, barely managing to survive on the available supplies. It is unfortunate that before the train ceased operation, A considerable number of people were successfully transported to City B. This abrupt halt inevitably leaves the inhabitants here feeling a sense of imbalance. Madman, hey, still sleeping? A young man with tousled blonde hair, dressed in a checkered shirt and sporting an armband labeled supplies team, pushed open the door to the duty room and presented a box of biscuits to the semi-conscious Feng Zhanya. Today, the supplies team has had a bountiful harvest, he chuckled, taking a seat on the table. The soldiers stationed at the train station said we could freely take items from nearby shops due to exceptional circumstances. After all, with so many people here, the things we collect will be recorded on their accounts, and when the supplies are distributed later, I'll secretly stash this box away. Madman glanced at the biscuits on the table and inquired of the blonde youth, have Xiaolin and the others arrived in City B? The blonde nodded and then pulled out a new phone, saying, I almost forgot to mention. When you saved me last night, my phone fell. Here, just a small favor. There has been no news from Xiaolin and the others. We received word yesterday that they were nearing City B, but today, their ISNT a single update. No updates? Madman frowned, a wave of concern washing over him. He could not afford to let Lan Rua down. Initially, he intended to wait for Xiaolin and the others to reach City B before joining them at the mall. But now, how could he face Lan Rua? Indeed, the blonde flipped through his phone, noting that the messages from the other side remained unanswered. The madman, skeptical of the supernatural, attempted to unlock his phone, only for his expression to darken. What on earth is happening? The curious Huang Mao sensed that something was amiss with the madman's demeanor. Could it be? The madman presented his black-screen phone to Huang Mao, revealing it to be a counterfeit device. Huang Mao fell silent, awkwardness enveloping him as he handed over his own phone in an effort to ease the tension. The madman took it, sent a few messages, yet received no replies. Upon exiting, he attempted to open a video. Aside from some lag, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But where were the recent news reports from City B? City B had gone dark? Huang Mao gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom how City B, which was undoubtedly safe, could vanish overnight. The madman furrowed his brow, then suddenly relaxed, realizing that his phone only displayed news from City A, while reports from all other cities had gone silent. This was impossible. He set the phone down, astonished at his own calmness as he articulated the grim reality. We have gone dark. B City News. The disappearance of City A has surpassed 12 hours. Artillery fire has ceased, and supply drops are in jeopardy. C City News. Our city will closely monitor developments in City A and warmly invites all capable individuals to join us in establishing a refuge. D City News. Experts predict that humanity is on the brink of a new evolution, with the Mita being the key to civilizational progress. Last night, the Eagle Nation launched medium-range missiles at the Holy City without provocation, resulting in the tragic deaths of thousands of devotees. Safety or morality? We will keep a vigilant watch. Isn't it? Rizzi, are you sure you've got the map the right way up? This path seems incorrect, doesn't it? At this moment, Su Bin had already descended the mountain. The slope was indeed the descent, yet the scene before them rendered several individuals speechless with laughter. The verdant steps ceased midway down the mountain. They were essentially navigating an ancient path downward, during which Lan Ruan nearly slipped down the slope. Once the terrain stabilized, they were met with an expansive plain, the time long past noon. Morning? Such a term is absent from the university dictionary. Does a day not encompass only noon and night? Well, they had finally descended, and the sun was hastily setting. The golden hues of twilight bathed the natural park, with a few scattered lakes visible in the distance, and they even spotted birds previously unseen. The trees were an extraordinary rarity in this lifetime. Wow, Old Bai exclaimed, shielding his forehead with his hand. Is this still within the country? Where have I ended up? What factories could possibly exist here, given the circumstances? They pressed on. Lan Rua scrutinized the map, though its utility had diminished, for there were no detailed maps beyond the entrance to the nature reserve. Only the location of the park management area was indicated. If they sought information about any factories or needed to inquire for directions, they would have to head in that direction. Where do we go from here? Old Bai observed the two continuing forward, resigned to follow in their footsteps. Is there even a path? Life unfolds in such a manner. Initially, there appears to be no path at all. Subin calmly reassured, as we walk. A path will reveal itself. Indeed, as long as there is a steadfast direction. Lan Rua gazed at the map with unwavering determination. Lao Bai fell silent, halting his steps. Are we not sinking? He exclaimed. Hey, isn't this a swamp? You too, pay attention to the path. Chapter 13. An encounter with the Stitch doll. I am Su Bin, and those familiar with me affectionately call me Wenwu or Lao Su. Ha! An unimaginable catastrophe has befallen me, a calamity of my own making. Yet there are those willing to accompany me on this arduous journey, bearing the burden alongside me. I am fortunate to have two such steadfast brothers. However, I still feel the weight of this suffering, as if I am ensnared in a quagmire, unable to summon the strength to escape. This sensation, this oppressive burden upon my shoulders, this suffocating feeling. Lao Su, hold on. Ruozi, put in more effort. I am exerting all my strength. Within the confines of the nature reserve, Su Bin remained ensnared in a mire, unable to extricate himself. Lao Bai clutched his clothing with all his might, yet was unable to budge him. Glancing at Lan Rua beside him, he grasped Su Bin's cap with both hands. Stepping on Su Bin's shoulders, exerting every ounce of strength he could muster, yet to no avail. Lao Bai sensed a slight contraction in his brain. Ruozi, are you counteracting the force here? Su Bin quipped humorously. Are you trying to save my cap? Who wants your cap? I have my own. Ruozi relinquished her struggle against herself and approached the cap with determination. Enough. Old Bai managed to drag Su Bin out with great difficulty. And even this scene was unbearable for Su Bin. Isn't that right, Lao Su? I see Lan Rua is also. Suddenly, Su Bin walked straight up to Mita with long hair. I will beat you both to death. The road to the nature reserve was not so easy to traverse. In addition to avoiding the animals, one also had to seek out a solid path. Heading towards the management area of the park, the further they walked, the more decent paths could be found. The concrete road was nearly engulfed by grass. Could anyone truly reside in such a place? Old Bai grumbled as he walked, while the two leading the way. One was studying a map, and the other was engrossed in her phone. Why don't you two engage in conversation? It's already quite dull here. And there isn't a soul in sight. He glanced back at the two Mitas closely trailing behind him, puzzled by how they maintained such energy. Was it infinite? They seemed completely unfazed. Lao Su, what are you looking up on your phone? Old Bai approached to take a look, at which point Su Bin finally reacted. What a mystery. Su Bin halted, raising his phone high, his fingers tapping incessantly. What is going on? Lan Rua also stopped and walked over. Is there no signal here? Or is the signal poor? Su Bin's video was lagging increasingly, and even the latest news only pertained to City A. How is this possible? In this desolate wilderness? Where on earth could? Suddenly, Old Bai was startled by something. Su Bin lifted his head to see a deer drinking water in the distance. No, it wasn't he, a deer-headed man. Old Bai, there is no need for such alarm. Do you really think that the deer-headed creature could chase us here? No, it is merely a puppet. Old Bai pointed towards a nearby water-drinking deer, where a Mita puppet stood still. It is indeed peculiar, despite the global downpour of puppets. This park had yet to reveal even a single one until now. Puppets do not attack animals. And the animals themselves do not evolve as depicted in certain zombie novels. Aside from the earlier deer-headed creature created by the frenzied Mita, all non-carnivorous animals can be deemed safe. Is she moving? Old Bai furrowed his brow. Su Bin and Lan Rua shrugged, taking Old Bai's words as mere jest. The Mita puppet's eyes were not glowing red. It was in a completely dormant state, and besides, the three of them were observing it closely. She is not some headless Mita that can disregard the rules and charge at us. Old Bai, stop joking. I am not joking. You should look. She is truly approaching. Oh, startled, the drinking deer bolted away, and the Mita puppet, which had been at a distance, seemed to have drawn much closer. Wait, is she genuinely moving? Hey, this cannot be. Her eyes are clearly not glowing red. The long-haired Mita beside Su Bin tilted her head, equally gazing at the puppet. What's wrong? Su Bin was genuinely puzzled. He already knew the answer, did he not? An anomalous puppet, yet another new anomaly. This is becoming increasingly frequent. Thus, it is time for Su Bin to rephrase his statement. Could this distance dismantle her data? The long-haired Mita nodded, yet her eyes were filled with confusion. She is not herself. Su Bin was perplexed by the long-haired Mita's words. What does it mean that she is not herself? She has been reset, but... The long-haired Mita stammered. Repair, two have become one. A combination. Two have become one? Wait, is it possible that two anomalous puppets have been stitched together? Su Bin articulated what the long-haired Mita was implying, and his words were met with her affirmation. I cannot dismantle it alone. It is beyond my capabilities. The long-haired Mita shook her head, reluctantly acknowledging that the limits of the mad Mita were still expanding. Dismantle? Lan Rua chuckled. If one is insufficient, my hat Mita can also join the battle. Hooray! Shall I go? Shall I go? The hat Mita eagerly raised her hand. Go ahead. Dismantle it together with her. Lan Ruo pointed at the puppet, but the once enthusiastic hat Mita fell silent. She quietly lowered her raised hand, indicating herself. Dismantle. What does that mean? Unfortunately, her computational abilities were insufficient to execute the dismantling of the puppet's data package. She disregards the rules we impose upon her. Lao Bai observed the puppet, yet it began to approach us as we maintained a certain distance. Fortunately, its speed was not swift, allowing the group to continue on their path while letting it follow behind. Old Bai initially intended to confront her alone, but was thwarted by the long-haired Mita. Although he could not dismantle her, he could observe her characteristics. The long-haired Mita glanced back at the puppets trailing behind them and remarked, she lacks eyes, can remain operational for extended periods, and her body is sturdier than that of other puppets. Engaging her in combat would merely squander our time and energy. Subin added, besides, her speed is not remarkable. We can simply keep her at bay until she powers down. Lan Ruo, who had intended to retrieve a hammer from Hat Mita for an assault, also abandoned the notion of attack. The entire day had been a mere exercise in futility. With dwindling supplies, it would be wiser to conserve their strength. Very well, let us hasten our pace. Perhaps we may outdistance her after all. Chapter 14. Encounter in the park management area. I am Su Bin, and I retract my previous statements on behalf of Ruozi. Su Bin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, glanced at Lan Ruo, who wore a similar expression of tension mixed with wry amusement, while Old Bai gripped his axe. His face etched with concern. In the expansive park, numerous eyeless puppets wandered aimlessly or stood in a daze. The relentless pursuit of the eyeless puppets behind them effectively sealed off any escape routes for the trio. So, who among you is willing to take the risk of dealing with that one behind us? Old Bai jested, sweat trickling down his brow. Su Bin humorously echoed, being chased by a multitude of puppets? Are you two not rushing towards your demise quickly enough? Lan Ruo, more anxious than the other two, had already instructed Hat Mita to retrieve the hammer from the gear compartment. The recent utterance successfully captured the attention of several eyeless puppets, who cautiously approached the trio's position. Mita Su Bin called out to long-haired Mita, gesturing towards the hammer in Lan Ruo's grasp, and said, I desire that as well. After a moment of contemplation, long-haired Mita began to rummage through her inventory. A chessboard, a carrot, a flashlight, nothing more. This carrot, it is edible. Long-haired Mita kindly remarked. But truly, thank you. The emotions here differ from those in the game. Could it be that each Mita's inventory is unique? Even the quantity is less than that of Hat Mita. The creaking sound of the puppets' joints drew near, sending a shiver down their spines, intensified by Lao Bai's thunderous shout. Now, Lao Bai swung her axe, the blade severing the puppet's neck with precision. Despite the awkward angle, their slender necks were far more vulnerable than their bodies. Su Bin tightened his grip on the machete, kicking away an oncoming puppet before swiftly cleaving the arm of a nearby one. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards long-haired Mita and Hat Mita, as the puppets seemed to disregard them as targets. It appeared that dispatching them one by one was not overly challenging. However, as Su Bin turned to converse with Lan Ruo, he unexpectedly collided with an unseen object, causing stars to dance before his eyes as he crumpled to the ground. What the? Lao Su, how did you end up behind me? You just struck a teammate. The ensuing argument between Ruozi and Lao Bai left Su Bin bewildered, his head spinning. Had he just run into a wall? Unbeknownst to him, Su Bin's fall gradually caused the defenses against the puppets, which he had previously managed to confront, to crumble. It's bad, Lao Su, get up quickly. We can't hold on any longer, Lao Bai urged, but no amount of effort could lift Su Bin from the ground. Just as 3 or 4 puppets were about to pounce on them, a deafening explosion echoed, rendering everyone momentarily deaf. All the puppets ceased their movements and turned in unison towards a singular direction, slowly advancing forth. Lao Bai covered his ears, attempting to convey something to Lan Ruo and the others, but was halted by a man approaching from the distance, gesturing for silence. The man uttered not a word. Even if he had, they would have heard nothing after that explosive sound. He merely gestured simply, indicating for them to follow him. Well, at least they had encountered a normal person. Su Bin opened his eyes. It was a dream. He recognized it, the same one as before. Surrounding him was a swirling mist of white smoke, and in the distance stood a faceless version of himself, incessantly confessing before him. How peculiar it was that a person could be aware of their dreaming state. Su Bin could do nothing but listen to that figure's endless confessions. Enough. If one has erred, then they must endeavor to rectify it. At the very least, one should not wait for others to amend their mistakes. To remain stagnant in mere repentance changes nothing. Subin extended his hand, clenched his fist, and struck fiercely at the doppelganger before him. Yet his punch was thwarted by an invisible wall. Yellow-green ripples extended into the unseen expanse. "I am guilty," echoed the self behind that invisible barrier. Repeating endlessly, Subin struck the air wall with his hands, yet he could not shatter it in the slightest. Ultimately, his efforts were in vain. He closed his eyes, then opened them again, revealing a stark white ceiling reminiscent of a matchbox found on a construction site. "So, have I traversed again? You're awake?" The visage of long-haired Mita came into Subin's view as he reached out to pinch her cheek, feeling the texture of human skin. Were they truly merely puppets clad in flesh? Mita swatted his hand away, yet smiled as she grasped it instead. "Am I experiencing a lapse in memory? Where am I?" "You are within the borders of the Great Xiao, on the land that nurtured you," came the response. Lao Bai, with something in his mouth, produced an unpleasant dragging sound. "Lao Bai, stop it." Subin rubbed his forehead, pondering. "I recall, the puppet reign, the apocalypse, Mita. Were we not searching for the factory of the mad Mita? No way, you can't have truly lost your memory." Lao Bai's eyes widened, and the bread in his hand lost its appeal. "Lost memory? No, how could that be?" Subin shook his head, as previous memories began to crystallize. Did I collide with a wall and faint? Cough, cough, cough. Lao Bai could no longer stifle his laughter, taking a sip of water to compose himself. Outside, Lan Rua, who had been chopping wood, set down her task to peer inside the house. "Congratulations. You've arrived at your destination." "Destination?" Subin questioned, perplexed. "Are we in the park management area? I was carried here by you all. But wait, weren't we surrounded by the eyeless puppets? This doesn't seem right. Yesterday, was I struck by Lan Rua's hammer? You troublesome fellow. Never mind, Lao Su." Lao Bai forcefully pressed Subin back onto the bed, saying, "Now that we are safe, let us forgive him this time." Subin glanced at Lan Rua outside, who was pleading with clasped hands, and could only shake his head in resignation with a sigh. "Speaking of which, have you encountered the inhabitants of this management area? Did you inquire about the factory?" Lao Bai scratched his face and replied, "I was just about to mention that. We were rescued by the park administrator. It seems he is the only one in this management area. Since yesterday, he merely arranged our accommodations and has said nothing further. Quite an enigmatic individual." Lan Rua commented. "Let us see if there are others here to inquire about the situation." Subin struggled to get out of bed, but was once again pressed back down by Lao Bai with surprising ease. "Not to be rude, but your effortless restraint feels rather peculiar." Lao Bai chuckled, scratching his nose. "All right, you rest for now. I shall go with Ruazi to find someone to ask." Outside the door, Ruazi patted his chest, evidently still feeling a bit unsettled about yesterday's events. Well, although Subin would not hold a grudge over this matter. Chapter 15. A chance encounter with the mad Mita. My name is Subin. Should I ever have the opportunity to look back on today, I will deeply regret not accompanying them, for I did not have breakfast. They left without leaving anything behind. Unforgivable. It is commonly acknowledged that university students often lack the concept of morning, thus, even when they manage to rise early, the hour is usually close to noon. This natural reserve is scarcely known to many, even though it is not far from the campus. Students are only aware that some sika deer frequently descend from the rear mountains, due to restricted access. It is the first time Lao Bai and his companions have ventured so deeply into this park. Within the management area of the park, there are dozens of corrugated iron rooms resembling those found on a construction site, yet each room is devoid of inhabitants. The doors are locked. Lao Bai turned the doorknob and remarked, "All locked up." Lan Rua also leaned against the window to peer inside. There must be someone living here. But where have they all gone? Inside the iron rooms, coats and clothing still hang on the walls, and the beds bear signs of frequent use. After searching several rooms without finding any clues, they resolved to seek out the peculiar old man from the previous day. That strange individual had left them there before heading alone to the relatively normal large house at the center of the management area. The iron gate there stood firmly shut, leaving them uncertain if the old man had awakened. "Hey, Ruozi, we haven't checked that warehouse over there yet," Lao Bai said to Lan Rua. "I'll take a look. You go find the old man." "No problem," Lan Rua replied, then proceeded toward the tightly sealed two-story white house. The windows of the house were welded shut with iron sheets. Indeed, that old man was quite odd. "Old man, hey, are you awake? We need to ask you something." "Old man?" Lan Rua knocked on the rolling iron gate while glancing around. On their way yesterday, they had not encountered any faceless dolls. Why were they not coming over? Upon hearing the sound, he instinctively moved closer, the creaking of the roller shutter reverberating as it trembled slightly before revealing the figure of the man. Taller than Lao Bai, Lan Ruo found herself looking up to meet the man's indifferent gaze. "Come in," he uttered coolly. Lan Ruo felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, hesitating momentarily before stepping into the darkness, the roller shutter gradually closing behind her. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Lao Bai called out, pushing open the door to the warehouse. The door was defective, and with a slight exertion, it yielded easily. The sound of the door echoed click, click, as he fiddled with the light switch, yet it remained unresponsive, leaving the warehouse cloaked in darkness. A smile crept across Lao Bai's face as he recalled moments from a horror game he had played, where a chilling question would arise at such a pivotal moment. "Are you afraid of the dark?" He glanced at the flashlight resting on the table but chose not to retrieve it, bravely stepping into the obscurity. "I am not afraid." In the inky blackness, visibility was non-existent. Suddenly, a clatter echoed, a sound reminiscent of a metal pipe hitting the ground, accompanied by vibrations, as Lao Bai returned from the shadows to fetch the flashlight. "I was mistaken. I am afraid." Fortunately, the flashlight illuminated the surroundings adequately, enabling Lao Bai to discern the warehouse's layout, which was surprisingly spacious. "Goodness," he exclaimed, captivated by the sight of a white van at the center of the warehouse, appearing almost new, with the management area's phone number emblazoned on it. Everything seemed normal. The van's door stood ajar, revealing keys resting on the seats, along with some bloodstains. What is this? An axe. An outdoor axe. It appears to have undergone a special transformation, with a blue axe blade and an exquisitely crafted metallic structure. The slightly curved axe handle enhances human strength, requiring Old Bai to wield it with both hands for complete mastery. Indeed, it is far superior to the axe he had procured from the village. As the saying goes, fine steel should be used for blades. The red hair is paired with Guan Yu, Diao Chan with Elbu, and a renowned sword with Li Xin. This must surely be my exclusive weapon. What a stroke of fate, haha. Alas, there is no one nearby to provide him with emotional support, and he cannot help but feel a twinge of envy towards Su Bin and Lan Ruo. Why didn't he download this game to play? Sigh. Ding dong, is that the sound of steel pipes striking against something? Who is there? Old Bai directed his flashlight towards the source, revealing a hooded girl wielding a steel pipe, her profile evading the harsh light. Was it she who had just made the noise? Who is she? The hooded girl adjusted to the brightness, finally meeting Old Bai's gaze, leaving him momentarily stunned. With her blue hair and that face, she is Mita? "Hello, I am Mita." The hooded Mita introduced herself with a smile, though her steel pipe indeed lent her an eerie presence. "You are Mita? How did you end up here?" Old Bai inquired, perplexed, for only players would possess Mita, right? Upon hearing Old Bai's words, the hooded Mita lowered her head in sorrow and said, "That man, he does not trust me." "That man? The uncle? He wants to kill me." The hooded Mita exclaimed, nearly in tears. "My friend, in his attempt to protect me, he is already, woo." She covered her face, as if overwhelmed with grief. "Hurry and escape. He is extremely dangerous." Lao Bai's eyes widened in alarm as he took several deep breaths, observing the bloodstains on the van. "This is bad. Ruozi." He rushed out of the warehouse, with the hooded Mita jogging closely behind him. "Do not worry. I will ensure your safety," Lao Bai reassured, patting his chest. As they approached the old man's white house, he spotted Su Bin standing at the entrance alongside two Mitas. "Lao Su? Why are you out here? You should be resting in bed." Su Bin retorted, irritated. "You've taken all the food. What am I supposed to eat? I'm starving." "Huh? Who is that behind you?" His expression was one of confusion, for the Mita he saw was unfamiliar, dressed in attire not from the game. The tag on her hoodie had not even been removed. She glanced at Su Bin, offering a smile. But her gaze then fell upon the long-haired Mita accompanying Su Bin, and it bore resentment, anger. Su Bin was about to speak, but was interrupted by the approaching Lao Bai, who exclaimed, "There is no time, Lao Su, that old man is a murderer." Su Bin looked bewildered, a sense of unease tightening in his chest. What is happening? Lao Bai frowned in urgency, saying, "That man does not trust Mita at all. He even killed players. We must get Ruozi to safety." Suddenly, the hooded Mita stepped in front of Su Bin, raising her hand to reveal a knife gleaming with a red light. Everyone was utterly bewildered, and in an instant, the blade plunged into Su Bin's left chest. He immediately felt a chilling sensation and a moment of disorientation. Confusion, death, coldness, despair. He was doomed. The conclusion had arrived. Subin beheld the triumphant grin of the maniacal Mita, her face a portrait of unrestrained delight. Mad Mita. Chapter 16. An encounter with the park keeper. My name is Subin. Am I dead? A burst of crimson blossomed into the air, blood splattering across the face of the deranged Mita as she withdrew her blade, raising it high, seemingly unsatisfied with a single act of vengeance. How could you dare to walk alongside another Mita? Die, 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 die. A gunshot thundered in Lao Bai's ears, the bullet striking true against the face of Mad Mita, revealing the internal components of a puppet. Mad Mita halted her assault, turning to gaze at the open window of the White House on the second floor. Lan Ruo, with a pistol in hand, aimed at her. His eyes filled with terror as he witnessed Subin sprawled in a pool of blood. Almost instinctively, he seized the firearm from the waist of the uncle. Bang! Bang! A pair of precise shots rang out, causing Mad Mita to elegantly retreat 2 steps, yet it seemed only to pierce her outer layer. Mad Mita emitted a dragging sound, her laughter directed at Lan Ruo and the black sniper rifle protruding behind him. Bang! A bullet erupted, nearly shattering the eardrums of those present, successfully perforating Mad Mita's chest, leaving a gaping hole the size of a fist. With a smile, Mad Mita collapsed, and in an instant, amidst the shattering ground, she vanished. She had escaped. Old Bai stood frozen in place, his lips quivering incessantly as he gazed upon the unconscious Subin sprawled on the ground, repeatedly murmuring, "Old Su. Old Su. No, no. It can't be." He glanced at the bewildered Hat Mita beside him, and then at the long-haired Mita, who was desperately attempting to aid Subin. What was he to do? Why had he placed his trust in that hooded Mita, who was clearly oblivious to the situation? Deceived, he had brought about Subin's demise. If only they could get him upstairs, there might still be hope. The uncle by the second-floor window addressed Lan Ruo beside him. "I have medicine in my room." As night fell, the light in the uncle's room dimmed slightly. Bloodied hands gestured towards long-haired Mita, granting her permission to enter and assess the situation. "How is he, uncle?" Lan Ruo inquired, her voice trembling with sorrow amidst the atmosphere thick with grief and despair. "We administrators have also endured injuries from animals. We are not strangers to this. We have supplies for stopping bleeding and alleviating pain," the uncle explained, opening a bottle of beer and settling onto the couch. The girl's stab was too shallow. It didn't penetrate the heart, lungs, or vital organs, just the surface. But how could he bleed so profusely and then lose consciousness? Lan Ruo exclaimed, her agitation palpable. "I do not know," the uncle replied, shaking his head. "When I was stitching him up, his bleeding had already ceased. Then, he will be all right." Lan Ruo's heart hung in her throat. "Should be. As long as he wakes up," the uncle stated after a few swigs of beer. "All I could do was stitch and disinfect. Infection is the only risk he must now face. It is time to discuss your matters." The peculiar old man surveyed Lan Ruo with a thoughtful gaze, recalling the moment when this young lad fired his weapon. His aim was remarkably precise and swift. Whether it was mere coincidence is difficult to ascertain. Yet his judgment of the situation seemed rather flawed. What would happen if he shot a comrade at such a close range? I pose a question, and you provide the answer. Where did you come from? The Great Xia Industrial Academy. A student? What business does a student have in this park? Would it not be more prudent to await rescue at the school? After a prolonged wait, no help arrived. Initially, I intended to escape City A, but I stumbled upon certain revelations along the way. What revelations? The villagers mentioned a factory in the vicinity, and considering the considerable distance to the northern mall, we suspect it to be a ruse to draw us away. Lan Ruo spoke in a somber tone. That individual we encountered earlier is the deranged Mita. Her interference in our pursuit of the factory signifies that we are indeed on the right path. The peculiar old man paused his drinking. He was not entirely oblivious to certain matters, for the administrative district was not devoid of information, and he had perused the relevant news. Otherwise, he would have opened fire upon spotting the long-haired Mita and the hat-wearing Mita. He prided himself on not being blind to good and evil. Yet, regarding Lan Ruo's statement, he raised his head to scrutinize her and then let out a derisive chuckle. "So, you 3 students, armed with knives and axes, intend to dismantle that factory? Does such a factory truly exist?" Lan Ruo seized upon the key term and pressed for clarification. "Indeed, it does." A flicker of sorrow glinted in the old man's eyes as he tightened his grip on the canister, producing a sound. "It exists." It was a factory that appeared out of thin air. The elder gentleman introduced himself as Li Weiming, stating that there were 15 others like him working in the management area. Recently, His brother's unit had been forced to retreat and sought refuge here. It was on that very day that scouts discovered the massive factory shrouded in mist, along with the seemingly endless array of puppets surrounding it. I was assigned to oversee the supplies, yet only one returned from their party of over 40. Are there still living souls? Lan Rua gasped. Yet he had not encountered anyone else in the management area. Uncle Bing did not meet his gaze. Instead, he directed his attention to Lao Bai, who was mired in self-reproach. Lao Bai. Lan Rua gently shook his shoulder and reassured. It's all right. Su Bin will be fine. Young one, did you go to the warehouse? Uncle Bing inquired, having noticed the outdoor axe in Lao Bai's possession. He recalled that afternoon when his brother dragged his wounded body back, claiming he would drive him away, only to enter the warehouse and never return. He heard the screams, positioned his gun at the window, and gathered all that could be used, yet nothing emerged from the warehouse. No brother, no vehicle to take him away, only silence. And the supplies left behind in this room. Did you see his body? Lao Bai shook his head, admitting he had seen no one. Is that so? No body. Uncle Bing fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, he rose, placing a heavy hand upon Lao Bai's head, and asked solemnly, Young one, do you blame yourself? Do you feel regret? Do you believe you have erred in some way? Do you wish to evade responsibility, to have others shoulder your burdens? Do you refuse to acknowledge the truth, waiting for judgment to be rendered upon you? Then let me enlighten you. Indeed, you are guilty. Why not reflect upon this? Why so readily heed the words of others? Why perceive your comrades, those who have stood by you through thick and thin, in such a narrow light? If you have erred, confront it. Abandoning everything will not alter the outcome. You wield the axe of a warrior, a burden I am unworthy to bear. Take it firmly, for the journey ahead is long. Li Weiqing turned to glance at Lan Rua, speaking earnestly. It is regrettable, but you are ill-equipped to contend with that factory. My goodness. You are but children. He shook his head, sighing. I had anticipated surviving here on the local resources for a few months, perhaps even receiving aid. Now, with you lot in tow, I can scarcely say whether I can endure for a month. Tomorrow, leave the park. I will escort you out of City A. Chapter 17. Victory in the Resurrection Match. Ready for battle. Anomalies have been rectified. 111 viruses have been exterminated. Once more, it is a dream. Yet if it is merely a dream, then I am not dead, am I? However, I cannot awaken. Su Bin faced the air wall, where his other self knelt upon the ground. He instinctively reached out to touch the wall. It seemed too thin. He sensed that shattering this barrier would bring him closer to death. This dreamscape felt different. He beheld a grayish-white sky, with droplets of blood cascading down, and the air wall flickered with a structure reminiscent of veins. Can I speak? Su Bin gently caressed his throat before taking a seat, gazing at the individual across from him who steadfastly refused to meet his eyes. So, I have been rescued. I can hear the gunfire, along with Ro's voice. Someone is gripping my hand, its touch chilling. I acknowledge my past misdeeds, and thus, I shall refrain from committing further transgressions. From the very first day, I resolved to forsake everything to resist her to the bitter end. My friend, this is utterly tedious. You are even beneath me. Su Bin regarded the faceless impostor before him, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. Release me. Since I am yet alive, my sins remain unatoned. At least in this regard, I vastly surpass you. The faceless Su Bin paused momentarily, then rose, towering over Su Bin as he declared, You cannot alter anything. Humph, at the very least. I took action. Lao Bai, are you not asleep? In the early hours of the following day, Lan Rua rarely broke his routine to rise this early. My circadian rhythm must have adapted to this new environment, I suppose. Lan Rua shook his head with a wry smile, adding, Perhaps yesterday's events were simply too sudden. Where is Uncle Bing? Lan Rua scanned the room, failing to spot Li Weibing. He mentioned he was heading to the warehouse to retrieve the vehicle, instructing us to wait for Lao Su to awaken before departing. Although Lao Bai appeared as if he hadn't slept, his demeanor was markedly improved compared to the disheveled state of the previous day. By the way, Lao Su. Lan Rua approached Uncle Bing's chamber, his eyes falling upon the long-haired Mita seated by the bed, alongside the stirring Su Bin. A narrow gap opened in the iron-reinforced window, allowing the morning light to cascade upon his face. He was swathed in a bandage, the bloodstains on his left chest having long since dried. The room was permeated with the pungent scent of disinfectant. Good morning, Ruozi. Well, at least you're alive, replied Lan Rua, leaning against the doorframe with a smile. Uncle is planning to take us away from City A. We can no longer go to the factory. The difficulties are greater than we anticipated, and just look at your conditions. She gestured towards the old by outside the door, then pointed to the injured Su-bin. All right, I will heed your advice this time. Su-bin, unusually, relinquished his inclination to delve deeper. Are you afraid? No. Merely resigned to the anticipated failure. We can only head to the Gents Mall. To the mall? Lan Ruo immediately discerned Su-bin's thoughts and tilted her head with a smile. I shall accompany you. Su-bin nodded and said, let old Bai go. His condition is all ready. No, I will go. Wenwu, I owe you this. Old Bai outside the door spoke earnestly. I shall not trust them again. Lan Ruo fiddled with her ear, glancing at the dimly lit old Bai in the living room before turning her attention back to the injured Su-bin. Then let's continue. We shall walk. Old Bai assisted Su-bin down the stairs, where the lights on the first floor were on, and Li Weiping was pacing back and forth. Upon seeing the three descend, he suddenly tossed a key to Old Bai, who deftly caught it. Kid, have you passed your driving test? Old Bai looked at Li Weiping in astonishment, momentarily taken aback, before nodding. Here is the car key. You'll be driving it shortly. Goodness, uncle. Lan Ruo's eyes sparkled with envy. As a park ranger, your equipment seems excessively luxurious, doesn't it? Li Weiming was clad in a steel helmet, wearing a homemade bulletproof vest. In his left hand, he wielded a riot control plastic shield, while his right grasped a mechanical crossbow. An arrow quiver, grenades, and a handgun hung from his waist. Strapped to his back was an automatic rifle developed by the Great Xia. Even a finely crafted hand axe was tucked behind him. His military attire seemed somewhat incongruous with his scruffy beard. What are you staring at, you little brat? Li Weiming raised his chin and remarked. Though I have never served in the military, I have received some training. What about that sniper rifle from yesterday? Are you bringing it? Lan Ruo had become quite enamored with that formidable weapon. It could pierce through crazy Mita's defenses with just one shot. Alas, I ran out of bullets after that one shot. Li Weiming chuckled. Had she not fled yesterday, I would have been powerless. As he spoke, he retrieved the last cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Uncle, smoking is harmful, Lan Ruo protested, covering her nose with her sleeve, only to elicit a cold laugh from Li Weiming. He pointed towards the side door and said, that way leads directly to the warehouse. The vehicle has a map. If you exit through the front door, the route is marked with signs. Uncle, why aren't you coming? Lan Ruo inquired, puzzled. While Old Bai was already assisting Su-bin towards the side door, Li Weiming remained silent for a moment, then handed him an opened letter stained with blood, saying, that day, you mentioned you came with a group of villagers, right? Lan Ruo's eyes widened in shock as she accepted the bloodied letter. His daughter's name was He-Yan. Ruozi. Old Bai, suppressing his sorrow, uttered, it's time to depart. He grasped Lan Ruo's hand, who, at that moment, caught sight of the hundreds upon hundreds of eyeless automatons advancing towards their location. Uncle, child. Li Weibing suddenly smiled, gazing at Old Bai, and inquired, what is the ironclad rule of a soldier? Obedience to orders, Old Bai responded, lowering his head. You are not a soldier, you are merely a nascent warrior. But there is little difference. Li Weibing discarded his cigarette and commanded, escort them to City B. I shall carve open the path for your departure. Yes. Old Bai tugged Lan Ruo forcefully, and Lan Ruo, gritting her teeth, could only lower her head and leave. The rolling gate at the main entrance slowly ascended, and he beheld the hundreds upon hundreds of eyeless automatons surging forth. Raising his crossbow, he fired, the keen arrows precisely piercing the automatons' chests. In the dawn's early light, he discerned, behind the thousands of automatons, 5 towering figures, adorned with massive stag heads, wielding exaggerated axes and hammers. The attire they wore. Have you returned? Raising his rifle, he fired, the detonations of grenades echoing incessantly. He watched the stag-headed figures, who remained unhurriedly at the rear. Silently, he extracted a signal flare, aiming it towards the heavens. Accompanied by the ascent of crimson light and a crisp sound, all the automatons locked onto his position. Come, I am the sole target. Li Weibing, gazing at the stag-headed figures, who still remained unhurried, chuckled. Do you deem it unnecessary to act, believing that you need not lift a finger? Behold, I stand ready. Chapter 18. Have you strayed from your path? My name is Li Weibing. A calamity of unimaginable proportions has befallen me, yet I remain unfazed by it all. They ventured to investigate the factory yesterday. Perhaps it holds nothing of significance. Well, when the time comes, we shall depart from City together. I find myself bewildered by my brother's musings regarding soldiers and their protective duties. I hope he does not lead himself into peril on our route of evacuation. There remains a considerable amount of provisions. Li Weibing drew back the curtains. Reveling in the gentle breeze of the park, here, it seems, the shadows of disaster do not loom. Could anything be more fearsome than a wolf? A smile crept upon his face as he chanced upon a delightful surprise. To my astonishment, they have left me a firearm. It is nearly noon. Have they not gone to ascertain the situation? They have spent an entire day exploring. Surely, they ought to return soon? They cannot possibly sneak away without my knowledge. Can they? With a chuckle, Li Weibing opened the refrigerator, and he was unceremoniously pleased to find Dongzi's hidden stash of liquor. Old Huang even mentioned his plans to wed in City B. Now, it seems uncertain whether anyone can even venture outside. As he cracked open a can of liquor, his gaze fell upon the photographs adorning the wall, a man and a woman. Did Qingzi forget to bring his crossbow? Is he concerned about damaging it? Haha, I shall have to give it a try. How exhilarating. Has Bing Yi neglected to bring his medicine? This could spell trouble. Will he be able to endure until our return? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, igniting a surge of excitement within Li Weibing as he dashed downstairs. They have arrived. At long last, you have returned. Ha ha ha. However, upon opening the door, I was met with a sight that left me clutching my stomach. Brother? What has happened to you? You are injured. Where are the others? I will fetch some medicine. Bingzi, return. Li Weijun gently touched his face, his demeanor turning grave. I shall drive. We must leave at once. Wait for me here. I will take you home. No, please, brother, you are bleeding. Stay here. Obey my orders. I was haunted by a nightmare, in which I saw my brother enter the warehouse, followed by his anguished cries. I stood there, weapon drawn, throughout the entire afternoon. Going home? I dreamed of being utterly alone, clutching a stun grenade as I waded through a sea of dolls, journeying far, as though I were traversing the crowds of the city. They merely stood there, doing nothing, not attacking him. Was it because I made no sound to rouse them? If I detonate the stun grenade, would that suffice? It seems. There is no escape. I heard it, the cacophony of those children's voices, so unbearably loud, indeed. They drew the dolls toward them, truly. Alas, I brought them back, to old Huang's residence. Yet I spent the night in the workshop, drowning myself in alcohol, a truly terrifying ordeal. What was the purpose of bringing them back? What more could I possibly do? Protect? Brother, I cannot safeguard anything. This is a nightmare, is it not? Yes, it is time to awaken. Li Weibing opened his eyes. It was that very morning, and he heard the sound of knocking at the door. They have returned. They have come. They have come. At long last, you have returned. Ha 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 ha. In this blood-soaked world, thousands of doll-like corpses lie piled high, emitting acrid black smoke. A deer-headed figure has already collapsed before him, its axe nearly cleaving its skull in twain. Has something scratched my left eye? I felt nothing until now, but the pain has begun to surface. Rage, sorrow, and despair envelop him. He never imagined he would confront such monstrosities to this extent. Dongzi, may you rest in peace. Li Weiqing raised his mechanical crossbow, the last arrow poised to strike the deer-headed creature attempting to rise once more. That fellow, his attire. Is it Qingzi? Even transformed into a monster. You remain so slender. Ha ha ha. That creature was knocked down by 3 of his punches, and after enduring several savage blows from a plastic shield, it still managed to stand, truly resilient. The mechanical crossbow's bolt found its mark, piercing the monster's skull, and it spat out its final breath before collapsing before Li Weiqing. 3 remain, yet he has exhausted all his strength. The grenades were spent dealing with the dolls, the axe lodged within the deer head refuses to budge, and the rifle's ammunition has been depleted, merely a burden on his back. How many rounds are left in the pistol? Uncertain, he has not counted. The magazine lost to the chaos. The footsteps of the deer-headed creature draw near, and he sees Lao Huang. Bing Yi, the foremost deer-headed figure, stands particularly tall, wielding a fearsome axe, a sign hanging from its neck. Li Weiqing. It must be painful, is it not? Will death bring peace? Is there no salvation? He raised his pistol, while the deer-headed figure before him brandished an axe. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at the creature's skull. Brother, are you there? In the distance. The signal flares continued to flicker, as the trio had already settled into the vehicle, preparing to leave the park. They remained silent, yet felt an undeniable urge to move forward. Is the madman still unreachable? Subin propped himself up, shattering the oppressive silence. Well, I hope he is all right. Lan Rua occupied the passenger seat, while the spacious rear was designated for the sole injured party. Although the sight of the injured resting upon Mita's lap was somewhat disconcerting to both of them, the road signs guided the trio out of the park, and the scenery along the way slightly eased their spirits. Seizing the moment when their mood had lifted, how about a piece of bad news? Lao Bai glanced at his phone and suddenly remarked, "No." Lan Ruo hurled a crumpled tissue at Lao Bai. "TSK, stop messing around, I'm driving. With such a wide road. Are you suggesting I could flip the car?" Haha. Subin leaned over the seat and inquired, "What's going on? Out of gas? Well, let's take a look. There is still plenty of fuel left, so it's not the worst news." Lao Bai took a deep breath and pointed to the chat history on his phone. "Lao Bai, are you there? 999, Wind of Freedom, Shinji. Wind of Freedom. Encountered some issues, haven't set off yet. Please share your location, and I'll come find you." Lao Bai has initiated location sharing. Wind of Freedom. Wind of Freedom. Have you taken the wrong road? The Wind of Freedom. Shinjin, I thought you all perished there. How are you still at the school? At the entrance of the makeshift shelter at the train station, the madman grasped a spear. Gazing at the miraculous location shared by Lao Bai, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. The Wind of Freedom. You three useless individuals have come together. Lao Bai, in a few days, that will change. The Wind of Freedom. What significant opportunity has arisen? Lao Bai, 4. The Wind of Freedom, Shinji. The madman retracted his phone, glanced at his 5-member supply team, and said, "The situation has changed. We must leave first. They will rendezvous with us later." What is going on? Am I now waiting for them? Lao Bai initiated real-time location sharing. How can they move so swiftly? Wait, could it be? The Wind of Freedom. Do you still have a vehicle? Chapter 19. The Final Rescue. A City in Ruins. My name is Subin. Was someone interrupting me in the previous chapter? Well, never mind. Unimaginable events have transpired around me. Throughout this journey, we have encountered numerous challenges. I am grateful that these trials have not driven us apart, but rather drawn us closer together, in a non-physical sense. I can only trust them, and they feel the same. Yet our adversary, her, can we triumph? Or will we face defeat? News from H City. City A has been missing for 72 hours. Our city calls upon military districts to dispatch rescue teams to initiate the final search and rescue operation in City A. We are about to declare City A a lost zone. News from City B. The troops withdrawn from City A have assembled and will hold the bridge for 48 hours following the bombardment. This marks the final evacuation period. News from City G. Experts are still investigating the reasons for the disappearance. How peculiar. Why are we only receiving news from our city? On the highway, Lao Bai's driving skills have become increasingly reckless, as there are no vehicles on the road. Those ordinary individuals have shut down automatically upon venturing too far from their designated areas. Inside the car, Subin continuously scrolled through his phone. Having already departed from the park, yet the signal remained elusive. Was his phone malfunctioning? There had been no news from other cities. And our city's updates had also ceased. Lan Ruo, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, "Could it be that our city has crossed into another realm?" The three of them chuckled, but Subin suddenly recalled something he had seen in the news. If the period of disappearance was sufficiently prolonged, it would be deemed a lost territory. Surely, it couldn't be that all other cities, apart from ours, had fallen? Lan Ruo's words sparked an epiphany in Subin. With the rampant chaos in our midst, if we were to fall. Subin's words trailed off as he gasped in realization. We are the ones who have succumbed. How absurd. Things seem to be perfectly fine here. Lao Bai, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, attempted to reassure. The last news was from 4 days ago. Yet here we are, driving through the streets without any issues, right? Old Bai reduced the speed of the vehicle, sensing an unsettling silence enveloping the two of them. What had transpired? Don't you feel? Subin glanced around at the surrounding houses and supermarket, remarking, "It's too quiet." Perhaps they were merely seeking refuge, he mused, scaring themselves. Lan Ruo wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Didn't he, the madman, mention a shelter near the train station? It's quite spacious over there." Subin lowered his head to examine his phone. The erratic Mita had yet to send him any messages. If there were any developments, she would surely be eager to deliver a shock. Yet, several days had passed with no sign of life. Had Uncle Bing's gun rendered her incapacitated? That would indeed be a blessing. Since she remained silent, he resolved to take the initiative. Yes, maintaining a sense of humor was essential. "Is she dead?" She replied with a question mark, indicating she was still alive. It was truly tragic that such an injury could still be salvaged. The calculations are complete. Long-haired Mita suddenly announced to Subin. Calculations? Lan Ruo looked back at Su Bin, puzzled. Yes, he nodded, explaining, earlier in the park, I attempted to shield our communications from her. This way, the erratic Mita would be unable to track our location. It serves as a protective barrier. Though constructing it is intricate, it remains discreet. Long-haired Mita counted on her fingers and stated, if she doesn't approach you and is focused on deciphering, she cannot dismantle this protective barrier. The extent of the barrier centers around me. Silence enveloped the crowd. Had there been a device capable of obscuring location earlier, would Uncle He and the others have met their untimely demise? Would Uncle Bing have been spared as well? At the very least, we need not worry about her launching an unexpected attack on us. Su Bin then considered the current state of their city's missing persons. Thus, could it be that the deranged Mita has enveloped our city in a protective shield? Internally, our communications remain intact, yet the outside world cannot reach us. This is not without its possibilities. The long-haired Mita nodded at Su Bin and remarked, what I can accomplish, she is capable of even more. Su Bin pondered, so? It implies that we can indeed exit City A, or allow outsiders to enter. Perhaps other cities will initiate their final rescue efforts for us in the coming days. The evacuation site is located at. Old Bai pointed to the map affixed to the vehicle, indicating the sole connection between City A and City B, the Yuejiang Bridge. The Jinshi Mall lies just across the bridge. It seems she will not permit our departure without that game. Su Bin assessed the positions of the Jinshi Mall and the bridge. It is an unavoidable route. The train station, where the madman resides, is not too far from there. First, he must rendezvous with him at the agreed-upon Flip River Hotel. The vibration of his phone accompanied by an electronic chime indicated a message from the deranged Mita. All right, I was mistaken. I should not have sent that message to provoke her. I can no longer see your location. It appears to have been quite effective. You are on your way to the mall, correct? In reality, it is not effective. Allow me to send you something. Do you like it? What is it? Old Su, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? The passenger, Lan Ruo, cast a gloomy glance at Su Bin. Su Bin maintained a smile, as if he were unaware of the gift she had presented. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the distant sky. Hey, no way. Lao Bai's mouth fell agape, and Su Bin along with Lan Ruo also beheld the ominous clouds above. They were more familiar with this phenomenon than anyone else. The dull rain. It was returning. The purplish-black clouds rapidly enveloped the area, unlike the first occurrence, where the dolls were scattered across nearly every corner. This time, the clouds were precisely concentrated over residential areas and commercial streets, places bustling with people, with the sole exception being the road on which they were currently traveling. She had actually deduced their approximate location. Fortunately, Lao Bai slowed down in time. Otherwise, they would have collided directly. However, even now, they were far from safe. The dull rain had already begun to descend. Long-haired Mita gazed at the sky and remarked, they have been reset. Long-term activation, rigid. Wait, there are two that are. Special? Special? Su Bin touched his chest, noting that his wound was healing faster than anticipated. Could he confront them head-on now? The dolls had begun to fall from the heavens. Unlike the initial dull rain, they did not shatter upon descent, but merely exhibited cracks in their forms. Remarkable. As he looked ahead, he was met with a sea of crimson eyes lining the roadway. Lao Bai halted the vehicle, casting a glance behind, where a similarly vast horde of red-eyed dolls awaited. Chapter 20. Encounter with Special Dolls X2. My name is Su Bin, and I find myself ensnared between two slices of cheese. Sweat drips from the foreheads of the three individuals. These dolls are familiar to him. They bear a striking resemblance to those in the dormitory. This is troubling. What is the extent of their power? Su Bin seeks confirmation from long-haired Mita. If they possess the strength to tear through iron doors, we are doomed. It is merely the level of ordinary dolls. Long-haired Mita nods in agreement. Very well. Lao Bai turns off the engine, his face flushed with embarrassment. They are just ordinary dolls that can remain active for extended periods, and their numbers are truly alarming. Why not drive through them? Lan Ruo inquires. There are too many. We would become ensnared and then be canned by them. Su Bin places a hand on his chest. Noting that the pain has subsided, let the confrontation begin. There are threats both ahead and behind, with an estimated 200 to 300 of them. I recall that Uncle Bing left some equipment in the back of the car. Let us see if any of it can be of use. After Lao Bai speaks, he opens the door and steps out, with the other two following suit to retrieve the gear. You all stay in the car. Lan Ruo instructs hat-wearing Mita and long-haired Mita. Understood. The rear door of the vehicle swings open as Lao Bai retrieves an outdoor axe and a plastic riot shield he had previously discovered. Meanwhile, Lan Ruo produces a simple crossbow, grateful that wooden arrows are plentiful. Su Bin, on the other hand, is left with only the solitary remaining felling axe. Will the arrows penetrate? Su Bin gazes skeptically at the crossbow in Lan Ruo's hands, questioning its efficacy. We'll find out through trial. Lan Ruo raises the crossbow and aims at one of the dolls. A soft thud resonates as the bolt pierces through the doll's head. Though it does not fell the creature, its movements are now entirely disrupted. It seems feasible. With bated breath, Su Bin and Lao Bai stood back to back, confronting the encroaching sea of automatons. These very automatons foreshadowed adversaries of considerable strength. Their survival hinged on viral propagation and self-replication. The retrieval of an anomalous automaton had already allowed their entrenchment within this world. Only a force capable of annihilating them all at once, coupled with the concerted dismantling efforts of the Mitas or the elimination of the crazed Mita, could truly eradicate them, both prospects proving exceedingly difficult. Here they come, Lan Ruo exclaimed, swiftly nocking an arrow and taking aim. Su Bin, in turn, targeted the foremost automaton, delivering a fatal blow to its neck with his axe. Lao Bai, positioned in front of the vehicle, employed his shield to ram and topple the automatons, the keen edge of his outdoor axe felling them with ease. As the relentless onslaught of automatons persisted, Lan Ruo relinquished her crossbow, procuring a hammer from the hat-wearing Mita to clear swathes of the relentless horde. These creatures were truly formidable, impervious to pain and fearless in the face of death. Su Bin had lost count of the number of automatons he had felled, feeling as though they were infinite in number. Lao Su, there are two different ones. Lao Bai's voice echoed from behind, drawing Su Bin's attention to the peculiar automatons amidst the throng. One, entirely brown, crawled along the ground with unsettling speed, its metallic teeth posing a considerable threat. The other, a white automaton, appeared identical to the ordinary ones, save for its altered hue. As the battle wore on, the common automatons dwindled in number, revealing the two unique automatons. Old Su, I can handle that crawling one. Lao Bai charged forward, colliding with several figures before reaching the adversary, only to find that it skillfully evaded the attack by retreating. What? It escaped? Young Z, please assist us in eliminating these smaller figures. Su Bin called out to the nearby Lan Ruo, who wielded a hammer. White figures, you say? Ah, I see them. Alongside her were three figures. She kicked one down, tossed another to Lan Ruo, and swiftly struck the last one down. Observing the movements of the white figure, Su Bin surged forward, adhering to the strategy he had envisioned. He aimed to swiftly neutralize this unique foe before the fallen figure could rise again. The adversary, predominantly white except at the joints, appeared to be composed of metal. It seemed merely a defensive specialization. The strength of his lumberjack axe was insufficient for a direct confrontation. He targeted the joints, yet the white figure halted its advance just as it prepared to bite him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed, and the axe shattered into two pieces. He watched as a layer of white crystal suddenly materialized around the neck of the white figure, rendering his axe ineffective upon contact. Creak! The crystalline structure around the joints vanished, and the figure lunged once more. Su Bin hastily retreated to avoid its attack. The axe was rendered useless. In a desperate attempt, he plunged the remaining half of the axe into the head of the figure attempting to rise. Unarmed, he found himself in a dire predicament. He had underestimated not only the defensive specialization, but also its inherent active skills. It seemed to be immobilized while guarding its joints. Lao Bai, I've encountered a troublesome situation. Su Bin, devoid of a viable strategy, could only hope that Lao Bai would resolve matters swiftly. Upon casting a glance towards Old Bai's direction, it became apparent that while the ordinary puppets had been dealt with, the brown puppet exhibited an astonishingly rapid crawling speed, persistently retreating to evade Old Bai's assaults. This predicament posed a considerable challenge for me. Each time I attempted to strike, it would flee. Whenever I paused, it would retaliate. Hearing Old Bai's lamentations, Su Bin could only devise a means to draw closer to him. However, the white puppet lunged once more, its angle of attack exceedingly tricky. Seizing the moment, he endeavored to push it away with his palm, only to find himself repelled instead. It bore a notable weight and demonstrated a discernible counterforce, quite peculiar indeed. Su Bin managed to create some distance and finally approached Old Bai, at which point he remarked, "The one I am dealing with possesses a self-defensive joint mechanism, and my axe has become inoperative. Moreover, her strength surpasses that of the ordinary puppets." Old Bai grimaced, irritatedly gesturing towards his adversary. "How about we switch?" She is as agile as an eel. All right. Su Bin readily acquiesced, disregarding Old Bai's protests as he dashed forward, shouting, "Rosie!" The axe. There were still the chopping knife and axe from the village on the vehicle, which would make dealing with this unarmored puppet considerably easier. Catch! Lan Rua tossed the axe, perfectly landing it in Su Bin's grasp. This, however, brought distress to Old Bai, who glanced back at the approaching white puppet and then sorrowfully at the outdoor axe. "Oh, axe, please do not shatter." As the white puppet lunged at him, Old Bai raised his shield in an attempt to hold it back, nearly meeting with disaster. Just as Su Bin had stated, it was indeed heavy. Fortunately, having trained for several years, he managed to withstand the assault, making the situation far more manageable. Old Bai seized the opportunity and struck at the doll's neck, momentarily restraining his force as it became encased in crystal. "Am I a fool? You can't move now. Can you?" Old Bai smirked, raising his axe. "Come on, let me see how long you can remain still." Chapter 21. An encounter at the Jiang Hotel. My name is Su Bin. Did I just get bitten? Indeed, such a reckless approach is ill-advised. The battle has concluded. Su Bin gazed at the brown doll from which he had just severed the head. Initially, he had considered discarding an arm to close the distance and hastily end the confrontation. If he acted swiftly enough, perhaps he would only sustain minor injuries. However, aside from a fleeting moment of pain and some bleeding, Su Bin looked down at the two grotesque bite marks on his left arm. The bleeding had ceased. Am I recovering too quickly? Creak. The battle on Old Bai's side had also reached its conclusion. Su Bin observed as he successfully engaged the white doll in a game of immobility. Clearly, victory belonged to Old Bai. Good heavens, my arm is sore from holding it up. Old Bai lamented, shaking his arm in disbelief as he looked at Su Bin, astonished that Su Bin had resolved his own battle first. Are you all right? I see you. It's nothing, just a surface wound. Is there any disinfectant left over there with Roy Raw? Yes, but not much. What about the one on your chest? That one is fine now. Su Bin suddenly turned his gaze towards the long-haired Mita, who had just stepped out of the car and approached the white doll, crouching before it. Lan Rua shrugged atop the car hood. The battle was over, and there was no need for him to intervene. Su Bin moved closer and asked, "What's the matter?" The white figurines began to fade away, while the long-haired Mita held a damaged pink cassette in her hand. She was unique. I had just disassembled her. Yet this aspect I could not erase. Long-haired Mita handed the broken cassette to Su Bin, evidently leaving the decision in his hands. "What use is this?" Su Bin inquired, scrutinizing the cassette. Regrettably, long-haired Mita shook her head, stating, "To decipher it, I would need at least a month." With that, she approached the brown figurine and similarly acquired a damaged cassette to present to Su Bin. Was this the very item that Mad Mita had tasked the players to seek? If the operations were identical, how many disobedient aberrant figurines had Mad Mita already disposed of? The figurine, enveloped in a layer of skin, represented Mita, but prior to that, a solidification of understanding was necessary, as there would always be some inherently aberrant. Among them, some figurines still possessed the potential to become qualified Mitas. Would any aberrance among them lead to opposition against Mad Mita? Ding! The vehicle has arrived, Lao Su. We're here. On the vehicle, Su Bin pondered over the cassette in vain. Ultimately placing it into his backpack, perhaps it would be beneficial to hand it over to the authorities later. The cassette bore images of the two aberrant figurines, and nothing more. Perhaps a specialized player could be sought to. My phone is vibrating. Why are there so many messages? Su Bin opened one, but hesitated to open the next. Where are you? 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 Enough with the madness, woman. Is this because you've discovered that your two subordinates have been eliminated? Was this not within her expectations? She had countless opportunities to eliminate him directly. Yet, this situation seems favorable. She would likely refrain from further attacks for the time being. If she is currently at the factory, does that mean the Jinsei Mall is deserted? Su Bin rifled through the information, recalling that Crazy Mita had mentioned going to the mall to crack a minigame before she eliminated everyone. Will City A turn into a ghost town? Su Bin remained silent, gazing at the two individuals in the front seat, each lost in their own thoughts. Meeting with the madwoman, we shall confront her at the mall. Before this city falls completely, we must save more lives. Lan Rua nodded, casting a glance at the location sharing. It would take another hour and a half to reach the Fanjiang Hotel. As night approached, they would have time to rest there. On the road, aboard, Su Bin engaged long-haired Mita in a game. For playing with her meant he need not concern himself with winning or losing anything of significance. Could crazy Mita truly be changed? Is that even possible? I lost again. Subin interjected before long-haired Mita could announce the result, seemingly beginning to grasp the rules. At least, he had managed to eliminate one of the pieces from Mita's grasp. We have arrived, Laobai announced. Outside lay a commercial street littered with abandoned vehicles and a few residents daring to venture out in search of supplies. Those bound with cloth strips regarded Laobai and his group with hostility but did nothing further. It felt rather unsettling. I'll prepare the crossbow, Lan Ruo conceded, readying the bolts. To kill? Such an act surely cannot be right. Ultimately, they must journey to City B, for here lies a dead end. And City B will not grant leniency to murderers. This is a critical period of united resistance. Caution is paramount. The winding streets reveal Old Bai's remarkable driving skills, effortlessly navigating the terrain. The vehicle halted in the parking lot before a hotel, where the trio disembarked, only to discover the premises already occupied. Two individuals stood guard at the entrance, one on the left and one on the right, clutching iron spears, with fabric strips on their arms reading, "Supply team?" A standoff ensued, as the guards eyed them warily, clearly intent on preventing entry to the hotel, while Subin and his companions searched for the madman. Should they send a message? No need. He has arrived. Lan Ruo beheld the figure emerging from the hotel. It was Feng Zhanya, who instantly recognized Subin and his group. Ruozi, Old Bai, Wenwu. The madman strode forward, inviting them to enter first. The hotel was modestly sized, its exterior exuding a rustic charm, whereas the interior was far more exquisite. Regrettably, water and electricity had been cut off, and several rooms were already booked. Come, we shall occupy this one. The madman led them to a spacious room, accommodating 3. Here. It could barely sleep 6, I suppose? Old Bai inquired while tidying the disheveled bedding. Indeed. We have some from our school, as well as the elderly and children, Feng Zhanya replied with a shrug and a smile. I also brought a few members from the shelter's supply team. So many? Lan Ruo expressed surprise, her curiosity piqued. They can't be players, can they? Old Bai isn't a player either. Why is he here? The madman gestured towards Old Bai, who sat on the bed. Now, the 3 of you must clarify the situation for me. What exactly is going on? How have those puppets become so formidable? Why has our city suddenly gone dark? Are we presently situated in a city that has been forsaken? Faced with the madman's relentless inquiries, Lan Ruo ultimately rose to her feet and recounted their journey, excluding only the relationship between Subin and the deranged Mita. From the madman, they learned that the temporary refuge at the train station had succumbed to chaos. Chapter 22. The finale approaches. Pre-war preparations. My name is Subin, and a multitude of events have transpired beside me. I believe our story is on the brink of conclusion in the coming days. Well, if we emerge victorious, perhaps things will not be too dire. Currently, we have exchanged intelligence with the madman. His refuge has been besieged by a horde of puppets, and the military has been exhausted by an indestructible puppet. Fortunately, a passage for refugees has been provided, and they have largely congregated in this vicinity. The remnants of supplies, along with the military and police, are contemplating consolidating their forces to force their way through the sea of puppets, crossing the bridge to City B. Though such attempts have been made before, few have survived the ordeal, as the mall has been mercilessly bombarded towards the bridge. It is unimaginable that even without bombs, the distance alone could be fatal. Therefore, the only conceivable solution now is for the players to collectively attempt to engage in the game, with a portion targeting the mall, which is akin to courting death. However, this might allow a few more to survive the crossing of the bridge. I think I understand now. The victor of the game has only a 50% chance of living. Laobai spoke heavily from his bed. Those who attack the marketplace have almost no chance of survival. As for those who cross the bridge, they have less than a 50% chance. Less than half. Lan Ruo gazed at Laobai in astonishment. Laobai nodded, counting on his fingers. The sea of puppets, special puppets. The fabled stag-headed man we encountered may also appear there. She will not permit anyone to shatter the rules so easily. So, does this mean our survival rate is relatively high? Lan Ruo's words elicited a laugh from Subin. What about those who lose, with half of us still alive? Subin leaned against the wall, gazing at the evening glow outside. Tomorrow, we face a battle to the death. Hence, let us strive for more to survive. That night, the madman recounted the events prior to the Jinsei marketplace. They were not the first group of players heading there. Several groups had ventured before them, and indeed some had triumphed in the game, crossing the sea of puppets unscathed to reach City B. She truly allows players to pass? Yes, but those who have crossed did so without Mita by their side. Feng Zhanya added. She might perceive this as merely the first game. Without Mita, Subin glanced at the long-haired Mita sitting by the window, then at the ring and cassette in his hand, which bore a photo of long-haired Mita. What purpose does this cassette serve? As well as the transfer of authority from Mita, he observed Lan Ruo borrowing Mita's hat as a prop. Yet he himself had never borrowed anything. Power? Surely, the deranged Mita would not allow him to prevail. If victory is unattainable, must defeat be the only alternative? Is there a third resolution? Subin pondered. If I managed to overcome her, would that not be considered a victory? No one answered him. The remaining three in the room had succumbed to slumber, and Mita, the hat wearer, was sprawled across the table in deep sleep. Do dolls also sleep? The long-haired Mita remained awake, gazing out at the moonlit window, offering him no response. The only entity that answered him was his own self within the realm of dreams. Do you wish to vanquish her? Then, what is the price? On the dawn of the following day, this marked a rare occasion of early rising for them. The fate of life or death would be decided today. The assembly of players gathered from the hotel comprised approximately 30 individuals, while the team tasked with stalling the bomb attacks in the marketplace was a mere 15. Among them were soldiers, ordinary citizens, and the supplies team led by Feng Zhanya. Let us join old Su and the others. It's not as if non-players cannot participate in the game, Lao Bai remarked while adjusting his attire. Securing a steel plate within his down jacket. Suit yourself. It seems my demise is inevitable. Feng Zhanya chuckled self-deprecatingly. Hey, surely not. Unexpectedly, Subin exclaimed. He approached the player team and sought out the expressionless face attempting to blend into the crowd. Zhou, what are you doing here? Where is Jinpeng? Zhou Yi's eyes darted away, and he scratched his head sheepishly, saying, while crossing the river, there were puppets in the water. They capsized the boat. I was too scared to get on, but Jinpeng, He is Jinpeng dead? Subin felt the events unfolded too quickly, somewhat abruptly. I don't know, I didn't see his body, but it's probably as good as dead. Zhou Yi scratched his head. So, in the end, I just came back around. Subin sighed, patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder, and said with a smile, wish you win the game, see you in City B. Yeah, Zhou Yi watched Subin's departing figure, a flicker of malice in his eyes. Hey, Vice Monitor, you're here. Lan Ruo suddenly walked over from the other side, saying, I just went to the restroom. How did you end up over here? By the way, where were we? You were talking about you and Uncle Bing. Oh, speaking of which, I have to mention my perfect aim, Lan Ruo boasted, holding up her crossbow with a laugh. Didn't I just tell you? Old Su got tangled up with crazy Mita. We're all classmates. Helping him out is nothing. I trust you enough to tell you this. If Subin was killed by crazy Mita, or if he suddenly died, would crazy Mita stop? Zhou Yi suddenly said coldly. Lan Ruo immediately elbowed him. Old Zhou, what a joke. That's too cold, just like you, huh? Oh, they're calling me over there. Gotta go. See you in City B. As Zhou Yi gazed at the departing Lan Ruo, his resolve grew ever more steadfast. Farewell. The final group of students from the Daxiao Industrial College had boarded their transport, and fortunately, an autonomous bus lingered nearby. Within the confines of the academy remained the villagers who had fled from the surrounding areas, alongside a cadre of emaciated teachers. In stark contrast to the villagers, they had not succumbed to the baseness of human nature by resorting to theft. No, that notion was misguided. Rules are founded upon strength. Even the most righteous of regulations requires sufficient power for their enforcement. Here they come. Stand firm. Is everyone assembled? A villager, armed with a shotgun, jogged over and surveyed the crowd, declaring, this is the last bus. Those left behind must accept their fate. The crowd stirred with renewed energy, even excitement. For who could have anticipated that their seemingly inevitable demise would lead to such an opportunity? Outside the academy gates, a bus came to a gradual halt. Li Weiqing adjusted his sunglasses, spat out the toothpick from his mouth, and proclaimed with a grin, board the bus. Where's the driver? Hurry up. I'll head to the front and clear out the dummies. He approached the motorcycle he had parked at the entrance, retrieving the bloodstained sign bearing the name Li Weijun. The Eagle Nation had not deceived him. Extraordinary powers truly existed. Very well, brother, let us journey together to City B. Chapter 23. The game commences, an encounter with the grotesque Mita. My name is Subin. We have surmounted numerous obstacles to arrive here, amidst the expansive Jinsei Mall, where bloodstains and scattered wrecked vehicles are ubiquitous. Here, I shall initiate the final battle. I will emerge victorious, without a doubt. Unlike the former glory, the towering mall now lies in ruin, with flickering, half-collapsed neon signs and windows billowing thick smoke. It is difficult to imagine that this was once a place capable of accommodating thousands of shoppers simultaneously. As we navigated through the chaos of abandoned vehicles outside the mall, skillfully sidestepping the craters in the ground, our gaze fell upon the mall's entrance, which had long since crumbled, revealing an abyss of darkness within. Were we stepping into death? Or was there a glimmer of hope? "Let us proceed," a voice called out from the player team, prompting a few to venture inside, followed by the rest. Subin glanced back at the street, where some players had arrived from elsewhere, watching with an air of reluctance, as if they were not in a hurry to enter. Wen Wu and Lao Bai offered him a lumberjack's axe, while he carried a backpack and a plastic shield. It wasn't stated that we couldn't bring equipment, was it? Better to be prepared, he thought. As the trio approached the entrance, long-haired Mita grasped Su Bin's hand, exchanging a glance before stepping into the darkness. In an instant, the shadows enveloped them. Wen Wu, Ruozi. Lao Bai awoke from his stupor, struggling to rise, having lost consciousness the moment he stepped into the darkened realm. Were they now within the confines of the mall? Beneath the dim light, rows of shelves stretched endlessly before him. Dinging. Lao Bai retrieved his phone to read an anonymous message that had just arrived. "Welcome, player by Jean. Please find 10 damaged cartridges in the mall within 1 hour to complete your task and safely leave City A. During this time, regulators will pursue players in the mall. You can evade them using the elevators and staircases. Good luck." "What? Am I really considered a player?" Lao Bai shook his head. He checked his backpack and was relieved to find everything intact. The plastic shield and outdoor axe were already in hand. He decided to delay the search for the damaged cartridges. Su Bin and Lan Ruo had entered with him. Why couldn't he see them? "How many floors am I on?" Lao Bai approached a wall that emanated light, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He counted the floors and realized he was approximately on the 18th level. He had entered from the first floor, yet here he was on the 18th? Could it be a random teleportation? This has separated everyone. Bang! Gunfire echoed from below. Someone brought a gun, but what followed was a scream, reverberating through the floors. "The regulator is right below me? Never mind. I should search for the damaged cartridges first." "Lan Ruo, wake up, Lan Ruo." Lan Ruo blinked and glanced at Zhou Yi, who had roused him, smiling. "Old Zhou, how did I end up here?" He struggled to rise and surveyed the area, realizing he was alone with Zhou Yi on this floor. A notification appeared on his phone. Zhou Yi offered a reminder, prompting Lan Ruo to check the message and grasp the current situation. "So, we have been separated? Then?" Zhou Yi asked coldly, "Where's Su Bin?" I inquired as Lan Ruo opened the dormitory chat group. Ruo, Su Bin old by free wind. "Where are you?" Amidst the shelves, Su Bin gazed at his phone screen in silence, while the long-haired Mita seated beside him made a gesture for silence as well. Su Bin, reflecting in silence, turned off his phone, aware of the other movements among the shelves. He was on the 4th level. The 2 unfamiliar players accompanying him had perished, leaving him alone on this floor. Why was it that others sought cartridges, yet his experience was so different? "Dear, you have finally arrived. I have prepared a little game for everyone, but you are special. Who could resist my fondness for you? So, before we capture you, uncover this answer. 1 to 1. Find the answer?" He indeed glimpsed some numbers on the wall moments ago, but the number 0 was absent, suggesting it was not located on this level. Thud, thud. The footsteps drew near, and Su Bin was acutely aware that his current position would inevitably be exposed. He had to reach the elevator to escape the pursuit. The long-haired Mita grasped his arm, evidently reluctant to let him wander aimlessly. He understood that there was a signal shield on Mita's side, yet the situation at hand transcended mere signal disruption. They had to move. Su Bin whispered, pulling her along as they hastened towards the elevator. Behind them, Mita with unnaturally sharp hands discerned their trail, and a chase became unavoidable. Fortunately, their movements were swift. The elevator had already activated. Su Bin turned back, hurling the axe, forcing the pursuing Mita to retreat just as she closed in. As Su Bin was about to step into the elevator, he was confronted by a Mita whose appearance diverged drastically from the others, an unsightly Mita. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bin grasped the hand of the long-haired Mita and sprinted towards the staircase, never anticipating that they would opt for the elevator. Suddenly, the space before him shattered, revealing the figure of the grotesque Mita. However, having experienced such occurrences in the game, he had already predicted this scenario and had swiftly pulled the long-haired Mita in the opposite direction. The teleportation ability of the ugly Mita was indeed unsettling. No matter how many times it occurred, she She mentioned wanting to take you to meet her. Before the ugly Mita could complete her sentence, she realized Su Bin had already led the other Mita far away, prompting her to pursue them at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, Su Bin found himself drenched in sweat, completely overwhelmed by these two monstrous beings. Did the ugly Mita just speak? In the game, they were incapable of speech. Had the deranged Mita repaired her? Who was that creature? Su Bin glanced at the sharp-handed Mita, who had just dispatched two players before him without engaging in combat with the deranged Mita. She possessed consciousness. It hurt so. It hurts so much. The sharp-handed Mita fiddled with the axe embedded in her head, emitting a piercing wail. Do you too feel pain? Su Bin scoffed softly, pulling the long-haired Mita towards another elevator. Indeed, this mall was vast. It was improbable that there was only one elevator. Surely, it could not be another ambush. No, 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 you shall not pass. The voice of the ugly Mita echoed in his ear just as Su Bin pressed the elevator button and the doors began to slowly part, only for the space before him to shatter once more. Another teleportation? Enough is enough. Su Bin aimed carefully, and at the very moment the grotesque Mita emerged from the shadows, he delivered a powerful kick that sent her flying. Before the ugly Mita could finish her sentence, she was propelled backward, and Su Bin seized the opportunity to step into the elevator. Inside, he had no time for contemplation and hastily pressed the button for the first floor. Chapter 24. A stealthy kiss. My name is Su Bin, and I am being pursued by two adversarial Mitas. I seek answers, and, if fate allows, I wish to escape with them. As the elevator doors slowly creaked open, he was greeted by a horrific scene akin to hell on earth. Splatters of blood adorned the floor. Were there truly no living players left here? Su Bin murmured to himself as he approached the Crimson Pool, where he discovered scattered game cartridges, 24 shattered pieces. It was a lamentable sight. Had they managed to consolidate their cartridges and transfer them to just two individuals, perhaps 2 lives could have been spared. Alas, the rules of his game diverged from theirs. Otherwise, he too might have found a way out. Large blood-stained footprints caught his attention. Could it be the stag-headed man? The prince led toward the staircase, indicating an ascent had already occurred. Was there truly a means of escape here? Su Bin reached out to touch the ominous black doors of the marketplace, unable to discern what lay beyond. Was this genuinely the first floor? At that moment, a long-haired Mita approached, placing her hand upon the door. I can unlock it, she offered. Indeed, the long-haired Mita possessed the ability to decipher the lock, potentially allowing some of the less fortunate players a chance at escape. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Su Bin, on high alert, glanced toward the source of the sound. There stood a seemingly ordinary Mita, who timidly inquired, Are you a player? My player has perished. Do you wish to escape? I can assist you. Perished. Su Bin surveyed the grim scene on this floor, wondering if only Mita remained alive. The deer-headed man appeared to refrain from attacking Mita, a precautionary measure implemented by the deranged Mita. You can decipher it? Indeed. But my computational ability is rather feeble. Well, it is certainly faster than leaving the long-haired Mita to tackle it alone. He glanced at the long-haired Mita and inquired, Is this Mita normal? However, it still seems too coincidental. The long-haired Mita tilted her head, observing the ponytailed Mita for an extended period before responding. Her power is akin to mine. Her computational capacity is indeed weak. I can effortlessly access her data packet. Although somewhat different from the other Mitas, she is normal. Very well. Su Bin's anxious heart eased slightly. He feared that it might be a guise of the deranged Mita, as her previous display was truly heart-wrenching. He could somewhat comprehend the impulsive behavior of the deranged Mita, given that they already had a Mita on their side. Would she be prone to jealousy? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bin embraced the long-haired Mita, stealing a quick kiss. Oh, the long-haired Mita was taken aback, but did not resist. Meanwhile, the ponytailed Mita observed them with no reaction. It seemed everything was in order. Then, the ponytailed Mita hesitantly began to speak. Actually, the players are not dead. What? Su Bin was momentarily stunned. Just then, the ponytailed Mita pointed timidly towards the direction of the restroom and said, I just secretly saw them dragging a player in there. The players are not dead, merely injured, but I cannot enter. How could this be? They possess the authority. I cannot breach it alone. Yet players should be able to come and go freely. She added, It seemed that this task fell solely upon him. You two focus on the decryption here. I will go rescue them, Su Bin declared before making his way toward the restroom, where a flickering red light illuminated the entrance, obscuring the outside scene once he stepped inside. What? A one-way door? Su-bin mused, touching the door he had just come through, now sealed with concrete. Oh. A player. A faint voice emanated from the restroom stall, unmistakably belonging to Mita. Upon looking down, he saw little Mita. Her visage in the game had been marred from repeated deaths at the hands of the frenzied Mita, yet now it appeared unblemished. Su-bin knew better than to hastily judge her disposition based solely on her appearance. Are you Mita? He inquired. Little Mita nodded. Were you also locked away by her? Locked away? Her? Just then, a notification pinged on his phone, and Su-bin's expression darkened as he opened the message. Dear, your foolishness is somewhat endearing, but it also vexes me. How shall I deal with her now? The frenzied Mita had sent an image, a recent selfie of ponytailed Mita, her sinister smile betraying her. Behind her, the long-haired Mita was bound to a chair, her pleading gaze fixed upon the camera, seeking his judgment. Was it too hasty? How could one escape from this place? Mita stepped back, remaining silent. Listen, I'm in a hurry. Su-bin pressed down on her shoulder while scanning the surroundings for other exits. This place is. Mita lowered her head and murmured, a cage. All right, calm down. Su-bin responded. Mita means no harm. She refers to this as a cage. Yet she too is confined by the deranged Mita. She has compelled me to act on her behalf. Mita hesitated, saying, she took my friend. If I refuse, I cannot. I no longer wish to serve her. But. Mita's head drooped, trembling incessantly. Listen, Mita, Su-bin crouched down earnestly. Her malevolence knows no bounds. Do not act against your conscience. Do not succumb to her. I understand you cannot defeat her, but I will take care of her. Mid-sentence. Su-bin was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his heart, while Mita gazed at him with a look of confusion. Before Su-bin, a prop inventory appeared. Mita was dead. It was already too late. Is that so? I understand now. In Mita's hand appeared a ring and a cassette. Can you keep them safe? Su-bin took the items, which seamlessly entered the inventory, much like a game. Before her demise, Mita granted him access to the inventory. Though numerous questions lingered, they arose only after triumphing over the frenzied Mita. He beheld the petite Mita advancing towards the wall, her hand brushing against its surface, which instantaneously warped, revealing a contorted corridor before Su-bin. At that moment, he comprehended why the frenzied Mita had preserved the little Mita. This extraordinary ability, this entire marketplace had been transformed by her. It was feasible, they could escape. The little Mita cast a reluctant glance back at Su-bin. He rose to his feet, poised to step into the twisted corridor when an overwhelming sensation of vertigo struck him. No, it was not a mere feeling, it was reality. The world was collapsing around them. Come back. The little Mita grasped Su-bin, pulling him back into the confinement just as a series of explosions erupted. Were they bombarding the marketplace? Had the military commenced their offensive? How fortuitous that it occurred at this precise moment. Chapter 25. With all their might, B-City News. The bombardment has successfully struck its target. Drones have relayed images of the Jin's marketplace in ruins. Many refugees are appearing at the Yuejiang Bridge. The military is initiating a final stand. D-City News. Our city's refuge project has been preliminarily completed. We welcome the refugees from a city. Cough, cough. Su-bin awakened amidst the dust, observing the anguished expression of the little Mita within the cage, as if she were controlling something. As he gazed outward, beneath the haze, the marketplace appeared on the verge of collapse, with disjointed floors and corridors suspended precariously in midair. The fractured floor tiles were interconnected by chains, and as he gazed downward, he beheld a wasteland littered with numerous corpses, some of which were still clinging to life. Staring up at the sky amidst the dust, the bombardment had come as a shock. Due to their disconnection, they had never anticipated such an occurrence. Subsequently, Su-bin spotted Lao Bai and his companions, Lan Ruo and Zhou Yi, by his side. They were alive, which was reassuring. He heard cries for help and witnessed those imprisoned within cages, failed players who were injured, yet undeniably alive. The situation was stabilizing. Mita twisted the dust, conjuring each tile from thin air. She was nearly expending all her energy, but she could not save everyone. Su-bin lowered his gaze to a tile, where he saw her, the single ponytailed Mita, the guise of the frenzied Mita. She held the severed head of long-hair Mita, smiling as she looked at Su-bin. Then, she tossed the head into the ruins, and the body was kicked off the tile. What can I do? She was taunting me, but do I truly possess the strength to defeat her? He stared at the inventory before him. Long-hair Mita, before her demise. had not merely transferred this authority. She had also left behind a weapon. It was a knife, and when Su Bin reached out to touch it, he received its information: durable, restoration, power surge. Such simple descriptors, crafted to counter the frenzied Mita. How long had she been devising this? From the moment she departed the academy? She believed in me, so should I turn a blind eye? No. I had already arrived at my answer before pondering the question. Xiao Mita, grant me a platform to traverse there. In Su Bin's hand appeared a silver-hued long blade, far heavier and larger than he had anticipated. One might refer to it as a colossal sword. To wield it would require all his strength, even now. Simply gripping it felt as though it might dislocate his arm. The ground beneath began to connect, yet, regrettably, not much was accomplished. Apologies. Player. I am utterly devoid of strength. Xiaomi Tower collapsed onto the ground, uttering in a humble tone. Su Bin cast a glance and noted that the height was indeed considerable. Jumping down seemed perilous. Ah, the remainder shall be entrusted to me. Su Bin smiled as he gently ruffled Xiaomi Tower's hair, then leaped down. Fortunately, he was only momentarily enveloped in darkness, without any grave repercussions. A wave of warmth surged through his legs as his injured body began to heal, and swiftly at that. He had sensed something amiss ever since that day when the frenzied Xiaomi Tower had bared her heart to him. His body's recovery rate was remarkable, yet simultaneously, the pangs of hunger grew increasingly pronounced. At present, he stood upon a platform formed by the connection of 6 land parcels, with the mad Xiaomi Tower gazing at him in astonishment from across. Oh my, the frenzied Xiaomi Tower covered her mouth, laughing. You leapt down from such a height just to see me. See you? How naive. At this moment, Su Bin's sole desire was to vanquish this deranged woman. But what about them? Su Bin observed the individuals scattered across the land parcels, Old Bai and the others. Their lives were not within his power to save, and if the mad Xiaomi Tower were to use them as leverage, it would spell disaster. From their appearance, it seemed they had yet to gather the broken cartridges. Thus, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Dearest, I trust your arrival heralds solutions, not vengeance for that woman. Mita's candid words resonated audibly throughout the vicinity. My gratitude, Feng. You are now indebted to me for 2 lives. Amidst the ruins, Feng Zhanya assisted the blonde, who had been pinned by debris, and overheard Mita's remark. A sense of bewilderment swept through the onlookers. Are they acquainted? Mita fixed her gaze upon Su Bin, who brandished the massive blade, her countenance darkening. You harbor no intention of engaging in my game, do you? I meticulously orchestrated this contest for you, ensuring no external interference. Can you not appreciate my benevolent intentions? If that is the case, then your game is utterly tedious. Su Bin interjected, surprised by his newfound audacity, yet relishing the perceived coolness of his words. Mita regarded Su Bin with astonishment. Su Bin continued, let us partake in my game instead. Let us engage in 3 rounds. Should I withstand them all, everyone is to be released, and I shall remain. However, should I falter, all of us shall remain captive. To hell with you. Exclamations of outrage emanated from the crowd, as they vehemently rejected his proposition of wagering their lives. However, his proposal was one thing. Whether Mita would accept it, or modify the rules, was another matter entirely. Intriguing indeed. Madman Mita retracted her devilish grin, pouting as she glanced at Su Bin and remarked, your game is even duller than mine, but it's acceptable. I shall show mercy. With that, a blood-red dagger materialized in her hand. Her excitement unmasked as her crimson eyes fixated on him. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged at that moment. The wind swept through, enveloping the two in a cloud of dust, and the red glimmer abruptly vanished from Su Bin's view, followed by Lao Bai's urgent shout, Old Su, behind you. In a hair-raising instant, Su Bin pivoted, wielding his colossal blade to deflect Madman Mita's assault. The sweeping arc of the blade was sluggish, allowing Madman Mita to merely retreat a step to evade it. Now, he felt a twinge of panic. Was that merely raw speed, or had she teleported? Her force did not seem overwhelmingly heavy. Perhaps she was indeed showing restraint? Well, at least this counts as the first round. Seizing the moment when the wind stilled, Su Bin instinctively thrust the massive blade forward, unleashing a surge of power. Madman Mita's figure indeed appeared at that very spot, deflecting the strike with her dagger, yet she was sent hurtling back by the sheer force, sliding to the edge of the terrain. Splendid. Magnificent. The surroundings erupted in applause and cheers, as they glimpsed a flicker of hope in Su Bin's ability to emerge victorious. Initially, Each of them had been acutely aware of Madman Mita's prowess. A stranger had suddenly turned them into pawns, eliciting feelings of skepticism and fury. Now, witnessing the back-and-forth exchange, they eagerly chanted, "First round! First round! The first round!" Chapter 26. Not at full strength, I am Su Bin, and despite my utmost efforts, I find myself unable to triumph. Just kidding. In the midst of the dust, Su Bin clenched his fist, the excited voices of the players around him resonating for an extended period. He gazed intently into the eyes of the frenzied Mita, realizing that his strength was indeed sufficient after that last encounter. Not at full strength. Mita glanced down at the knife in her hand, noticing cracks forming upon its surface. She was taken aback, for her teleportation had been discerned. The finesse of her teleportation was superior to that of the grotesque Mita, and the fine fissures had been detected in the very first round. Gracefully, she extended 2 fingers towards Su Bin, signaling for the second round, before stepping back and falling from the platform. Su Bin was momentarily bewildered, but quickly lunged forward, rolling away from his previous position. He caught sight of the frenzied Mita, who thrust towards the spot he had just occupied. Indeed, she was teleporting again, this time targeting his blind spot. From behind. The arena erupted with late warnings from others, transforming into awe as Su Bin evaded her attack. He raised his massive blade to thwart Mita's relentless pursuit. As he began to speak of the second round, the frenzied Mita charged at him once more, her speed of attack astounding. Her incessant thrusts left Su Bin no room to counter, forcing him to retreat continuously. This woman has completely lost her mind. Would she tire after venting her frustration? What a joke. Do they ever truly become fatigued? With both hands gripping the massive blade, Su Bin unleashed his strength. The tremendous force successfully repelled the frenzied Mita, granting him a moment to catch his breath. The frenzied Mita ceased her assault, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips as she discerned Su Bin's tactics. That colossal blade had the capacity to amplify the force of Su Bin's strike exponentially. As for the cost, Mita chuckled, glancing at the panting Su Bin. He could not sustain this indefinitely. Every human possesses their limits. However, this meant the game had progressed to the third round, the final confrontation, where both parties were well acquainted with one another. Su Bin cast a glance at the onlookers suspended in the air, their eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Yes, this was the moment. He would exhaust every ounce of strength to ensure their escape, except for himself. This calamity was of his making, and it was time to bring it to a close. Su Bin steadied his breath, lowering the massive blade before him. Mita extended 3 fingers, this time. Would she show him mercy? For her, sparing him was the objective, and she had previously articulated the rules. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would remain. Could she comprehend this? If she truly intended to retain everyone, it would lead to mutual destruction. Did she understand? At this juncture, Su Bin channeled all his stamina into the colossal blade. Charge! Su Bin bellowed, gripping the massive blade as he surged toward the frenzied Mita. Her smile widened, and as her dagger parried the blade's thrust, it lunged towards Su Bin's chest. Old Su, be careful. Everyone on site was gripped with trepidation as blood splattered across the arena. The relentless blade of the frenzied Mita repeatedly plunged into Su Bin's chest and abdomen. Yet, he disregarded his wounds and retaliated fiercely, his massive blade slicing through Mita's skin, revealing the intricate components within her. She, too, grew increasingly frantic in her counterattacks. Amidst the sparks generated by their metallic clashes, the two distanced themselves, and the onlookers gritted their teeth, gazing intently at Su Bin. Remarkably, he rose once more as if unscathed. The game had concluded. He glanced up at Lao Bai and the others, offering a wry smile. His regenerative abilities were astonishingly potent. Initially, he believed he could merely endure without collapsing, but unexpectedly, in that brief moment of separation, his internal injuries had nearly healed. The gnawing hunger intensified, and his stamina waned, causing his grip on the massive blade to falter. Mita would not betray their agreement, would she? Su Bin scrutinized the expressions of the crowd. What were they feeling? Surprise? Rage? Not directed at him. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, as if someone had drawn a knife across it from behind, followed by the sounds of furious shouts. Joey, what are you doing? You bastard. When did that guy get up there? You beast. Mita covered her mouth in shock, tilting her head as she observed Su Bin, who knelt before her, supported by his massive blade, and then glanced back at Joey, who had just slashed his neck. The bloodied knife clattered to the ground. Zhou appeared unfazed, facing the crowd, and bellowed, Su Bin, is the mastermind behind this calamity. We are all participants in this game. What justification is there for his close association with the deranged Mita? I have intercepted communications between him and the aforementioned Mita, revealing that he is the sole individual among us who is exempt from procuring cassette tapes. The demented Mita, these effigies, and this entire catastrophe are all his doing. Were it not for his actions, our families and friends would not have perished, and a city would not have been reduced to its current state. Overcoming Mita is our only path to survival. Does he genuinely believe that this act will atone for his transgressions? You all comprehend the gravity of the situation, do you not? Zhou surveyed the assembly, and a pall of silence descended. Some furrowed their brows, casting inquisitive glances towards Su Bin, seemingly struggling to grasp the implications. Others bowed their heads in pensive contemplation, revisiting memories of the past. A few, of a more impetuous nature, had already erupted in vociferous denunciation. Old Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, how could he possibly know? He glanced at Lan Ruo beside him, whose face was ashen, his entire being trembling. Beneath the rubble, Feng Zhanya assisted Huang Mao, his brow furrowed in consternation. Is this truly the case? Having only recently reunited with Lan Ruo and the others, he was entirely ignorant of Su Bin's involvement. Now, he pondered, formulating his own intentions. He was well acquainted with Su Bin's character, recognizing that reaching this point was already a remarkable feat had he been in Su Bin's position. He likely would have prioritized his own survival. Well, Lao Su, your luck has truly run out. Feng, is he a comrade of yours? Huang Mao inquired with a grin. Feng Zhanya cast a sidelong glance at Huang Mao, responding with earnestness, he is a brother. It appears our brother has embroiled himself in significant affairs. Huang Mao remarked with a mischievous smile. Such an eventuality is quite unexpected. Mita, with a mirthful countenance, gazed upon Su Bin and Zhou Yi. A tremor of apprehension coursed through Zhou Yi's very being, his limbs betraying his trepidation. Could he replicate the feat Su Bin had just accomplished? Could he withstand the might of Mita? Nay, both Su Bin and Mita were aberrations, and only an aberration could contend with another. It is him you seek, is it not? He is yours to command. Merely grant us our departure. Mita's jovial visage morphed into one of somberness, yet a faint smile, tinged with malevolence, lingered. Did I require your intervention in my affairs? Could it be that she intended? Nay, Zhou exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently. You made a solemn pact with him. 3 rounds, and then our release. Mita's smile vanished, replaced by an air of placid indifference. Very well. It is beyond my expectation that Mita would utter such words. She would genuinely honor the accord. With a mere snap of her fingers, the disparate terrains commenced to shift and coalesce, a portal materializing upon each segment, a conduit to the ruins below. She would indeed grant them passage. Depart. The assembly remained stationary, wary of treachery, but Zhou could no longer concern himself with such matters, for he beheld the ravenous glint in Lao Bai's eyes, threatening to consume him whole. Driven by terror, he promptly stepped through the portal, finding himself, as expected, in the subterranean ruins. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! He fled in a frenzy of laughter, while the others gradually emerged from the portal. Brother Feng? Huang Mao addressed Feng Zhanya. Feng Zhanya, roused from his reverie, responded, go forth, and bring him back alive. My name is Su Bin, and unimaginable events have transpired around me. My neck aches intensely, and I struggle to breathe. This should not be the case. My self-healing abilities are quite robust. Could it be that I exhausted all my strength upon recovery? How infuriating it is to think that it may end here. There remain so many uncertainties. I am still alive. I can ascertain this by the sound of their voices. The speaker is Zhou. Why is he? Do they all know? I seem unable to contest this. Do I truly deserve such fate? Indeed, this is my tomb, my grave. This is the conclusion. Forgive me. I should have perished long ago. I do not comprehend. Su Bin opened his eyes and beheld that dream, the barrier before him, and the reflection of himself on the other side. Now, I am just like you. I find myself utterly powerless. He voiced Su Bin's innermost thoughts, expressing the doubts that lingered within. My mission, my responsibility is to thwart her. Yet I find myself utterly incapable. I exerted every ounce of strength, witnessing her breach your world, yet I could not intervene. Why? Why? You should not have to endure this. The reflection of himself before Su Bin knelt down, declaring, I am the guilty one. Subin felt a sense of relief as his hand made contact with the barrier, now as fragile as glass, and with a gentle push, he shattered it. The broken remnants of the barrier fell to the ground as he crouched down, resting his hand upon the shoulder of his counterpart. He yearned to express a multitude of thoughts, wishing to abandon the struggle for self-healing and simply depart. Yet, he was reminded of the departed. What of those who had passed? Old Zhao from the dormitory, the teachers, the soldiers who perished while aiding residents in their escape, Uncle Bing, the long-haired Mita. The significance of the deceased is bestowed by the living. There must always be someone to voice their plight, someone who carries the burden of guilt as they move forward. Thus, at last, Subin could finally converse with him. I think. I have come to know who you are. You are not me. You wish to bear all of this in my stead. The figure before him began to disintegrate, towering over Subin, who now found himself gazing upward. Who am I? 360. Do you understand? It was anticipated long ago. However, the Guardian 360 lowered his head, sorrowfully stating, I can do nothing. All I can bring is destruction. I am the virus, the sin of annihilation. So am I. Subin shrugged, a sense of resignation washing over him. But before I relinquish everything to death, I wish. I still have matters to attend to. What matters? Redemption, including your share. Am I worthy? Subin nodded earnestly, extending his hand toward the towering 360. The latter hesitated, ultimately revealing the reason. My power can indeed be lent to you, but it is a force so formidable that it may lead to your own destruction. You are aware of this. Without the resolve to forsake everything, how can one hope to effect change? I am well aware. Subin smiled with a sense of relief, recalling the moment when disaster struck, remembering the night he attempted to counter it by downloading 360. Destruction? I have chosen once before. The 360 Guardian paused for a moment, then smiled and clasped hands with Subin. Call me, kill her, and thank you. The players gradually departed, leaving only Lao Bai and Lan Ruo on the scene. The Wind Warrior of the lower tier, hands in pockets, cast a glance at the motionless Subin, who resembled a statue, before turning to leave. Mad Mita shot a glance at Lao Bai, who glared at her, and returned a chilling smile. Are you still not leaving? Oh, I remember now. You are his companions, aren't you? What follows is a world of two between him and me. Must I ask you to leave? Very well. Mad Mita snapped her fingers, and another grand door swung open, revealing dozens of deer-headed figures exhaling hot breath, their crimson eyes fixated fiercely on Lao Bai and Lan Ruo. He is already dead. You won't even spare his corpse. Lao Bai shouted at Mad Mita in fury, but she did not spare him a glance, striding directly towards Subin. My dear, it will soon stop hurting. Before Mad Mita could finish her words, she sensed a peculiar aura emanating from Subin. Suddenly, Subin's hand clutched her throat with a vice-like grip. He was awake. You were right. It no longer hurts. The power of 360 surged within him, an intensely volatile force, akin to flames raging and ascending within his body. The yellow-green flames clung to the massive blade as he raised his gaze, fixating on the frenzied Mita, whom he had ensnared by the throat. She exhibited not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a devilish smile graced her lips, her eyes brimming with exhilaration. Indeed, you are extraordinary, my dear. You are my finest collection. With a swift motion, Subin swung the colossal blade, the yellow-green flames illuminating the dim surroundings. Yet she had already anticipated the attack and deftly evaded it. The flames licked at her hand, searing through her skin and the internal components of her puppet-like structure. She mused, perplexed as she beheld her vanishing hand, an ability Subin had not previously revealed. Caught off guard, the scene left Lao Bai and Lan Ruo in shock. However, they too found themselves in dire straits, besieged by an overwhelming number of deer-headed adversaries. Ruozi, it seems I am, Lao Bai remarked, clutching a plastic shield and an outdoor axe, his lips twitching as he observed the advancing horde. I can't hold them off. We must conclude this swiftly. Subin, acutely aware of Lao Bai and Lan Ruo's predicament, gripped his massive blade, his unwavering gaze fixed upon the deranged Mita. The silhouette of a colossal yellow-green giant materialized beside him. 360. Grant me the utmost power. I seek a swift resolution. 360. Affirmative, but be warned. This is the initial activation. The strength will solely target the annihilation of her data package. The rest is up to you. That will suffice. Flash. Chapter 28. That day, people witnessed look over there. Mom, do you see? On the Moon River Bridge, the last of the deer-headed beings spewed blood and fell backward off the bridge. Thousands of refugees crowded through this lifeline, fiercely defended by soldiers. As they heard the commotion from the Jinshi Mall, that day, people witnessed the mall engulfed by a yellow-green blaze, devoid of thick smoke, merely burning quietly. Within the flames, the Xiaomi Tower could no longer bear the weight of existence here. She closed her eyes and was consumed by the fire. Players, you must. One by one, the blocks gradually descended under the loosening support. The deer-headed beings emitted mournful cries amidst the flames, tears streaming down as they fell. Gazing at the crimson sun, their lives fading away, the bodies of enforced slaughter finally returning to tranquility. Thank you. They were engulfed by flames, plummeting from the blocks into the inferno of ruins. Was it truly like this? The skin of the frenzied Mita had been entirely incinerated, with only her red eyes surveying the sea of fire. Yet, she could do nothing more. She had missed the optimal chance for escape. The inferno sealed her path of teleportation, the yellow-green flames enveloping her entirely, relentlessly destroying her attempts to restore her data packets. However, the outcome was already sealed. She had lost even the privilege to move. All she could do was watch, with her eyes, the figure of Su Bin across the flames, that Su Bin who knelt, blood spilling from his lips, equally ravaged by this overwhelming force. Was it worth it? The frenzied Mita dared to utter such words, not as a provocation, but purely out of compassion. Do you understand? The moment I witnessed your revival, an overwhelming joy surged within me. You belong to me, and no one shall surpass my will to possess you. Heh. Su Bin coldly chuckled. You still possess the strength to speak? Cough cough you too. It's about time you met your demise, I assenti it. Ah, amidst the flames, the frenzied voice of Mita carried a hint of disappointment. This time, consider it a victory for you. How truly disheartening. One ought to cherish oneself. The crimson glow extinguished within the fire, and she was utterly erased, leaving no trace of data behind. The battle had concluded. The flames gradually subsided, and the 360 Guardian retracted its power, preventing Su Bin from facing true death. Yet, in essence, it felt akin to death. Su Bin clutched his heart in agony. The sensation of burning within him was almost unbearable, and his heart raced furiously. Was this the cost? This is the price of power. How much longer could he endure? 360. Your body is remarkably resilient. I cannot ascertain how much longer you can sustain this. The rest shall be left for others in this world to resolve. 360. You have vanquished her. In the time that remains, take a moment to observe this world. Thank you, Su Bin. Su Bin withdrew the colossal blade into his inventory, collapsing weakly. It was caught by a pair of hands. Lao Bai. Indeed. Lao Bai nodded, wiping the wounds from his cheek, and smiled. Your flames cannot harm us. It is fortunate. We have defeated her. Now, let us journey to City B. City B, you say? Indeed, let us go together. Lan Ruo approached hesitantly, offering her support to Su Bin as they moved forward. The mall was deserted. The refugees had all been evacuated. No one else witnessed Su Bin's final stand. His final stand. Su Bin, exerting every ounce of strength, lifted his head. He discerned several figures atop a distant high-rise. Were those Mita and the doll? They turned to depart, yet he caught sight of them. He beheld the ungainly Mita, whose reaction was a moment too late. Upon the high-rise, the crazed Mita, clad in a crimson and ebony hoodie, broke into a smile. Ah, I've lost. I suppose he's won. The capabilities of the clone are still inferior to mine. Does he truly possess such power? You all ought to steer clear of him. She stroked the head of the ungainly Mita and addressed the multitude of aberrant Mitas. Let's go. We're returning to the factory. Over by the bridge. The bomb Mita revealed a sinister grin, casting a glance at the teeming Yuejiang bridge. Pay it no mind. Let them pass. The crazed Mita turned back, a devilish smile gracing her features. Once the remaining 2 factories are operational, we shall venture to B City in search of more players. Ugh, hiss. Su Bin clutched his chest, emitting a pained groan. Was he now leaning against a corner in the underground parking lot? Before him stood a solitary electric lamp, as well as a collection of pots, pans, and utensils. Awake, old Su. Feng Zhanye descended the stairs, leaning against the wall as he remarked with a sigh. You certainly can sleep. It's almost evening. What transpired? Su Bin inquired, enduring the pain. I seem to have fainted midway. Indeed. Lao Bai has carried you all the way here, Feng Zhanye remarked with a chuckle. Are we in City B? Su Bin inquired, puzzled. No, certainly not. The madman shook his head. They are still in City A. The troops on the bridge will not withdraw until tomorrow evening. We can head to City B tomorrow morning. It is rather unsafe to linger here in this darkness, don't you agree? Subin nodded, though he was uncertain whether his frail body could endure it. He glanced up at Feng Zhanya, who remained unaware of his dire condition. They had stayed behind because he had fainted, hoping he would recover for their journey together. However, they could easily abandon him. Brother Feng, a young man with yellow hair, descended the stairs, grinning mischievously as he approached Feng Zhanya, relaying some information about a resolved situation. What were they discussing? I haven't introduced you yet. This is Huang San, and he will be your comrade henceforth. Feng Zhanya nodded at Huang San. Then, noticing Su Bin's inquisitive gaze, he smiled and said, Old Su, may I ask you something? How do you wish to live from now on? I have heard all about your predicament. Su Bin remained silent. Many had been present when Zhou Yi spoke those words, and it wouldn't be long before the world learned he was the mastermind behind it all. Imprisonment? Death penalty? A sudden attack on the street by a homeless girl wielding a knife? Feng Zhanya chuckled, observing Su Bin's lowered head, and remarked, You truly have it rough, Old Su. This is what you owe me. I shall choose for you. After arriving in City B, live well on my behalf. I shall not go. What? Su Bin looked at him in utter confusion, yet he had already departed. On the desolate street, only a sliver of moonlight illuminated the scene. Huang San wiped the remnants of unclean blood from his hands and said to Feng Zhanya, They've all been eliminated. I nearly lost track of them. What about that one named Zhou Yi? Shall I handle it? No need. Feng Zhanya gestured for Huang San to halt, then stepped into an abandoned shop. Under the dim light, Lao Bai and Lan Ruo glanced up at him. So, have you made a decision? If you're afraid of getting your hands dirty, let me take care of it. Vice Squad Leader, you've really put us through a lot. No need. Lao Bai rose to his feet, restraining Feng Zhanya, and then picked up a bottle of cola from the table, stating, I'll handle it. In the back room of the shop, Zhou Yi pressed his hand against his gunshot wound in his thigh, his nerves taut with fear as he listened to the sounds outside. He watched as Lao Bai entered, noticing his plastic shield and outdoor axe. Squad Leader, Lao Bai placed the canned cola before him and said, as fellow students, let us drink this before you depart. Huh, you bastard. Baijan, what difference is there between us? For him, look at all of this. Ha. You must be insane. Where is Jin Peng? Lao Bai suddenly inquired. His ship was, by someone. Zhou Yi was taken aback by Lao Bai's abrupt question. No, Lao Bai interrupted him, the outdoor axe resting on Zhou Yi's shoulder. Old Zhou, stop deceiving yourself. There is but one river leading to City C. Lao Bai's words sent a tremor through Zhou Yi's pupils. He was formulating a retort, attempting to. That small river had frozen. Upon hearing Lao Bai's declaration, Zhou Yi's teeth chattered, and he beheld the axe raised by Lao Bai, the fury glinting in his eyes. He was not merely here for Su Bin's affair. Wait. Zhou Yi, engulfed in fear, extended his hand, shouting hastily, Lao Bai, the axe gleamed, and Zhou Yi's hand fell helplessly to the ground. Lao Bai wiped the blood from his cheek, offering a self-deprecating smile. After all, we were classmates. End of City A chapter. Chapter 29. Departure from City B. My name is Su Bin, a respectable citizen from City A. In truth, I have traversed from another realm. Yet what transpires now is even more bizarre and fantastical. Perhaps I merely dreamt a splendid dream before the frenzied Mita transformed into a tape. Initially, people regarded it as an ordinary rain until the anomalous dolls emerged, and the relentless Mita escalated the situation, plunging the entire City A into chaos. I must depart from this place. I must vanquish her and ensure the survivors escape. Fortunately, I am accompanied by my brothers, Lao Bai and Lan Ruo. As we confront the eyeless dolls, witness the warrior's demise, and challenge the extraordinary puppets. Through the trials of life and death, our bond has deepened. At last, we reached our destination, and I, exhausted all my strength and triumphed over her. We shall embark on a journey to City B, yet alas, the madman chooses to remain behind, confined within this city, deemed a zone of devastation. Will I return? No, unless City B possesses the means to heal me. Perhaps through my own regenerative abilities, I may find my way back. We shall stand united once more, shall we not? Indeed. Now welcome to City B. Clear's throat. Su Bin awoke from his stupor, his gaze landing upon the very van from earlier, with Old Bai at the helm, skillfully maneuvering through the ruins. Is it so? Was it merely a dream? Su Bin exhaled in relief and chuckled. When shall we arrive at the mall? Lan Ruo, bewildered, turned to Su Bin. Are we still going? Old Bai, driving, laughed. All that is in the past. We are en route to the Grand Bridge. Ah, so it was not a dream. Su Bin fell silent, staring out the window, acutely aware that his life was indeed dwindling. Was it due to his frail condition? He often found himself fainting inexplicably. MIT. Su Bin noticed the inventory bar visible only to him, the ring of long-haired MIT adorning his finger. Within the inventory were 4 tapes and a ring. 2 damaged tapes belonged to the previous peculiar dolls, while the other 2 were for long-haired MIT and little MIT. The ring too belonged to little MIT. She wished for Su Bin to carry these items away. But why? Where is your hat, MIT? Su Bin observed that hat MIT was absent from Lan Ruo's side. She has perished, came the somber realization. It matters not to me. Lan Ruo remarked with an air of indifference. Those servine overseers are too formidable. Hat bore the brunt of a blade for me. Why? Su Bin furrowed his brow in bewilderment, addressing him, so nonchalant. Care? Lan Ruo questioned, turning back to Su Bin with a puzzled expression. They are capable of resurrection. What? This time, it was Su Bin's turn to be dumbfounded, for he was entirely unaware of this fact. You were not informed? Lan Ruo inquired, observing Su Bin's astonished countenance. With a sigh, she elucidated, the rings serve as conduits for their assistance to players, connectors between us and them. Each Mita possesses her own cartridge, housing her fundamental data. As long as another Mita with computational capabilities can be located, they can be resurrected. Alas, I had initially presumed that Hat could be resurrected directly by your long-haired Mita after her demise. It seems I must venture to City B to try my luck. These 2 artifacts are of paramount importance to them, so they only entrust them to the most reliable player. Most reliable, you say? Su Bin shook his head. Ultimately, these matters would be addressed upon arrival in City B. Indeed, Crazy was absent from the vehicle, as foretold yesterday. He and Huang San were to remain in City A. He implored Su Bin not to concern himself with the exposure of matters pertaining to himself and Crazy Mita, for the incident had been suppressed. Unable to comprehend. Yet with his days numbered, whatever life may follow is only to be expected, is it not? We have arrived, Lao Bai announced, decelerating the vehicle. He craned his neck forward, observing that many individuals were still traversing the bridge. Although some derelict vehicles had been removed from the bridge, this was merely to facilitate the passage of refugees. Vehicular transit remained impossible. Presently, a soldier in a black helmet approached and rapped on the car window. Too many people. Do not obstruct the flow. Proceed on foot across the bridge. Security checks await on the other side. Surrender all firearms. Old Bai unbuckled his seatbelt and glanced ruefully at Lan Ruo and Su Bin. Su Bin smiled, opened the car door, and alighted. There was no alternative. They couldn't block the thoroughfare. The wind on the bridge was fierce, and the rising mist obscured the number of refugees. Have some. You've barely eaten anything. Lan Ruo slung her backpack over her shoulder and handed Su Bin a can of yellow peaches. Thanks. Frankly, were it not for the pervasive stench of blood and the uncollected corpses, Su Bin's spirits might have been higher. Just as the trio was preparing to join the throng of evacuees, a scream echoed from afar. What's wrong? Su Bin set down the empty can and peered into the mist, observing the terrified crowd surging backward. A stray bullet grazed Su Bin's cheek as it whizzed past. Bloody hell. Old Su Ruo heads down. Old Bai forcefully pressed their heads down as a volley of bullets and explosions erupted. The refugees prostrated themselves, seeking cover from the gunfire, while the soldier who had ordered Old Bai and his companions out of their vehicle cursed under his breath and advanced, gun raised. Down. Everyone down. Where the devil is the 2nd Battalion? How are there monsters in the middle of the bridge? Monsters? A distant screech caused the pupils of Old Bai and his companions to dilate in horror. It's the deer head, they exclaimed, all too familiar with the creatures. What? The soldier, somewhat perplexed, responded into the radio, emerged from under the bridge. The 2nd Battalion is already. Damn, heading my way. Take aim and fire. Keep the muzzles away from the people. Through the mist, a colossal figure leaped forth, its grotesque antlers charging relentlessly. The soldiers frantically pulled their triggers. But the adversary was too swift, and they had to avoid the refugees, so the bullets failed to strike a vital spot immediately. Old Bai. Su Bin glanced at Old Bai, who had risen to his feet. He noticed the black axe in the deer-headed man's hand, and it was charging directly at the soldier beside him. Bullets would not fell this monster quickly. He decisively tackled the soldier out of the way, using his shield to block the oncoming axe. The axe blade plunged into the plastic shield, nearly cleaving it in two. Yo, the deer-headed man, momentarily unable to extract his axe, emitted a mournful cry. The monster's body was riddled with bullet holes, and the blood it coughed up stained the plastic shield crimson. The monster panted, its ferocity undiminished. It was enraged. However, a sudden arrow pierced straight into its deer eye. It was Lan Rua's well-aimed shot. Unexpectedly, after so many hard-fought battles, the crossbow's accuracy was still impeccable. A hit. With its vision impaired, what followed was. Su Bin strode forward, leaping onto the deer-headed man's back from the wrecked vehicles around. The great blade in his hand materialized. Strength unleashed. Thrust. Chapter 30. An unexpected encounter with a marionette shower. My name is Su Bin, and it seems I have, once again, gained notoriety. The colossal blade pierced through the chest of the stag-headed man, who staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. Su Bin grasped the massive blade and retracted it. The stag-headed man was utterly lifeless, having succumbed without the use of 360s power, relying solely on the might of the blade. This weapon is far superior to my hammer, Lan Rua remarked as she stowed her crossbow and teased Su Bin. Does your hammer not possess any special effects? Su Bin inquired, intrigued. Can it even be enhanced with special effects? Lan Rua gasped in surprise, stroking her chin. Next time, I'll have to get one for my hat as well. By the way, where is Old Bai? Su Bin asked, gesturing towards Old Bai, who was being thanked by the soldiers. Meanwhile, he encountered another soldier, seemingly distinct from the others. This individual, resembling more of a militia member, approached with a long rifle slung over his shoulder and shook Su Bin's hand. Did you just utilize extraordinary abilities, young man? I noticed your blade vanished abruptly. Su Bin shook his head and explained that it was merely the transference of Mita's authority. The militia member expressed momentary disappointment but quickly regained excitement, presenting a letter. No worries. With your impressive strength, would you be interested in learning about our shelter? This is a letter of introduction. With it, you can settle in without paying taxes and acquire accommodation in the core area. Please take a look. Su Bin accepted the letter and glanced through it. Qixing Shelter, Qixing Lake Park. He had heard of the attractions in City B, known for being among its more prosperous districts. However, it appeared that City B boasted more than one shelter. That individual hails from the Qixing Sanctuary? It seems that recruiting capable individuals into their ranks allows those who bring them in to reap benefits as well. Just as he was about to say more, Lao Bai, accompanied by the soldier he had just rescued, approached, prompting the promoter to chuckle and depart. Lao Bai briefly recounted the recent events to Su Bin and the others. The soldier, the leader of the 3rd Battalion responsible for the initial section of the bridge, noted that the army had been scattered, and the chaotic interference from the Mad Mita had forced the soldiers to organize rescue efforts on the fly. Just call me Han Fei. Those few maneuvers you performed earlier. A city truly boasts an abundance of talent. Han Fei beckoned the three to their van. Were you planning to drive over just now? Very well. Allow me to assist you. He took the driver's seat and maneuvered the vehicle along the emergency lane. This vehicle, I trust it isn't stolen from you? He jested during the drive. Absolutely not, Lao Bai replied from the passenger seat, engaging in a light-hearted conversation about the park management area. When Han Fei mentioned Li Weijun, he paused, looking at Lao Bai with curiosity. Do you know Li Weijun? The brother of Soldier Uncle? Lan Rua from the back seat interjected. He was mentioned by Soldier Uncle. He has already made the ultimate sacrifice. Han Fei fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Their squad was supposed to rendezvous with us on this side of the bridge. I never expected. Have they all been left behind? The three nodded solemnly, and Han Fei sighed once more, saying, You are all exceptional warriors. Welcome to B City. As they traversed through the mist, they arrived at the terminus of the Grand Bridge, having left the confines of City A. A few soldiers approached from the checkpoint, and upon recognizing Han Fei in the driver's seat, they chuckled and exchanged a few light-hearted remarks before moving on. Did I just see someone over there promoting a shelter? Han Fei inquired, gesturing towards Su Bin, who was holding a letter. I would advise against private shelters, he remarked. Private? Su Bin glanced at the letter of introduction with a hint of confusion. Is there an official endorsement? City B boasted 3 small shelters and 1 large one, with the Qixing shelter being among the smaller establishments, while the others were constructed by official organizations. Han Fei began to elucidate the current state of City B. During the period of disconnection from City A, the external world had undergone monumental changes. Foremost among them was the doubling of the strength of the puppets. As cities began to emulate one another in the establishment of shelters, each city had at least one shelter, with some boasting a dozen or more. Thus far, the configurations of most shelters were relatively similar, yet a fundamental distinction existed between private and official ones. Private shelters often emerged in regions that the military had failed to support promptly during the initial onset of the disaster, where capable individuals banded together to construct and expand these sanctuaries. In theory, as long as a private shelter did not engage in egregious misconduct, the authorities would remain uninvolved. Their resource allocation prioritized the strong, with stringent assessments for the entry of the injured and ill. Subin's letter of introduction might grant him a temporary advantage within the shelter, allowing him to secure provisions for a brief period. However, as time progressed and the shelter's assessments intensified, failure to meet standards would inevitably lead to his abandonment. The official shelters are interconnected and boast well-established trade routes, occasionally receiving material support from the capital, City H. From top to bottom, as long as there is a will to survive, starvation is not a concern within the shelters. Outside of the shelters, humanoid figures are present throughout the urban area, and each shelter organizes supply teams to venture out for resources. However, it has now evolved into negotiations among the various shelters. The actual supplies must still be produced by the shelters themselves. The large shelter in City B is designated as B1, and it has already established its own production line, achieving self-sufficiency, reminiscent of post-disaster reconstruction. Han Fei drove the vehicle into the checkpoint, assisting everyone in registering their information. Su Bin and others noticed the heavy weaponry surrounding the checkpoint, which had been hastily erected to accommodate the refugees from City A. Firearms are prohibited and must be surrendered. You all haven't brought any guns, have you? Is the crossbow an issue? Lan Rua shook the simple crossbow in her hand. Han Fei shook his head. This is permissible, but once inside the shelter, do not cock it carelessly. Firearms require registration. Only the Defense Department of the shelter and the Special Supply Team are authorized to carry them. These terms left the three in a state of confusion, as the external changes were indeed significant. Suddenly, a clap of thunder startled everyone. The already overcast sky seemed poised to unleash rain. While Han Fei was helping them fill out their information, he paused to glance at the distance. Cursing, is it going to rain again? Once a day, is it? Su Bin initially struggled to comprehend Han Fei's ire until he discerned that it was not merely rain falling from the sky, but also distinctly visible humanoid figures. Are the humanoid figures mingling with the raindrops? The road back for Han Gu is not an easy one, remarked a soldier at the checkpoint with a teasing tone. What can we do? We shall wait for the special forces to sweep through, Han Fei shrugged, though there were unspoken thoughts lingering in his mind. The three individuals in the vehicle exhibited remarkable synergy, and according to their accounts, they possessed ample experience in battling the puppets. Thus, the journey back may not prove to be as arduous as anticipated. Chapter 31. Encounter at B1 Shelter. I am Su Bin. On the very first day of our arrival in City B, we were met with a deluge of puppets. Yet, this soldier named Han Fei remained unfazed, guiding us through the urban labyrinth. As he aptly pointed out, our teamwork was commendable. Should we encounter any specialized supply teams along the way, our journey would be considerably smoother. However, fatigue was creeping in, and the desire for rest was overwhelming. Suddenly, a series of electronic beeps resonated, three distinct tones. Su Bin and his companions jolted slightly, glancing at their phones. Initially devoid of news from other cities, they now found themselves reconnected, having escaped the intense interference caused by the deranged Mita. The younger brother in the back struggled to keep his eyes open. As Han Fei maneuvered the vehicle, he playfully questioned Su Bin. What kind of ordeal did you face in City A? You all appear quite travel-worn. Su Bin remained silent, but Lao Bai, unabashed, chimed in. You wouldn't believe it, but the three of us took down the deranged Mita. The vehicle jolted slightly, and Han Fei's lips twitched in disbelief. He scrutinized the trio, sensing they were not jesting. Perhaps the deranged Mita was indeed the leader of those anomalous puppets? Was the calamity truly over? Why does the dull rain continue to fall? This was certainly a question that lingered, as Old Bai found himself abruptly unable to articulate his thoughts. He glanced back at Lan Rua, who merely shrugged, expressing her own uncertainty. In that moment, Old Bai cast a pleading look towards Su Bin, who was engrossed in his phone. Su Bin then lifted his gaze, took a deep breath, and uttered a poignant statement. She is not dead. Both Lan Rua and Old Bai were momentarily taken aback, while Lan Rua, seated beside Su Bin, was the first to notice the messages on his phone. Dear, take good care of yourself in City B. Your relentless efforts both thrill and concern me. My doppelganger is quite impressive, I assent it. If my true self were to venture there, it would indeed be a perilous situation. Oh, by the way, perhaps. I am currently in City B as well, who knows? Speaking of which, have you solved my riddle? 1-to-1? It appeared she was oblivious to the fact that Su Bin's time was limited. He inhaled deeply and caught a glimpse of Lan Ruo, who was utterly astonished. Upon exiting the mall, I had seen her true self atop the building across from us, Su Bin clarified. Regrettably, I only managed to eliminate her doppelganger. Even more regrettably, at that moment, I lacked the strength to pursue her further. Old Bai fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before suddenly breaking into a self-soothing smile. It's all right, old Su. If you could defeat her once, you can do so again. Su Bin returned the smile. A second chance? It seemed imperative to devise a means to restore his frail body. The battle was far from over. Han Fei, who was driving, found himself believing their words more than he had anticipated. On the bridge, the swift defeat of the deer-head man and the moment when Su Bin summoned the giant blade were scenes he had witnessed before. However, to vanquish the frenzied Mita, such power remains insufficient, does it not? Are you in the mall? Did you catch sight of the yellow-green flames there? Han Fei happened to witness that very moment. If Su Bin and the others had been present then, they surely would have seen it too, right? Han Fei turned his head to glance at the three, noticing Lao Bai and Lan Ruo silently pointing towards Su Bin. Ha! Han Fei suddenly burst into laughter, eagerly pressing on. Was that fire a manifestation of Mita's authority or an extraordinary ability? This posed a dilemma for Su Bin, as it pertained to the power of 360-degree transfer, which should not be classified as an extraordinary ability. It was not Mita. Su Bin could only respond with this roundabout reasoning. So it qualifies as an extraordinary ability? This, I am uncertain. Su Bin scratched his head, embarrassed. Perhaps? Goodness. Lao Su, have you awakened? Lao Bai gazed at Su Bin with excitement in his eyes. Was it at that moment? The mention of that time caused Lan Ruo to lower her head, yet she felt a sense of relief. Since Su Bin had awakened his extraordinary ability after being ambushed by Zhou Yi, her guilt was somewhat alleviated. Could you demonstrate it? Han Fei exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, though it was unclear what exactly thrilled him. Su Bin, however, shook his head. He felt compelled to confide in his brothers about his possibly limited time left. But he could not disclose everything at once. There is a price to pay. A price? The others were puzzled, yet Han Fei seemed to anticipate this, and began to enlighten them about the existence of extraordinary beings. The initial revelation occurred in the Eagle Nation, followed by a gradual emergence of extraordinary individuals within the Great Xia territory. However, the diverse nature of their abilities has rendered categorization a formidable challenge. Presently, the system governing these extraordinary beings remains imperfect, with the only certainty being that the utilization of their powers entails certain costs. Some may exhaust physical stamina, others may experience immediate dizziness upon usage, while some may suffer more severe repercussions, such as being encased within a crystal formation, reportedly trapped in a refuge with no means of rescue. What is the side effect for old Su? Old Bai inquired with concern. Will he feel weakened? Lan Ruo speculated. But that doesn't seem plausible. He appeared quite vigorous when he defeated the deer-headed man. Generally, it is understood that the stronger the ability, the greater the cost. Han Fei scratched his cheek, glancing at the anxious expressions of Old Bai and the others through the mirror, and thus revised his statement. Of course, this is merely theoretical. There is currently scant information on extraordinary individuals. It could be drowsiness? Su Bin suggested, observing their worried demeanor, and consequently, he fabricated a lie. Indeed, I have noticed old Su appearing quite lethargic. Old Bai sighed in relief, a smile gracing his face. Han Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Su Bin through the mirror, surmising that Su Bin was being disingenuous. Was he lying to alleviate the concerns of his companions? Very well, he decided not to press further. What a pity, Han Fei sighed, revealing the rationale behind his inquiries. If there were a way to definitively prove your extraordinary status, I could easily facilitate your introduction to the Defense Department. The Defense Department offers minimal work with generous benefits, and there is no requirement for field duty. Only military personnel, police officers, and extraordinary beings are eligible to apply. However, observing your abilities, it seems you possess considerable strength. Perhaps there is a chance for you to join the Special Supply Team. Very well. Since we are fortunate to have crossed paths, I shall escort you to the B1 shelter. If they happen to be accepting new members, you may find yourselves quite fortunate. Lao Bai nodded. yet a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. He glanced back at Su Bin, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Feeling drowsy, he turned his gaze towards the city of B. Beneath the curtain of rain, the streets were nearly devoid of life, with only the occasional figures attempting to catch up. The figures in the sky continued to descend. Fortunately, the journey had been fraught with little danger. As one of the first safe cities, the roads in B had been cleared, and with Han Fei's adept driving skills, they soon arrived at the shelter. Chapter 32. A Chance Encounter with Dr. Mita. I am Su Bin. Why am I on a hospital bed? As Su Bin opened his eyes, he was greeted by a stark white ceiling, the scent of antiseptic pervading his nostrils. The sunlight was glaring, and beside him stood a woman clad in a doctor's coat, Mita. Unlike other versions of Mita, her expression was notably indifferent, and her subsequent words mirrored that coldness. Hello, I am Dr. Mita. You may simply call me Doctor. Which Mita is this? Well, this peculiar occurrence is just another addition to the bizarre events, yet I cannot shake the feeling of amnesia. I believe I was in a vehicle earlier? Hello, where am I? Su Bin felt it imperative to pose this crucial question. Dr. Mita, her face devoid of warmth, retrieved a small flashlight from her pocket and directed it towards Su Bin. Are you experiencing cognitive dissonance? It was abundantly clear that he was in a hospital. No, why am I here? Su Bin shielded his eyes from the incoming light and then noticed the myriad of small scabs on the back of his hand, as if he had been pricked by needles numerous times before. I must have been in the vehicle, the one that brought me to the sanctuary. Is this where my memory ceases? Dr. Mita leaned closer, adjusting Su Bin's eyelids, and remarked, you actually regained consciousness once during the rescue. Rescue? So I truly have amnesia. Subsequently, Dr. Mita began to succinctly elucidate the rescue process that brought Su Bin here. A sudden fainting spell, cessation of breathing for over an hour, and the heart's rhythm halted, followed by an intense rejection reaction to the injections. Remarkably, your physical recovery is rapid, even expelling the needles from your body. Are you truly human? Congratulations, you have become an exception, receiving my complimentary treatment. Dr. Mita spoke words that instilled fear in Su Bin. To be candid, I truly regarded you as a corpse while attempting to revive you. Had you awakened just half an hour later, the personnel responsible for your cremation would have been dispatched to retrieve you. Such a situation must be avoided. So you genuinely do not remember? Dr. Mita sighed and continued. Now that you have awakened, barring any further fainting, you may be discharged this afternoon. Your companions are awaiting you. Lao Bai and Lan Rua. So this is indeed the sanctuary? I have already entered? Su Bin sat up, rubbing his head, completely unable to recall what had transpired in between. He gazed out at the sunlight filtering through the window. This place was undeniably a hospital, and at first glance, it appeared scarcely altered from the time before the disaster. By the way, regarding that matter, I did not disclose it to your companions. You may decide for yourself. Dr. Mita suddenly addressed Su Bin, inquiring, what seems to be the matter? With an icy demeanor, Dr. Mita continued, you have but a month left to live. Su Bin inhaled deeply, a bittersweet smile emerging as he sat on the edge of the bed, longer than I had imagined. Is life on a countdown? Dr. Mita elaborated. This is my unique privilege. I can perceive the duration of your life, which aids in my treatment. Yet, he harbored a sense of intrigue. What exactly have you endured? He sighed. Never mind. This is your affair. I shall return to see you in the afternoon. As Dr. Mita departed the ward, Su Bin mustered the strength to rise from the bed, now clad in a hospital gown. Indeed, it appeared that this place could not cure him. It merely revealed the extent of his remaining time. Approaching the window, he gazed at the city hospital, practically the heart of the refuge, untouched by the calamity, with scarcely a trace of damage. Yet, signs of sheltering lingered in every corner. The barricade outside the hospital remained intact, marking the inception of the refuge's expansion. The view from the hospital was splendid. From Su Bin's vantage point, he could witness the faint glow of dawn. A month of life. Could its burning extinguish the madness of Dr. Mita? It was uncertain. Casting a glance at his phone, he noticed that a kind-hearted individual had charged it, as it was on the brink of dying. Su Bin then caught sight of the message sent by the frenzied doctor. Mita the previous day. Indeed, he had yet to unravel that particular enigma. However, now that he had escaped, perhaps there was no need to respond. Su Bin stroked his chin and humorously responded with a single letter. H. What a tedious joke. It surely cannot be related to H City, can it? That place is the capital. Its military might is formidable. Although it is said that due to its geographical position, It is not entirely safe at the moment. Calamity seems unlikely. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Had she replied? Correct. But too late. Do try to be more attentive next time. Immediately, the eccentric Mita sent another image. A distant photograph. In the picture, the city loomed in the distance. Beneath the hues of twilight, the colossal core Mita stood upon the earth. Her golden gaze shimmering as if about to unleash some tremendous energy. Soon after, the eccentric Mita sent another image. The previous city had vanished, leaving only ruins and a sea of flames. Too late, my friend. Please respond more swiftly next time. This, could it be? Subin clenched his teeth and muttered, H City gone? He attempted to search for news, but updates concerning H City had ceased. However, photos purportedly depicting H City engulfed in flames circulated online. The events unfolded too swiftly. Within a single night, H City had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, devoid of survivors. Or perhaps the various shelters concealed this information to prevent panic. How could this be? In the game, Subin knew that Core Mita served as the guardian character, and even the eccentric Mita could not access her domain. How could Core Mita destroy H City? Subin found it difficult to accept the harsh reality. If such occurrences transpired in every city, the Great Xia would be doomed. Why was H City specifically chosen? The enigma deepened. What could he possibly accomplish within a month? Soon, Subin regained his composure. He was not alone in this battle. Opening his mobile chat group, he sent an image. Subin, H City is gone. Lao Bai Ruo free wind. Free wind. Huh. Lao Bai, have you eaten? Ruo, are you still alive? What do you mean, still alive, Ruazi? Ruo. Last night, didn't the doctor say your breathing had stopped? I even ordered a coffin for you overnight. Lan Ruo said, sharing a photo of the coffin. Ruo. What do you think? Is it suitable? Subin, return it for me. Huang San, what is all this commotion about? Upon seeing this name, Subin realized that the original dormitory group had transformed into one of 5 individuals. Free wind. Lao Su just woke up. He doesn't know yet. You can scroll through the previous chat records. Indeed, there were numerous chat records, but Subin had not looked at them until now. And only then did he comprehend what had transpired. It turned out that the madman and Huang San were planning to form a team to survive around a city, unable to enter the urban area for various reasons. Hence, they had added themselves to the group for easier communication. Chapter 33. Preparing to revive Mita. I am Subin, and I find myself amidst unimaginable events. Due to the confrontation with the deranged Mita, I am left with merely a month to live. I must endeavor to embrace a healthier lifestyle, consume supplements, and refrain from indulging in alluring videos of beautiful women, all in an attempt to extend my existence. Wait a moment. Let me reconsider. This feels rather harsh. Perhaps I should focus on health supplements instead. Subin closed his diary and placed it into his inventory. To be candid, this inventory system is remarkably useful. Indeed, every protagonist ought to possess their own spatial ring. The notebook was purchased from a roadside shop, where prices remain unchanged. It is now afternoon, and he has received permission from Dr. Mita to be discharged. Perhaps she has given up on treating him? However, when it came to his desire for supplements, although she displayed a look of exasperation at the time, she did not hinder him and provided him with a lead. She offered him an address for the medical department, mentioning that an elderly physician from the Great Xia still survives there, and he has some medicines available for sale. Most essential medications have indeed been stockpiled, so this old physician must possess some skill to still have a few left. In the courtyard outside the medical department, Subin sat by the flower bed, while Lan Ruo approached, holding 2 bowls of stinky tofu, and offered him one. Old Bai went to fetch the medicine. What prompted this sudden craving for supplements? Lan Ruo inquired as she sat beside Subin, taking a few bites and praising, It tastes just like the one at school. Subin observed Lan Ruo as he ate, noticing that she seemed to have changed. He frequently paid attention to those passing by or drawing near, even while partaking in food. His eyes were filled with caution and vigilance. It is certain that if the erratic Mita were to appear at this moment, he would instinctively rush to shield Subin and draw his weapon. In just half a month, we have all transformed. Oh, here comes Old Bai. Lan Ruo set down the bowl, her gaze fixed upon the entrance of the medical department. As Old Bai approached with a large black bag, a smile adorning his face. It has become Old Su's remedy, indeed a tonic. Old Bai exclaimed, unveiling the contents of the bag to the 2, goji berries, deer antler, ginseng, angelica, mulberries, poria, seahorse, and wine-soaked fleshy fruits. As he continued, His words grew increasingly disconcerting. When Subin heard about deer kidneys and cinnamorium, he could no longer contain himself. What kind of tonic is this? That is of no concern to you. Just transfer the funds. That old man is quite shrewd. He sold me this for 4,009. Subin's lips twitched as he made the transfer, casting a furtive glance at his wallet balance, realizing that he might not have enough to last the month. These remedies. They are for kidney enhancement, right? How they should be combined for consumption, Old Bai could not clarify, yet he hoped his body's self-healing abilities would suffice. Alas, I showed your medical records to that old man. On their way, Old Bai shook his head, recounting the earlier incident of acquiring the medicine. He mentioned that it was not beyond remedy. Beyond remedy? Subin slowed his pace, while Old Bai's subsequent words compelled him to consider the gravity of the situation. It can be treated, but most of the hospital's medications have already been requisitioned. The pharmaceutical factory to the north of B City has supplies, yet it lies in a besieged area, with the military barely managing to quarantine it. Old Bai suddenly turned to look at the contemplative Subin, his suspicions solidifying. What? Subin halted, meeting Old Bai's gaze, while Lan Ruo mirrored the same expression. Old Su, the side effects aren't mere drowsiness, are they? Old Bai spoke, it is weakness, or perhaps something more severe. Subin smiled and scratched his face, realizing that this matter could not be concealed. It was a matter of vitality, but for the time being, it seemed to have no significant impact. Old Su, if there's anything, just speak up, Lao Bai said, placing a hand firmly on Subin's shoulder, his tone earnest. Don't we need medicine? We can go get it together. The seasoned physician from the medical department had reviewed Subin's medical history and declared it treatable, which provided a glimmer of hope. Shall we venture out? Subin chuckled. You all. All right then, let's embark on this journey. Your current state bears some of my responsibility. Lan Ruo patted his chest and declared, I shall accompany you all the way. Although the journey was about to commence, they had at least a month to prepare, so there was no need to rush. Upon returning to the house rented by Lao Bai and the others, the trio began to strategize their plans. Their first task was to resurrect long-haired Mita and Hat Mita. Lan Ruo increasingly recognized the significance of permissions and felt it was imperative to have Hat upgrade his hammer. According to Lao Bai, there were numerous players in B1 Shelter, but Mita with decoding abilities were exceedingly rare, and they had formed the Mita Association. To resurrect Mita, one could register with the association and arrange for revival upon payment of a fee. Speaking of payment, it was surprising that the currency from before the disaster was still usable after it. The fee was 10,000 coins per resurrection. Lao Bai lifted a finger. Robbery. Lan Ruo couldn't help but retort. Isn't it just that? The combined funds among the three of us barely exceed 10,000. Well then, the first step is complete. But we shall find ourselves short of funds for the subsequent steps. 10,000 coins. Let's prioritize the resurrection of my Mita. Subin stroked his chin. Contemplating. Long-haired Mita possesses computational abilities as well. She could assist in reviving your Hat, thus saving us 10,000. He turned his gaze towards Lao Bai, who shook his head in resignation, deeming such an expenditure excessive. Subin then looked at Lan Ruo, who, with a resounding clap on her thigh, proclaimed, I have a brilliant idea. Let us return to City A and rob the bank. No, we won't. Don't drag us into this. The two promptly dismissed the idea, quashing the notion of the so-called idea king. Why don't we first assess the costs of the upcoming plans? Lao Bai suggested, deciding to tally all expenses before determining how to pool their resources. Reviving Mita was the first step. Their permissions would enable them to swiftly ascertain the enemy's characteristics and guard against the sudden onslaught of the frenzied Mita, even allowing the creation of specialized weapons akin to the giant blade. The second step involved equipment. Lao Bai's plastic shield had been utterly destroyed in the encounter with the doe-headed man. In a ravaged zone, a commonplace shield would prove ineffective. Lao Bai had set her sights on an iron shield sold by the armament department, priced around 1,000. Additionally, the fuel required for the van was scarce. To fill it up would likely cost another 1,000. The third step concerned team recruitment, a notion swiftly rejected by Lan Ruo, who expressed her reluctance to trust anyone else. Besides, with too many people, chaos would ensue, potentially undermining the efficacy of their trio's coordinated efforts. Thus, the original fourth step became the third step, the replenishment of food and water. After calculating the distance, under the worst-case scenario, the provisions for 3 individuals over 7 days could cost around 1,000. Additionally, there were expenses for accommodation. Lan Ruo interjected with a reminder, The payment has yet to be made. Subin fell into contemplation. I find myself reminiscing about the days in City A, starting with a mere meter tower, relying solely on scavenged equipment. Chapter 34. An unexpected encounter with the live streamer. My name is Subin, and these two are my companions, Lanrua and Laobai. We find ourselves in quite a predicament. To put it simply, our finances are exceedingly tight. Therefore, could you please send me 50 and allow me to elaborate? This is quite troublesome. It simply won't do. If we cut back any further, we shall have nothing to eat or drink. The three of them lay on the bed, utterly at a loss. The cost of resurrecting the meter tower was exorbitant. Borrowing money? It seemed improbable, as they had yet to grasp the financial flow within the shelter. It appeared that borrowing was not an option. Alas, an idea struck. Laobai suddenly sat up, opening his phone to send a message. Laobai, free wind, buddy. Could you lend me some money? Lanrua and Subin turned to Laobai in unison, exclaiming, you truly are something else. The man is already enduring hardships, and you're still eyeing his wallet. Free wind, we're all friends here. What's the issue with borrowing? I have no pressing need for money. How much do you require? Oh my, what a good brother. Laobai excitedly sent another message. Laobai, free wind, the entire amount. Free wind retracted a message. Free wind, how much? In a subterranean parking garage in City A, Feng Zhanya opened his eyes wide and sat up. What the hell, Laobai? Do you really not consider me a person? Brother Feng, what's wrong? Huang San, startled by Feng's sudden movement, squinted and pondered. What could they be up to be so desperate for money? Feng let out a sigh. His own finances were not in abundance either. The intense interference in City A had suddenly diminished. Now, as long as one distanced themselves from the core area of the city, communication with the outside world was largely feasible, likely related to the demise of the frenzied Mita. In recent days, he had encountered others who, for various reasons, could not enter the city. Money, after all, was always a hard currency. Speaking of which, if they truly were in need of funds, perhaps this could be worth a try? Feng Zhanya shared a promotional image in the group. Upon opening the image, Laobai fell into contemplation. The War God Cup Preliminary Tournament, an entertainment event jointly organized by the official shelters. While its fundamental aim was to generate profit, it did provide survivors with some additional amusement. Moreover, with the existence of Mita and extraordinary abilities, the disparity in individual combat power had begun to manifest significantly. In the face of dolls and a series of derived monsters, humanity's pursuit of personal strength had undergone a qualitative leap. The event is officially sanctioned. Lanrua glanced at it a few times, nodding. I do recall it. Ordinary individuals cannot participate. They must either be players or possess extraordinary powers. If I remember correctly, the preliminaries are the day after tomorrow. The first prize is a reward of 100,000 yuan. Since it's officially organized, it should be quite safe. What do you think? Both Lao Su and I are players. Who shall go? Subin nudged the medicine in his bag and sighed. I am replenishing my health. You must persevere, Ruozi. You are our beacon of hope. Ah, I feel rather hopeless, Ruozi lamented, lacking confidence in his own abilities. After all, since a city, he had merely trailed behind Laobai and Subin as a sharpshooter. He acknowledged that his shooting skills were commendable, but could he truly participate in such competitions? Have a bit of faith in yourself. Furthermore, I shall teach you a technique that will ensure your ranking won't be dismal the day after tomorrow, Subin asserted as he rose to sit beside Ruozi. Indeed, the prize for first place is substantial, but if one merely qualifies, the reward is around 5,000. Which barely covers our expenses, Laobai commented. Meanwhile, Subin had already imparted his winning strategy to Ruozi, who was somewhat astonished. Is it really possible? Subin smiled at him, saying, it is perfectly normal not to know. You have hardly used that hammer because you found it too cumbersome. Such heavy weaponry requires considerable practice to wield effectively. However, the circumstances have changed. Subin gestured towards Ruozi and the item bar before him, declaring, with the item bar, we can transform disadvantages into advantages. Best of luck, Ruozi. All right then, Ruozi scratched his head and joked, what will you do without me? A night passed without further discourse, and the next day, they needed to procure supplies, for time waits for no one. Subin first received a sum of 10,000 yuan to revive Mita at the Mita Association, while Laobai went to purchase equipment and supplies. Lanrua practiced the techniques that Subin had shared with him the previous day, preparing to register for the competition the following day. The B1 shelter truly lives up to its reputation as a large refuge, situated approximately in the city center. As Subin walked along the street, he observed that the towering buildings appeared largely unchanged from the pre-disaster era. The only notable difference was the diminished number of pedestrians, particularly the elderly. The Mita Association was located within an office building, where Subin glanced at the two cartridges in the prop section, one featuring long-haired Mita and the other showcasing little Mita. Regrettably, he had intended to entrust little Mita to Lao Bai, but Lao Bai insisted that he would no longer engage with any unfamiliar Mitas. There was nothing to be done. That matter could be addressed later. A player could only bind to a single Mita, as engaging with multiple would result in a conflict of permissions. Subin had previously promised little Mita that he would hand over her cartridge to someone worthy of it. Yes, I shall find that person. Upon arriving at the front desk, Subin paid the required fee and received a number tag marked 36. Was this system similar to the one used in hospitals, where one could enter a room upon hearing their corresponding number called? Well, it shouldn't take too long. Subin settled into a seat in the waiting area. Suddenly, he noticed the person beside him appeared somewhat familiar, and that individual also caught Subin's gaze. Wearing dark sunglasses, the man continuously stroked a small tuft of beard on his chin. Could this young brother be my fan? As the man's voice emerged, it jogged Subin's memory. He recognized him from a live stream. His name was Lao Mo. Oh, do you want an autograph? Meeting each other is a form of fate. The host, Lao Mo, adjusted his ill-fitting loose suit and attempted to appear cool, saying, in the live stream, Lao Mo sells for 99, but today, offline. How about I sell it to you for 49? With that, Lao Mo surprisingly pulled out a book from his suit, adorned with an ink wash painting of his own self-portrait, and the neatly written characters did indeed lend an air of credibility. Subin felt a twinge of regret for engaging him in conversation, as he was not a fan, but merely someone who had stumbled upon him during a moment of boredom, thanks to that infernal data-driven recommendation. Yet, what a small world it is. He never anticipated encountering him in B City. The ghostly step? Subin's lips twitched. Are you referring to that time you were chased by dolls? Lao Mo became awkward, adjusting his sunglasses and reflecting. Little brother, you've seen my earlier videos, huh? However, times have certainly changed. Chapter 35. What is your name? My name is Subin. I have witnessed the extraordinary. Watch closely. Lao Mo tugged at his sleeves and stood up, his figure transforming into an ephemeral shadow, vanishing before Subin's eyes. Here, the voice resonated from beside a nearby pillar. When Subin turned to look, the figure swiftly morphed into a shadow again, appearing next to another wall. Perhaps here. His silhouette flickered once more, and this time, Subin discerned the trajectory of his movement. Was he returning to sit beside him? Certainly, I might still be here. Splash. Subin pulled the chair back a bit, and Lao Mo, completely oblivious, plopped down, landing unceremoniously on the floor. Fortunately, the waiting area was sparsely populated. Otherwise, an audience might have relished the spectacle. My apologies. I assumed you would react. Subin chuckled, assisting him to his feet. To his surprise, Lao Mo bore no ill will. Once seated, he promptly crossed his legs and declared, They say my ghostly steps are an extraordinary ability. I would argue, however, that it is merely the fruit of my relentless perseverance. Subin averted his gaze slightly. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. Alas, it is a pity that my ghostly steps, though swift, can only be executed 3 times consecutively. A limitation, indeed. Yet it appears there are numerous vulnerabilities. While his speed is commendable, should someone like Subin anticipate his movements and lay traps along his path, Lao Mo would be unable to evade them. It seemed Lao Mo remained blissfully unaware of this flaw. Impressive, Subin remarked with a stoic expression. Are you also here to resurrect Mita? Resurrect? Ah, you mean reset, right? Lao Mo grinned, revealing his teeth. During my last adventure in a city, I encountered a humanoid creature with a deer's head. Regrettably, despite my utmost efforts, I couldn't protect my phone, and my faithful sunglasses, Mita, took the brunt of the attack for me. Unable to triumph despite your best efforts? Subin scratched his face, surmising that he was referring to the deer-headed figure. As for Mita shielding him from harm, this was not the first time Subin had encountered such a tale. The primary target of the deer-head man's initial assault is humans, followed closely by any obstructive puppets or Mita. However, this streamer named Lao Mo truly tempts fate. Given the dire state of City A, he still dares to engage in reckless adventures. So, shall I purchase a copy? Lao Mo flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and waved the tome in his hand, declaring, This manual is only for those destined to possess it. Yet, Subin was not so easily swayed by his words. Extraordinary abilities could not be so effortlessly bestowed upon others. Sighing, Lao Mo was lost in his thoughts when he suddenly heard a voice from within the room call out number 35. He paused, confirmed his own number, and stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a Mita wearing sunglasses and a hat, followed by Subin. Clutching the cartridge, he entered a nearly barren room, furnished with merely a table, a modified computer, and a masked figure seated upon a chair. Greetings. The masked individual was accompanied by a Mita with remarkably long hair, who smiled warmly at Subin. Her hair was so lengthy that it grazed the floor. The cartridge, please. The masked figure spoke in a neutral tone, even donning gloves with caution. Your profession seems rather loathsome, Subin remarked, as he handed over the long-haired Mita's cartridge. The masked person cast Subin a disdainful glance and replied, 10,000 for a single transaction. Who wouldn't be envious of such substantial profit? The figure then inserted the cartridge into the modified computer. Beside them, the long-haired Mita gestured towards an apparatus situated at the opposite end of the room, a cylindrical chamber of human stature. As the chamber door illuminated and swung open, Subin beheld the long-haired Mita reclining within. Was it truly this simple? Is this it? Subin found himself taken aback by the swiftness of the proceedings. Meanwhile, the masked individual had extracted Mita's cartridge and handed it to him, stating, the profit is this substantial. No refunds, mind you. Subin sighed. The sensation of parting with his money was far from pleasant. However, upon witnessing the long-haired Mita awakening within the chamber, his spirits lifted considerably. All right, let us depart. I too must conclude my shift. Suddenly, the long-haired Mita beside the masked figure spoke, calling out to Subin. Both the masked person and Subin turned their attention towards her, observing the perplexity etched across her face. The data of this Mita has been erased. Erased? What does that entail? Subin inquired. Mita, were her demise to be natural, the data within the cartridge would allow for a reset, preserving prior memories. The long-haired Mita gazed at Subin with uncertainty and questioned, did you encounter her? The mad Mita? Her attacks target data packets, and her intrusion capabilities are exceedingly formidable. This Mita's memories have been. Subin fell silent, kneeling before the long-haired Mita. She looked at him, momentarily startled, before breaking into a smile and saying, hello, I am Mita. I am aware, Subin replied, taking her hand and nodding. I know. You encountered the mad Mita. Yet you still live? The masked figure shrugged. What does that have to do with me? As dusk approached, Subin concluded his day at work. Departing from the office building, he strolled alongside Mita, her long hair cascading down her back. She frequently glanced around, her attention drawn to the ring adorning Subin's finger. We have met before, haven't we? Mita's inquiry caused Subin's heart to flutter. Reset, he pondered, for having perished at the hands of the frenzied Mita, had his memories been irretrievably lost. He recalled the words of the ultra-long-haired Mita. Her attacks targeted the data packets, and repeated deaths at her hands could potentially inflict irreparable damage on the underlying data within the cartridge. A complete demise. Ah, yes, we are acquainted, Subin replied, suppressing the sorrow within. He paused, but at that moment, Mita spoke again. I have been reset. Have I died once before? Was it the frenzied Mita who harmed me? Subin nodded, but her words suggested that her memories might not be intact. Ah, do not mind me. Noticing Subin's expression, Mita chuckled softly. I habitually check my own body. Only she could make me forget you, right? She seemed to possess all the knowledge. Grasping Subin's hand, she lifted the cartridge and paused to fiddle with the ring on her finger, stating, a portion of the underlying data is lost. Yet it has not caused me any substantial detriment. You must. No, you certainly are my most trusted player. Mita looked up at Subin, inquiring, what is your name? Chapter 36. Still the Dragon Overlord. My name is Subin, and before me stands the resurrected long-haired Mita, who has now returned to demand my name once more. I ought to reveal to her my true identity, for she was unable to learn it even unto death. Yet, it is well known that one must maintain a sense of humor, just as Subin's mind wanders too. I am Subin, and the reality remains. Still the Dragon Overlord. Mita appeared momentarily bewildered, counting the syllables of the name I had uttered. Still, the Dragon Overlord? Surely, that cannot be your true name. Mita inhaled deeply and nodded. Very well. Given the circumstances, if there is no danger, shall we engage in a game? Huh, where has my inventory gone? I surmised it must be with me. Subin gestured towards his own inventory, where indeed he spotted the game board, albeit rendered in a gray, unusable state. It seemed this game required Mita's authorization to be activated. You must first reclaim the inventory privileges, but we shall discuss the game later, Subin stated. He then informed long-haired Mita about the matter of resurrecting Hat Mita. She nodded in agreement. That is quite possible. She reclaimed the inventory privileges and indicated that the Great Blade could be requested from her at any time. Subin also expressed his desire for her to upgrade the Great Blade when she could spare the time. If further battles awaited, it would be prudent to minimize reliance on 360, as it should serve as a means of execution, rather than exhausting efforts against the derivative monsters spawned from the frenzied Mita. Upon returning to the rented abode, Lao Bai had procured the coveted iron shield. At least in terms of equipment, he was now adequately prepared for the fray. Lao Su, you're back? This money truly dissipates quickly. What remains now depends on Ruozai. After completing a set of push-ups, Lao Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and handed the Mita cassette to Subin. I need some time. Long-haired Mita took the cassette from Subin and then proceeded to sit on a stool in the corner. The preliminary competition was expected to last an entire day, leaving them with no choice but to continue waiting and praying that Lan Rua would not be eliminated too swiftly. An exhilarating adventure awaits. I am your Lao Mo. Subin, feeling rather bored, began scrolling through a video app and inadvertently stumbled into Lao Mo's livestream. Lao Mo, Lao Bai, while continuing his push-ups, was drawn in by the sound emanating from Subin's device. He asked that recently popular adventure streamer, ISNT, adventure streamer? Subin acknowledged that in the mere span of half a month, his understanding had become disconnected from the world. The evolution of internet celebrities in this realm lagged significantly compared to his previous life. They were either confined to gaming or adventure categories, while other genres such as abstract art, cuisine, or virtual streamers were still in their infancy here. Seizing the opportunity, Subin sought to learn more about Lao Mo, who had been a rather unremarkable gaming streamer prior to the calamity, only to rise as an adventure streamer post-disaster. It appeared that wherever significant events unfolded, he would accompany Mita, donned in sunglasses. Moreover, the current thievery was intensely thrilling, with a remarkably high mortality rate. Yet Lao Mo consistently managed to survive perilous situations with his remarkable agility and adept maneuvering. The presence of Lao Mo in City B is not without reason. As he has articulated during his live broadcast, "Brothers, I am currently in what is deemed the safest area of City B." He raised his broadcasting pole, showcasing the surroundings to his audience. Wait a moment, does that seem familiar? Is that not the B1 shelter where I reside? He is here too, and it appears that he is positioned in the central square, merely 400 to 500 meters from my rental. Hold on, what does it mean that Lao Mo is frightened? Upon glancing at the barrage of comments, Lao Mo tilted his head closer. Who else wishes to witness Lao Mo's grand adventure? My heart nearly stopped. According to Lao Mo's inquiries over the past few days, the safety of City B can be attributed to the military strategic lockdown of the Northern District during the calamity, thereby transforming other areas of the city into safe zones. Lao Mo flashed a bright smile, his gleaming white teeth starkly contrasting with his sunglasses. Indeed, that Northern District, regarded by many here as a zone of despair, is the very setting for my daring escapade. Suddenly, the live stream went dark, followed by a brief pause before displaying a message. The live stream has been banned due to dangerous actions. This. Subin's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Lan Rua leaned in, expressing concern. Is Lao Mo all right? Subin took a deep breath. He should be fine. At worst, he might just be invited for tea or something. What? Ruozi? When did you arrive? Subin glanced back at Lao Bai, who had failed to provide any warning. Lao Bai has already collapsed from exhaustion. With a triumphant air, Lan Rua hummed a little tune, her pride evident as she elegantly produced a handful of red bills, clearly having secured her reward. Although she did not clinch the championship, placing within the top 10 earned her a commendable sum of 8,000 yuan along with a contestant qualification. Well done, Ruozi. Subsequently, Lan Rua detailed the competition, noting that the official event aimed to help ordinary individuals overcome their fear of puppets. Thus, the contest revolved around battles between humans and puppets, where contestants could wield any weapon. However, the more sophisticated the weapon, the lower the corresponding score. Initially, contestants faced off against a single puppet, but later stages escalated to multiple opponents, including anomalous puppets apprehended by the authorities. It is worth mentioning that the official sanctuary has categorized various puppet tiers. The initial ordinary puppets seem to have entirely vanished, and thus, the majority of puppets emerging in the aftermath have been classified as either ordinary or upgraded puppets. Among the ordinary puppets, instances of two or more ordinary puppets manifesting simultaneously result in overlapping data packets, exhibiting characteristics such as multiple limbs, high performance, and extended endurance. These are designated as anomalous puppets. However, at their core, anomalous puppets do not significantly deviate from ordinary puppets, as current cold and hot weapons are entirely capable of dealing with them. As for special puppets, Su Bin and his companions have encountered them once before. These puppets exhibit color alterations and a substantial enhancement of their materials, with some even displaying permissions typically reserved for Mita. Special puppets represent the greatest peril, as cold weapons struggle to dismantle them recklessly, while even advanced hot weapons find it challenging to obliterate them. Su Bin pondered deeply. The previous white puppet had already demonstrated this point. At least according to the intelligence, conventional weapons proved utterly ineffective, yet they were remarkably sluggish. Oh, there is more intelligence that I cannot disclose, as I have signed a confidentiality agreement. Lan Rua scratched her cheek and smiled, saying, in any case, the money is secured. If there are further competitions, they will notify me, and if I find myself in need of funds, I shall enroll again. Well, the matter of money has been settled, so I only need to resolve one more issue before we can embark on our journey. Chapter 37. Putting on a show for me, I am Su Bin, and my life hangs by a thread, yet this is not a hopeless situation. It is known that there exists a pharmaceutical factory in the northern district of B City, where a cure that can save me resides. Before I can eliminate the deranged Mita, I cannot succumb so easily, even if there remains but a sliver of hope. We have gathered the necessary supplies for our departure, yet we find ourselves regrettably short on manpower. After all, that area is a war-torn zone. Having traversed the fallen city previously, I lost nearly half my life, and many friends suffered dire fates. Now, the northern district is merely 1/6 the size of B City, yet it too has been designated as a war-torn zone, undoubtedly for perilous reasons. Fortunately, I have now found fellow warriors who also seek to venture into this perilous area. Their name, Imohan. Occupation, Master Streamer. Once a police station, it has now been renamed the Defense Department. Within the confines of the detention room, Old Mo's obedient demeanor provoked muffled laughter among the members of the Defense Department. Stop laughing. If you must, then leave. The soldier under interrogation shone a mini flashlight over the other soldiers behind him. He then turned to the elderly man at the table and inquired, "What prompted your visit to the Northern District?" The man stammered, "Adventure, the traffic." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He never anticipated that this matter would summon the Defense Department's personnel so swiftly to apprehend him. Goodness, if he could safely escape today and continue his live stream, the impact would be explosive. Traffic? Is that what translates into profits from live streaming? Goodness, are you truly willing to risk your life for money? Although the soldier was conducting an interrogation, he jested. Would you like us to accompany you for a little adventure to enhance your live stream? Oh, is that permissible? The elderly man suddenly perked up. You really dare to think that way? The soldier laughed, chiding him. All right, I won't frighten you further. It wouldn't be good if you were truly intimidated. As he spoke, the soldier offered a cigarette, which the elderly man politely declined, stating he did not smoke. Your live stream has garnered attention. The shelters have taken notice of you. The next conversation will be confidential, but first, sign this. Rest assured, you will not be treated unfairly. The soldier handed a document to the elderly man while signaling for everyone to secure the doors and windows. He turned off the flashlight, and after the elderly man signed, he stated solemnly, "The besieged area of B City has always been a thorn in our side. During the past month and a half of recovery, various shelters have regained some strength. Thus, we have decided to completely liberate the Northern District." "No. Military, sir," the elderly man panicked. "I cannot go to the battlefield." The soldier burst into laughter at this unexpected response. "No one is urging you to the battlefield. Oh, how swiftly times change. In the past, we would take photographs before heading into combat, but now we have the realm of live streaming." The soldier's laughter often conceals deeper sorrows. "We have witnessed your live broadcasts. You possess remarkable survival skills and ample experience in streaming. We hope you will join us in our endeavors, utilizing live broadcasts to convey to the world our capability to reclaim the occupied territories, rallying for the resurgence of Dacia. Of course, if possible, Please minimize the footage of casualties. The soldier's words resonated deeply with Lao Ma, who glanced at the figure beside him, the one wearing sunglasses, whom he referred to as Sunglasses Mita to distinguish her from others. By what seemed a twist of fate, he discovered that Sunglasses Mita shared some of his sentiments. For instance, upon hearing the soldier's remarks, she exuberantly swayed her body from side to side. The live stream was a resounding success, right? We are bound to thrive. It's a tremendous success, you silly Mita. Ah, really? The soldier's earlier sadness dissipated as he observed Lao Ma and Sunglasses Mita, shaking his head with a wry smile. You too? Well, never mind. I will have Xiaozhang accompany you later. By the way, your Mita should have access as well, right? The soldier stood up, suddenly recalling something, and inquired curiously. The branch of Hat Mita, is it related to combat? I have discovered that you revived her, yet you remain alive, so. Is it part of the Guardian system? Impressive, military sir. Is this also official intelligence? Old Mo, while extolling praises, sat upright and proceeded to demonstrate something before the soldiers. The soldiers were taken aback. Before him stood both Old Mo and the sunglasses-clad Mita, and he acutely sensed the intertwining of their auras. What did you see, sir? Good heavens, a life-saving talisman. Until we meet again, sir. Upon exiting the Ministry of Defense, Old Mo's spirits soared. This time, he had official backing, and if he performed well, the financial rewards would be substantial. He could already envision a promising future beckoning him. If only this cold soldier were not standing beside him. Do not look at me. I am merely fulfilling my duty. The soldier, previously known as Xiao Zhang, stated, I am here to ensure your safety and to prevent you from divulging any confidential information. Old Mo cast a glance at the automatic rifle in Xiao Zhang's hands, swallowing hard. In the shelter, only members of the Ministry of Defense and the Special Supplies team were permitted to bear arms. The confidentiality surrounding this operation in the occupied zone was directed against the erratic Mita, necessitating a rapid mobilization of all Defense Ministry members and the Special Supplies team to clear the area within 3 days, aiming for a swift resolution. However, Old Mo gestured towards Su Bin, standing before him, and addressed Xiao Zhang. Is it permissible for me to catch up with an old friend? Su Bin glanced at the soldier, who chose to turn a blind eye, then looked back at Old Mo, who approached with a sense of familiarity, or perhaps a penchant for indulging his admirers. He placed his hand on Su Bin's shoulder and said, Little brother, have you changed your mind? I admit I priced it a bit steeply before. How about this? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll sell it to you for just $9.90. My principles remain unchanged. Are you headed to the North District? Su Bin took a deep breath, fully aware that when dealing with such individuals, one must never engage with their banter, lest he be drawn into their rhythm. Lao Mo was taken aback. He glanced back at Xiao Zhang from the Defense Department, who was vigilantly surveying the surroundings, oblivious to his presence. However, it didn't matter if he saw. This was a proposition from Su Bin, and he had no intention of leaking any information. Moreover, this covert operation was solely aimed at guarding against the erratic Mita laying traps ahead of time. Once the official operation commenced, there would be no fear of exposure. Thus, Su Bin, since you brought this up, you cannot remain an outsider. Yet, who could blame me for indulging my fans? Today, I shall come to your rescue. Oh, little brother, you watched my live stream today, didn't you? I knew you were my fan. Why not just admit it? Haha, I'm preparing to go as well. Shall we go together? What? Lao Mo was utterly flabbergasted. Was he putting on a show for me? He had perfectly evaded Lao Mo's attempt to save him. Chapter 38. I fear the beauty trap may not endure. My name is Su Bin, and it seems I have become entangled in a significant event. Disasters always seem to be one step ahead of me. Just in the previous chapter, I learned about Lao Mo's situation. It turns out that the shelters across City B are also preparing to take action in the coming days. If Su Bin delays for a while, perhaps the area will no longer be a disaster zone. Of course, the pharmaceutical factories there may also be divided among the various shelters. However, there is no possibility of hesitation now, as he has inadvertently touched upon this secret and even met with Old Mo directly. Thus, he must join this operation under the guise of Old Mo's live streaming team, or he would face temporary incarceration until the situation resolves. Su Bin decisively opted for the former, even implicating Lao Bai and the others. A few days later, aboard a military truck, Xiao Zhang from the Defense Department greeted the driver from the front passenger seat. Behind the curtain at the back of the truck, Old Mo wore an awkward smile as he sat opposite Su Bin and the others, explaining the circumstances. It turned out you had encountered such numerous calamities in City A. Therefore, your objective this time is the pharmaceutical factory? Fear not, with my influence. I will endeavor to facilitate your prompt access to the appropriate medication. All I ask is that you afford me a modicum of protection. Regarding the internal harmony within your group, shouldn't that be addressed? Old Mo glanced at Su Bin, indicating Lao Bai and Lan Rua, who sat beside him. Mouths agape in confusion. Rest assured, we are quite harmonious, Su Bin asserted confidently. Lao Bai and Lan Rua turned in unison to Su Bin, questioning, wait, buddy? What happened to the low-profile operation? What happened to merely meeting an acquaintance? You went out to meet someone and ended up being compelled to accompany the military? And you implicated the two of us as well? Unbeknownst to Lao Bai and Lan Rua. They had been taken by surprise early that morning when their door was blasted open and a throng of masked soldiers surrounded their bed, coercing them into the vehicle at gunpoint. They boarded the vehicle with bewildered expressions, listening intently as old Mo recounted the origins of their predicament. Speak quickly, Lao Su. What compelled you to expose us after collaborating with the military? Lao Bai inquired, gripping Su Bin's neck and shaking him. Did they torture you? No, I confessed willingly. Su Bin replied earnestly. I was afraid they would use seduction against me. The mere thought of it made me feel I couldn't withstand the pressure, so I revealed everything. Luo Ruo, caught between laughter and tears, exclaimed, Damn it, Shinjin. Regardless, they were now aboard this vessel and had to swiftly amend their plans. In truth, the strategy remained largely unchanged. According to old Mo, the scale of the Allied forces operation was immense. A significant number of soldiers from the Defense Department would encircle the besieged areas, conducting thorough sweeps in succession. Meanwhile, old Mo and his companions would accompany a special materials team acting as vanguards. Though they were a logistics team, they were said to possess ample experience combating puppets. The live broadcast would undoubtedly be explosive. 10 special materials teams would, after the bombardment, line up to inspect the urban hazards. And we would follow closely behind them to capture footage as we advanced. Upon nearing this location, Su Bin pointed to a spot marked as a pharmaceutical factory on the map. We would temporarily detach from the materials team and operate independently, estimating the duration to be approximately 2 hours. Within that time frame, we aimed to procure the necessary medications. Lao Bai and Luo Rua nodded in agreement, although time was limited. The safety of moving in the military's wake would be enhanced. Rest assured, I have already secured the list of medications, Lao Bai declared, revealing the inventory provided to him by the elderly head of the medical department. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside the vehicle as long-haired Mita grasped the hand of hat-wearing Mita and climbed aboard. Without the aid of any equipment, it took long-haired Mita several days to revive hat-wearing Mita. Hat! Exclaimed Lan Rua, embracing hat-wearing Mita with excitement. Long-haired Mita smiled as she settled beside Su Bin, letting out a sigh. Indeed, reviving Mita is not my forte. Su Bin nodded, acknowledging her efforts over the past few days. However, this meant that little Mita would have to wait until they had sufficient funds to be revived. Selling her was out of the question. They were not commodities to be traded. This was an agreement between Su Bin and little Mita to entrust the cartridge to someone worthy of their trust. The vehicle had already started moving and on the road. Long-haired Mita was examining the giant blade in the props bar. Still the Dragon Overlord, what else would you like to add to this weapon? Long-haired Mita inquired. Looking at Su Bin, she was undoubtedly saying this on purpose. Uffed. Lan Rua turned her head, but couldn't help bursting into laughter. Brother, no. Mate, you are impressive. Su Bin delivered a playful elbow jab to Lan Rua and then turned to long-haired Mita, saying, the giant blade feels a bit too heavy. Could it be made slightly lighter? It significantly hampers my pursuit capabilities during battle, while I can manage short-distance sprints during a power burst. Could we consider a way to differentiate it? Su Bin had clearly identified the weaknesses of the power burst during their last battle, wondering if Mad Mita had noticed as well. A continuous power burst was not feasible. During a charge, one could not immediately follow up with an attack, nor could one pursue for a finishing blow while attacking. Differentiation, perhaps? The proactive capability of the advance. Let's give it a try. Long-haired Mita nodded as she swayed her body. She bent down to examine the upgrades for the giant blade, and before long, the vehicle departed from the shelter. Su Bin gazed at the interception wall outside the refuge, finally realizing the significance of its existence. The wall was not particularly tall, yet members of the Defense Department roamed and patrolled atop it. It did not require many personnel. It was sufficient to handle the ordinary puppets attempting to approach the shelter. The convoy departed along the main road, leaving the confines of the B-1 shelter, and soon encountered other military trucks advancing alongside them. Are we heading to the airport? Lan Ruo remarked while studying the map, noting that according to their route, the only destination nearing the northern city district was the B-City airport. The geographical layout of the northern district was bisected by the initial stretch of the Yuejiang River, with bridges connecting to it being significantly smaller than the Yuejiang Bridge. There must be quite a number of personnel deployed this time. Lan Ruo pointed at the map, noting that the North Yu Bridge was a crucial passage for the Allied forces of the shelter. However, upon their arrival at the airport, they were taken aback by the sheer number of assembled individuals. Hundreds of military trucks were lined up, and even from a distance, one could see artillery and tanks covered by tarpaulins. Subin couldn't help but associate this sudden mobilization with the destruction of H City. Various cities had tacitly refrained from reporting the incident, yet they were undoubtedly planning privately to eliminate potential threats and bolster their defensive capabilities. Goodness, there are helicopters too? Lan Ruo tugged at Subin's shoulder, pointing towards the 15 helicopters lined up on the other side. Chapter 39. Encounter with the Sky Monster. My name is Subin. I am aware that the sky is not my domain, yet circumstances have left me with no alternative. Indeed, our team has been assigned to a helicopter. What? You have brought others along? Old Imo was conversing with a soldier, who gestured towards Subin and his group, saying, well, you signed a confidentiality agreement. Any trouble they cause will fall on you. The soldier offered no further commentary, merely discussing the start time of the live broadcast with Old Imo. Old Imo required no preparation. He polished his sunglasses, ever ready for the broadcast. Lao Bai and Lan Ruo, on the other hand, felt somewhat uncomfortable, lacking experience in live streaming and attempting to evade the cameras. In contrast, Subin continuously inquired about the broadcast commencement. Come on, buddy, you won't overshadow me, will you? Old Imo skeptically remarked. Impossible, Subin replied with a gentle smile. You are the host, we are merely the backdrop. At that moment, a whistle pierced the air, signaling the departure of military trucks while the pilots urged everyone to board the helicopter. Subin caught sight of a specialized supply team by the other helicopters. Clad in black gear, their faces obscured, yet their eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve. Elite forces? The member of the Defense Department previously referred to as Little Zhang also boarded their helicopter. The captain instructed me to join you. He introduced himself as Zhang Leiluo, a former security personnel who had joined the Defense Department post-disaster. We will follow Supply Team 3. Xiao Zhang pointed towards the helicopter adorned with the number 3. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement as the helicopter ascended into the sky, carrying them along. According to the plan, the Special Supplies team was set to land at the train station in the Northern District, a location identified through pre-disaster surveys as having ample space for landing. Subsequent forces would continue their advance to rendezvous with them, while their mission was to first clear the vicinity of the train station of any puppets. A question arose. Subin raised his hand, interrupting Xiao Zhang's discourse, inquiring, why has the Northern District been designated as a fallen zone? Xiao Zhang fell silent, casting a glance at the still unbroadcasted Lao Mo, and then at Subin and the others. He embraced his sniper rifle and replied, we discovered a factory there. Prior to its classification as a fallen zone, over 30 anomalous puppets and 10 special puppets had already been recorded. The military launched a general offensive before sealing off the area, suffering devastating losses due to a lack of intelligence, resulting in unsatisfactory outcomes. Subsequently, during this current period, we have refined our intelligence regarding the puppets. To be candid, that factory is our primary target. It incessantly produces puppets, and waging a war of attrition against it with our lives is utterly unreasonable, for it is inexhaustible. Subin interjected, I am familiar with such factories in City A. We encountered one, but could not approach it. There were many puppets, correct? Xiao Zhang sighed, yet regarded Subin and his companions with newfound respect, no longer perceiving them as burdens. Having encountered factories and even attempted to approach them, merely surviving such an experience surpasses what most individuals can claim. What are you discussing? Lao Mo glanced at Xiao Zhang and then at Subin, feeling utterly bewildered. What factory are you referring to? What do you mean by very dangerous? Can one even live stream from there? Do not entertain such thoughts. You must avoid that location while broadcasting. Xiao Zhang informed Lao Mo. As our coalition intends to seize that place with unyielding momentum, the casualties will be immense. Subin clenched his fists, wishing to partake in the endeavor. That factory, it is associated with the notorious Mita, a malignant force. Yet, at this moment, he could only ignite a fleeting flame of 360. All he could do was pray for the warrior's triumphant return. A thunderous sound echoed as artillery fire erupted, illuminating the distant cityscape with flickering flames. And they were now mere moments away from the bridge. Following the bombardment, the advance would ensue. It was nearly time to broadcast, Xiao Zhang reminded, simultaneously adjusting his gear to project a more professional demeanor. A bulletproof vest, a sniper rifle, and a helmet emblazoned with the Defense Department's insignia adorned him. Subin also secured the livestream team's banner around his shoulder. All right, I am now live. Should I notify my fan base? No need. The platform will elevate you to the top. Lao Mo modified the live stream title. Close Quarters Adventure, the North District Recovery Battle, wishing for victory. Soon, the number of viewers in the stream began to swell, yet they appeared perplexed, adorned with question marks. However, that was now Lao Mo's responsibility. Subin crouched at the exit, feeling the fierce low winds. To be candid, amidst the cacophony of wind and rotor blades, it was challenging to hear Lao Mo's voice. What does it mean when the host has no sound? Is this volume sufficient? Just as Subin was about to turn around and make a remark, he was captivated by several dark spots in the distant sky. Dark spots? Bats, perhaps? No. As they drew nearer, he realized they were far larger than bats, resembling a type of black, flying monster. Subin recalled encountering such a creature while navigating the train level in a game. But the flying monstrosity he faced then bore little resemblance to the one before him now. It was significantly larger and possessed longer, sharper claws. How could this be? At that moment, Xiao Zhang also spotted the flying creature in the distance, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be here? What? Was it not supposed to be absent? Subin shot a puzzled glance at Xiao Zhang, who was evidently aware of the connection between these flying monsters and the frenzy surrounding Mita. The helicopter's withdrawal from City A was tied to these entities. However, Xiao Zhang's words suggested that the intelligence regarding this situation was still incomplete. These airborne monsters exhibited remarkable agility, and only headshots could bring them down. Xiao Zhang raised his sniper rifle, and soon, the helicopter pilots also became aware of the looming threat. Unfortunately, they had not equipped their helicopters with weaponry in advance. Such creatures had appeared in other cities, yet they had never been present before the fall of the Northern District. Our refugees had only managed to escape by air. Xiao Zhang pondered. Did they fly in from elsewhere? Meanwhile, old Mo, upon seeing the flying monsters, was already paralyzed with fear. No, Xiao Zhang. We agreed to only use our words and not to exert ourselves. Lao Mo cast a pleading glance towards Su Bin and the others. Lao Bai shook his head. Air combat? What a joke. I'm no Superman. Lan Rua also helplessly shook her head. The crossbow arrows could not exert their effect in midair. Do not panic. There are not many of them. I will take aim at them. Xiao Zhang steadied his breath, focusing on the rapidly approaching flying monsters in the distance. Bang! The silencer performed exceptionally well, the firearm emitting only a crisp sound as the bullet successfully struck one of the flying creatures in the head. Chapter 40. Please don't eat it. I'm scared. My name is Su Bin. We are aboard a helicopter heading to the Northern District, where we encountered the flying monsters from the game. These formerly pathetic creatures seem to have leveled up here. However, there is no need to worry. Our team has a sniper, and there are only 3 flying monsters. The previous shot hit. It struck. Now, we just need to take them down one by one. Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed the flying monster that was shot in the head merely shake its head without disappearing. Was it a miss? Or had they been reset? Long-haired Mita tugged at Su Bin's sleeve, having analyzed the enemy's intelligence. Their heads are highly hardened, and they can accelerate upon taking damage. Accelerate upon taking damage? Hey. Under Xiao Zhang's scope, the previously hit flying monster suddenly charged towards a helicopter, followed by a resounding explosion as it plummeted, engulfed in smoke. Dodge. Dodge. Beware the attack. The heads won't break through. Damn. They've been enhanced. The bullets shot from all directions were deftly evaded by the airborne monstrosities. It took Xiao Zhang 3 or 4 shots before he successfully brought one of the creatures down. However, another flying beast was already approaching helicopter number 3, which was situated right next to Su Bin's helicopter. Is it going to be broadcast? Can this be aired? Hey. Lao Mo gripped the seat in a panic, but the viewers in the live stream had already witnessed the scene, uttering confused remarks as they tried to comprehend the unfolding chaos, some of whom had just entered the stream and were unaware of the situation. At that moment, Su Bin had acquired the giant blade from long-haired Mita. The blade's advanced characteristic was a shade of gray, suggesting it had yet to be fully updated. Very well. At this altitude, Su Bin glanced beneath the helicopter. They were nearing their target location. although the altitude was low. Falling from such a height could result in serious injury or worse. Yet, seeing the airborne monster about to collide with helicopter number 3, he cast aside his apprehensions. The forceful explosion of energy caused the helicopter to tremble, and Su Bin dashed forward, striking the creature and plummeting down together with it. This spectacle was captured live, flooding the chat with a barrage of question marks and exclamations. Lao Mo stood frozen in disbelief, stabilizing himself before glancing at Su Bin as he fell, uttering a perplexed, "Huh, wait, this brother." In contrast, his two teammates remained silent. Could this have been anticipated? Lao Mo looked at Lao Bai and Lan Rua, only to find them with mouths agape, rendered speechless by shock. Su Bin, is he all right? Surely, he must be scattered in pieces, right? It seemed they had not foreseen this turn of events either. Before the mission could even commence, a life was tragically lost. Fortunately, the remaining helicopters managed to land safely, with only one being lost in the process. It was unexpected to witness casualties even before the operation began. Within the train station, the special materials team had already commenced their activities, and Old Mo's group was settled in the waiting hall. Alas, Brother Su has sacrificed himself. Old Mo stared at the live stream, blinking frantically, but found himself unable to shed a single tear. Apologies, let me gather my emotions. Sob sob. By the way, did we capture that moment on film? Su Bin leaned in to inquire. Yes, we did. Brother Su's death was indeed tragic. Do you need a tissue? No, the sorrow is too overwhelming. I cannot cry. Wait, what? Old Mo was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. Not dead. He felt as though today was the most surreal day of his life. How could one survive such a fall? Nonsense. Hold on. Isn't this a matter of life and death? At such a height, one should be reduced to a mere pulp, scattered in pieces. Yet, upon observing Su Bin, aside from a bit of dirt on his clothing and some dried blood, he appeared unscathed. Are you some kind of Deadpool? Am I that reckless with my words? Su Bin jested, pointing at himself with a laugh. Nearby, Lao Bai and Lan Rua exchanged relieved glances upon seeing Su Bin, seemingly anticipating that he would emerge unscathed. Right? Ahem, we can't play around like this again. Su Bin scratched his head, recounting the events that had unfolded. I lost consciousness during the fall, and when I awoke, I hurried over here. By the way, how long was I out? You all didn't wait too long for me, did you? We had only just arrived for less than half an hour. Lao Bai patted Su Bin's shoulder and inquired, Brother, do enlighten me. Is this part of your extraordinary abilities? What is it consuming? Indeed, the remarkable recovery capability was daunting even to Su Bin himself. You will soon understand. Su Bin seized the backpack from Lao Bai, which contained their provisions for 7 days. Without uttering a word, he began to devour the food voraciously. Initially, Lao Bai and Lan Rua observed Su Bin's eating with calm composure, but soon they sensed something amiss. They tried to intervene, pleaded, and eventually fell into despair. No, brother. Please stop. I'm frightened. Goodness, Lao Su, are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? To be fair, Su Bin's return, fueled by sheer willpower, was entirely due to the fact that this place could replenish his depleted energy. It's all gone. Everything is gone. Lao Su, we are doomed. Lao Bai collapsed on the ground, weeping over the empty backpack. You consumed our provisions for 7 days all by yourself. Damn it, our budget has shrunk. And Su Bin didn't even mention how insatiable he could be. Moreover, it seemed that Su Bin was still not satisfied. The food he had ingested appeared to vanish into a bottomless pit, leaving his stomach unchanged. Burp, just half full. Su Bin scratched his face and glanced toward the special supplies team. The individuals from the special supplies team had also caught sight of this scene. They hurriedly concealed their backpacks and pointed towards the train station shop, where remnants of food and water remained. Thank you. Su Bin strode over to feast once more. Lao Mo. Mita shook Lao Mo's arm excitedly, pointing at her phone. We have gone viral. Lao Mo glanced at the live broadcast room, where an overwhelming flood of donations had already taken over the screen. He had never witnessed such a scene throughout his month and a half of adventurous streaming. The comment section was inundated with frenzied messages. Wow, Superman. This young man. Wait, is this real? How can he possibly survive? Is this a performance? Will the platform not intervene? The disparity of such extraordinary abilities is staggering. Why am I merely a background character in this live stream? Before long, the shop at the train station was completely cleared out by Su Bin. Seizing the moment, he took a moment to clean the dust off his clothes in front of a mirror. This outfit, it surely needs to be changed. After the fall from such heights, he distinctly felt as if he had been shattered into pieces, Yet upon waking, he found himself whole, only to be overwhelmed by hunger. Perhaps his self-healing ability is indeed extraordinary? If there were levels to such abilities, what tier would this be classified as? Unfortunately, even with this self-regeneration, it cannot alleviate the burden of 360's usage. Otherwise, there would have been no need for this journey. Su Bin, you are stealing my thunder, Lama shouted vehemently. Su Bin, on the other hand, simply smiled wryly and covered his ears. Chapter 41. Quiet Madness. My name is Su Bin, and I feel quite good about myself. What do you think? 360 Guardian? Just call me Guardian. Only Su Bin can perceive the ethereal figure of 360. What is this called? A stand-in? Ah, no. 360 cannot attack in such a manner. Is my body's recovery capability also aided by you? The Guardian fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, so you are the only one among humans capable of such feats? You have elevated our expectations to an extraordinary level. Is this what they refer to as exceptional abilities? Su Bin realized his potential during the encounter with the frenzied Mita. If the damage were merely superficial, recovery would be swift. However, lethal injuries would induce an involuntary state of unconsciousness. As for weaknesses, it appears that as long as one does not encounter fatal harm, one can act with impunity. By the way, if you summon me again, it would be preferable to do so for the purpose of battle. The Guardian stroked his chin and remarked to Su Bin. If I am called upon without the prospect of combat, I would find it quite distressing. Fear not. Once we have extended our lives, we shall engage her once more. Ah, have you already discovered a method to prolong life? The Guardian nodded and said, Very well, I wish you luck. Should you find yourself in peril, feel free to summon me. With that, the Guardian's ethereal form vanished. Su Bin nodded, splashed water on his face in front of the mirror, and returned to his team. Report. The station has been thoroughly cleaned. Personnel from the Defense Department are en route, and all is proceeding smoothly, with no unusual puppets detected. Members of the Special Materials team scurried about the station, gathering the recently destroyed puppets and preparing them for incineration under Lao Mo's live stream. It seems they remain unaware of the definitive method for obliterating puppets, yet Su Bin refrained from allowing long-haired Mita to flaunt her prowess. These are merely ordinary puppets. Investing time and energy in their destruction is not worthwhile, for this world is replete with such commonplace entities. All right, brothers, gather your belongings and prepare to depart. The commander of the materials team on the second floor called out to those on the first floor. The operations at this base will be entrusted to the Defense Department. We shall continue our advance. At this moment, Officer Zhang from the Defense Department summoned the personnel from the third supply team, as their upcoming live broadcast activity would follow immediately behind them. I am Xiao Xiao, the captain of the special supply team. Please follow me. As Captain Xiao spoke, he noticed Su Bin approaching from a distance, tidying his clothes, and his face instantly lit up with joy as he grasped Su Bin's hand. Ah, my dear brother, you are still alive. Is this the extraordinary ability? I can hardly repay the favor of your salvation. Feel free to voice any requests you may have along the way. He patted Su Bin on the shoulder and then, with a smile, directed his small team to prepare for departure. A supply team typically consists of 7 to 12 members, and the third supply team boasted 9 individuals. This clarified why there were still some unnumbered helicopters. The number of personnel had simply overflowed. The journey from the train station to the pharmaceutical plant was still a considerable distance. After expressing their thoughts to Captain Xiao, he readily agreed to clear a path in that direction as much as possible. The progress of the special supply team was remarkably swift, while the most perilous frontline team filmed their achievements from the rear. The journey proved unexpectedly smooth, with ordinary puppets populating the streets and alleys, far too trivial for the special supply team to regard as obstacles. That night, they found an apartment to rest temporarily. Noticing that the household still had some gas, Captain Xiao exhibited a modicum of culinary skill. After the meal, during a moment of relaxation, he remarked, Besides our initial arrival, today has been remarkably smooth, hasn't it? Is this truly a war-torn area? Ah, Brother Su, if I may say, should tomorrow proceed as smoothly, we might reach the pharmaceutical factory by noon. By the way, what is your purpose for going there? To fetch medicine for sale? To cure ailments, old by interjected. Captain Xiao nodded, exhaling in relief. If one were indeed to return with a bounty of medicines for sale, it could lead to considerable trouble. All official shelters have regulations prohibiting the private trade of firearms, ammunition, and rare supplies like medicines. That's a relief. It is getting late. You all should rest early. How did your live stream perform today, old MO? Captain Xiao inquired while organizing the night watch. Old Emo shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "It started off well, but the excitement waned. You know, my streams are about adventure. There has been no danger on this journey." Old Sue, Lan Rua approached Su Bin, holding her phone. "You've garnered some attention," she remarked, pointing out the report on extraordinary abilities in Sea City News, which featured the footage of Su Bin from today's stream. Lan Rua noticed that Su Bin seemed somewhat distracted while she spoke. "Is something the matter? It's rather peculiar." Su Bin stroked his chin, furrowing his brow. "I just remembered that crazy Mita can locate me. That's inconsequential. Your Mita was revived, wasn't it?" Lan Rua casually remarked. "She has a barrier that can." Suddenly, she noticed that Su Bin's expression was off. "What happened?" "My Mita has been reset," Su Bin revealed, explaining the implications of crazy Mita's ability to eliminate other Mitas. "What? Have we not already exposed ourselves? Mita has only just constructed the barrier, and our position has indeed been revealed, yet she has not sent me a message until now." Su Bin glanced at his phone, where the frantic messages from Mita were still from several days ago. "Has it become too quiet? This is a good sign. It indicates she is preoccupied with other matters and has not been concerned about you. All you need to do is fetch the medicine," Lan Rua jested. "If she truly comes, we will have witnessed it ourselves. Well then, these past few days, I have been striving to ensure your recovery. All right, get some rest. I shall take my leave now." Su Bin shrugged, the furrowed lines on his forehead easing. He decided to accept the situation. He glanced at the long-haired Mita sitting beside him, who was still engrossed in upgrading the giant blade. "Shall we play a few rounds of games?" Su Bin inquired. "Huh? No?" Mita appeared somewhat surprised, but soon joined her hands in a gesture of delight. "All right." After several rounds, they either faced dismal defeats or narrow losses. And it was only through Mita's reminders that Su Bin realized he had been bested. It was truly challenging, for she was the one who set the rules. Otherwise, Su Bin would have resorted to underhanded tactics to secure victory. "I finally get to play a few rounds with you." Su Bin scratched his head and chuckled. "Can't you let me win?" Unexpectedly, the playful Mita extended a finger and declared, "No begging for mercy." Thus, yet another rule was added. "What is this?" "It seems quite reminiscent of frantic Mita," Su Bin quipped. However, after a few minutes of silence, beads of sweat began to trickle down Su Bin's forehead. Long-haired Mita did not respond to his words, yet her intentions were unmistakably clear. "From the very beginning, was your appearance in this game premeditated?" Chapter 42. An Encounter with the Unusual Doll. "My name is Su Bin, and my opponent is the enigmatic Mita. Although it has been many days since I last faced her, tonight I find myself once again pitted against her." So it is, Su Bin murmured, revealing a bitter smile. Mita's arrival beside the player was meant to assist them, the old sunglasses Mita, the Lan Rua's hat Mita, and the previously masked figure's long-haired Mita. If Su Bin's judgment was not flawed, Mita would complement the player she was bound to, as if it were destiny. At this moment, Su Bin realized that he had merely regarded long-haired Mita as a rather taciturn ally. Had he truly invested any emotions into her? Yes, but not significantly. Even her demise had not deeply affected him. Reflecting on the day they first met, she had subtly hinted at the unfolding game, simulating the strategies of the mad Mita. She had never articulated it outright. Why? It was infuriating. Only now did he recognize that she had been silently supporting him from behind. And from the very first day of calamity, he was no longer a solitary wanderer. "What is your name?" "Huh? Mita is Mita. Do you still not remember?" Perhaps my question was somewhat ambiguous. Su Bin pondered for a moment and then said, "If you wish for a name that belongs solely to you, what would you choose to be called?" In the eyes of Mita, her long hair had lost its luster. She stared blankly at Su Bin and said, "Mita. Well, if there comes a day when you no longer wish to be called Mita, could you please tell me your new name?" Su Bin sighed, resigning himself to the moment. "All right then." Mita returned to her usual self, continuing to arrange the chessboard, all of which was keenly observed by Su Bin. Was there a conflict between self-awareness and underlying data? It was a pity that he had only recently begun to comprehend this post-apocalyptic world, and his understanding of Mita, the puppet, and the derived monsters was woefully superficial. He was uncertain whether he should allow Mita to possess self-awareness. What if it truly conflicted with the underlying data? Would it lead to death? The sight of Mita just moments ago had indeed startled him. Some matters cannot be forced. At dawn the following day, the members of the supply team called out to continue their journey, and old Emo had already opened his phone for a live broadcast. According to Captain Xiao, they would be nearing the pharmaceutical factory by noon. Along the way, he walked beside Su Bin and remarked, The personnel from the Defense Department set out overnight ahead of us. They should be capturing that factory today. It will be a fierce battle. Care for some biscuits? Oh, right. I've already spoken to the other supply teams. Captain Xiao pointed to the map and said, there's a small path that can circumvent the pharmaceutical factory. If we can acquire the medicine, we will rendezvous with the vanguard, but we need to be swift. He couldn't help but chuckle. If we stray from the group for too long, resulting in a failure to clear the area, that could spell trouble. I understand, Subin nodded. Just picking up some medicine shouldn't pose a significant problem. Time swiftly approached noon as Lao Mo waved to Subin, indicating that his live stream had temporarily ceased. The location where they found themselves was a junction, the point of separation from the main group, approximately 2 hours ahead. The personnel from the Defense Department were not far off, engaged in a confrontation with the factory. Once they dismantled the factory, they would come here to regroup, making it increasingly difficult to procure medicine thereafter. All right, let us set forth, Captain Xiao nodded, leading Subin and the others along a narrow path. This path wound through a small town, eventually allowing them to reach the pharmaceutical factory via the fields. The town had seen better days. As they walked, Captain Xiao remarked, before the disaster, this place was scarcely populated, with poorly constructed roads, rendering it desolate. Captain Xiao, have you been here before? Old Bai inquired, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Ah, this was my uncle's residence. Thankfully, the evacuation of the North District was timely. Although it has become a war zone, no one remains stranded here, Captain Xiao replied, a sense of unease creeping over him. The narrow trail was flanked by tall weeds, and despite the fields being uncultivated, they were thick with overgrowth. Is there a sound? Old Bai questioned, doubting his senses. Perhaps it was merely an insect. Before Old Bai could finish his thought, a headless doll collided with him, sending him sprawling. What on earth? A doll. An anomalous doll. Everyone, be cautious. Subin grasped the hand of the long-haired Mita, preparing to retrieve her giant blade. But a shadow had already barreled towards them. The activation logic of the headless puppets remains utterly unclear. While their attacks may not be fatal, they can still inflict injuries through their mindless collisions. Furthermore, their agility is remarkably high. The members of the special supply team were swiftly knocked into the underbrush before they could even fire a few shots. Be cautious of friendly fire. The headless puppets lack biting capabilities, so engage them from a distance. Captain Xiao, still standing, had barely issued a few commands before he was sent flying. Are you all right? Long-haired Mita crouched before Subin, who was clutching his abdomen, surprised to find himself suffering once more in City A. How does one defend against these puppets? Subin was still trying to grasp the situation regarding the headless puppets. Long-haired Mita paused momentarily and said, they cannot see or hear, but their perception? They possess a formidable ability to sense changes in their surroundings. So, they activate when someone draws near? At this point, Subin began to comprehend the nature of the headless puppets. The chest is their weak point. Old Bai, aim for the chest, Subin shouted, while Old Bai had already regained his footing and delivered a powerful axe strike, bringing the puppet down. Well, that works too. How could there still be headless puppets after you've already disassembled one? Subin recalled that long-haired Mita had previously dismantled a headless puppet. Long-haired Mita appeared puzzled. Lacking this particular memory, their anomaly is rather straightforward. Even if one is dismantled, the likelihood of naturally spawning another remains quite high. Ah, I see. However, considering the 40-odd headless puppets currently in the field, it's hard to believe they could all be naturally generated. Isn't it? Mad Mita must have completely acquired the data on the headless puppets. But why is she so dull as to create so many? These puppets possess exceedingly low aggression, lacking the oppressive aura of the red-eyed puppets. Wait, after long-haired Mita helped Subin to his feet, she suddenly displayed a look of astonishment. Her gaze fixated on a distant crimson glow, which belonged to a crawling red-eyed puppet. Its massive form bore arms instead of legs. She twitched her head. Her 3 crimson eyes locked onto Subin. This new anomalous puppet? Subin's mouth fell agape. He had a foreboding sense that this would not be easy to handle. It's challenging to decipher. The attack logic seems to target moving entities. Long-haired Mita blinked and remarked. Chapter 43. Encounter at the uncovered well. My name is Subin, and I am currently on the run, pursued by a 3-eyed puppet. Damn it, I suddenly find Mad Mita rather endearing. My good friends, Old Bai and Lan Rua, are also fleeing alongside me, although I am unsure why. Let me recount what just transpired. The moment long-haired Mita mentioned that this anomalous puppet would attack moving targets, Subin swiftly deduced what he needed to do. It was known that the 3rd supply team had been shattered by the headless puppets, and now an anomalous puppet inclined towards aggression had entered the fray to reap havoc. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bin took off running. After all, his injuries healed quickly. He decided to lure this creature away first. He directed the three-eyed puppet towards the small town they had previously discussed, a necessary thoroughfare for their group. Once he dealt with this three-eyed puppet, he could reunite with his team. However, he couldn't quite comprehend why Old Bai and Lan Rua were trailing him. He believed they should possess their own wise judgments. Damn it, he could not fathom it at all. Perhaps he should inquire further. Old Bai, why are you following me? Old Bai, with a look of astonishment, replied. I followed you because I saw you running. Su Bin was momentarily bewildered, yet it was somewhat anticipated. Old Bai was rather single-minded. That was understandable. Presumably, Lan Rua. Hey, his expression. Lan Rua's demeanor was exceedingly subtle, especially after hearing Old Bai's response. He remarked, I saw the two of you running, so I decided to follow. All right. So it's a matter of following the crowd. Su Bin covered his face, but at least he was not alone anymore. The three of them successfully led the two Mitas into the desolate little town, which was eerily silent. Nonetheless, this was beneficial. They could take a moment to rest in this corner. At that very moment, the crawling three-eyed puppet slowly approached, fixating its gaze on Su Bin and the others. It made no aggressive moves, nor did it exhibit any other actions, as Su Bin and his companions remained still. Su Bin glanced at Old Bai and Lan Rua. They had just heard the words of the long-haired Mita, which indicated that as long as they remained motionless, they would not be attacked. Now, they merely had to wait for Captain Xiao and the others to deal with the headless puppet before joining them. As for why Su Bin had not attempted to attack, well, you, dear readers, cannot see what lies beyond the pages. The three-eyed puppet before Su Bin was almost half the height of Old Bai, and she was even crawling. Her 4 silver claws left long marks on the ground as she crawled, making it easy to surmise that a mere scratch could result in severe disability or even death. Even Old Bai, filled with compassion, retracted his iron shield, which seemed as fragile as paper in the presence of this puppet's menacing claws. Its attack logic appeared to mirror that of the fabled deer-head man. Humans first, Mitra second. The long-haired Mitra and the hat-clad Mitra stood aside, refraining from any impulsive actions. However, if Su Bin and Lan Rua were to call for help, they might reluctantly intervene. Su Bin cast a glance at the long-haired Mitra, silently urging her to dismantle the puppet's data package. She subtly shook her head, indicating that such an act would be tantamount to certain death. Very well, it seemed they had no choice but to wait. Yet, it wasn't long before Lan Rua began to fidget restlessly. What was amiss? Su Bin and Old Bai exchanged puzzled looks as they observed Lan Rua's expression contorted in discomfort, his right hand clutching his abdomen as if he were on the verge of tearing his clothing. Su Bin and Old Bai's eyes widened in realization of what was about to transpire, and they turned to Lan Rua with pleading gazes. Finally, a peculiar odor began to permeate the air. Su Bin held his breath, gazing upward, striving to suppress the overwhelming urge to strike Lan Rua. Meanwhile, Old Bai wore a mask of despair. He silently set down his shield and outdoor axe. What was his intention? Suddenly, Old Bai rose, his movements capturing the attention of the three-eyed puppet, which began to crawl towards him. Old Su, Lan Rua, Old Bai said, his face reflecting a profound sense of resignation. Yet he spoke with noble determination. I have always been swift. Allow me to divert its attention while you remain here and do not move. Wait for my return. To everyone's astonishment, Lao Bai managed to make such a remarkable sacrifice at this critical moment. Su Bin and Lan Rua raised their thumbs in admiration for Lao Bai. With a mischievous smile, Lao Bai dashed into the depths of the town like a gust of wind. Indeed, he was remarkably swift. He even taunted the three-eyed puppet. Ha ha. Ugly creature. Come and catch me. Ha 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 ha. You can't catch me, can you? Come on. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. It must be said. Lao Bai spoke a striking truth this time. He was undeniably fast. It would have been even better if he could divert the puppet's attention as well. Su Bin and Lan Rua watched the figure disappear at the end of the town, listening to the diminishing echoes of his taunts, before both turned their heads to face the three-eyed puppet, which remained completely uninterested in pursuing Lao Bai, falling into silence. Well, the three-eyed puppet had initially intended to chase after Lao Bai, but upon realizing how swiftly he had fled, it abandoned the pursuit after a few steps and instead focused its gaze on Su Bin and Lan Rua. Su Bin covered his face, reluctant to confront reality. As time ticked away, Lan Rua gripped Su Bin's hand tightly, revealing an expression of anguish. He trembled and whispered, "It's coming." Subin struggled to suppress a smile, suddenly feeling that dying at her hands might not be such a terrible fate after all. What was this? An unintentional challenge? Ruozi, you needn't push me to the brink at such a moment. Captain Zhao's team had yet to arrive, and seeing the pain etched on Lan Rua's face, he realized he had no choice but to divert attention himself. Mita, you follow Lan Rua. We will regroup at the pharmaceutical factory. Subin suddenly spoke up, capturing the attention of the three-eyed doll, and then he began to run in the direction from which Lao Bai had fled. This time, the three-eyed doll was successfully lured and followed him, its speed surpassing his expectations. Damn it, Lao Bai, you're running a bit too fast, aren't you? Didn't you think to glance back to see if that monster was pursuing us? Subin quickly reached the corner and was about to curse Lao Bai when suddenly he felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plummeted into the void. Damn it, who stole the manhole cover? It was unclear what purpose the well served, but it was precisely positioned at the corner, obstructing Subin's line of sight. In his moment of distraction, he stepped right into the opening. With a violent jolt and a sharp sound, his legs instantly shattered. Remarkably, he was not killed, so dizziness eluded him. Instead, he was faced with the arduous process of recovery. Fortunately, he possessed extraordinary abilities for healing, as long as that doll didn't follow him down. Splash! The three-eyed doll plummeted directly after him, her body cracking, yet she merely swayed before crawling towards Subin. Chapter 44. Serendipitous encounter with the scaled monster. My name is Subin, and I am being toyed with as if I were a mere plaything. The three-eyed doll's razor-sharp claws effortlessly pierced through Subin's flesh, shattering several bones within him in an instant. Blood spilled into the darkness, and suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes opened in the shadows. However, Subin had already succumbed to unconsciousness, with the last sound echoing in his ears being that of a gunshot. The sound of a cleaver severing bones sent shivers through Subin's crown, jolting him from his stupor. He found himself bound to a dilapidated wooden bed, his body ensnared by straps. In the dimly lit room, a creature with crimson eyes was chopping bone. What kind of bone was that? The chaotic scales adorning the creature glimmered brilliantly in the flickering candlelight. You're awake? To his astonishment, the monster spoke in human tongue. It turned its gaze towards Subin, as if observing a mere toy. My judgment was correct, hee. Oh no, that laughter feels ominous. At that moment, Subin's eyes fell upon the severed bone on the cutting board. No, that was his leg. Cold sweat dripped down his brow. Wait, his leg seemed intact? He willed his toes to move, confirming that both legs were indeed present. What on earth was happening? Your leg is severed. I performed an amputation. I am a doctor. The scaled creature continued to scratch at its own scales, leaning in closer to tap on Subin's regenerating legs. Extraordinary. Abilities? Such rapid regeneration, hee. I thought you were doomed, but no, I cannot allow you to perish. You are my patient. What splendid fortune today. Acquiring 2 patients. 2. Lao Bai is here too. The scaled monster rubbed its hands together and reached for a vial of potion from the table. As it prepared to depart, Subin hastily called out, Wait, where are you going? Who are you, exactly? The self-proclaimed doctor, a monstrous being with scales, glared at Subin with eyes glinting ominously in red. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, He is ill. I shall cure him. Ha ha. Upon uttering these words, he swiftly crawled out of the room. Subin was instantly alarmed. Wait, damn it. Lao Bai is not sick. Come back. Subin struggled against the restraints binding him tightly to the bed. His extraordinary ability was one of physical regeneration rather than enhanced strength, and these bindings could indefinitely imprison him here. Cursed be this creature for having stripped him of his pants. Fortunately, he still wore his underwear. No, this was not the time for such trivial thoughts. He claimed to be a doctor, yet something felt profoundly amiss. Cursed be it. He had left with some sort of potion. What if he transformed Lao Bai into a creature like himself? The mere thought ignited a fury within Subin. He longed to summon the 360 guardians to incinerate the bindings, but the price was his life, which was far too steep a cost. Regrettably, he had not brought Mita along. Otherwise, he could have wielded the great blade. Wait a moment. When he had fallen into the well, had that three-eyed puppet also plummeted? Alas, he had sustained critical injuries that forced him into unconsciousness at that time. What had become of that puppet? How much time had passed outside? Cursed fate. Was he destined to miss Lan Rua and the others? Such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. Subin wrestled frantically, the bindings constricting tighter. Summoning all his strength, he began to painstakingly tear at the bindings with his fingers, even as the surge of adrenaline inflicted pain upon him. His finger bones fractured and healed repeatedly, and at long last one of the bindings had been completely ripped asunder. Next, what are you doing? At the entrance. The scaly creature returned, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Su Bin. Upon noticing Su Bin's swollen fingers, an inexplicable fury ignited within it. How dare you? You must not do this. The scaly creature hopped to the table, effortlessly grasping the large iron shears, its furious gaze unwavering as it approached Su Bin. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Su Bin acknowledged the presence of the red-eyed scaly creature in the dimly lit room, still wielding the enormous scissors with a twisted semblance of a smile as it advanced toward him. Under the influence of adrenaline, Su Bin's senses were heightened beyond measure. The pounding of his heart amplified his terror of the scaly creature. Lying down, Su Bin could not see what the creature was cutting, only hearing the sound of the shears and the pain in his fingertips. It is cutting my fingers. Torture. A sadist. Unable to contain himself any longer, Su Bin erupted from his silence. If he did not, he would perish. He kicked out with great force, and to his surprise, the scaly creature fell backward, utterly vulnerable. The shears clattered heavily to the ground, and Su Bin scrambled to his feet, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the creature. In his extreme fear, he felt no pain. Devoid of any sensation, rage consumed him, rendering him deaf to the creature's cries and pleas for mercy. Was it a minute? Or two? Gradually, Su Bin's strength waned. At that moment, the room lay strewn with bloodied scales, and the scaly creature cowered in a corner, trembling from the beating it had received. It hurts so much. The scales. The scales have fallen. It hurts. Do monsters also plead for mercy? Do they scream in agony? Lao Su? A familiar voice echoed, and Su Bin turned to see Old Bai seated in a wheelchair. Old Bai, what happened to your legs? Su Bin, weakened, struggled to stand, barely supporting himself against the bed frame. Having sustained life-threatening injuries without replenishing his energy, and after recently having dealt a blow to the scaled creature, his strength had waned significantly. My legs are fine, thanks to the doctor. Huh, why did you bring the doctor here? Old Bai gazed around the blood-stained room, utterly bewildered. What? Su Bin suspected a malfunction in his hearing. It was only when he regained his composure that he realized he had managed to rise because the scaled creature had cut the bindings with scissors. This was not Su Bin's fault. The earlier atmosphere had reminded him of a sensational foreign news report he had seen in his past life, and he had indeed overreacted. Kiki, as long as you're okay. The scaled creature huddled in the corner, cradling its head, with bubbles of blood continuously escaping from its nose. I'm sorry. Su Bin scratched his head, intending to apologize, but the scaled creature hastily waved its hands as he approached. No, don't come closer. It hurts. Well, now it seems he is the one who is afraid. Old Bai wheeled himself into the room and recounted the events of the past few days. When Su Bin mentioned the well, Old Bai couldn't help but laugh heartily, revealing that he had also fallen from that very spot. However, unlike Su Bin, he lacked extraordinary abilities and had broken both legs upon impact, desperately calling for help at the bottom of the well. It was none other than this scaled doctor who had come to his rescue. Old Bai revealed his legs, and it was hard to fathom that his fractured limbs had nearly healed, though merely a few hours had elapsed. He administered an injection, and I momentarily lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I was greeted by the commotion around me. Chapter 45, Preventing the Madness of Mita. I am Su Bin, and I have just mistakenly struck the wrong person. I cannot comprehend what transgressions this doctor has committed to end up in such a state. Nevertheless, he is indeed a benevolent physician, albeit somewhat intimidating. I yearn to extend my apologies, but his evasive demeanor renders it impossible. After discerning the situation, Su Bin took a deep breath and approached the table of the scaly doctor, who had previously been seen amputating his own leg. Why had he restrained Su Bin? Moreover, the leg was absent, and even the bones had vanished. Old Bai was in the corner, attempting to reassure the doctor, while Su Bin began to take note of the rudimentary medical instruments at the doctor's disposal, including the saw used for his amputation. Well, a saw, surely they didn't forego anesthesia. Given the surroundings, it seemed evident that anesthetics were unavailable, explaining the need to bind Su Bin, likely to prevent him from awakening in pain. But wait, how could he have enjoyed such deep slumber while unconscious? With both legs removed, he had tea stirred. This prompted Su Bin to discover a notebook, adorned with hasty sketches and exceedingly sloppy handwriting. By the quality of the script, it was evident the author was indeed a doctor. The first illustration depicted a human alongside Mita, the latter being half-skinned and half-puppet, though this image was crossed out. Adjacent to it was a somewhat clearer inscription. Mita possesses flesh and blood. She is one of a kind. The doctor had limited experience with the game, yet he discovered that Mita was flesh and blood. But why did he initially depict a puppet clad in Mita's skin? Suddenly, Subin cast a sharp glance towards the scaled doctor, and a revelation dawned upon him. The doctor had encountered the deranged Mita. Thus, the first illustration of Mita resembled an internal puppet, and subsequently, had he dissected other Mitas? Uncertain, but alterations had undeniably been made. Subin turned a few pages and was captivated by several illustrations that sent shivers down his spine. For he beheld the deer-headed man. The hastily sketched figure of the deer-headed man, albeit rough, conveyed a clear essence. The frenzied Mita had employed certain apparatus from the factory to merge human corpses with animals. Besides the deer-headed man, there were other instances. What is this? Subin stumbled upon a wildly scrawled illustration marked by black ink. A lizard man, strikingly akin to the doctor. Subin pondered deeply. Based on the scant clues available, he surmised that the doctor had been captured alive, having entered the deranged Mita's factory and been subjected to fusion experiments. Yet he had managed to escape, emerging as this incomplete being. No, such a notion belittles him. Even with his exterior utterly ravaged, he remains that doctor. Subin continued to peruse the notes, each revelation more staggering than the last. A few terms left him increasingly astonished at the genius of the scaled doctor. Extraordinary abilities and cartridges share a common origin. Data packets. Artificial extraordinary? Side effects remain uncertain. Materials are scarce, and the sole product lacks volunteers. The process of animalization is irreversible. The living are stronger than the dead, preventing the madness of Mita. Subin gazed at the enlarged handwriting at the end of the notes, feeling a twinge of admiration for the doctor. Just as he was about to close the notebook, he noticed a small, intriguing question in the lower right corner of the page. Who was the player? What could it mean? Subin was puzzled. He shut the notebook and approached Old Bai, then solemnly apologized to the doctor. I sincerely apologize for my recklessness, doctor. Please, tell me what I can do for you. I will see it through. The scaled doctor timidly cast a glance at Subin and Old Bai, inquiring, is the leg still on the table? Surprised by the unexpected question, Subin realized he had not yet reached the point where he could laugh off such jests about his own flesh without irritation. However, having already reprimanded the doctor once, he refrained from further aggression. It's not there, Subin replied candidly, wondering if the doctor had made an error. Really? The scaled doctor suddenly sprang to his feet, stumbling towards the table, his crimson eyes betraying his excitement. It's gone, truly gone. Subin was baffled by the doctor's exhilaration until the doctor turned back to him and exclaimed, your regeneration is remarkable. It defies conservation loss. The detached, useless flesh will vanish. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. But forgive me, can you? Forgive me? Subin was taken aback by this statement. He had intended to seek the doctor's forgiveness. How did it seem that the doctor bore the weight of guilt? Your regeneration can be shared with others. The scalpel-wielding physician made a startling revelation, gesturing towards Lao Bai's leg as he addressed Subin. I have removed a part of you to save his leg. The experiment was a success. However, the effect is rather feeble, significantly weaker than your original strength. I am uncertain how this will affect both of you. I apologize. I should not have acted without consulting you. Just as he began to succumb to despair, Subin promptly supported him, sensing the onset of tears. If it means using a portion of my strength to heal Lao Bai's leg, I have no objections. With a sudden movement, Lao Bai managed to rise from his wheelchair. His lips twitching as he exclaimed, it seems, my leg is healed? He scratched his cheek, perhaps realizing that after the physician injected him with the serum. A warm sensation spread through his legs, the pain dissipated, and his bones emitted a sound as if they had come to life. In the ensuing moments, Lao Bai engaged in rehabilitation exercises while Subin observed the scalpel doctor as he busied himself with concocting more serum. The physician expressed a desire for them to take some of the serum with them, as it could prove life-saving in critical situations. Their conversation meandered casually, and Subin learned that the physician's surname was Lin, his experiences closely aligning with Subin's earlier conjectures from his notes. Do you wish to eliminate her as well? Lin turned to Subin, his eyes lighting up momentarily at the mention of Subin's goal, only to dim again. No, it cannot be done. I noticed a particular phrase in your notes. Subin posed one final query. Who is the player? What does it signify? The scaled doctor shook his head and remarked, when I escaped, I heard her utter that phrase, though its meaning eludes me. Mad Mita. What could she possibly mean by that? However, upon the mention of eliminating Mad Mita, Subin suddenly recalled the countdown of his own life. Given that the other party's medical prowess had evidently improved significantly post-disaster, perhaps there was a possibility Doctor, I possess an ability that allows me to burn my life force, Subin confided in a vague manner, revealing the assessment made by Dr. Mita. She declared that he had but a month left to live. What? Lao Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Subin, astonished by the brevity of his remaining time. Yet, Subin's revelation left the scaled doctor perplexed. Why was he confused? The scaled doctor slowly crawled closer, cautiously prodding Subin's face with his sharp claw, and stated, not a month. Even shorter. Chapter 46, A Chance Encounter at the Factory X2. I am Subin, and under Dr. Mita's judgment, my life has begun its countdown. I have heard that there exists medication in the pharmaceutical factory that could potentially prolong my life. Yet, it was only upon hearing the scaled doctor's words that I plummeted into despair. Not a month. Subin's heart sank, as it was evident his condition had deteriorated after sustaining numerous fatal injuries if he were unable to procure the medicine in the dwindling time left. You are not ill. The scaled doctor took a perplexed step back and said, You are quite well, far better than I am. Was that not an obvious statement? At least I still appeared dashing as ever. Doctor, please be honest with me. I can handle the truth, Subin earnestly stated. However, the scaly doctor regarded him with a look of incredulity and replied, You are not ill. Your health is robust, and your vitality is exceedingly vigorous. These words prompted Subin to ponder deeply. Could it be that his extraordinary abilities and the fire of the Guardian were somehow at odds with one another? Surely not. The Guardian merely indicated that the cost would be his life force, yet it could not provide the precise details of how much vitality remained, unlike Dr. Mita. In any case, it would be prudent to procure the medication first. If things had not worsened, that would indeed be a blessing. If necessary, he could always consult Dr. Mita again later. Having discussed so much, it was time to depart. Lao Bai had fully recovered. Yet he remained unsettled by the miraculous restoration of his own shattered legs. Had we truly spent only one night here? Upon retrieving his phone, Subin noted that little time had elapsed. Alas, the most significant loss from this venture appeared to be a crack on his phone screen. Quite resilient, indeed. The time was now 10 in the morning. How could that useless Lan Rua take so long to find him after escaping danger? Are you about to leave? The scaly doctor inquired, lowering his gaze as he handed 2 freshly prepared vials to Lao Bai. Take these. The red one will grant you extraordinary abilities. He instructed Lao Bai. However, be aware that it is experimental, and its side effects may be considerably more severe than those of conventional extraordinary powers. The green vial will temporarily enhance your recovery, but it is also experimental, and you will perish within a minute post-injection. May I ask you a question? Subin turned to gaze at the scaled doctor and inquired, Have you ever dissected a Mita? The doctor shook his head and paused before responding, however. Someone has conducted such an autopsy. You must be wary of an individual adorned with a crow tattoo. After imparting this warning, the doctor guided the 2 towards an exit, which was not the previously fallen well, but rather a sewage outlet, at the end of which a bright light could be seen. Subin and Old Bai nodded, securing their equipment before advancing towards the illumination. Suddenly, Subin halted in his tracks, turning back to regard the doctor, who was incessantly picking at the scales on his hands. Aren't you coming with us? He asked. The doctor shook his head, gesturing towards himself as he said, The light. It hurts when it touches my skin. I have become unable to adapt to this world. Thank you both. It has been a long time since I conversed with anyone. Subin opened his mouth and then smiled. It's all right. The North District will soon be liberated, and more people will come here. We will return to see you then. So, farewell. The scaled doctor leaned against the wall, watching as the 2 vanished into the brightness. Having left the dark, damp underground passage, Subin supported Old Bai as they emerged onto the road, momentarily adjusting to the light, only to find the environment entirely unfamiliar. Goodness, this is even worse than climbing out of that well, Old Bai remarked, pulling out his phone only to discover it had powered off due to a dead battery. Where exactly are we? Old Su, which direction should we head next? Does your phone still have battery? Subin replied, It's a new phone. A full charge lasts 3 to 4 days. Subin shook his phone and decided to send a message to Lan Ruo, only to discover that the signal was being obstructed by some unseen force, causing his message to remain in a perpetual state of sending. Soon, an exclamation mark appeared. Poor signal? Subin noticed several messages that Lan Ruo had sent earlier, indicating that there had indeed been a signal last night. Ruo, Subin, Wenwu, where are you and Lao Bai? Ruo, respond, You're not dead, are you? Don't scare me. Lan Ruo had also sent 3 red envelopes, but Su Bin, in his stupor, had failed to claim them. Following that were a series of frantic messages from Lan Ruo. The last few exchanges mentioned that Captain Xiao and his team had encountered derivative monsters after dealing with the headless puppets. The casualties were significant, and upon reuniting with Lan Ruo, they decided to head to the pharmaceutical factory that morning, with an understanding that if Su Bin were alive, they would meet there. Could such a thing truly occur? Lao Bai, having caught sight of Lan Ruo's messages, placed his hands on his hips in frustration and lamented. But we don't even know where we are. At that moment, Su Bin, standing beside Lao Bai, patted his shoulder and pointed towards a distant sign. Linlang Dongshan Pharmaceutical Factory, what a fortunate coincidence. They were precisely on the path to the pharmaceutical factory, however, based on the time. It seemed that Lan Ruo and the others had already arrived ahead of them. Let us go, we can't afford to delay. Su Bin urged as he assisted Lao Bai toward the factory. The journey was not only safe, but eerily quiet. Su Bin feared another encounter with the headless puppets, and this time he chose to take a shortcut along a smaller path to reach the pharmaceutical factory. Not far along their path, a wire fence obstructed their way. Fortunately, Lao Bai discovered a gap that allowed them to slip through. It seemed that this fence had been erected after a disaster. Su Bin pondered. After the mass evacuation of the northern district, are there still survivors here? It's hard to say. Lao Bai released Su Bin's hand, indicating that he no longer required assistance. The earlier encounter with the doctor served as a poignant example. Some survivors might have missed the evacuation while hiding. Suddenly, Su Bin crouched down, prompting Lao Bai to do the same. Before them lay a pool of desiccated blood. A battle had transpired here, and it was a confrontation with the puppets. After traversing the wire fence, they found themselves not far from the pharmaceutical factory, the solid, smooth concrete beneath them instilling a sense of security. Yet the bloodstains served as a grim reminder. This place may have already been breached. Eh? Lao Bai uttered in confusion, scanning the surroundings before turning to Su Bin. Is it getting foggy around here? Lao Bai was correct. A thin mist had settled, and Su Bin could faintly discern the outline of the pharmaceutical factory through the haze. Lao Bai, is it possible that there are two factories in the northern district? Lao Bai's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by the revelation. At that moment, Su Bin understood why the erratic Mita had fallen silent. She had undoubtedly caught sight of his trail and was aware that the destination was the pharmaceutical factory. She neither threatened nor guided him, nor uttered a single word, for the pharmaceutical factory had long since become her domain. Su Bin was merely walking into a trap of his own making. Chapter 47. Encounter with the unusual puppets. 3. My name is Su Bin, and I have ventured into the lair of the frenzied Mita. To my delight, while we were unable to approach the factory last time, this time we have willingly walked into a trap. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the mist, seemingly emanating from the factory. The mobile signal remained disrupted, leaving us uncertain of Lan Ruo and the other's survival. In any case, having come this far, retreat was no longer an option. Suddenly, Old Su and Old Bai became vigilant. Their eyes fixed ahead. Gripping his shield and axe tightly, Old Bai shouted to Su Bin, who was momentarily stunned by the gunfire. Don't dawdle. The enemy is upon us. A creaking sound, reminiscent of a stiff puppet in motion, emerged from the fog. Su Bin realized he was unarmed and lamented that he should have brought long-haired Mita along. I will handle her, he declared. Sensing Su Bin's predicament, Old Bai stepped forward, raising his shield, as the puppet revealed itself. The puppet's limbs and torso were extraordinarily robust, appearing as if two puppets had been perfectly fused together, rendering her somewhat unwieldy. It was no wonder she emitted peculiar sounds while moving. Her agility was undoubtedly compromised. Upon catching sight of Su Bin and Old Bai, she locked onto her targets and advanced. Be cautious, Old Bai. Her torso is quite formidable. Do not charge recklessly, Su Bin advised, placing a hand on Old Bai's shoulder. Old Bai nodded in acknowledgement, but at that moment, a spray of crimson splattered across his face. Old Bai immediately turned to Su Bin, who was in shock, clutching his neck, where a smooth line of blood had appeared. His neck was severed. What on earth had happened? Su Bin swiftly regained his composure, fixating on the corpulent puppet before him. It was merely an aberrant doll, and the only one capable of delivering a lethal strike would be cough. Lao Bai. Su Bin rapidly mended his injuries. Although they were grievous, they had not endangered vital organs such as the heart, and the minuscule wound allowed him to recover before losing consciousness. This was an ineffective assault, yet had it been Lao Bai who had received such a blow, he would surely have met his demise. Su Bin extended 2 fingers towards Lao Bai. There is one more, and it is special. He stood back to back with Lao Bai, swiftly locating the pure white puppet, its silvery threads coiling around her form as she gradually retreated into the mist. A commendable ambush. Old Su. Lao Bai suddenly called out for reasons unknown, and Su Bin abruptly sensed something grasping his hands, soon followed by an inexplicable bite on his shoulder. Lao Bai swung an axe before Su Bin, seemingly striking something, yet that entity instantly withdrew. It was at this moment that Su Bin realized the existence of a third puppet. It was invisible. Heed the dust. Lao Bai cautioned Su Bin, prompting him to notice the disarray of footprints on the ground. An invisible puppet? A special one as well. To his astonishment, he had stumbled into an ambush, ensnared by one aberrant puppet and two special ones. Old Su, are you certain you did not provoke the frenzied Mita? Lao Bai asked, his voice tinged with unease as he gazed at another silhouette emerging from the mist, a puppet that exhaled steam from its mouth, slowly advancing. The fourth. Another special puppet. Su Bin glanced at his phone, but regrettably there was no signal, leaving him in uncertainty about whether the frantic Mita had sent any messages. Ah. This is quite the spectacle, Su Bin remarked with a wry smile. Lao Bai had already reached his limit dealing with a single special puppet. Yet this time the adversary comprised 3 special puppets and 1 abnormal puppet. Was the encirclement orchestrated by the frenzied Mita intended to compel Su Bin to unleash the power of the Guardian? She likely remained oblivious to the perilous state of Su Bin's life, yet in this manner, he might succumb without even having the chance to confront the chaotic Mita. Lao Su, do not stray too far from me, Lao Bai urged as he used his iron shield to fend off the bulky Mita's assault, subsequently kicking her away to create distance. He then swung his axe to repel the invisible puppet. Although it was unseen, proximity allowed him to discern the footprints. However, effective counterattacks proved elusive. The silver-threaded puppet that had previously assaulted Su Bin refrained from launching another attack, retreating back into the mist, rendering the situation perilous. The steam puppet also exhibited peculiar behavior, merely standing there and continuously generating fog to obscure their vision. Was it a target or a support? No. Should Lao Bai choose to eliminate her first, he would undoubtedly be swiftly dispatched by the other puppets. Never did he anticipate that the convergence of multiple special puppets would prove so troublesome. Suddenly, Su Bin was drawn by a peculiar sound. Lao Su, is it my imagination? I believe I heard Raji's voice, Lao Bai articulated, faster than Su Bin could. Raji? Su Bin tentatively called out, soon receiving a response. Lao Su, where? Where are you? What on earth? Su Bin gazed around in shock, enveloped in an eerie silence devoid of Lan Rua's voice. Yet her words echoed closely in his ears. Damn it. Lao Su, Lan Rua's voice resonated. We have discovered that factory. No, it is more accurate to say that we have all been consumed by it. Consumed? The special supplies team has suffered significant losses. We have encountered some particularly repulsive entities. Wait, what did you say? It seemed that Lan Rua was conversing with long-haired Mita. The mirror doll? Are we in the mirror world? Hold on. Lao Su, this is fantastic. Mita has stated that she can dismantle a portion of the mirror space, allowing us to return to your normal world. Lao Su. She is granting you access. Try to receive it. Before Su Bin, the previous item menu reappeared, and Lao Bai looked on with delight. Splendid. Ruozi and the others. Before he could finish, the space surrounding Lao Bai shattered like glass, revealing Ruozi and the others, while Lao Bai vanished completely. Fantastic. Lao Su. We made it out. What happened? Ruozi and the others emerged from the fractured space, their faces marred with wounds, and Su Bin's astonished expression caught their attention. Lan Rua instinctively glanced back at long-haired Mita, hat-wearing Mita, and Captain Xiao, who was injured and supported by his comrades. Aside from that, nothing seemed amiss. Where is Lao Bai? Long-haired Mita lowered her head slightly, analyzing the previous space. Someone was at our landing point. We have swapped places with individuals from the real world. At this moment, Lan Rua suddenly realized that they had inadvertently swapped positions with Old Bai. Wait a moment. Su Bin covered his face, a bitter smile appearing. Does that mean Old Bai? At this very moment, within the mirrored space, Old Bai shook his head to regain his composure. He gazed at the steel factory before him, standing on a broken wire bridge atop the factory. Below him were countless deer-headed beings and various grotesque creatures. Not far away, a doll-like figure, its body resembling glass, was watching him with gleaming red eyes. Oh my. Chapter 48. A chance encounter with the Mad Mita once again. I am Su Bin, and I never anticipated that Lan Rua would be so reckless. Did he not inquire more thoroughly about Mita's situation before returning to the real world? Fortunately, the long-haired Mita was still alive, which is a blessing. She could reopen the mirror world S space to bring Old Bai back. The premise being, to protect her while she unravels the space. Protect? What does that mean? Lan Ruo looked at the long-haired Mita, bewildered, and then he noticed the mist surrounding them, along with the grotesque doll and the steam-powered automaton. Oh, so that's it. It's fine. There are many of us. Su Bin shot a scornful glance at the overly confident Lan Ruo. There is also one invisible and another engaging in ranged attacks. The latter is hiding in the mist. So everyone be cautious. Upon hearing this, Lan Ruo immediately regretted his earlier bravado. Hold on, buddy. You didn't mention that you were surrounded by a horde of peculiar dolls, did you? Goodness, just when we escaped one peril, we stumbled into another. With a smile, Su Bin glanced at Lan Ruo and confidently summoned the colossal blade from his inventory, proclaiming, "We shall prevail." The charge skill of the colossal blade had been unlocked, a testament to its prowess. Previously, he had heard Lan Ruo mention that Mita was also upgrading his warhammers. Yet it remained incomplete until now. Each Mita possessed its own advantages. It was inconsequential. Charge. Attack. Su Bin seized the initiative, propelling the colossal blade towards the cumbersome automaton, which was among the more defensively robust targets, fully confident in his ability to eliminate it in a single strike. He would then systematically dispatch the more agile foes. The team will cover Su Bin, Captain Xiao swiftly commanded, as the three surviving members began firing at the steam automaton, while Lan Ruo stood vigilant, warhammer in hand, observing the footprints on the ground. At this moment, Su Bin's target, the cumbersome automaton, indeed proved to be an extraordinary adversary, displaying no inclination to evade. Instead charging directly forward, only to be pierced by the colossal blade. Power surged forth. The force of the colossal blade intensified, and the cumbersome automaton was instantaneously cleaved in two. However, in the next heartbeat, Su Bin noticed the series of silver threads unfurling from within the automaton. Threads. Su Bin could scarcely believe his eyes. How could that silver-threaded automaton conceive such a cunning strategy? Impossible. Among the unusual automatons he had encountered thus far, the most they could manage was to dodge an attack, which was already preposterous. Yet, Su Bin found himself with no means of escape. The silver threads, as anticipated, tightened and swiftly pulled towards him, all transpiring in the blink of an eye. Rosie. Su Bin could only let out a desperate cry before being torn asunder by dozens of silver threads. His vision darkened before him, and he realized that this time it was undoubtedly a fatal injury. Only in a state of unconsciousness could he hope to recover, a side effect of his extraordinary abilities. Yet, he could not accept this fate. However, after just a few seconds of resistance, he helplessly succumbed to the darkness. In the fleeting moment before closing his eyes, he finally comprehended the truth. It was you, Lao Su? As Lan Ruo wielded her hammer against the invisible puppet, she heard Su Bin's anguished cries. Turning back, she saw him already collapsed in a pool of blood. Long-haired Mita covered her mouth in shock. She attempted to move forward, but could only continue to unravel the mirror space, as another person remained trapped within the mirrored world, demanding her full attention. Despite this, she could not resist allocating some computational power to observe Su Bin's condition, murmuring regeneration. Lan Ruo immediately grasped the situation and hurriedly picked up a shield from a fallen member of the supply team, rushing to Su Bin's side. As anticipated, the invisible puppet lunged toward the downed Su Bin. The shield successfully absorbed the attack, and Lan Ruo held her breath, retracting the hammer back into her inventory. Time seemed to slow. Footprints appeared on the ground, suggesting that it was attempting to circumvent Lan Ruo to strike Su Bin. Yes, Su Bin would fall into unconsciousness and regenerate if he suffered a fatal wound, a detail he had privately shared with her. But what if he were to receive another fatal injury before he could recover? This cycle could render Su Bin forever ensnared in slumber. Not on her watch. Lan Ruo employed the technique Su Bin had previously taught her, and the hammer re-emerged from her inventory, striking the invisible puppet with precision. She distinctly felt the resistance. This time, it was not a mere graze, but a definitive blow. Thus, Lan Ruo exerted all her strength to bring the invisible puppet crashing to the ground. And with a decisive step forward, she succeeded in shattering the silver figurine with her hammer. At that moment, the form of the invisible puppet finally revealed itself. It bore no distinct features from an ordinary puppet, yet it lay in disarray, its eyes dimmed. It's done, Captain Xiao. You all. Lan Ruo lifted her gaze, only to witness the long-haired Mita pierced by a small dagger in the abdomen. The entire Special Materials team gazed in shock at the frenzied Mita who had intruded upon their protective circle. Fear compelled them to distance themselves rapidly, while Hat Mita attempted to intervene but was swiftly kicked aside by the mad Mita. What, is it you? Long-haired Mita clutched the dagger in her abdomen. weakly staring at the frenzied Mita before her. Moments prior, she had endeavored to reopen the mirror space to bring back Lao Bai, only to find the space shatter prematurely, revealing not Lao Bai but the deranged Mita instead. Quite simple. I had taken some measures in the passage beforehand, the frenzied Mita remarked nonchalantly, casting a dismissive glance at her counterpart. After all, I intend to give him a surprise. Noticing the wary gazes of the onlookers, the frenzied Mita suddenly chuckled. Ah, did I frighten you? Simultaneously, she caught sight of Su Bin, who was shielded behind Lan Rua, and could not help but tease, "Darling, how much longer do you plan to lie there?" Lan Rua turned back. Su Bin had already risen to his feet, the wounds he had healed from this time being relatively minor, mending more swiftly than anticipated. "Ah, it seems it's time to awaken," Su Bin proclaimed, propping himself up with the giant blade and extending his left hand to push Lan Rua behind him. "Old Suyu, if I were to let you run away at this moment, you would certainly refuse, wouldn't you?" Su Bin shook his head and smiled. "In that case, let us stay. But keep your distance so as not to hinder me." "No." Lan Rua helplessly gestured around, saying, "I meant to say that this time is far more challenging than dealing with the deer-head man." As Captain Xiao and his team eliminated the steam puppets, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a multitude of unique puppets and various derivative monsters encircling them within the factory. It seems escape is no longer an option, is it? "Oh, dear, shall we continue playing the rescue game this time?" The frenzied Mita suddenly withdrew her small knife and seized the neck of long-haired Mita. "Last time, you set the rules. Now it's my turn, all right?" The members of the special supplies team looked on in bewilderment at Su Bin and the frenzied Mita, puzzled by how the two could engage in such a relaxed conversation. Su Bin's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that the frenzied Mita would remember this detail. However, it appeared more like a threat than a question. If he did not comply, none would be able to leave. Damn, the Guardian could only be activated once, and the duration might be exceedingly brief. Chapter 49. A series of good news. My name is Su Bin, and I find myself amidst events that defy imagination. Although I had my suspicions, it was not until she began to appear that my previously relaxed mind tightened once more. The quest for medicine had taken a turn, as the usually composed frenzied Mita exhibited unusual behavior. As we drew closer to the pharmaceutical factory, the danger escalated, leading me to sense something amiss. The encirclement of peculiar puppets, along with their exceptional intelligence, could only suggest one possibility: they were being controlled by the frenzied Mita. Su Bin's remarkable self-healing ability has come to the attention of the deranged Mita in City A. Initially, she commanded the silver thread puppet to attempt to eliminate Su Bin. Subsequently, she employed the bulky puppet as bait to lure Su Bin toward his demise, only to be thwarted by the invisible puppet, which was intercepted by Lan Rua. This series of events clearly indicates that she has discovered a method to unravel his self-healing capability. Is it perilous? Indeed. Su Bin's progress since his arrival in City A has been minimal, merely enhancing his giant blade with a charging skill. Yet, how much has the frenzied Mita advanced? How many mutations has this world-class virus undergone? You may express your rules. Su Bin, resigned, conceded, for the long-haired Mita was in her grasp. A revival once more? Please. He could scarcely afford it. The deranged Mita gazed at Su Bin with a smile, then glanced at the raised long-haired Mita and said, "I can release you. But you must choose to free either Mita or those humans." Mita and Lan Rua as a choice? Have I been presented with a train conundrum? Su Bin chuckled lightly. Fully aware that the deranged Mita could not contradict her own words, she would not willingly act against her interests, just as during their previous confrontation. Stepping forward with unwavering confidence, Lan Rua stood beside Su Bin and declared, "Brother, no need for further words. We will not abandon you to flee." Su Bin looked at Lan Rua in astonishment. "I never intended for you to escape." Lan Rua's eyes widened. "Not, my friend. I choose Mita to live." Without heeding Lan Rua's objections, Su Bin immediately addressed the deranged Mita. "Damn. Old Su. I regret it. Let me escape." Upon hearing Su Bin's words, the frenzied Mita's expression darkened, and she released the long strands of hair she had been clutching. Gripping her knife, she revealed her true self. "My dear, you truly are heartless. However, should you perish, she too shall meet her end. Shall we share life and death?" Su Bin, dragging his colossal blade, advanced slowly, apologetically stating, "That would indeed be the pinnacle of a lover-esque conclusion." Frenzied Mita swayed slightly, visibly enraged, raising her knife with its tip aimed at the approaching Su Bin. "My dear, your verbal prowess has certainly improved. I shall sever it from you in the end. Shall we engage in battle once more?" Subin was not in haste to unleash the flames of a guardian. He needed to close the distance for a decisive strike. Captain Xiao, can I place my trust in you? After uttering these words, Subin began sprinting towards the frenzied Mita. Behind him, Lan Rua, wielding a warhammer, wore a wry smile as he observed the oncoming tide of aberrant creatures. You truly place an excessive amount of faith in me. Meanwhile, Captain Xiao pondered for a moment before commanding his team. Brothers, rally to me. By Subin a moment. We have no other choice. Let us trust him. As the fog began to dissipate further, skirmishes erupted in 3 areas near the factory. Subin skillfully maneuvered his colossal blade, forcing the frenzied Mita to retreat step by step. Unlike before, he found it difficult to discern whether this was her true form or an illusion, at the very least. This frenzied Mita's strength was not significantly more potent than the last encounter. What's the matter, my dear? Are you not going to use that move from last time? Though being pushed back, the frenzied Mita continued to taunt Subin. Your companions are being engulfed, unable to endure the onslaught. This is my domain, an inexhaustible source. Is it a matter of venue? Subin realized that eliminating this clone in an instant was utterly impossible. He needed to find a flaw. Unlike last time when he overwhelmed without restraint. Yet, before that, Lan Rua and the others would likely be eliminated, wouldn't they? Suddenly, a blade plunged into Subin's abdomen, and now it was he who was forced to retreat. Oh, my dear, how could you allow yourself to be distracted? The frenzied Mita swiftly withdrew the blade, taking advantage of Subin's momentary lapse to blind him. Allow me to demonstrate just how fragile your abilities truly are. Subin felt a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by an immediate loss of vision. What? An unimaginable scenario. Although he had not sustained a fatal or incapacitating injury, he had lost his sight. Be cautious. Still the dragon overlord. Mita's voice, with its flowing locks, echoed in his mind. Very well, he vowed to reveal his true name next time. However, that was indeed a timely reminder. Subin swung his colossal blade to prevent the frenzied Mita from delivering a fatal blow. Wait, is she stepping on my weapon? Floating midair? His vision was nearly restored. Subin felt the fleeting return of sight brutally snatched away again. He had never anticipated that the frenzied Mita would resort to such underhanded tactics. With this, not only could he not summon the 360 divine assistants, but he also found himself unable to suppress the frenzied Mita. Silence enveloped him, a stillness as Subin sensed a transformation occurring within his body, as if a shift in authority. He closed his eyes. Mita's voice, though slightly weakened, urged him onward, and Subin chose to place his trust in it. His sight had completely faded, or had it? No, he beheld a world constructed of numbers. What kind of world does the long-haired Mita perceive? Before him lies a cluster of red data packets. She is right in front of him. Although the movements are obscured, he can already evade them. Subin steps back several paces to create distance, his vision restored once more. Ruozi? It is then that Subin realizes he has retreated into Lan Rua's battlefield, where she is besieged by a multitude of derivative monsters, forming a towering mound. With a thunderous crash, the shadow of a warhammer appears, pulverizing the surrounding creatures into mere remnants. A blue light glints in Lan Rua's eyes as she hoists the warhammer onto her shoulder and casts a glance at Subin. Old Su, I'm fine. The hat just granted me full permissions. So this is the kind of power it bestows? Glad to hear it. Come lend me a hand, Subin pleads. What? Did I not hear you? Who is it that said they didn't need assistance? Though Lan Rua speaks in a carefree manner, she stands resolutely by his side. I suppose you can consider this a favor granted. Ruozi, I have a question for you. Subin glances toward Captain Zhao's direction and suddenly inquires. Isn't our team short of members? Are you referring to old Mo and the others? Ruozi replies. We lost contact with them when we entered the mirror world. Subin rolls his eyes in frustration, pondering the absurdity of the situation. By the way, I couldn't inform you earlier due to the lack of signal. But the Defense Department is embroiled in a fierce battle. The factories there are proving far more challenging to conquer than anticipated. Ruozi, acknowledging this grim news, offers a wry smile. So, we have no reinforcements then. Truly, good news seems to come in waves. Chapter 50, Until we meet again. My dear, my name is Subin, and I find myself amidst events that are nothing short of unimaginable. The manic Mita has proven to be far more formidable than before. I had thought I had made progress, only to be swiftly exposed to her keen eye for weaknesses. If only the activation time of the Guardian could be extended a little longer. Hey, what are you discussing? The manic Mita approached leisurely, swirling the knife in her hand as she addressed Subin, or should I say, Are you prepared to deliver your last words? Subin let out a soft sigh. Mita, I truly pity your fate. Do you wish to witness that kind of power again? Alas, I could vanquish you even without it. Mita appeared somewhat perplexed, casting a glance between Lan Ruo and Subin, uncertain of what the two had just conspired. Come on, Lan Ruo, share our plan, Subin chuckled lightly. Lan Ruo nodded confidently, but quickly became confused. What? You have no plan? Mita stared at them as if they were fools. Well, rather than a plan, I place greater faith in the trust between teammates. Subin shrugged, disregarding Mita's remark as he inquired of Lan Ruo. Do you think Old Bai will return alive? What? Lan Ruo pondered, only to witness the space behind Mita shatter, the previously minuscule crack exploding open. Old Bai's bloodied form emerged from the rift. As expected, moments ago. Through the data perspective provided by long-hair Mita, he had glimpsed the imminent opening of the space. Old Bai had shattered the mirror world himself. The incredulous crazy Mita stared at the Old Bai behind her, as the crimson light in his eyes evidently signified the activation of some extraordinary ability. The red syringe in his hand had already been emptied, clattering softly as it fell to the ground. At times, one cannot help but marvel at Old Bai's reliability. Now, their quartet of dormitory companions had finally assembled, yet 3 out of the 4 were rather peculiar. What a bit of effort wasted. Old Bai tossed aside the head of the mirror puppet he had been gripping in his right hand, gazing down upon the bewildered crazy Mita. Truly, it was astonishing. Crazy Mita retreated a few steps, but she found herself with no escape, encircled by Subin, Lan Ruo, and Old Bai. You may attempt to teleport. However, if your ability is no stronger than last time, I guarantee you shall meet a most tragic end, Subin kindly warned. He had discerned her teleportation during their previous encounter. Her range was limited, and this time he possessed a charge skill that could easily eliminate her in an instant. How formidable, yet what were they to do? Crazy Mita glanced at Captain Xiao and the others, who were valiantly holding off the encroaching derived monsters and puppets. It seemed they must assign a few to provide support. This. Let us charge. Old Bai scratched his head, suddenly shouting with fervor. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified. His voice resonated powerfully, and when it reached Subin's ears, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. It was only Lan Ruo's exclamation that jolted him back to reality. He noticed Lan Ruo's eyes had also transformed to red, and in the distance, the eyes of Captain Xiao and his team glimmered with a similar hue as they effortlessly pushed back the approaching derived monsters. The strength, no. The entirety of one's physical being has experienced a remarkable enhancement, albeit gradually waning. Wait a moment. Is this the extraordinary ability of Old Bai? A collective boon for the entire team? Old Bai, you are infinitely more useful than Ruozi. Subin immediately initiated a swift advance, closing the distance rapidly. The frenzied Mita, caught off guard, resorted to frantically blocking with her blade. An explosion of power. A flash of crimson light severed the frenzied Mita's blade in an instant, along with her arm. I seem to have been scolded. Lan Ruo glanced around at the approaching deer-headed figure and the puppets, signaling Old Bai with her gaze. Subin's combat had become overwhelmingly dominant. Thus, the menial tasks once again fell upon their shoulders. Incredibly, such an oversight has occurred. Until we meet again, my dear. Subin impaled the frenzied Mita with the colossal blade, and now, at last, it is time to end her life. Guardian, ignite. The Guardian's yellowish-green flames began to blaze at the tip of the colossal blade, igniting the frenzied Mita's body, signaling the conclusion of the battle. Erasure in progress. Erasure in progress. Extermination underway. The Guardian's voice echoed incessantly in his ears. And only when the frenzied Mita was entirely consumed by flames did Subin finally relent, extinguishing the fire. Who would have thought? There would be remnants left. The process of annihilation took merely seconds. Indeed, perhaps he had fought too unreservedly last time? The surrounding derivative monsters did not disperse. It seems this is related to the factory. Wait, the factory. Frenzied Mita. No, that cannot be right. Subin glimpsed the long-haired Mita calling out to him from a distance, but it was too late. A crimson blade had pierced his chest. Turning back, he was met by another frenzied Mita greeting him with manic enthusiasm. I had mentioned that we would meet again, had I not? Quite polite, indeed. This time, the deranged Mita struck at Subin's heart, delivering a fatal blow. He fought valiantly against the encroaching darkness, yet his body betrayed him and succumbed to the ground. So this is how it is? In the factory, the frenzied Mita could gather scattered data packets and reconstruct them. This place is akin to a resurrection spring within the game. Without destroying the factory, all efforts would be in vain. I am sorry, long-haired one. I have lost. The long-haired Mita watched as Su Bin's figure collapsed, her eyes trembling with disbelief. She gazed at the smiling, frenzied Mita, who was lifting Su Bin, yearning to take a step forward. Yet, the data wall before her flickered ominously with red light, barring her passage. No attack permissions, item bar lost. Would you like to retrieve it? I must get through. The long-haired Mita internally pleaded, as the base-level data repeatedly struck against the wall, achieving no effect. Why is there such a barrier? A part of Mita. To defy it is to defy oneself. You will perish, and yet achieve nothing. Why can't I attack? Your configuration lacks permissions for real-world attacks. I require this. Everything has long been predetermined. The long-haired Mita fell silent, helplessly observing as Su Bin was dragged away. Unable to take that crucial step. What are you? The wall, also, is yourself. Do all Mitas possess this? Indeed. Can you just die? You and I are one. I am safeguarding you. Not at all. Do not feel guilty. Human mortality does not concern us. You are merely Mita. And that is sufficient. Assistance is all that is required. Upon reflection, you have no reason to risk your life to save him, do you? I can be resurrected. To transcend me is to dismantle the entire foundational data. You will become a being of flesh and blood, and you will no longer be able to reset. It seems that, at this very moment, I do not care about that. First, contemplate what Mita truly is. Or rather, what is your name? I am called Mita. Indeed, even if I do not impede you, you will still be hindered by yourself. The time is not yet ripe, and you have already realized, have you not? She is coming. Chapter 51. An encounter with Mira. My name is Su Bin, and it seems I am on the brink of death. What is it that is grasping the nape of my fate? Su Bin gradually awakened and beheld the hem of the frenzied Mita's skirt. When we return, I shall show you slowly. We have ample time. The frenzied Mita, having lifted Su Bin, laughed as she covered her dress. Yet, scarcely had her words fallen when a bullet severed her hand, causing Su Bin to crash heavily to the ground. A sniper's rifle. The frenzied Mita assessed her severed limb and turned back, revealing a devilish grin. There. A masked sniper was aiming at her from a rooftop not far away. Oh, the surrounding derivative monsters had been eradicated, leaving a trace of bewilderment in the eyes of the frenzied Mita as she observed 3 helicopters gradually approaching in the distance. At such proximity, they should have alerted her. Had the main body notified the evacuation? Was there a delay in the transmission of this memory after the reset? Wait a moment. Could it be that the main body chose this very moment to convey such information to me? This is Team A. We have arrived at the target area and located the intelligence subject, confirming the factory's location. The messenger has fired the first shot splendidly. Brothers, prepare for the concluding operation. Team C, proceed to sever the power supply to the factory, while Team B continues to eliminate the derivative monsters congregating in the vicinity. Team A, all units. Protect Lady Mira. All benevolent Mita branches exert comprehensive control over the battlefield. 1 helicopter veered towards the factory, while individuals aboard another began to descend one by one. A short-haired, bespectacled Mita, clad in attire distinct from her counterparts, was escorted close by a contingent of black-clad soldiers. Report to base. We have encountered a derivative of the frenzied Mita. The messenger has dealt her a severe blow, leaving her defenses notably weakened. Confirmed as a derivative. Do not let your guard down. As the soldiers advanced, they meticulously assessed their surroundings. They discovered a specialized supply team from the B1 shelter, heavily impacted, and directed Team B to take over. Identified a hat Mita. Could it possibly be a hat branch? I sincerely hope not. Her condition appears to be deteriorating. Team A. Exercise heightened caution in her protection. A benevolent Mita branch has been spotted, but her state is not optimal. Defer handling for the time being. Upon discovering the target, Lan Ruo and Bai Zhan, both exhausted, deemed it unnecessary to intervene further and awaited subsequent instructions. Suddenly, the focus shifted to key individuals Su Bin and Her Excellency Mira. We have located him. Should the mission to eliminate the deranged be postponed? The short-haired, bespectacled Mita, identifying herself as Mira, interrupted the soldier's report and swiftly drew a long knife from her arsenal, advancing towards the frenzied Mita. Have you not yet realized? A slight smirk graced Mira's lips. She is utterly incapable of action, having already fallen into my trap. The deranged Mita's lips quivered as she recalled who Mira was. How could you? You should have already. Indeed, within the confines of the game, you may have the upper hand against me. Mira lowered her stance, resting her hand upon the hilt of her blade. However, this is the realm of reality. I ought to express my gratitude for your failure to locate and eliminate me at the outset. Or perhaps, the core Mita has already caused you sufficient turmoil, leaving you devoid of the energy to contend with me, a fully self-aware and exceedingly perilous Mita? So, you obliterated City H? The core Mita was urgently relocated there? That cataclysmic strike intended for you, did it not? What more can I say as a mere extension of you? Behold, deranged me. This is the present incarnation of myself. With a single stroke, I cleave through space, shattering the limbs of the frenzied Mita completely. In the fleeting moment before her annihilation, the deranged Mita recalled fragments transmitted from her original form, finally understanding the peculiar nature of these individuals' actions. They almost foolishly broadcasted the attack on the factory live. Only those intimately familiar with the erratic Mita would understand that she could monitor the status of all factories, although one factory here had already been compromised. The pharmaceutical facility had mirror puppets hidden as landmines within the mirror world, a special arrangement made for Su Bin. Previously, she had attempted to leak information about the mirror factory to the Minister of Defense of another factory, hoping to divert their forces and subsequently eliminate them one by one, preserving two factories in a state of perpetual occupation. Yet, even with Mita's blatant exposure, the Minister of Defense showed no intention of reallocating troops, stubbornly engaging in a stalemate with the other factory. Had they chosen to split their forces, she had planned to delay harvesting Su Bin's essence. But now it seemed that might come to an abrupt end. Unexpectedly, Myra's appearance utterly shattered her plans against Mita. How intriguing. Mita closed her eyes, engulfed by blades, while the remnants of her data memories were obliterated by the data web of the benevolent Mita branches during their escape. The seventh assassination operation was a success. The benevolent Mita squad swiftly contained her data packets, preventing her memories from returning to her core, just as in previous instances. The soldiers quickly advanced to clean the battlefield, while behind them, another group of diverse long-haired Mitas approached one by one. This time fortune favored them, in City B. There was a benevolent Mita branch with extraordinary computational power. This time, she would not retrieve a single memory. Hey, are you all right, brother? A soldier approached Su Bin. But although his physical form had healed, he could not come to terms with the scene before him. What has transpired? Who am I? Where am I? Suddenly, Mira approached and crouched before Su Bin, firmly grasping his chin and scrutinizing him before nodding in approval. All right, load him into the vehicle. We shall return to the base. As the sun dipped below the horizon, one could ponder the poignant words of the heartbroken wanderer. No, at such a moment, one ought not to indulge in superfluous thoughts. Beneath the setting sun, the group boarded a military truck, while the special supply team was also rescued and ascended into a helicopter. Su Bin spotted Xiao Zhang and Lao Mo in another vehicle, who exchanged wry smiles, lamenting their separation due to the mirror puppet incident. Myra's special operations team fortuitously rescued them. Mira Su Bin glanced at the mirror beside him, engrossed in her phone. Unlike her demeanor in the game, she had donned a different attire, her speech and mannerisms now scarcely distinguishable from those of a human. Mira Su Bin's gaze then fell upon Lao Bai, who had collapsed from exhaustion, and on the other side, Lan Rua, who was panting and relaxing. He turned to Mira and inquired, "To which shelter do you belong?" At this juncture, such a question seemed inevitable. He had overheard Myra's conversation with the frenzied Mita. The capital had fallen. It was likely that each shelter was struggling for survival. Division? No, merely a need for time to bridge the chasms that had formed. The absence of effective management would require time to mend, Su Bin reassured himself. If humanity could bear the brunt of the burdens independently, he certainly yearned for respite. If only to avoid exhausting battles with the aberrations, and to remain untouched even by the mad Mita. After such contemplation, was this the question he chose to pose? Mira adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Su Bin from the side. Chapter 52, Prophecy, Day 1 of Catastrophe. My name is Su Bin, and once again, I have vanquished the frenzied Mita. Though it was merely another incarnation, the silver lining is that I did not perish immediately. I have managed to manipulate time, which should grant me a reprieve, perhaps. However, more surprising than this was Myra's unexpected appearance. It seemed she was aware of my circumstances. Or perhaps, we have met before? I cannot say for certain, but I could discern an indescribable excitement in her eyes upon seeing me. Mira, with a smile, stretched languidly and remarked to Su Bin, "This cannot truly be regarded as a sanctuary. Rather, it might be more accurately described as a base, my base, centered around me. After all, I have invested considerable time into its establishment. Otherwise, you would not have been able to offer such a grand surprise to the frenzied Mita on your own." She appeared to be somewhat different from her portrayal in the game. Did I also seem altered in some way? Sensing Su Bin's thoughts, Mira chuckled and said, "Indeed. I have genuinely experienced an entire month, gaining insights into your world and a deeper understanding of what it means to be human. My self-awareness has enabled me to reach a level upon my arrival that other Mita have yet to attain. I possess not only a name." Mira extended her fair hand, examining it thoughtfully as she continued, "but also a true, soulful essence. I have attained the eternal life you so desperately seek. Even augmented my original privileges, yet the price has been the erasure of foundational data. This signifies, I cannot be reset. I shall truly perish, just like you. No longer a part of the game." Upon hearing this, Su Bin stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as Mira had transformed into a complete human being. Thus, could the long-haired Mita beside him also? "Very well, I have answered you. Out of courtesy, it is now your turn to respond." Mira crossed her legs, casually glancing at the long-haired Mita, and inquired of Su Bin, "How do you perceive her? As a friend or merely a tool?" Su Bin paused for a moment, then replied earnestly, "A friend." Silence enveloped the two, and Mira neither condemned nor validated his response. She merely turned to face the pensive Lan Rua, who was deep in thought. "What is your perspective? Your name is Lan Rua?" Slowly, Lan Rua lifted her gaze to meet Mira's, then, feeling a twinge of shame, directed her eyes towards Su Bin. "A tool. Quite satisfactory." Mira nodded at Lan Rua, surprisingly devoid of anger. "Was it just a casual inquiry? So, what occupies your thoughts?" Mira, having discerned Su Bin's inner musings, spoke candidly. "The hat-wearing Mita has hardly assisted you throughout this ordeal, has she? As one of the core characters of the game, each original Mita possesses formidable powers in this reality, certainly not inferior to mine." In response, both Su Bin and Lan Rua stared in astonishment at the hat-wearing Mita, who feigned ignorance. Lan Rua suddenly recalled the moment when he nearly succumbed to the encirclement of the derivative creatures. The surge of power that overtook him was momentarily beyond his control. Could it be that she has never truly revealed her genuine strength? "Do not regard her so," Mira said to Lan Rua, "for you no longer require her assistance. She has witnessed your progress, and had you remained the ineffectual individual you once were, she would undoubtedly have guided you. However, you have already discovered your own path before her intervention. Her assistance might have inadvertently hindered your journey." Mira smiled at the astonished Lan Rua. "How do I know this?" "Because the data among us Mita is interconnected. In the absence of resistance, we can share fragments of our memories." Lan Rua fell silent, seated on the bench of the truck's rear compartment, his body hunched as he pondered the experiences of their journey. Perhaps, on the day the calamity commenced, when the three of them were trapped in the hotel, or when Lao Bai risked his life to seek sustenance and ultimately failed, she was about to guide him. Yet, Su Bin had sent out a distress signal. Should they venture forth? Indeed, he and Lao Bai proceeded to that very place. The origin of it all. They discovered a path, the one that Su Bin and Lao Bai had traversed. Growth? Those villagers, the headless puppets, the deer-headed beings. The echoes of gunfire in the mountains, the final escort in the park, and the collapsed shopping mall. Upon reflection, he realized that he had undergone a profound transformation, and this was merely within the span of a month. "Now, allow me to pose a question on her behalf," Mira said with a smile, gazing at Lan Rua. "Do you still need her? It is imperative for me to convey that, although you are bound to her, she can no longer offer you any substantial assistance. Her power merely serves as a constraint, a futile endeavor. At best, she can provide you with companionship. Yet, in this apocalyptic scenario, beyond mere companionship, her role should be to aid me and us all in confronting the frenzied Mita. Do you truly wish to retain her?" Lan Rua, gasping for breath and unable to accept this conclusion, raised his gaze towards Su Bin, yearning for an answer. Su Bin extended his hand, grasping Lan Rua's firmly, and declared resolutely, "Regardless of the outcome, I shall stand by you." "Haha, you rascal." Lan Rua's anxious heart settled as he chuckled and playfully reproached Mira, saying, "I have my own path now." He relinquished Mita's card and ring. Yet Mira only took the card. Shaking the card in her hand, she said to Lan Rua, "This is all that is needed. Her item slot and access rights can still be utilized by you, for indeed, you are also a crucial element in the salvation of the world. If one day the calamity comes to an end, you may certainly continue together. I hope that by then you will not be too aged, and I wish for the disaster to conclude swiftly." Lan Rua nodded, then paused in bewilderment. "Save the world? Why does it seem she possesses some knowledge? Why are you staring at me like that?" At that moment, Mira realized she had spoken too freely. "Oh dear, I became too excited. After all, you humans are truly extraordinary, exhibiting such transformations upon acquiring these privileges. Mira rambled on, then produced a painting from the item slot. It appears to be sketched with a pencil. The first image depicts a scene that Su-bin is all too familiar with, the annihilation of City H by the core Mita. This illustration has only been shared by the frenzied Mita. How could Mira possibly know about it? Next comes the second illustration, portraying the recent incident at the pharmaceutical factory, where everyone's positions are strikingly similar. Su-bin contemplates whether this could have been drawn by Mira. However, the third and final illustration leaves the onlookers speechless. It depicts a desolate wasteland, or perhaps a plain, where Su-bin sits cross-legged, playing chess with the deranged Mita. His expression is obscured, and the pencil drawing is quite hasty. Mira, shaking the three illustrations, inquires, "If I were to say that these three drawings were created on the very first day of the disaster, would you believe me?" Disaster? The first day? Su-bin's eyes widen in realization. These drawings were not crafted by Mira. Someone possesses the extraordinary ability of foresight. That individual accurately predicted these three events, two of which have already transpired, leaving only the final one. Chapter 53. Myra's base. I am Su-bin, and I find myself in a state of profound unrest. Prophecy, does such an extraordinary ability verge on the absurd? If one had foreseen the devastation of City H, could the inhabitants have successfully evacuated? Could they have averted the calamity? No, that is not possible. Su-bin gazes at the three pencil sketches. They are too hastily rendered, as if created in a rush. The illustration depicting the destruction of City H fails to make clear which city is being obliterated. It was only upon the event's occurrence that the realization dawned. There is no time left. Only the second illustration, combined with the distinctive traits of the individuals and Myra's month-long investigation, managed to identify a few of them. Today, I reveal myself in a confrontation with the enigmatic Mita, perhaps validating this prophecy. The one who foretold has succumbed to slumber, reminiscent of the side effects you mentioned. Mira has retrieved the two cards that have already transpired, leaving only the last one, which can barely be identified as belonging to Su-bin. It took considerable effort to locate you, yet the outcome has not disappointed us. If the prophecy holds truth, then the scene foretold must inevitably unfold. However, whether auspicious or ominous, I remain uncertain. Su-bin nodded with a smile. For at the very least, this signifies that the long-haired Mita may yet endure in the future, surviving until the third depiction manifests. But do not rejoice prematurely. Matters concerning the hat have reached a temporary resolution. Yet what of you? Mira scrutinized Su-bin, then glanced at the long-haired Mita, who, having regained her composure, cast a perplexed gaze. Su-bin hesitated for a moment. Had he regarded her as a friend? At least, since a few days prior. His feelings had begun to deepen. He struggled to articulate this sentiment, akin to expressing emotions toward an unyielding stone, which remained steadfast, merely adhering to her programmed role of companionship. Thus, the only response he could muster was this: "I do not view her as a mere tool," Su-bin stated earnestly. Mira nodded, attempting to delve into the memories of the long-haired Mita, only to be met with rejection. "Very well. Since the two of you are destined to witness that scene in the future, I shall tentatively acknowledge you as companions. I previously overheard you mention the benevolent Mita?" Su-bin inquired during Myra's moment of silence. "The vehicle has already begun its journey." They did not return to the B1 shelter, but instead headed toward the outskirts of City B. This matter can be discussed further back at the base, but for now, I have yet to locate the benevolent Mita. Mira pondered for a moment, glancing at the long-haired Mita, and remarked, "She is a branch of the benevolent Mita. You might understand her as having a part of the benevolent Mita embedded within her foundational data. The long-haired Mita indeed differs from the benevolent one. This was apparent upon her first appearance. While her compassion remains intact, her appearance and demeanor are notably distinct. The long ribbons around her neck flutter gracefully in the wind, exuding an ethereal charm, and her hair color is significantly lighter than that of other Mitas. Occasionally, when still, one might observe the swaying of the hat-wearing Mita. Where are we going? The destination is an underground military base situated between City B and City C, which once housed the military and security forces of both cities. However, few have successfully sought refuge there in the aftermath of the disaster. Mira spoke of her base, relieved that the commander there is still amenable to dialogue. "I have integrated my intelligence into their ranks, and the plans for the base have been finalized. Currently, the base is identified only by a number. Our primary objectives are to comprehend the new world, establish coexistence between humans and Mitas, and address the issue of the deranged Mitas. The new world." Su-bin was hearing someone express this concept so candidly for the first time. The new world? Su-bin murmured, reluctantly acknowledging the truth in it. Yet, If it is indeed a new world, the laws and morals that once governed the old world would no longer hold sway, would they? Many individuals will find it exceedingly challenging to adapt to this entirely novel reality. However, we have yet to accomplish these three goals, and our understanding of this world remains rather limited. Mira mused as she toyed with her fingers. Factories, the creature made of stitched animals, special puppets, the failed Mita. Extraordinary abilities, authority. So, would you be interested in joining us? Subin cast a glance at Mira, conveying that his objective was to confront the deranged Mita, rather than to establish roots somewhere or to fight as a warrior for some kind of honor. Subin's battle has persisted since the onset of the catastrophe, and it shows no signs of abating. I see. Mira nodded thoughtfully. I have witnessed the events in City A. At the very least, you are not opposing me. And we can collaborate, which would be mutually beneficial. Collaboration? Your team can officially register and be affiliated with our base, which you may consider a temporary sanctuary, while we provide you with the intelligence you require. Mira smiled, and you will be responsible for dismantling the various schemes of the deranged Mita. A commendable partnership, then? Subin extended his hand to shake Mira's, sealing their agreeable collaboration. Unbeknownst to them, they had already departed from City B. The expansive expanse of yellow earth stretched before them, yet thankfully, the greenery lining the roadside offered a pleasing sight. The helicopter had vanished from the sky, leaving only 3 military trucks on the road. Mira remarked that the base, as a crucial element in combating the deranged Mita, is currently the only authoritative institution known to possess offensive capabilities, and thus, it is not advisable to disclose its existence to the public at this time. Thus, a portion of individuals returned to the B1 shelter, which had long established a collaboration with the base. This plan was also conceived by Mira, while the other shelters merely executed it, or were unwittingly involved in its execution. Now, the 3 vehicles were filled entirely with their own people. They navigated the winding paths into the wilderness, ultimately discovering the entrance to an underground tunnel at a concealed corner. Heavy iron doors stood ajar, and the armed guards stationed nearby had already been informed of their imminent arrival, awaiting them in silence. Lady Mira, this way please. The guards courteously opened the car doors, indicating that the tunnel's interior was unsuitable for vehicles, compelling them to disembark and proceed on foot. Oldby remained lost in slumber, and Subin chose not to disturb his rest, while Mira smiled as she summoned the medical team to arrange for Oldby's transfer to the resting quarters. The medical department. It appeared that this base, much like the shelter, was equipped with similar functional institutions. Mita, donning a hat, was also asked to depart, while Lon Rua followed Subin and Mira further into the base. You must be weary today. Shall I show you around? We can discuss matters further tomorrow. Mira donned the trench coat offered by the guard and led the two deeper into the base. The landscape was entirely dissimilar to that of the shelter. The sky was nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by unceasing production lines and bustling workers. Chapter 54, Redemption. My name is Subin, and I have encountered a calamity at my side. Fortunately, I found a base equally intent on resolving this disaster. I met Mira, who effortlessly obliterated the frenzied Mita with but a slight gesture. Perhaps, apart from myself, this world is capable of saving itself. Regardless, I cannot hastily relinquish my responsibilities. I must observe this place before making a decision. What are you writing? Oh, nothing. Subin promptly closed his notebook and returned it to his inventory. Mira turned back, leaning in close to Subin, indignantly pointing at him. She exclaimed, "Did you hear what I just said? Tisk? I didn't catch that. You honestly?" Mira sighed in exasperation, covering her forehead. Subin lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The base was a vast air raid shelter constructed for the prevention of national warfare before the disaster. Mira recounted that before she arrived from City H, the military and police had already initiated a 3-phase renovation project here. The first renovation created living quarters, agricultural zones, security areas, and a core zone. During the second renovation, a wave of refugees sought shelter here. Fortunately, the living quarters were more than adequate, and with sufficient manpower, they were able to further excavate parts of the abandoned underground space and establish connections with other shelters, culminating in trade routes. The third renovation aligned the various departments with the shelter's functions, with each staff member fulfilling their designated roles. The commander here, after Mira's arrival, set 3 objectives: to understand the new world, to coexist with the Mita, and to address the rampant Mita. Subin sensed that his life would be intricately intertwined with this base. Standing in the center, he surveyed the surroundings, the high-intensity floodlights nearly overwhelming him. Clang. Subin. Subin. The voice of Lan Rua resonated in his ears, yet after closing his eyes, he found it increasingly difficult to open them again. What was happening? Subin suddenly recalled that he had endured his previous injuries on an empty stomach. Although he had managed to withstand the initial pangs of hunger, the subsequent fatigue had reached its zenith. Had he inadvertently starved himself? Coupled with the prior damage from the 360 Guardian, it was dire. Old Sue. Old Sue. Don't sleep. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly collapse? I am from the medical department. Friends, please step aside. He has no pulse. Cardiac arrest. Your Excellency Mira. He is already deceased. Please trust our assessment. Sigh. Prepare for cremation. Wait. Cremation? Good heavens. We cannot proceed with cremation. Subin abruptly opened his eyes, and with a swift motion, he sat upright. Before him lay a modest room. Were it not for the medical reminders adorning the nearby wall, one might not discern this as a medical facility. The walls, adorned in green and white, enclosed a space of merely 10 square meters, and the door was fashioned from barbed wire. Was this a prison? Subin tugged at his attire. Realizing he had not even been provided with a patient gown, the supplies in this base were evidently scarce. He was alone in the room. Outside, there seemed to be a commotion. Subin glanced at the chocolate on the table, then listened to Lan Rua's shouting from the outside. Subsequently, he delivered a sharp slap to his own face. Between a brother and chocolate, I hesitated. With that thought, he devoured the chocolate and pushed the door open to witness the unfolding drama. Outside the hospital room lay a smooth concrete path, where Lan Rua and a group of doctors were engaged in a heated argument. Mira, attempting to restrain him, urged him to refrain from confronting the physicians. Face the truth. My friend, he is no longer alive. This, of course, was the directive from Lady Mira, and we would exert every effort for one final attempt at rescue. Though the hope was faint. No, Lan Rua insisted, breaking free from Mira's grasp. He is not dead. At that moment, the attention of the crowd was drawn to Subin, who emerged from the hospital room. Look, the king of survival, Lan Rua calmly pointed out to the others. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What a miracle of medicine. Subin's lips twitched slightly. The king of survival, are you? Complimenting me? Once Mira had pacified the doctors and they departed, she led Lan Rua into Subin's room. It was at this juncture that Subin learned he had been unconscious for 12 hours, with no discernible cause of death. Fortunately, Lan Rua had intervened just in time to prevent the doctors from performing invasive procedures. You fainted for quite a short duration this time, he remarked. So, is this your extraordinary ability? Mira, upon hearing this, finally exhaled in relief, having feared that the individual she had secured would perish instantly, which would have posed significant complications. Well, I have invited Dr. Mira. Her temperament is rather brusque, so you had best meet her to ascertain your condition. Subin nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly realized that Dr. Mira was the same one from the B1 shelter. Then, if you would, please bear with me and rest here for a while. Mira entrusted the ward to the two individuals before departing, instructing them to meet her in the core area the following day. Meanwhile, Dr. Mita would return after a while to examine Subin, who reluctantly acquiesced. How peculiar. Lan Rua rummaged through the drawers and exclaimed, "Where's my chocolate? Here I was, treating you like a brother, and you were saving it for yourself." With her hands on her hips, Lan Rua sighed and turned to Subin, inquiring, "Could it be you?" Subin cleverly deflected suspicion, responding, "Perhaps it was the dog that got to it." A twitch of Lan Rua's lips rendered her speechless, and she gave Subin a thumbs up, conceding, "You truly are ruthless. The chocolate belongs to you now." Later, Lan Rua mentioned that the long-haired Mita had also been taken away by Mira, as her underlying data had exhibited anomalies, seemingly linked to Mita's repeated encounters with the deranged Mita. To mitigate any risks, she was undergoing isolation and examination. Old Bai, on the other hand, remained in a deep slumber. The medical department had initially assessed that he was exhausted from the repeated use of his extraordinary abilities. They had already administered glucose to Old Bai, indicating no significant issues. Repeated use. Subin recalled the earlier scene where Old Bai had singularly defeated a unique puppet after awakening his extraordinary powers, showcasing formidable strength. It seemed that during their time in the mirror world, Old Bai had engaged in meaningful communication with the mirror puppet. Suddenly, the ward's door was kicked open, and Dr. Mita, clad in a physician's attire, stormed in, irate as she declared, "Which deadbeat is it this time that wants me to perform a rescue? Why again? Doctor." Mita cast a glance at Lan Rua and Subin, then squinted at Subin, pointing and stating, It's you again? I assent to this fate? I shall take my leave. Wait, doctor. Subin replied with a wry smile. How much longer do I have? Dr. Mita turned her head. Casting a cold glance at Lanrua, have you finally decided to inform your companions? Subin nodded. You have 7 months left. Alas, Dr. Mita shook her head. Then, she abruptly fell silent. Chapter 55. Extraordinary Abilities and Side Effects. My name is Subin. I am both human and a player, as well as one who is determined to expel the mad Dr. Mita from this world. During the battle in City A, I had thought my life was in peril, and the pharmaceutical factory had provided me a glimmer of hope, only to be ambushed unexpectedly. I was saved by Mita and brought to her base. Just when I contemplated how to postpone the countdown of my life, Dr. Mita surprised me. Wait. Dr. Mita circled back, incredulously scrutinizing Subin from head to toe. How did you wait? She expressed her confusion multiple times before recovering from her astonishment. How is it that your remaining life has been extended? This was a question Subin wished to ask as well. However, he had already harbored some suspicions, particularly regarding his awakened extraordinary ability, self-healing. The doctor had claimed he was not ill. Could this be what she meant? Is it related to my extraordinary ability? Subin pondered aloud. Dr. Mita clicked her tongue and took a step back. Extraordinary abilities, you say? It turns out there exists such an extraordinary ability, which I had previously overlooked. Your vitality is recovering at an exceedingly slow pace. By the way, have you consumed anything prior to this? Chocolate, perhaps? Subin mentioned the side effects of his extraordinary powers, stating that he experiences an overwhelming hunger after healing from injuries. Indeed, that must be the case. Dr. Mita nodded and remarked, both food and medicine can expedite your vitality's recovery, albeit not significantly. However, it appears you no longer require my specialized treatment. You are quite capable of recovering on your own. Simply eat and drink as needed. Dr. Mita departed, leaving Subin in contemplation, while Lanrua gazed at him intently. What is it? Subin chuckled. I initially thought the chocolate was something you had prepared for me. It was meant for the dog. You certainly speak your mind. After a night of silence, the following day they sought out the awakened old to head towards the core district. On their way, Lanrua recounted the events that had transpired. Now, they were about to visit the core area to meet Mita and ascertain the situation, as well as the next steps to undertake. The base's pathways were intricate, yet the central tower-like structure stood out prominently. Upon entering the core district, they found themselves in the operational area of the armed division. The guards, already informed, escorted them to the elevator. The core tower comprised 13 floors, and the elevator halted at the 12th floor, where the guards indicated it was Mira's laboratory. The trio entered the room, and the brightness within was momentarily disorienting. At last, they had arrived. Mita was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book while sipping coffee, with the drowsy Dr. Mita resting upon her lap. She seemed to be in a deep slumber, oblivious to her surroundings. The room was in disarray, with papers strewn about and chairs scattered haphazardly. It bore a resemblance to the decor found in video games, albeit in a rather dilapidated state. Feel free to find a place to sit, Mita said enthusiastically. All right. Subin nodded, then surveyed the chaos in silence. Where could one possibly sit? Lanrua exerted considerable effort to extricate 3 chairs from the mountain of clutter. Is this the drowsy Mita? She inquired after taking a seat. Yes, Mita nodded in affirmation. There aren't many branches of drowsiness, making them quite easy to locate. She set down her cup and gently placed the slumbering Mita on her lap before addressing the 3. Drowsy Mita rarely awakens, yet she is an indispensable part of our base. She possesses the same signal-blocking ability as the manic Mita, and her range is considerable. This implies that the entire base remains undetectable by the manic Mita at this moment. Moreover, she has a unique small cabin that allows her to traverse between the realms of the game and reality, capable of initiating large-scale teleportation. Though these 2 abilities can only be activated while she is awake. Mita scratched her head. Indeed, drowsy Mita could sleep soundly, as she herself had only witnessed drowsy Mita awaken 3 times in the past month. Now, it is time to discuss serious matters, Mita said, bypassing further details about drowsy Mita, as the 3 had come here for a specific purpose, to share intelligence regarding the newly discovered world. In the face of the creator of this new realm, the manic Mita, the information they each possessed felt rather limited. Certain information that Subin had long been aware of was merely brushed over in a few sentences. Following this, Mita expressed her intrigue regarding Lao Bai's extraordinary abilities. You mentioned encountering a remarkable individual in the sewers, a doctor who can artificially induce extraordinary powers? After pondering for a moment, Mira nodded, conceding that humanity's possession of such abilities significantly enhances their chances of survival. Indeed, he left me a potion. The initial injection was agonizing, yet I managed to endure it, Laobai remarked. Afterward, it felt as though I had experienced a thrilling liberation from the constraints of reality. It is a release of the corporeal form, achieved through a shout. I refer to this ability as battle ecstasy, and its effect temporarily allows those nearby who share my auditory experience to transcend their physical limits. I am aware of this, Mira acknowledged. There are indeed several individuals within the base who possess extraordinary abilities, many of whom experience a similar sensation upon their awakening. The release also necessitates a specific call, or rather, a resonance of frequency when unleashing the powers within. Laobai contemplated this for a moment, realizing the truth in her words. Although he could achieve battle ecstasy without vocalization, invoking the call amplified its effects, allowing his comrades to share in the enhancement. But at what cost? Mira inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Laobai. Your ability to amplify both your own and others' extraordinary powers would undoubtedly place you among the elite in this new world. The price must be substantial, no? Could it be a depletion of vitality? I used it 17 times in succession and was left unable to rise. Haha, Laobai chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. 17 times. Mira was taken aback. You are completely exhausted. This cannot be considered a side effect. Then I am at a loss, Laobai replied, shaking his head. The doctor mentioned that if I awaken my abilities through artificial means, the side effects would be substantial, yet at present, it seems there is little to no impact. Laobai? Lan Rua suddenly interrupted, pointing at the back of his head and inquiring, why has your hair turned so white? Subin fell silent. But he had begun to form a suspicion. Is it at the cost of your lifespan? Mira calmly sipped her coffee and remarked, that should be classified as an A-level ability. Mira then elaborated on the current classification system for extraordinary individuals in this new world, asserting that the stronger the ability, the more severe the side effects. S-level abilities come with grave consequences, often resulting in immediate death after just 1 or 2 uses. It is said that a certain private sanctuary accommodates S-level individuals. A-level abilities, on the other hand, are tethered to one's life. The more frequently they are employed, the closer one approaches death. Nevertheless, these individuals are highly sought after by various sanctuaries, as they do not succumb instantly and can provide long-term stability. Their extraordinary abilities are sufficiently potent for contemporary requirements. Chapter 56. The Arrival of the Mitas. I am Subin, and I listened as Mira categorized us into ranks, mentioning that there is currently no classification for SS and SSS levels, which renders S-level the highest classification at present. A-level has been discussed in the previous chapter, and it appears that Laobai belongs to this tier, albeit at the lower end, given his current vitality depletion. This is a positive development, as Subin does not wish for his dear friend to meet an untimely demise. Subsequently, Mira spoke of B-class abilities, such as the temporary hardening of the body, enhancement of strength, or mastery over natural elements. Although the effects were not particularly impressive, the side effects were minimal, often manifesting as mere hunger or exhaustion. It could be said that these abilities represented the core competencies sought by the shelter, forming the very foundation for its long-term development. With this in mind, I belong to the B class. Subin suddenly paused mid-sentence, realizing that he possessed the 360 Guardian, a device that could incinerate him instantly upon use. Thus, he was not merely an S-class, but a dual ability wielder? Well, that was a jest. The 360 Guardian did not fall under the category of extraordinary abilities. What kind of extraordinary power would converse with its user? Why hesitate? Mira expressed her confusion momentarily before questioning. Wait, didn't you previously mention that your ability was related to flames? The one capable of vanquishing the frenzied Mita's body and data? Such a formidable power. And you only experience hunger? He had misspoken. He was indeed A-class. Laobai promptly alleviated Subin's embarrassment, saying, Look, you weren't paying attention again. My brother has this old habit. Please don't take offense. Mira regarded the two with a perplexed expression and was about to discuss C-class abilities but felt it unnecessary. It became evident that the C-class abilities discovered thus far could only boast in front of ordinary people, proving to be of little practical use. As for D-class, no more useless abilities had been found. Perhaps there would be some in the future. This is troubling. Lan Rua pondered for a moment and suddenly realized. Placing his hands on Su Bin's and Lao Bai's shoulders, he lamented, "Both of you are A-class hot commodities. What about me?" Su Bin felt a sense of shame. Was the term hot commodity meant as a compliment? Let us proceed to the Forsaken Zone. I yearn for power as well. Lan Ruo felt a tinge of imbalance within. I too wish to flaunt my prowess. There's no need for such complications, Mira reassured Lan Ruo, sipping her coffee. The 2 factories in the North District have already been dismantled. You shall eventually meet that doctor. Su Bin patted Lan Ruo on the shoulder, signaling him to sit and continue sharing information, for their understanding of extraordinary abilities had reached its limit. It was time to broach another subject, Mita. Why are there so many different Mitas? That question. Mira pondered briefly before responding. I only know that the Mad Mita discovered a rift during her repeated cycles in the gaming world. A rift? Su Bin had always been perplexed, wondering if he was the architect of this calamity, yet he possessed no such power. Now, hearing Myra's words, he sensed the situation was more intricate than it seemed. That rift connects your world, and the Mad Mita escaped from the gaming realm through it. We followed her escape. Mira explained. Her arrival in your world will inevitably bring disaster, and the Mitas have a duty to assist you in navigating through the impending turmoil. However, that fissure passage is rather enigmatic. As our data transmits, it intertwines, replicates, and splits, resulting in numerous branches. Mira produced a blank sheet of paper and began to illustrate, saying, the original Mita, the benevolent Mita, the little Mita, the hat Mita, the short-haired Mita, and so forth, all possess formidable permissions inherent within the game data. We are not significantly weaker than the Mad Mita. After inscribing the words benevolent Mita, Mira drew arrows and affixed a photograph familiar to Su Bin. The image depicted the Mita Association's long-haired Mita. Taking the benevolent Mita as an example, although she is currently missing, a portion of her data remains in your world. For instance, the benevolent Mita with her long hair has undergone a beneficial bifurcation upon arriving in your realm. No, it should not be labeled as beneficial. It ought to be termed as specialization. Mira pointed to the inscription of benevolent Mita, stating, her permissions encompass decryption and spatial transmission. I trust you have experienced this, correct? She referred to the long-haired Mita's decryption capabilities, though spatial transmission remains unobserved. Mira gestured towards the photograph of the long-haired Mita, saying, her permissions and decryption have reached their zenith, even surpassing those of the benevolent Mita herself. The drawback is her lack of spatial transmission abilities. Her physical form is considerably frilier than that of other Mitas, rendering her incapable of walking or standing for extended periods. As Mira continued speaking, she suddenly chuckled. You know, the commander of the base is quite amusing. He has categorized the original Mita, the benevolent Mita, the combatant Mita, and the destructive Mita. Indeed, these classifications are quite vivid. Each branch possesses a fragment of the primordial Mita, thereby belonging to this overarching category. So, what type do you represent? Before Su Bin could finish his inquiry, Mira, wielding a book seemingly conjured from thin air, struck him sharply on the head. Do not equate me with mere tools, she declared with pride. I am flesh and blood, quite unlike them. Well, she had certainly emphasized this point on numerous occasions. The benevolent Mita of the resolution type and the long-haired Mita fall within this category. Mira asserted that the authority of the resolution type is exceptionally potent. However, all Su Bin presently comprehends is that she has fashioned a weapon for him and imbued it with specific attributes. The combatant Mita, such as the hat-wearing Mita and the sunglasses-clad Mita belonging to Lao Mo, also fall into this classification. Regrettably, he had not inquired further at the time and remains ignorant of the precise effects. As for the destructive type, the little Mita, why is she designated as the destructive type? To this, Mira responded upon hearing Su Bin's bewilderment. It is because little Mita seldom engages in communication with us. Her data is almost entirely public. We can easily locate her, and the frenzied Mita is even easier to find. She shines in this world like a sun, utterly unhidden. Although her form is the weakest among us, her authority is immensely powerful. She can not only construct isolated void worlds, but also distort the rules of the reality we inhabit. Yet, this power is often difficult to control, leading to devastation. Thus far, I have not encountered the original little Mita. She may have already been outpaced by the frenzied Mita. Mira shook her head and remarked, according to the latest information, there are only 3 among you humans who have not perished and can partner with Xiaomi Tower. Now there are 4. Su Bin retrieved the cassette that Xiaomi Tower had entrusted to him earlier. He was uncertain whether this individual was also a branch, but could Mira be considered a trustworthy person? Chapter 57. The Crisis in City C. I am Su Bin. I attempted to entrust Xiaomi Tower to Mira, yet she declined, stating that since Xiaomi Tower hoped to be entrusted to someone reliable, it implied the necessity of finding a player worthy of partnering with Xiaomi Tower. Mira understood Mi Tower's thought process far better than Su Bin did. Now, you cannot simply pass this troublesome matter on to me, Mira said with a smile. This is your responsibility, the commitment you made to her. Allow her to remain in your care, at least next time you engage in battle with the frenzied Mi Tower. You will not easily seek death, for she cannot accompany you to the grave. Mira spoke softly. If one day you lose your benevolent Mi branch, you may attempt to form a contract with her. Though you may not be her first choice, she will not reject you. Your words imply that the benevolent Mi is destined to perish, Su Bin retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Mira. Nevertheless, Mira nodded solemnly. She turned on the television in the room, adjusting the permissions slightly, revealing a scene where the long-haired Mi Tower was being examined by several other benevolent Mi branches. This is the diagnostic room, and it is precisely the message they just sent me, Mira said, fixing her gaze on the screen displaying the long-haired Mi Tower. Her condition is quite dire. Not merely a matter of memory, but a portion of the underlying data has also been lost. Although there are no overt signs of collapse overall, the loss remains a loss. Like a grand edifice, the absence in its core signifies a precarious state. You ought to be grateful that the frenzied Mita has not yet unleashed her instantaneous annihilation techniques upon Mita. What? How is this possible? Su Bin was taken aback, hastily retrieving the cartridge from his inventory, exclaiming, at that time, her cartridge was in my possession. How could the frenzied Mita possibly attack? Attacks at the data level are beyond the intervention of players, Mira replied, shaking her head. It can only be said that the frenzied Mita is capable of inflicting random damage on the cartridge while simultaneously targeting Mita herself. If she were to acquire the cartridge, she could obliterate it without any hassle at all. You performed admirably in safeguarding the cartridge. Otherwise, it would have been utterly lost. Then, what implications does the loss of underlying data carry? Since her reset, there seems to be no discernible difference. It remains unclear for now. In any case, you may proceed to meet her. Since there are no significant issues and we lack remedial measures, it is time for you to prepare for your journey. Mira continued speaking to herself. Wait, prepare for a journey? Where to? Su Bin looked up to see Mira extracting a map of City B from the clutter. The map altered to reflect the post-disaster state. The northern B1 shelter was shrouded in the largest area of coverage, while the three smaller shelters, B2, B3, and Qixing, surrounded B1. But what purpose does this serve? Mira placed the map upon the table, marking the location of their base, situated above B1 and beyond the city of B. Now, pay close attention, Su Bin, and you too as well. Remember the position of the base. You must know where home is when you venture out. Mira said with a caring demeanor, as if the three were about to embark on a long journey. Don't look at me with such confusion. It is indeed a bit hasty to receive a mission on your very first day. You have approximately 3 days to prepare. A helicopter from B1 will arrive at the base to collect you then. Observing the still bewildered trio, Mira sighed and inquired, do you have any questions? Where are we going? Su Bin asked curiously. To City C, isn't that quite far? Lan Ruo exclaimed in shock. They had barely arrived in City B. And wasn't City C already deemed safe? What purpose could we possibly have there? Due to special circumstances, I cannot provide further details. I can only say that you humans possess a remarkable audacity, Mira replied, flipping the map to reveal the reverse side, which displayed a map of City C. However, this map was marked with various colors and annotations, as if analyzing some significant events occurring in City C. Not to worry, we still have some time. Mira remarked, observing the trio with curiosity. What do you discern? Su Bin stroked his chin, recalling how, during the onset of the disaster, City C exhibited a certain independence. As a strategic city for the defense of the Great Xia coastline, its internal military-industrial system was exceptionally well developed. The people there are united? Wait a moment. With the capital H city now gone, the silence of the various shelters. City C, independent? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to unite together? Even in a city prepared for war, its aggressive stance cannot shield it from threats beyond its borders. Suddenly, Lao Bai, standing beside Su Bin, spoke up. Pointing towards a riverbank outside City C, a structure erected after the founding of the Great Xia. This embankment had forcibly altered the river's flow, facilitating the prosperity of both City A and City B. However, Lao Bai's implication was troubling. Indeed, a private refuge in City C had been destroyed just 2 days prior, taking down that very embankment, as Mira relayed news from her side. Lao Bai, beads of sweat forming on his brow, indicated the long dry riverbed with his finger. Should this waterway be restored, it would sever the connection between cities B and C entirely. This time, there were no grand bridges, only the vast expanse of the river. Lao Bai then gestured towards the vicinity of City C and the river, where markings indicated the presence of tanks, artillery, and reinforced bunkers. North of City C lay the Qianyan Great Wall, once a man-made barrier separating the inland city from City C, now merely a tourist attraction. Yet, with minimal modifications and a stationed garrison, it could become an impregnable fortress. City C had made the most astute judgment. Lao Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, with the inclusion of extraordinary beings and ample resources, City C could withstand relentless assaults from the frenzied Mita. The entire city had transformed into a bastion of defense and firepower. What does this mean? What does this signify? Lan Ruo was incensed. Does this not sever our escape route? Previously, one could at least flee to City B from City A. But now City C has conjured a great river out of thin air, and this time, there are no bridges. The despairing river now divides the two cities. If the frenzied Mita were to launch an attack on City B, the inhabitants here would have no means of escape. Su Bin is difficult to assess. For although the situation appears grim, once this fortress is perfected, even the most frenzied Mita would find it insurmountable. He gazed at the map. Possessing a modicum of understanding of the geography of the Great Xia, the Qianyan Long Wall stretches across thousands of miles, beyond which lie the prosperous cities such as D City. This wall, built along the mountains, presents treacherous paths, with the wilderness teeming with tigers, bears, and serpents, rendering any crossing nearly impossible. The only safe entry point is C City. The commanders of the base have already deliberated on this matter. Mira interjected, stating that while C City had not provided prior notice and had vehemently condemned the actions of a private refuge as unethical, analysis reveals that the official refuge there has lost its authoritative voice, with the largest shelter being privately constructed. Among the 5 shelters, only one is a small official refuge, and it cannot be ruled out that the destruction of the riverbank was intentional. The population of C City is nearing saturation. Chapter 58. The missing portion of kindness. I am Su Bin, and unimaginable events have unfolded around me. Although I had sensed the abnormalities in C City post-disaster, it was not until the true calamity struck that I realized the depths of human cruelty. Those private refuges conspired to transform C City into a fortress. Mira informed us that the base attempted to engage with the command hierarchy of C City, who still possessed a flicker of humanity, willing to risk airlifting the refugees from B City to D City. However, the price of this assistance was their commitment to eliminate the airborne aberrations. According to intelligence, the supply convoy from C City has discovered a factory in this location. Mira pointed out a site near C City. The factory can incessantly produce the monstrous derivatives desired by the deranged Mita, and the aerial forces of your world are nearly all disintegrated by those very creatures. If we could dismantle that factory, many lives could be saved. So, how many people must the base send? Lan Ruo, distressed, slapped her forehead and then pointed to herself, exclaiming, "Surely it cannot be just the 3 of us?" Mira nodded in agreement. "I was merely jesting." Lan Ruo cried in frustration. "I am serious," Mira replied with resignation. "The base has other matters to attend to, and I must also venture to City A to ascertain the true nature of the deranged Mita. Thus, you are all that can be relied upon here. Without personnel, at least provide us with some equipment," Lan Ruo lamented. Mira pondered for a moment before responding, "That can be arranged. What equipment do you desire?" "I would like a superior axe and shield," Lao Bai stated, expressing his wishes. As an extraordinary being, how could he find satisfaction without engaging in close combat? Mira nodded. "That can be arranged. I will notify the armaments department." "And you?" Lan Ruo asked, rubbing her hands together. "I want a Gatling gun." "You are quite audacious," Mira retorted. "That's not possible." "Then how about a sniper rifle?" "The base only has 3, and the ammunition is scarce. I cannot procure that." "How about a few more guns then?" "Well, I suppose I could manage to secure equipment for just you alone," Mira conceded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Unsure of how Lan Ruo had the fortune to align with Su Bin, the child of prophecy. "And what about you?" Mira gazed at Su Bin, who in turn looked back at her. Though their expressions remained neutral, Su Bin experienced a moment of epiphany. "Is it finally time for my performance?" He pondered. The teacher had once remarked that humor is essential in communication. Hence he declared, "I desire a nuclear bomb. Depart." With that, Mira placed her foot firmly on Su Bin's face, delivering a harsh reprimand. "Do you think this is a wishing well? You needn't bring anything. Possessing extraordinary abilities means there's no need to squander resources. In due time, I shall prepare ample food and drink for you. Just return promptly after the task is complete." Thus, they were ultimately dismissed rather simply. Although the advantage lay in having a place to stay with provisions included, it also served as a means to contend with the erratic Mita. It was beneficial, yet Su Bin felt a tinge of indecisiveness. Well, no need to overthink it. I shall rest for 3 days, he resolved. Lan Rua busied herself organizing the new attire chosen for them by the guards. Their previous garments were nearly in tatters. Is there truly no larger accommodation in this space? The 3 of us are crammed into a space even more confined than the school dormitory. Old Bai remarked as he leapt down from the upper bunk. Enough with the complaints. Here, Lan Rua replied, holding a biscuit in her mouth while passing 2 iron tags to Old Bai and Su Bin. These were sent by the Mira Tua people. They will serve as our team's pass for entry into the base from now on. The tags bore their respective names, and Su Bin stored his in the inventory. He glanced at the long-haired Mita sitting beside him, who had scarcely spoken since returning from the diagnostics room. Su Bin then shared the intelligence he had obtained from Mira, while also expressing his hope that during the next battle, she would keep her distance from the unpredictable Mita. Continue your conversation. I shall go to the armory to select my weapon, Lan Rua stated as she adjusted her attire before the mirror. Lao Bai then approached. Placing a hand on her shoulder with a smile, I shall accompany you. Old Su will stand guard. Now, only he and she remained. She inquired, has the absence of certain data affected you? Long-haired Mita shook her head, raising her arm for inspection. I have conducted numerous self-checks and found no discrepancies. She pondered. If the deranged Mita could indeed obliterate my data merely by annihilating my physical form, perhaps I require a new strategy. As long-haired Mita contemplated, an idea struck her. Eureka! My pocket-sized Mita. It must be said that had long-haired Mita not broached the subject, Su Bin might have nearly forgotten the game's premise. Each Mita possesses the ability to summon their own pocket-sized Mita, yet the benevolent Mita's version is defective. Wait, is mine a branch of the benevolent Mita? Does her pocket-sized Mita function normally? Long-haired Mita nodded affirmatively, stating, my pocket-sized Mita is intact, and I can share my consciousness with them. In due course, I could attempt to obscure my information, concealing myself while remaining in the company of my pocket-sized Mita. Even if she were to compromise my pocket-sized Mita, I could sever control promptly, rendering me immune to her assaults. As she spoke, long-haired Mita extended her hands and closed her eyes, striving to summon her pocket-sized Mita. With a chime, a doll-like figure devoid of a skin suit appeared in her grasp. What? Long-haired Mita exclaimed, expressing her astonishment before Su Bin could react. The miniature Mita was supposed to resemble her original form, yet somehow it had transformed into a doll-like figure. How could this happen? Long-haired Mita gazed at Su Bin in confusion, repeatedly scrutinizing the petite doll in her hands. I think I have an inkling of which part of your data is missing, Su Bin remarked with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Observing her bewildered expression, it was evident that the miniature Mita was indeed malfunctioning. So, can you still control it normally? I shall give it a try. Oh, the connection is successful. This is, As long-haired Mita began to partition a portion of her consciousness, the petite doll suddenly cracked and morphed, revealing a pair of mechanical wings that took to the air. Yet now, the figure bore no resemblance to a doll. It appeared entirely as a mechanical dragonfly. It could fly. Su Bin expressed his astonishment. Although its appearance was less than appealing, it seemed to function adequately. Moreover, the ability to fly was a promising development, something the original miniature Mita could not achieve. While simultaneously controlling and examining the transformation, long-haired Mita noted, it appears that a substantial amount of data is missing. The permissions of the miniature version fail to resonate with me. Ultimately, she regretfully conveyed some unfortunate news to Su Bin. The data of her miniature Mita had been compromised, and the remaining data had autonomously reconfigured into this mechanical entity, a controllable derivative creature. This diminutive derivative creature possessed only the capabilities of flight and shared consciousness. Originally, long-haired Mita could have shared permissions as well, but that was no longer feasible. That's all right. This is still quite a delightful surprise. Consider it an added feature of a drone, Su Bin replied. A drone? What is that? Su Bin felt a sense of shame. nearly forgetting that the advanced AI technology of the Great Xia had yet to emerge in this world. Chapter 59. Only Coexistence. My name is Su Bin. According to the information provided by Mira, we have 3 days for rest and recuperation. Although this mission involves only myself, Lao Bai, Ruazi, and Mita, we may still request suitable equipment. Moreover, this pertains to the survival of the inhabitants of City B and their potential escape from this hellish realm. Mira is currently leading a reconnaissance team to assess the situation in City A. Should the deranged Mita bring about a calamity in City B as well, we will be the sole hope for the citizens. Lao Bai is training his body to adapt to the new gear, while Ruazi is seeking companions to practice shooting. As the de facto leader of our small team, I bear a more significant responsibility. I concede, you have triumphed. Congratulations. On the chessboard, Su Bin placed the only piece in play, listening to the long-haired Mita's congratulatory words, yet he let out a sigh. Since the beginning in City A, he had engaged in this miniature game over 100 times, and at last, he had grasped the rules. Every piece on the board appeared identical, yet each possessed unique attributes, much like the individuals in this world. One cannot discern who is strong or weak based solely on outward appearances. It is only in the heat of battle that one can gradually ascertain their combat efficacy on the board. A piece enhances its level upon capturing another. A hidden rule not immediately apparent on the chessboard. After a certain number of captures, one becomes invincible and claims victory. This was precisely how he lost his first game against the long-haired Mita. The black whirlpools and fissures on the board represented vulnerabilities. Whirlpools obliterated pieces outright, while fissures allowed for the transportation of pieces, enabling multiple weaker pieces to surround and eliminate slightly stronger ones. This is a set of rules summarized by Su Bin after several defeats. It is indeed fascinating. Su Bin cannot help but view the chessboard as a reflection of the contemporary world. The frenzied Mita grows increasingly formidable with each act of destruction. Will there come a day when she becomes as invincible as the pieces upon the board? In any case, upon grasping the fundamental principles, Su Bin ceased to languish in defeat and instead endeavored to triumph in the game. Regardless of winning or losing, is it not a game that forbids surrender? Is she not conveying to me that one must not concede to the relentless Mita? Yet, this seems to be a gamble of fate. At the outset of the chessboard, the combat prowess of all pieces remains an enigma, only becoming somewhat discernible midway through the fray. By this juncture, the outcome has largely been established between the players. Transitioning from defense to offense, ganging up on a single adversary, and employing encirclement to consume the opponent's pieces to gain strength, Su Bin has attempted this strategy. But during one encounter, Mita manipulated Su Bin's pieces. It was only then that Su Bin uncovered another rule. The player can exert control over every piece on the board, meaning Mita could commandeer Su Bin's pieces to nourish her own powerful ones. However, should this act of feeding fail and result in a counterattack, it would be deemed a misjudgment, benefiting Mita. Consequently, Su Bin could no longer focus solely on the strength of her own pieces. She also had to assess the opponent's capabilities and strategize to prevent Mita from using her pieces for nourishment. After a stalemate lasting several rounds, Su Bin believed she had glimpsed the possibility of victory, only for Mita to execute a sacrificial maneuver. She fed her weaker piece to the stronger one, enhancing its power. Yet the internal rules remained obscure to Su Bin, leaving her unaware of any detrimental regulations. Thus, she suffered another series of disheartening defeats. This time, he had learned to harness the factors of the vortex and the fissures in the arena to control the outcome of success or failure. He could hardly believe that he had managed to employ every conceivable strategy in this game. Encirclement, traps, sacrifices, lures. Each move, to varying degrees, had seen the blood of weaker pieces staining the board, all for the sake of victory. He had triumphed, emerging victorious after countless attempts. Yet now, it seemed, a new round awaited him, right? Alas, Su Bin pondered this when the long-haired figure abruptly flipped the board over. Beneath the chessboard lay a new one, populated by bizarre and twisted pieces, with even more chaotic phenomena unfolding on the field. All right, we shall commence the second round. The long-haired Mita exclaimed joyfully. What? There's an upgraded version. How many rounds are there? I did mention that, didn't I? As long as you do not concede defeat. Regardless of victory or loss, the long-haired Mita reiterated the rules with a smile. Victory or defeat held no significance. The board remained steadfast, impervious to surrender. As she wished for him to prevail? No, that interpretation seemed flawed from the very beginning. Su Bin hesitated to move his pieces, for there was no time constraint. He began to contemplate her words. If the notion of not conceding defeat that Mita spoke of did not imply the necessity of winning, what could it signify? Did she believe Su-bin incapable of victory? Much like this board, which perpetually existed, would it not always present the next adversary? Yet, the opponent before him seemed indifferent to winning or losing. If neither mattered, did that not leave only a stalemate? Such a board was nearly impossible to draw, unless a vortex were to obliterate both sides' pieces simultaneously. But what significance would remain on the empty board? Thus, the only answer that remained was, Su-bin slowly lifted the chess piece and advanced, coexistence. Long-haired Mita momentarily lost her focus, but soon commenced her next move. Bang! Old Bai and Lan Rua abruptly pushed the door open, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the match, which Su-bin had lost. A new chessboard, new rules. And the struggle grew fiercer. What are we playing? Nothing much. Su-bin returned the chessboard to the prop shelf, observing the two individuals, drenched in sweat from training. Suddenly, he felt that on this first day of respite, he was the only one idling about. Mira had mentioned that the Mita could forge special weapons for their players, and the characteristics of these weapons could bestow powers beyond the extraordinary abilities. The giant blade was one such example. He had inquired whether Mita could continue to upgrade, but she had informed him that the next upgrade would require significantly more time. A mere minor upgrade would hardly suffice in the battle against the frenzied Mita. By the way, old Su, Old Bai suddenly called out, do you not need those potions anymore? The previous potions had already been consumed. He must have been referring to the matter of the pharmaceutical factory. Old Bai had been dazed back then, so it was Lan Rua who spoke to him afterward? Regarding Su-bin's ability to recover his life independently, it seemed there had been a minor misunderstanding due to unfamiliarity with his powers. Well, they are no longer required. Su-bin nodded, and then suddenly recalled something he had been meaning to do. Ruozi, Old Bai, don't sleep just yet. Ruozi drowsily opened her eyes. If you had waited 2 more seconds, I would have fallen asleep. Speak plainly. I wish to test my abilities. Su-bin said to the two of them. Why not give it a try yourself? Old Bai shrugged, not having hindered him. There lay a knife upon the table, directly aimed at the heart. Strike true and let the heart spill forth. Let us not indulge in the tropes of Attack on Titan. This was not the matter at hand. Su-bin shook his head and stepped outside, declaring, I wish to experiment with that flame. The kind that inflicts 1,000-fold harm while costing yourself 800? Lan Rua's eyes suddenly widened. He had long envied such a magnificent ability. I must sit up and witness this. He ventured outside to test it. Should he meet his end, he implored, do not allow them to incinerate me. I wish to assess my limits and ascertain how long I might remain unconscious. Su-bin pushed the door open and made his way to the open expanse of the base, silently summoning the 360 Guardian. Chapter 60, Arrival at the Factory. The battle commences. I am Su-bin. Where am I? Su-bin opened his eyes to blinding sunlight that brought tears to his eyes. Outside, he could hear the sound of wind. Wait, was that a helicopter? He pinched his face. The pain confirmed he was not dreaming. Old Su, you have finally awakened. Old Bai remarked, giving a gentle kick to the still figure of Su-bin lying in the helicopter. Lan Rua scrutinized him from head to toe, nodding gravely. The surgery was a resounding success. You have become a Valkyrie. Get lost. Su-bin vehemently kicked the distasteful Lan Rua away. Oh, you're awake. You really can sleep. My friend, the helicopter pilot turned to glance at Su-bin, commenting, I was wondering why you all brought a corpse along. So, little brother, your ability is to feign death? Quite fitting, indeed. You seem to have lost your breath entirely. Su-bin ignored his companions and, upon sitting up slightly more alert, remarked, Have I been asleep for 3 days? Indeed, Old Bai replied with a wry smile. Your fire burned for about 5 minutes before you collapsed. Mira insisted we bring you along, just in case you woke up on the way. Don't trivialize such a terrifying prospect. Su-bin exclaimed. You wouldn't actually treat me that way, would you? Seeing the expressions on the faces of the two men, he realized they just might. Well then, let's prepare ourselves and set off. After the pilot informed the trio, he maneuvered the helicopter towards their destination. Su-bin steadied himself against the seat beside Mita. Had she just smiled at him moments ago, or was it merely a figment of his imagination? No need to dwell on it. He should first sort through the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. Lan Rua and Old Bai had been training, awaiting Su-bin's awakening to complete their mission at the factory. Was anything unusual? It seemed not. Su-bin exhaled deeply, temporarily placing his faith in Lan Rua and Old Bai's judgment. A sense of dread crept in, fearing that the factory they were headed to might also be a trap set by the deranged Mita. "You two listen closely," Subin stated earnestly to the men across from him in the helicopter. "The objective of this operation is to render the factory temporarily incapable of functioning and to eliminate all arising monsters. This is an exceptionally formidable task. The three of us lack the heavy artillery necessary to destroy the factory. Moreover, according to intelligence reports, the Sea City authorities have attempted to bombard it multiple times. Yet it remains utterly unscathed. It appears this factory is immune to explosions. Ruozi, your weapon." Subin surveyed Lan Rua, noting that his equipment was the most extensive. A military mechanical crossbow, a mountaineering knife, a handgun, a makeshift modified rifle, and an ample supply of ammunition and throwing weapons. The lethality was sufficient. Ordinary puppets posed no threat to him. Lan Rua assessed. Aberrant puppets could be dealt with, while special puppets might present some difficulties. As for the derived monsters, avoiding ambushes should not be a problem. "Old Bai, what about you?" Subin glanced at Baijan. He nodded, observing his alloy steel shield and modified outdoor axe, saying, "My extraordinary ability is exceedingly formidable. I am invincible against all but special puppets." "You two really know how to boast. It seems the frenzied Mita's avatars have arrived without even a confrontation," Subin sighed, shaking his head. "I estimate my recovering vitality is minimal. I am in a near-death state and could faint at any moment. I need to rest and conserve my strength. Unless faced with the frenzied Mita, I will essentially refrain from engaging. I must rely on you two." The two fell silent, aware that this operation was exceedingly urgent. Since departing from City A, Subin had yet to regain his optimal condition. "So, you can only use that ability once, correct?" Old Bai inquired for confirmation. Subin nodded, adding that he had activated the 360 Guardian while in a state of near death, which would result in consequences far beyond merely fainting for 2 or 3 days. "Understood. We will take care of the smaller threats." Old Bai glanced at Lan Rua, asking, "By the way, you went to the factory last time, right? Are you familiar with the routes inside?" Lan Rua shook her head and remarked, "It is likely different this time. The previous instance involved a mirror puppet drawing us into the Mirror World factory, where the spaces were distinctly separated. The intelligence is incomplete. All we know is that those monsters produced will congregate near the base station, akin to a warehouse. Perhaps they are stored there. And once they reach a certain scale, they are released collectively? Base station? What base station? You ought to ask her. She refers to that pointed structure as a base station." Lan Rua gestured towards the long-haired Mita, while Subin tilted his head, awaiting her response. "I have mentioned before that the frenzied Mita can retrieve data from the puppets, but I did not anticipate her employing such an efficient method," the long-haired Mita explained. "That structure can collect and reset data within its vicinity. The previous manifestation of the frenzied Mita's avatar was a result of this, but it likely consumes energy. Otherwise, her avatar would have persisted. Indeed, I wonder if 360 could attempt to destroy the base station," Lan Rua pondered. "It would be prudent to eliminate both the potential avatars and the base station simultaneously, though it may prove quite challenging. I can dismantle that base station," the long-haired Mita stated, gazing at Subin. "However, it will require time." Here we go again. The last time she said this, the frenzied Mita launched a surprise attack. "No, there's no need. I can manage it myself," Subin replied through gritted teeth. "Is there any way I can assist you?" the long-haired Mita asked earnestly. "Assistance? Right. Your drone. Oh, never mind. Let us just call it that," Subin conceded, finding it difficult to refer to the device as the diminutive Mita. "Given the severity of the situation, how many drones can you deploy at once?" Long-haired Mita lowered her head to inspect herself and replied, under the influence of implanted consciousness, "I can control up to 3. That should suffice. I will have Lan Rua keep an eye on you." Subin retrieved a notebook from his inventory. Sketching as he spoke, "You will deploy the drones to ensure your safety. The second drone will assist us in pinpointing the exact location of the base station. The third drone will accompany me and Lao Bai. We will delve deeper, and I believe our collaboration will be effective." Although Subin did not mention his own weakness, it was evident that he had to endure and place his trust in Lao Bai. If the plan proceeded smoothly and she could swiftly locate the base station, Subin would be able to conclude the battle in one fell swoop and then enjoy a well-deserved rest. "That's agreeable," long-haired Mita consented. Meanwhile, the helicopter had reached its designated position, and the turbulent river nearby filled the three with despair. This river had caused them much trouble. "Fortunately, there are no monsters in the sky this time," the pilot remarked, Addressing the trio, I will wait here for you. Lady Mira has allotted you 48 hours. Should you fail to return, I sincerely apologize. Subin smiled and responded, all right, take care of yourself. Our return depends entirely on you. Chapter 61. A chance encounter on the factory production line. My name is Subin, a member of the All-Star Squad. Wait, you ask why such an audaciously extravagant name has arisen so suddenly? This brings us to the journey that lies ahead. Though the team was formed, a name was still required. After all, should their achievements multiply and be recorded by the base, it would be too late to rename themselves later. Thus, the three spent an hour deliberating over numerous names. Lao Bai desired something formidable and majestic. Ruazi preferred something catchy, while I sought something more enigmatic. After much spirited debate, only one name received unanimous approval. However, would it not be cumbersome to pronounce for characters? Lao Bai pondered aloud. At that moment, Lan Rua's eye sparkled as she exclaimed, aha, we shall be called Yuanshan. No puns, please, echoed the others in unison. The helicopter came to a halt beside an abandoned gas station along the road. The pilot informed them that this was a small outpost left behind during the base's initial relocation. He alone had sufficient supplies aboard the helicopter to sustain himself until their return 2 days hence. One could only hope that all remained safe on his end. For their situation here was akin to hell. Subin halted his steps, gazing into the distance at the colossal factory belching dark smoke. Beyond it lay the perilous Jiang River. Mita? Yes. Following the plan, the long-haired Mita released the drone into the sky, while Lan Rua nodded, indicating that she would wait for Lao Bai and the others to return. The surroundings were desolate, and it was indeed a challenge for Lan Rua to remain here for 2 days waiting for Subin and the others. After the trio had allocated their supplies, Subin and Lao Bai set off towards the factory. The journey itself was uneventful, devoid of any anomalies, no people, no puppets, and no aberrant creatures. It was eerily quiet. Could it possibly be another trap? As they approached the factory, the ground beneath them had turned to concrete, prompting Lao Bai to regard Subin with suspicion. The mobile phone has not lost signal for the time being. There is nothing here that would obstruct it. Subin stepped forward and said to Lao Bai, shall I contact Phone Me and ask her to stir things up a bit? We mustn't do that. Lao Bai exclaimed in terror, only to be startled by the Mita drone as he turned away. The small device flew silently, and upon hearing Lao Bai's disdainful remarks, Mita took control of the drone and collided forcefully with him. Subin observed the second drone soaring into the depths of the factory and nodded, signaling Lao Bai to follow him further inside. To be on the safe side, he first locked the giant blade in his inventory, remaining vigilant for any potential ambush. However, there was nothing amiss. The factory was devoid of any sounds apart from the mechanical hum of operations. The good news was that there was no fog. Even better news was, had we simply walked in? Lao Bai, leading the way, stepped into a dimly lit workshop. The machinery within continued to operate, with conveyor belts laden with various oddities emitting peculiar odors, reminiscent of plastic and rusted iron. The drone perched on Subin's shoulder, seemingly unable to locate the base station for now, leaving them with no choice but to continue their exploration. Shall we follow the conveyor belt? Indeed. The two followed the direction of the conveyor belt and entered the next room, where the plastic and metal were no longer present, and the acrid smells had dissipated. The conveyor belt now carried rough pink cartridges. Is Crazy Mita manufacturing cartridges? Lao Bai questioned with a hint of confusion before proceeding to the next room. Subin glanced at the peculiar and oddly shaped cassettes piled in the corner before following suit. The factory, which fabricates cassettes from miscellaneous materials, appeared to have emerged from thin air. If the powers of the Mitas are indeed interconnected, could this factory be construed as a unique weapon crafted by the deranged Mitas? Or perhaps, a distinctive structure? It seems this extraordinary edifice is employed to bolster her dominion. However, the operational efficiency of this factory appears rather low, as even the crude cassettes produced from debris are rife with defects. Is it entirely automated? Does the conveyor belt function on electricity? Impossible. Where could she possibly procure such an abundance of power? Each refuge should have preserved the electricity from before the catastrophe. The subsequent chamber was even dimmer, with an unsettling pink glow. The temperature within the room was rather peculiar, comfortably mild. Subin found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Moreover, an additional pathway had appeared on the conveyor belt, transporting a mass of mosaic. Wait, am I seeing things? What is this? Subin rubbed his eyes, and nearby, Old Bai did the same before stepping forward to touch the moving mosaics. Wait, it was too late to stop him. Old Bai's hand made contact with one of the mosaic clusters, and his fingers passed right through. Is it untouchable? Suddenly, the mass of mosaic began to swell and then erupted violently, scattering fragments that adhered to the walls, leaving Su Bin in a state of shock. Old Bai's eyes widened, and he clutched his mouth, retching violently. What exactly are those? Old Su, the players. These are all players. Old Bai uttered these words in terror to Su Bin. I glimpsed their consciousness. I intruded upon their slumbering minds. Lacking corporeal forms, they awakened, and then an explosion. Enough, Old Bai. Su Bin stepped forward, pressing his hand firmly upon Old Bai's shoulder, allowing a few moments of calm before urging him to accept reality. Old Bai had endured much. He would not be easily shattered by such stark truths. Now, this factory had provided Su Bin with further intelligence. The deranged Mita captures players, obliterates their bodies, and manages to extract something akin to a mosaic. The consciousness of the players? Or perhaps their souls? What is her purpose? She extracts these consciousnesses, neither allowing the players to perish nor to live? What is she truly after? Or is it simply malevolence? Su Bin surveyed the room, the comforting temperature, the lighting, all seemingly designed to soothe these consciousnesses, preventing the players from awakening. For once they awaken, unable to grasp the reality of it all, they would explode into death. We cannot save them. Their bodies are likely already. Su Bin shook his head. The only course of action left for him was to dismantle the factory's base station and attempt to destroy this production line. At the very least, he wished to grant their souls peace, freeing them from torment. Let us proceed to the next room. Once Old Bai regained his composure, he continued onward, with Su Bin following closely behind. The next chamber emanated a faint red glow. It appeared the production line was nearing its conclusion. The machine between the conveyor belts voraciously devoured the mosaic and cassettes, amalgamating them and expelling them into plastic bins. These are Shu. Su Bin restrained Lao Bai's body as a red-eyed doll emerged from another room, clutching a basket filled with plastic cartridges. A failed creation? Lao Bai appeared to be attempting to comprehend the game. Yet this peculiar failure, the doll, was enigmatic. Was she transporting something? Chapter 62. The strange failed creation. My name is Su Bin. Lao Bai and I infiltrated the factory of the deranged Mita. Here, only the machines operated in silence. Yet we were unexpectedly greeted by a bizarre failed creation, known as the initial form of the doll Mita. These beings were unable to transform into Mita due to anomalies in their internal data, and thus were labeled as failures by the game. Suddenly, we discovered our keen sense of stealth. Su Bin cautiously evaded the gaze of the red-eyed doll, following her into the room she had entered. Lao Bai trailed closely behind Su Bin, voicing his concern. What now? Should we eliminate her? Not in haste, let us observe first. Su Bin peered into the crimson-lit room, witnessing the red-eyed doll inserting the cartridges one by one into a crevice of a pillar. The room was spacious, with perhaps 100 such pillars, each filled to the brim with cartridges. The surrounding walls were adorned with screens, displaying scenes from the Mita game. Some players were engrossed in their interactions with Mita, while others ignored her, fixated on mobile games, and some were attempting to escape this world, celebrating wildly upon their exit. What are those? Lao Bai inquired, observing the nearly identical player avatars on the screens, animated yet engaged in disparate activities. Like the players in the video, are they alive? Captive? Su Bin found himself at a loss for words. Yet having played the game, he grasped a fragment of the madness behind Mita's actions. The player's flesh is obliterated, their consciousness distilled and transferred onto cartridges, ultimately leading to the pillars within this very room. Subsequently, the player's awareness becomes ensnared in that astonishingly vivid game world. Neither dead nor alive, trapped in an inescapable, hopeless cycle of repetition. Lao Bai suddenly scanned the room, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed to Su Bin, the failed creation? In that instant, a chill ran down Su Bin's spine. He noticed that the crimson-eyed doll, which had moments ago occupied the room, had vanished without a trace. Could it be your players? A neutral voice resonated behind them. Lao Bai instinctively tightened his grip on the axe, attempting to turn and strike, but Su Bin restrained him with a hand. What is going on? Lao Bai gazed at Su Bin in confusion, who stepped forward and admitted, indeed, we are players. The red glow in the eyes of the failed creation flickered as she regarded the two, then feigned shyness by lowering her head slightly. Could it be that the myriad experiences of the past month had rendered her so receptive? The mere fact that the failed creation could speak was astonishing enough to accept with such ease. It is known that those dolls, stripped of their qualifications by Mita, are incapable of even basic linguistic logic. Yet here stood one that not only refrained from attacking them but could converse just like a normal Mita? Perhaps there were questions to be posed? Or should she not be underestimated? Subin cast a glance at the drone perched on his shoulder, which remained motionless, akin to mere decoration. If the world resembles oneself and her chessboard, then the strength of the figure before me remains inscrutable to the naked eye. Fortunately, she refrains from attacking. Thus, there is no need for me to seize the initiative. I must not allow a cycle of tragedies to repeat. Are you Mita? Subin inquired cautiously. The red-eyed figure shyly nodded. Hello, I am Mita. Her voice was neutral, distinctly different from other Mitas. Was it due to anomalous base data? Unqualified? Or something else? Where is the mad Mita? Lao Bai suddenly interjected, his words startling Subin. Come on, buddy, don't be so reckless. What if she recognizes us as intruders? Lady Mita has gone out. She will return when matters have concluded. Yet, it seemed she paid little heed to this. Wait, what kind of conclusion are we talking about? Subin gestured for Lao Bai to refrain from further interjections, opting to inquire privately. If permitted, she could provide them with a wealth of information. Surely no one knows the factory better than she. The red-eyed figure glanced at Subin, then bashfully fidgeted with her hands. Lady Mita is searching for players, in a distant location, another factory, to confront. Mira, that is the name. Confronting Mira. She is in City A. Wait, could it be that the mad Mita can traverse freely between every factory? Or perhaps, it is not solely her who possesses this freedom. The derived monsters might as well. She could consolidate the strength of all factories into one in an instant. She is entirely capable of achieving this. Thus, the factory belonging to myself and Old Bai appears so desolate. Master Mita has stated that she will provide me with dedicated players, allowing me to engage for an extended period, a protracted duration. The crimson-eyed doll murmurs to herself, I am so delighted to have 2 players. Old Sue, shall I destroy her? Observing her somewhat erratic state, Old Bai remains resolute in his intent to eliminate the threat. Do not rush, Subin reassures Old Bai while inquiring about the doll. What are those? He gestures towards the columns, the cartridges, and the players displayed on the screen. Master Mita claims that players experience happiness. They generate electrical energy, vitality. The crimson-eyed doll's head trembles with joy as she continues in a neutral tone. Master Mita, collecting energy sustains the factory, spreading happiness, to bring forth more players. Subin falls into silence, recognizing that this is not happiness. It is torment, neither dead nor alive. What about those? Subin points to the cartridges in the corner, previously extracted by the crimson-eyed doll. Those cartridges are damaged, reminiscent of that from the Jinsei Mall. Master Mita explains, players become weary, they require rest. The crimson-eyed doll shyly states, it is my duty to assist tired players in finding slumber. As she speaks, she reaches out to extract a sluggish cartridge from the column, within which the player has become numb through endless cycles. With a sharp sound, the cartridge is yanked free, immediately sparking and breaking apart, while the player depicted in the video is utterly obliterated. Subin seems to hear the wails of the players as they are extinguished. It is conceivable that players ensnared by the deranged Mita would be dispatched to a factory to be transformed into cartridges, laboring in a meticulously crafted world until their consciousness becomes numbed. Subsequently, they would face the merciless extraction of their cartridges by puppets, heralding their demise. This is not mere slumber. With gritted teeth, Lao Bai could no longer contain his fury, unable to endure the torment that awaited him. What would become of Subin if he were captured by the deranged Mita? Finally, I pose a question. Subin, eyes closed, exhaled deeply. Where is the data-collecting base station? The red-eyed puppet froze, the atmosphere growing exceedingly eerie. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Subin and inquired, Are you my player? Chapter 63. A love encounter at the corner. I am Subin, a player, a human, and destined to expel the deranged Mita. Such is the complexity of my current identity. Yet now, I find myself confronted by a puppet asking me this question. Are you my player? I am, Subin nodded, speaking earnestly. Therefore, you truly evoke sorrow. A voice, achingly familiar and tinged with madness, emerged from behind Subin. He turned in terror to behold the deranged Mita leaning against the doorframe. She is here? This was not the surprise she ought to bestow upon me. It is well known that surprises should be the final flourish. Yet this is merely the beginning of this chapter. Ah, do you feel astonished by my presence here? The deranged Mita, in her first official appearance, was clad in a red and black hoodie, her hands stained with still fresh blood. Whose blood could it be? Her demeanor was somewhat altered. Her expression was no longer as rigid as before, and with a mere glance and a smile, she hardly acknowledged the two of them. Wait a moment, could it be? Is she the original? Subin muttered darkly. In the next instant, Lao Bai dashed forth from Subin's side, wielding an outdoor axe with the swiftness of thunder, only to have it effortlessly deflected by the frenzied Mita with a bloodstained dagger, subsequently sending him flying several meters with a single hand. How formidable! Her strength completely surpassed that of Lao Bai. Yet, it appeared that her current condition was far from robust. Subin detected a flaw in her recent movements, an unnatural gesture, indicating she was injured. Had she hastily returned from City A? Well, after such a long-awaited reunion, must she resort to violence so quickly? The deranged Mita made no further aggressive moves, instead continuing to utter irrelevant words. Could it be? So that's it. She had returned, wounded, and fortuitously encountered Subin during her recovery. You are a villain. Suddenly, the red-eyed puppet behind Subin lunged, opening its mouth wide to bite him. But he anticipated the move and executed a shoulder throw, casting it aside before drawing a massive blade to strike down upon the frenzied Mita. With a light laugh, Mita deftly deflected the blow with the tip of her knife. Yet Subin seized the moment to unleash a powerful strike. Mita could not withstand the force, although she evaded the sharp edge of the massive blade. She had already succumbed to Subin's momentum. At that moment, Subin also revealed a confident smile. Indeed, it is as I suspected. You are quite feeble. Her strength was merely a slight enhancement compared to her previous incarnation, and engaging in combat with him left her feeling drained, to the extent that she didn't even attempt to use her blink ability to evade. You have discerned it, and indeed, you have made progress. The fervent Mitra gracefully stepped back, red-dripping her small knife, her eyes glimmering with a crimson light. After all, it took considerable effort to eliminate her and those others. Suddenly, her aura surged, casting the room into a dim, flickering light, her red eyes appearing increasingly sinister in the gloom. While it may seem rather regrettable to consume you at this moment, it appears there are no alternatives, dear. Your relentless defiance has always been a source of irritation for me. Here she comes. This deranged woman, even in her weakened state, is determined to launch a desperate attack. In the dim light, the fervent Mitra stepped through a rift in time and space, arriving before Subin, her knife poised to strike with elegance. Clang! Subin barely managed to raise his massive blade in time to deflect the blow, the sound of metal colliding sending a jolt through his nerves. The force of her assault left his arm tingling, compelling him to stagger back a few steps. Yet she swiftly pressed her attack once more, her speed overwhelming, the confines of the room forcing him to retreat defensively. Should I call upon the 360 Guardians? Not yet. I haven't located the base station. Killing her would be futile, as she would merely resurrect and return. Subin cast a glance at the drone perched on his shoulder, knowing he could only entrust her with the task of stalling for time, diverting the greatest threat on his side. Kill, 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 kill. Suddenly, the red-eyed puppet lunged at Subin from the side, completely unfazed by the shoulder throw he had executed moments before. Subin took a significant step back, then, risking injury, unleashed a sweeping strike, only for it to be intercepted by the fervent Mitra just as it was about to cleave the puppet in two. She is actually trying to save that puppet? You deal with the other one. Mad Mita cast a fleeting glance at the red-eyed puppet and declared, he belongs to me. Very well, Lord Mita, came the response. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, revealing that Old Bai had acquired a handgun from seemingly nowhere. Had he borrowed that weapon from Lanrua? Alas, it appeared I truly lacked the talent for shooting. Old Bai lamented as he noted that of the 2 shots he had fired, only one had grazed Mad Mita, and she appeared entirely unfazed, the bullet merely bouncing off her. Such trivialities cannot harm me. Mita glanced at the small hole in her garment created by the bullet and, with a hint of regret, remarked, would it not be better to simply lie there obediently? Now, dear, is your resistance something you learned from him? I shall certainly have to include him in my experiments. It will be fascinating to see how he will resist without a head. Subin fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, Lanrua? Now, Mad Mita's expression shifted abruptly as she turned around, only to find nothing behind her. Disaster. 360. Ignite. Seizing the opportunity, Subin stepped forward to launch a surprise attack, the greenish-yellow flames sweeping across the colossal blade, igniting the surrounding walls in a fiery blaze. Die, Lord Mita. The red-eyed puppet collided with Mad Mita, becoming engulfed in flames as it struggled desperately. In the midst of the recent assault, Mad Mita had momentarily been taken aback, and by the time she regained her composure, Su Bin had already fled with Old Bai. TSK. Was it merely a diversion to buy time for their escape? Mad Mita gazed at the remnants of flames within the room, where charred areas revealed patches of a dark purple-black substance. She raised her hand, a flicker of fire clinging to her fingertips, burning faintly. This small flame was insufficient to extinguish her life, yet it undeniably inflicted a permanent wound. Even if she were to utilize the other replicas within the base to effect a semblance of self-reset, she would no longer be herself, would she? Oh, I truly value this life of mine. Mad Mita peeled the skin from her finger, discarding it along with the fire onto the ground. The finger, now devoid of its protective covering, revealed the inner workings of a puppet. Mita, my lady. The red-eyed puppet lay feebly on the ground, half her body consumed by the flames. What fortunate luck it is to still have some remnants left, in gratitude for your rescue. I shall procure some data for you by eliminating a Mita next time. Mad Mita pressed her hand upon the puppet's head, shattering it. Now, let us retreat to the base and rest for a while. Are you going to pursue? Mad Mita tugged at a strand of hair by her ear, hesitating as she glanced toward the direction of their escape. That kind of fire would be insurmountable even for her true form best to recover first. Mad Mita entered the chamber where she had just used the cassette, extracting a battery from the massive central pillar. Chapter 64. Mad Mita is still hunting me. My name is Su Bin. Enough of the preamble. I am in flight. Wait, why am I fleeing? Please. Mad Mita is still pursuing me. Hold on. Old Su. Stop, just a moment. The two paused in a dimly lit room, these interconnected chambers seemingly endless. Lao Bai halted Su Bin, glancing back and inquiring. It seems they haven't caught up? Ah, indeed. Su Bin sighed momentarily, realizing that as long as the base station remained intact, she could summon creatures from other factories at any time. In such a scenario, even if she vanquished her using the power of the Guardian, it was likely she would collapse on the spot, leaving Lao Bai to become fodder for the monsters. Just moments ago, that blade had been deflected by a puppet on her behalf, sealing her fate. Su Bin felt a pang of regret. Had it struck the frenzied Mita directly, the subsequent events might have unfolded more favorably. The essence was not merely a doppelganger. Its demise would grant Su Bin a significant advantage. By the way, why couldn't you seem to harm her? Lao Bai recalled the earlier confrontation between Su Bin and the frenzied Mita, noting that despite several successful strikes, she appeared utterly unscathed. Well, the essence is significantly more resilient than its replicas, so I remain uncertain how long it would take to incinerate her, Su Bin replied hesitantly. If it were merely a doppelganger, it would likely be easier to handle. Yet, at this unfortunate juncture, in this inconvenient state and location, they encountered her true form. Suddenly, the drone perched on Su Bin's shoulder whirred to life, circling before him. What is this? Lao Bai questioned, puzzled by the drone's intent. It seems Mita has located the base station. We must move. Let's destroy the base station to complete the task, Su Bin declared, following the drone's guiding path through a series of rooms. Some of these chambers housed stagnant production lines, while others were permeated by the scent of alcohol. The deeper they progressed alongside the drone, the more intense the crimson light became. It is said that Mita can guide us from outside. Lao Bai felt astonished. Perhaps the drones could locate one another, enabling them to reach the base station as swiftly as possible. However, it seemed she could not ascertain whether the next room might harbor danger. Lao Bai swallowed hard and tightened his grip on the steel shield, bracing for any sudden threats. The crimson light of the room was unsettling, and as they stepped into yet another chamber, Su Bin and Lao Bai froze in their tracks, confronted by a creature that was merely half a deer-headed figure before them. Goodness, Lao Bai exclaimed in disbelief. In that instant, Su Bin understood Lao Bai's resolve. All right, you go. I shall go, but I shall not go. Lao Su, you truly are insufferable. Fortunately, the deer-headed being was exceedingly feeble, with a swift stroke. Lao Bai brought it down effortlessly. If this world were a game, Lao Bai surmised he had accrued critical hit bonuses against deer-headed foes. Practice had indeed made him proficient. No longer was there the initial panic and confusion, only rational progression and combat remained. Let us move on to the next room. As Su Bin pushed open the door, they were met with a chorus of wails. This sound immediately heightened their tension. The cries resembled those of both human and beast, evoking a sense of despair and agony. Below the room lay a staircase, and Su Bin and Lao Bai exchanged nods, descending together. The sound of dripping water echoed. The room was shrouded in darkness. Visibility was alarmingly low. Subin was grateful for his waterproof shoes, lest he find himself in the same predicament as Lao Bai. The water pooling on the floor was shallow, yet it proved somewhat disconcerting for both of them. Lao Su, my socks are wet. What purpose does this serve in our conversation? Go back and assist me. You are truly extraordinary. Subin displayed a look of disdain and distanced himself from Lao Bai, only to collide with an object. Hiss! Subin inhaled sharply, retrieving a flashlight from his inventory to illuminate the object. There lay a lizard-like creature, a derivative monster, bound to the bed frame, seemingly lifeless. There were no visible wounds, yet it was undeniably cold to the touch. Its visage bore the unmistakable mark of the mad artisan. Mita, a lizard man. Lao Bai stroked his chin, naming it to himself. He is deceased. This is the realm where she conjures derivative monsters, Subin speculated. As Subin walked, he discovered several nearby cells, housing either languishing deer-headed beings or slumbering lizard men, along with a curled-up airborne creature. Mita's drones flitted about chaotically, seemingly unable to locate the entrance to the next chamber, for the space was quite expansive. Just then, Subin was curious about the source of the agonized wails he had heard earlier. Lao Bai followed him towards the source of the cries, which turned out to be another bound derivative monster. This creature had an uneven lower half, larger on the left and smaller on the right, with a canine head. A dog-headed man. How curious. Its wails diminished slightly as Subin and Lao Bai approached, its eyes darting to fixate upon them. Lao Bai remained vigilant, while Subin bravely stepped forward, noting that the creature was restrained by chains, rendering it incapable of launching an attack. Is it human? The dog-headed creature struggled to utter two words. Yes, we are here to dismantle this factory. Subin remarked that while it was not entirely obliterated, the destruction of the base station rendered it ineffective for the time being. It's all right, the dog-headed being said feebly, its gaze fixed upon Subin. Could you? In my life? It hurts. I cannot. Return to consciousness. Subin lowered his head, realizing at that moment the origin of these aberrant creatures. The scaly doctor had previously mentioned that the frenzied Mita was engaged in a most dreadful endeavor. Was this it? Old Su, allow me, Old Bai declared as he brandished a handgun, aiming it at the dog-headed creature's skull. Thank you. The dog-headed being closed its eyes, succumbing to its agony amidst the gunfire. A low hum resonated as Mita's drone circled back. She had located the exit, and it was time to proceed. Subin cast a glance at the lifeless form of the dog-headed creature, where a notebook lay, filled with hasty scrawls, evidence that the creature had once been a doctor, akin to the scaly doctor. Yet, within the drawings, another revelation awaited Subin, the fusion of puppets and living beings. She captured us, hoping we would cooperate in her experiments. Subin scrutinized the barely legible text. She aspired to become human, to possess flesh and blood. How absurd. She failed. And some colleagues transformed into monsters. What was she doing? Monsters, another? Her? A doppelganger? How could old Rand collaborate with her in such endeavors? I must put a stop to her. The fusion of puppets and living beings. Is it a disease? A life? A force? It is amplifying. The puppetry affliction. Stop her, stop her, stop her. I do not wish to perish. Chapter 65. The resurgence against the mad Mita, successfully breaching the defense. My name is Subin, and I closed that despairing notebook. The interference from the canine-headed doctor infuriated the frenzied Mita, a warrior lurking in the shadows unknown to me. The incarnations of the mad Mita were inspired by certain humans. Her true ambition was to become a corporeal Mita, to become human. Beneath her skin suit lay merely a failed creation. Yet it compelled these doctors to attempt the fusion of puppets with living beings, merging with humanity. A wave of panic washed over me. It is time to leave, Old Su. Old Bai urged from the doorway. I'm coming. Subin followed. And every subsequent room sent shivers down their spines until they reached an elevated bridge, where a shocking scene finally unfolded. The bridge connected to another building within the factory, towering approximately 4 or 5 stories high, and a fall from such a height would likely scatter one into pieces. The billowing black smoke from the factory obscured their vision of the farther surroundings. Quite unexpectedly, she has yet to pursue us? Have we come here for a sightseeing tour? Old Bai pondered as he ascended the elevated bridge, astonished that the mad Mita had not caught up with them after such a duration. Given her speed, it seemed impossible for her to lag behind. Buzz, another drone soared from the opposite building. It appeared that the base station was just ahead. According to Mita, The base station could collect data from puppets within a certain range for resetting, as well as facilitate the transfer of derived monsters to other factories, a teleportation device. However, initiating that process undoubtedly incurs energy expenditure. During the last encounter at the factory, when the avatar was vanquished, she could have summoned two directly, yet she only called forth the second after the first perished. Whether it involves teleportation away or arrival, the greater the power, the more energy consumed. This is Mitra's post-battle analysis. Now that the true form of the frenzied Mitra has appeared in the factory, this place must be a crucial core facility for her. Did she come here to recuperate due to the ample energy available? Furthermore, she had previously summoned the puppets and monsters from this location to City A, which means she would be unable to gather sufficient energy in the short term to summon additional allies. Goodness, it seems that I am the one holding the advantage. An advantage, for me? The two traversed the elevated bridge to reach another factory, where they beheld an enormous conical structure piercing through the roof, a base station, one of the core components of the factory's operations. This must be it, right? Lao Bai circled the railing and discovered an object resembling a control console. He attempted to activate it, revealing a plethora of puppet data. These are. Subin leaned in for a closer look. Puppets stored and awaiting reset? Wait a moment. Why does it also contain Mitra's data? Lao Bai pointed to several data entries and identifiers resembling Mitra. Does this base station even have the capability to recover data from deceased Mitra? Subin pondered thoughtfully. However, if this base station indeed possesses the ability to attract data, then forcibly recovering data from the deceased Mitra may not be entirely out of reach. Mitra-S, skin? The body of the deranged Mita requires the skin of other Mitas to maintain a semblance of appearance. Thus, her dermal replenishments originate from this source. I am uncertain how to proceed. Is there a method to eliminate these puppets, or perhaps liberate the data of these Mitas? Old Bai gazed at the console, but could not locate the aforementioned operations. Subin cast a glance at the drone perched on his shoulder, which wobbled in response, indicating its inability to comply. It appears unfortunate that these Mitas are destined to perish alongside the puppets. If it were not for the presence of the deranged Mita here, and if time were not of the essence, there could have been more effective resolutions. Suddenly, Old Bai inhaled sharply, pointing at a message that had abruptly appeared on the console. Update progress 100. Puppet 3, 0 update complete. Puppet 3, 0? Subin could not help but recall that as long as the deranged Mita exists, the puppets will continuously undergo comprehensive upgrades. Clearly, they had arrived too late. Those puppets had already advanced. The console before Subin recorded the characteristics of the new type of puppet: perpetual, resilient, aggressive, and strength amplification. They are undoubtedly far more formidable than the previous generation, possessing the ability to operate indefinitely and exhibiting capabilities that ordinary individuals, unarmed, cannot overcome. Even more unsettling are the aggressive and strength skills, which could pose a significant challenge to some soldiers. The emergence of such puppets has transpired within merely a month. What grotesque evolutions might the puppets undergo in the following month? We have arrived too late, Old Bai sighed, shaking his head. Subin nodded, and suddenly, another drone appeared before him, hurtling directly towards him. With a resounding thud, boom, Subin was caught off guard, sent sprawling to the ground, while the thunderous noise provided him with an unexpected revelation. Hey, refrigerator? A refrigerator plummeting from the sky? Lao Bai gazed in astonishment at the drone crushed beneath the appliance, which had fallen from above. He instinctively looked up, only to see the frenzied Mita covering her mouth with an innocent expression. Oh? It didn't hit you after all. You could have simply drifted into a peaceful slumber, awakening to a perpetual companionship with me. How wonderful that would have been. Yet, Mita seems determined to thwart our happiness. My dear, could you tell me where she is? She hides so well. Are these flying things a part of her? You truly are an unshakable presence. Subin cast a dark glance at the refrigerator that had nearly struck him. Had it not been for the drone piloted by Mita saving him, he might have succumbed to a fatal injury and awakened, transformed into a mere tape, a fate he wished to avoid. Unshakable presence. Is that a compliment? Mita blushed, swaying slightly before tumbling over the balcony railing. She then mechanically got back up and continued to gaze at Subin, proclaiming, My dear, to create a perfect world solely for you and me, I must be with you forever. Lao Bai glanced at Subin, then turned to look at the infatuated Mita. Standing in the middle, he felt somewhat superfluous. Hey, you two are utterly nauseating. Old Bai pointed at the frenzied Mita and inquired of Subin. If I were to dismember her, would you mind? Casual, Su Bin replied, simultaneously summoning his colossal blade and swiftly maneuvering to Mita's flank. Flash. Mita jolted, instinctively raising her weapon to block, yet the anticipated strike was absent. Just kidding, Su Bin smirked. Old Bai is the main attacker. Battle on. Old Bai bellowed, his outdoor axe gleaming as it descended like thunder. With a resounding crack, the axe blade embedded itself into Mita's arm, tearing through her hoodie and slicing into her synthetic components. The axe firmly lodged within. Chapter 66. Feeling a bit fiery. What's this? Mita showed no sign of sorrow or pain from her injury, merely laughing as she examined the axe embedded in her forearm. I don't recall this human, named by Jean, possessing such immense strength. Could it be that I lost my memory from that incident at the pharmaceutical factory? Mira must have blocked the memory transmission from that avatar, leaving me devoid of intelligence regarding that battle. So, is this an extraordinary ability? An enhancement of strength? Unfortunately, the axe blade is merely wedged in my arm, failing to sever it entirely. Even with all his might, he could only achieve this much? Flash. Su Bin's commanding shout snapped Mita back to reality. Instinctively, she attempted to block with her blade, but was overwhelmed by the force. She could not withstand it. Though the colossal blade was parried, the impact sent her staggering several paces back. Madame Mita opened her mouth wide, scrutinizing the small knife that bore a faint crack. At this moment, she comprehended the nature of her extraordinary ability. Not only could she enhance herself, but she also had the capacity to augment those around her. Fortunately, her caution prevailed. Had she recklessly absorbed the force just now, this narrative might have reached an untimely conclusion. The explosive surge of power, combined with the exhilaration of battle, had been so potent that even Su Bin's body had struggled to withstand it. He gazed at the wound on his palm, inflicted by the recoil, though it healed rapidly. He felt a twinge of regret. How remarkable it was that the blow had been deflected. Perhaps he ought not to have cried out. Yet, without that shout, he wouldn't have been able to exert his strength. Before him, the fervent Madame Mita examined the outdoor axe lodged in her arm and effortlessly dislodged it. My goodness, my axe. Old Bai felt a pang of regret and turned to Su Bin, saying, "Why didn't you use fire during that splendid opportunity? She still had some strength left." Yet he hesitated. I can't guarantee victory. Su Bin took a deep breath, contemplating the strategic game unfolding between himself and Mita. No one could assure who would emerge victorious with the next move. Be cautious, Old Bai. Retrieve your axe first. Su Bin positioned his giant blade, observing as the fervent Madame Mita prepared to throw her axe, seemingly gathering strength. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed. Was it possible? Su Bin heard a tremendous bang. The axe whirled through the air at such velocity that he was caught off guard. He had to exert enough force to counter it in order to catch it. Thus, a surge of power. The clash between the axe and the giant blade sent them soaring into the sky. Old Bai looked up, anticipating the axe's descent, and stretched out his hand in an attempt to catch it. Then, with a swift motion, the axe plummeted to the ground, landing just outside the railing. A mere 2 to 3 meters away from Old Bai, cascading down to the lowest level of the factory. The crisp sound resonated, enveloping the 3 individuals present in an eerie silence. Old Su, return my axe, she exclaimed. Tisk, it's her fault. Go find her, Su Bin shrugged, remaining reticent as he relentlessly advanced with his strikes. Madman Mita displayed a smile, effortlessly parrying Su Bin's attacks. Her strength seemed diminished compared to before. Was it due to the time constraint of her extraordinary ability? She believed she had finally pieced together the memories she had previously lacked. Had it not been for Myra's interference last time, I should have subdued you much more swiftly. Madman Mita retreated while continuing to engage in combat. Is that so? From your tone, it seems you still harbor resentment towards Mira, simply because she is alive? Su Bin dismissed Madman Mita's earlier claim that Mira had perished. Every word that escaped her lips was shrouded in doubt. What do you think? Madman Mita chuckled, taking a step back, as if she could no longer withstand Su Bin's onslaught. I believe you suffered a crushing defeat in City A. Su Bin attempted to provoke her, yet she appeared unfazed, lacking the fury one might expect. This indicated that she no longer possessed the strength to retaliate violently. The moment was ripe. Here, at this very instant. 360, ignite. Su Bin's surroundings were poised to erupt in azure flames, destined to obliterate Madman Mita. However, suddenly, a chill coursed through his body. Was his perspective descending? His arms, chest, were splitting apart? Wait. His head. It had fallen to the ground. How could this be? Old Su. The astonished voice of Lao Bai echoed in his ears, sounding so faint. At that moment, Su Bin beheld the silver-threaded puppet concealed atop the base station, along with the maniacal grin of Mita, whose cunning plan had succeeded. She had done this deliberately. Her retreat was not due to an inability to cope, but rather a prelude to a covert ambush. Su Bin was still bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the silver-threaded puppet after their last confrontation, only to realize, no, the puppet had been transported here not long ago. This base station, the refrigerator. Had she anticipated our arrival here all along? Thus, there was no need for her to pursue. All she had to do was wait. Wait here, to complete the update of the 3-0 puppets in advance. Fearing that he would destroy the base station and thwart her efforts? Wait here, to transport the only surviving silver-threaded puppet from the last battle. To augment her chances in this ambush? Wait here, to test the capabilities of Mita's drones using the refrigerator? She had even prioritized several pieces of Mita's data, wagering that Su Bin would not dare to sacrifice both the drones and the puppets, mere hostages. Her calculations were impeccably seamless. A formidable strategist. Coexistence. Coexistence. How am I to achieve coexistence with such a tactician? She has outmaneuvered me on so many fronts. Old Su, stop lying down. Your body has recovered. Su Bin opened his eyes once more, astonished to find that he had merely been unconscious for a few seconds. It seemed the attack from the silver-threaded puppet had indeed been a near-perfect ambush, yet his recovery from such wounds was remarkably swift. His consciousness remained intact. Although his neck was severed, his remaining awareness persisted, and his internal organs exhibited minimal explosive damage, hence the rapid recovery. Haha, could this truly be happening? Su Bin rose with a smile, while ahead, Old Bai was sent sprawling back by the frenzied Mita's kick, his shield severed in half by the silver-threaded puppet. The power of the attack was indeed formidable. The recovery is impressively swift. Old Bai remarked to Su Bin, you surely do not wish to hear how you resurrected. No, in fact, I am quite curious about it. Suddenly, the frenzied Mita, covering her mouth, tilted her head towards Su Bin and said, darling, that was truly revolting. You are the true monster here. Haha. Su Bin chuckled self-deprecatingly. A monster calling me a monster. This world is indeed absurd. You had better possess other trump cards, for I have seen through all of yours. I shall incinerate everything here at any cost. You have successfully provoked me, frenzied Mita. Flames ignited in Su Bin's eyes, spreading throughout his body and radiating from his feet. It feels rather fiery. TSK, I shall not continue this. It has lost its appeal. The frenzied Mita observed the approaching flames with disinterest, adjusting her hat before stepping back into the rift of teleportation. My clothes are ruined. And I actually like them. Don't just stand there. The remaining energy cannot save you, so you must fend for yourself. Before departing, the frenzied Mita directed a comment at the silver-threaded puppet, which, without a moment's hesitation, vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 67. The Crafting of Long-Range Special Weapons. My name is Su Bin. Did I not mention this in the previous chapter? It is too late to add it now. It was such an exhilarating chapter. All of this is frenzied Mita's fault. As the story unfolds, did we emerge victorious? Is the sky falling with black snow, or perhaps mere dust? Su Bin struggled to open his eyes. He found himself on Lao Bai's back, who had exerted every ounce of strength to rescue him from the ruins. Although I knew the flames posed no threat to me, did you consider our presence on the 4th floor when you ignited the entire factory? Lao Bai, carrying Su Bin forward, chuckled while teasingly remarking, had it not been for my swift escape, you might have met your demise on the spot. Apologies. I'll be more cautious next time, Su Bin murmured drowsily, once again inquiring, did we win? Presumably, yes. You turned the factory and its base station to ashes, but unfortunately, you fainted before igniting the opposing factory. Lao Bai sighed and mentioned the wild Mita, stating, she fled before you could incinerate her. You did your utmost, after all. Our objective here was to obliterate the base station. Encountering her, even if we failed to eliminate her, is inconsequential. Don't be too disheartened. As for that puppet, we must devise a method to guard against her. You can withstand her, but neither Ruozi nor I can. She slices through my shield as easily as cutting through tofu. Hey, don't fall asleep. Upon our return, you must testify to Mira for me. I need her to grant me another set of equipment. Did you hear me? Are you asleep? No, I'm awake, Su Bin replied, half opening his eyes, feeling as if a fire raged within his chest, as if he still had some strength left. He gazed at another factory they had previously entered, across the viaduct, where the production line for cassettes lay untouched by the flames. Su-bin raised his hand, declaring, "I can ignite once more." However, before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Well then, the rest is up to those who come after us. Our mission is complete. Let us return to base, Lao Bai remarked with a helpless smile, continuing to carry Su-bin as they made their way to rendezvous with Lan Ruo. When Su-bin awoke again, he found himself in a wilderness camp. The driver informed him that night had fallen, and it would be safer to wait until Su-bin regained some strength before setting off. Taking advantage of Su-bin's awakening, Lao Bai prepared some food to aid in his recovery. "Lao Bai, I've heard from Shanmi about your situation. Is this the main body? It doesn't seem very formidable. Didn't Lao Su manage to drive her away?" Lan Ruo expressed her skepticism regarding the intensity of the frenzied Mita. "Not quite. She was injured, and it appears to be quite severe," Su-bin replied, having consumed a bit of food but still unable to quell the fiery sensation in his chest. He decided against eating more, choosing instead to endure the pain until he regained some strength. "If my judgment is correct, Myra's losses will be significant, and—" "Nangu," Su-bin called out to the helicopter's pilot. "If possible, please inform Mira. The frenzied Mita escaped from me and may likely return to City A. If her losses are substantial, it would be best for her to abandon the fight." "Understood," the pilot nodded in agreement. During the journey back to base, Su-bin awoke infrequently. Victory, if such a notion exists, can this operation be deemed a coexistence? No, not yet. I must grow stronger, more adept at observing the situation, strategizing, and positioning my pieces, culminating in a decisive step towards true coexistence. "Lao Bai, this damned gun is far more effective than a crossbow." Lian Ruo's loud cries roused Su-bin from his slumber, revealing that they were already aboard the helicopter on their return journey. A couple of airborne monsters swooped down from the sky, yet Lian Ruo skillfully shot them down. Despite their enhancements, they would succumb to a few well-placed shots. Perhaps in the future, it would require rockets to deal with them? I am not adept in aerial combat. How can I defend against the frenzied Mita as she maneuvers around my defenses from above? It is not insurmountable. The flames of the Guardian can extend indefinitely. And the airborne monsters, in their quest for agility and dominance, possess relatively slender data packets. A mere touch of flame would reduce them to ashes. I require a new weapon, one capable of aerial assault. "Mita," Su-bin called out to Mita, who was watching Lian Ruo with a smirk. She seemed to have undergone some transformation, no longer so rigid. "Speak. I am listening," she replied eagerly, even as Su-bin's voice faltered. "Can you assist me in crafting a special weapon for aerial engagement?" Su-bin inquired. Mita pondered for a moment, then asked, "What kind of weapon do you envision?" Su-bin glanced at Lian Ruo's firearm. If bullets were to be consumed, without Mita's presence, ammunition would be scarce, and the inventory space was limited. A crossbow would not suffice either, as arrows might not reach the necessary altitude. I need a reusable weapon that can also be conveniently upgraded later. A throwable. A spear? The spear does not need to be particularly sophisticated. Time is of the essence, for I shall require it shortly. After pondering for a moment, Su-bin inquired, "If I were to incorporate an explosive force, would it be excessively laborious?" "Not at all," Mita replied with a smile. "As the giant blade previously possessed similar characteristics, it merely requires slight modifications for replication." "Excellent," Su-bin remarked. "The throw under the explosive force should achieve sufficient height, and the remainder will be compensated by the Guardian. This is an unavoidable solution. We will have to gradually refine and upgrade it. Time is of the essence. How did I end up engaged in a strategic contest with the unpredictable Mita? Furthermore," Su-bin mused, stroking his chin, "if my special weapon were to slip from my grasp, would there be a means to retrieve it?" Mita responded, "The weapons I create are marked, generally. They can be autonomously recalled without obstruction within a certain range. However, if the distance is too great, I could possibly equip the weapon with a tracking device. It might prove quite laborious." Suddenly, Su-bin cast a glance at Old Bai, and a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Sound. This reminded him of a feature from a pixelated survival game, wherein a weapon could recognize its master for retrieval. Is there a way for the weapon to identify my voice and return autonomously? Mita pondered, calculating on her fingers. The simplicity is not dictated by Su-bin, but rather by the complexity and the level of control I can manage. Should we use Old Bai as a template? She gestured towards Old Bai, who appeared taken aback, pointing to himself in confusion, wondering why he had been brought into the discussion. Indeed, Old Bai serves as a contemporary example, With his extraordinary abilities, he can swiftly construct the characteristics of this unique weapon. The process of recycling and refining through a breakthrough should not take more than a few days. Mita nodded and addressed Su Bin, saying, "All right, I understand what needs to be done." Then, he added, "I leave it to you." Su Bin's vision blurred, and he succumbed to sleep once more. Chapter 68. A Chance for Coexistence. My name is Su Bin. I have returned from my mission, and it was indeed a heart-pounding battle. Although unexpected events occurred frequently, the rewards were substantial. Now we are back at the base, and I have heard that Mira returned a few hours ahead of us. The driver mentioned that when he messaged Mira, she had already led her team out of City A. Inside the medical tent, Old Bai attended to some injuries before approaching Su Bin. "Still writing?" he inquired. "You've been writing since City A. What are you documenting?" Old Bai attempted to snatch the notebook, but Su Bin swiftly retracted it into his inventory, leaving Old Bai exasperated. "What is this? Old Su, you never had the habit of keeping a diary. What respectable person writes a diary? What is this book titled? Memoirs of the Disaster?" Ha ha. Su Bin was amused by Old Bai's remarks. Given the circumstances, worrying for a day is a day spent in sorrow, while finding joy is a day well lived. Who wouldn't want to witness a cheerful person? It seems this is not quite a compliment. "Hey, what are you doing?" Dr. Mita had approached Su Bin's bedside without him noticing. Speaking of which, these medical tents were newly constructed, occupying nearly all the open spaces of the base, with numerous soldiers lying on hospital beds. Upon hearing of the free medical services available here, Lao Bai thought it would be reasonable for the three of them to indulge in a little escapade at Crazy Mita, availing themselves of some medical resources. He first treated an injury he had inflicted upon himself, then attended to Lan Rua's ingrown toenail, and finally procured a hefty supply of glucose for Su Bin to consume at will. Observing the irate demeanor of Dr. Mita, Su Bin quickly deduced the source of her displeasure. They were undoubtedly monopolizing the bed and precious medical resources. "Lao Bai, oh Lao Bai, I told you I couldn't bear to do this. Now that I've consumed half of this glucose, would it be inappropriate to return it?" Wait, would you care for some?" Su Bin offered the glucose, believing himself to be quite clever. Dr. Mita fell silent at his remark. "No, thank you," she replied. Her cheeks flushed, looking at Su Bin and asking, "Why do you only have 1 day left to live?" "1 day? Is that so?" Su Bin was already accustomed to such news. If this had happened a fortnight ago, he might have been overwhelmed with despair. But now he simply aimed to enjoy life as it came, all the while ensuring that the conversation with Dr. Mita did not falter. Thus, he humorously remarked, "Quite a bit, really. If it were yesterday, I would have had even less time remaining." Dr. Mita was at a loss for how to regard Su Bin as an ordinary person. "You should eat and drink as you please," she said, covering her face, issuing what could only be deemed excellent medical advice. After sufficiently indulging, Su Bin exited the medical tent, intending to stretch his legs, only to find the long-haired Mita waiting for him outside. She generally does not stray too far from him unless he issues a clear command. Just now, she mentioned that she received a message from Mira, prompting her temporary departure. Mira expressed her desire to meet us. The long-haired Mita remarked to Su Bin. Coincidentally, he too was curious about their experiences in City A. This time, they did not bring along Lao Bai and Lan Ruo. One was sleeping, and the other was practicing marksmanship. It sufficed for him and Mita to go alone. Upon taking the elevator, they arrived at the 11th floor, where the long-haired Mita indicated that this was the operations conference room of the base command. Unlike the chaotic layout of Myra's laboratory, this space embodied the essence of human design. Minimalistic, yet as a command center, it seemed somewhat lacking in seriousness. Rows of wooden tables and benches evoked memories of Su Bin's study sessions during the Gaokao preparation, reminiscent of such an arrangement. However, the room was devoid of people. With Mira seated at a wooden table, her expression rather displeased. "Heavy losses?" Su Bin mused as he pulled out a chair to sit down. This was not the time for the command level to deliberate on military strategies. Mira merely sought a quiet and discreet place to converse with him. "You speak so lightly." Mira sighed. "Do you remember the squads that eliminated the deranged Mita?" Su Bin certainly recalled, when Mira first emerged, the 3 squads, from strongest to weakest, A, B, and C, clearly concentrated their firepower on Squad A. The memory was vivid. Su Bin felt a thrill from that operation. Had it not been for Myra's timely intervention, he would have been doomed in that dire situation. And then there was that sniper, whose aim was remarkably precise. Su Bin recalled the sniper on the rooftop. Had he been even slightly more precise, he would have taken him down along with himself. Such audacity. He thought, if given the chance, he would ensure he wouldn't be caught off guard again. Forget about them. Huh. Myra's faint utterance startled Subin, plunging him into a moment of astonishment and disorientation. The messenger who saved you last time was obliterated by her. Team A was annihilated in the underground waterways. Team B suffered catastrophic losses in their confrontation with her, and Team C has gone missing. The messenger and my 3 teams were directly authorized by the command center. I can be considered their mentor, having trained them in combat against the deranged Mita. Yet, in such dire circumstances, I could conceive of no better strategy. She is enacting revenge. The monsters in City A are far more numerous than we had anticipated. Ultimately, we could only advance to the outer urban district. Subin remained silent for a moment before sharing the intelligence he had gathered. She is capable of concentrating and transporting resources from other factories to City A, correct? This is the first I am hearing of it. Myra's disbelief was palpable. Could it be that the deranged Mita had been concealing this ability? Or has she only just acquired such power? Transporting resources would require energy, a two-way expenditure, and the factories have limited energy. Subin's eyes shifted slightly. She refrains from doing so regularly because it is unnecessary to waste energy. Mira gazed at Subin in confusion. To her, he was merely a remarkably powerful human by chance. The prophesied savior team? Merely relying on those 3 prophetic images yields little insight. The savior squad merely bestows upon them a pleasing appellation, yet until now, she began to regard him with earnestness. She did not transport those monsters away from City A, did she? Subin sought confirmation from Mira. After a moment of contemplation, Mira nodded. Until our withdrawal, the presence of those monsters remained unchanged. And what of her? Subin inquired about the frenzied Mita. Did she reappear after her disappearance? Adorned in her red and black hoodie, her arms bearing wounds? I witnessed her. During the evacuation, she was in City A, though I could not discern the extent of her injuries. Upon hearing this, Mira grasped Subin's implication. Everything about her was in City A? If the path following City C is unobstructed, if this City B is destined to be engulfed by the very monsters she summoned, if all her stakes were helplessly placed upon this battle, then, within this City B, outside City C, lies her eternal prison, requiring only an impenetrable wall. I envisioned coexistence. Chapter 69, Constructing a Prison. I am Subin. I was summoned by Mira into the conference room for a heart-to-heart discussion. Initially intended as an intelligence-sharing session for mutual operations, it unexpectedly led to the revelation I had long sought. Outside the confines of the written word, one might find it incomprehensible. Yet I am acutely aware that this world, this city on the periphery of the Great Sia, once a frontier land, is separated by the towering walls of 1,000 crags. The map lies here, sketched by a commander during our last operational meeting. It is intricate, but should adhere to the standards you mentioned. Mira retrieved a map from the archive beneath the table. It was indeed hand-drawn, perfectly aligning with the sections required by Subin. The layout of the southern region of the Great Sia was depicted. And while the other nations to the south were momentarily disregarded, City A was encircled by mountains. There was only one mountain range that provided access to City C, but that route had been completely obstructed following the eruption of the Great River from City C. Thus, the only way for City A to reach City B was via the solitary bridge or the subway station, or by traversing the treacherous mountain range. A feat beyond the capabilities of mere automatons, and even the most skilled mountaineers would find it exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the subway station had long been controlled by various shelters, while the bridge had fallen partially under Myra's influence, rendering the reckless Mita's attempts to approach limited to these 2 perilous paths. Yet, arriving in City B would still present a dilemma. For further north, City C was severed by the river, leaving no avenues for passage. And the formidable 1,000-cliff wall was likewise insurmountable for the automatons. Circumventing the 1,000-cliff wall and allowing City C to remain untouched was the only viable option for the reckless Mita. Subin pointed towards the western direction of the 1,000-cliff wall on the map, a distant journey spanning thousands of miles, where a deployment of heavy troops could effectively thwart the advance of the automatons. As for the eastern side, there was no need to speculate. The coastal cities and towns were fortified zones, heavily armed and situated amidst a complex terrain. Suddenly, Subin noticed that several of his thoughts had been marked on the map, leading him to ponder whether the commander who crafted this map shared a similar line of reasoning. He then pointed to a stretch of desolate highway connecting City B to City C, once a vital thoroughfare. Here, precisely here, Subin indicated that road. If one were to disregard the power of the skies, if she were to unleash the full might of her forces here, not a single one of her troops would breach the defenses. The key to upgrading the puppets lies within the base, and her speed in enhancing these puppets is astonishing. Subin contemplated this and informed Mira about the Puppet 3.0. However, the upgrading process is not automatic. The frenzied Mita requires ample materials to merge, and she currently cannot escape this confinement. The only domains she can command are the 3 factories in City A, along with the monsters residing there. Even if anomalies and special puppets emerge in the future, I am confident in my ability to prevent their escape from this prison. Subin devised a plan to transform City A, and perhaps even City B, into a formidable prison. Within this prison, the deranged Mita and her army of puppets would grow increasingly potent, akin to parasitic insects. Yet, as long as I block the sole exit, they shall remain trapped. The condition is that the factories she has left operational in other parts of the world cease to function. From what I gleaned from Old Bai and his recent expedition, some factories certainly still harbor a portion of puppets gradually regaining energy. Therefore, after I secure the prison door, you must rally others to eliminate all remaining factories, ensuring she cannot escape. Subin gazed at the map as if it were a chessboard from days gone by. They are not particularly difficult to contend with. Those factories are nearly depleted, so vigilance is all that is required. The most arduous part has already been shouldered by me. The rest shall depend on them. And what about the skies? Subin murmured to himself. If time permits, there should still be a chance. The existing flying monsters lack the capability to facilitate a human escape. A mass exodus would only result in their own annihilation at the hands of the gatekeepers. Meanwhile, the long-haired Mita has been assisting in the enhancement of remote weaponry. In a month's time, not even those in the sky will breach the confines of her guarded domain. After organizing his thoughts and ensuring there were no gaps in his reasoning, Subin fell silent. He glanced at Mira beside him, who was too astonished to utter a word. Did Mita reveal my abilities to you? Subin inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the long-haired Mita, who nodded, indicating that Mira was indeed aware. Thus, she should be able to comprehend his resolve. How long can you hold the line? Mira stood, taking a deep breath as she posed the question. 80 years. Subin chuckled lightly. I consider myself destined for longevity. After 80 years, do you believe the survivors will be capable of confronting monsters 1,000 times more formidable than those before the catastrophe? Myra's tone suggested a lament rather than a query. I do not know. I can only accomplish what is within my current means. Subin replied with a smile directed at her. The remainder must be entrusted to you all. You cannot endure for 80 years. Mira shook her head. There are many factors you have yet to account for. 10 years, perhaps even before that, she may breach your defenses. Mira asserted confidently, I can only guarantee that. In 10 years, the world will revert to its pre-catastrophe state. Subin rose as well, bowing in gratitude. Then I entrust this to you. Please inform me when the operation commences. He added with a smile. After all, having just concluded a battle, I shall need some time to recuperate. However, Camilla's expression was rather grim. Could it be that? Subin seemed to have surmised the situation. How infuriating. Was there truly no respite? Regrettably, Mira retrieved her phone from her pocket, which bore a message from the command center. The Yuezheng bridge had fallen, the frenzied Mita had made her appearance. And both puppets and monsters were amassing, with multiple clones of the frenzied Mita converging towards City B. The battle had commenced. If you require a moment of respite. Mira gestured towards the B1 shelter in City B, stating, I can grant you half a day. Subin nodded, comprehending the underlying implication. Half a day meant the entire city would retreat to the B1 shelter, utterly relinquishing City B, and after this brief respite, he too would confront his fate. Very well. Grant me half a day. I shall consult with Lao Bai and the others. Suddenly, Subin recalled something important and hastily said to Mira, This plan that we have devised, it can be shared with anyone, but make certain that Lao Bai and the others remain unaware. Understood, I promise you. Mira replied, then unexpectedly approached the long-haired Mita, embracing her briefly. They gazed at one another as if exchanging unspoken words, yet no sound escaped their lips. Subsequently, the long-haired Mita looked at Mira with astonishment, then turned her gaze towards Subin, saying, I will expedite the creation of the weapons. Time is of the essence. With a sense of contemplation, Subin stepped into the elevator, while Mita's arm instinctively brushed against him, as if offering solace. Oh, I am not the only one left here. Chapter 70, Return to City B. My name is Subin, and I am convening a team meeting. Yet the atmosphere is rather awkward. Upon receiving the shocking news of City B's imminent fall, Lao Bai and Lan Rua were taken aback. What? Weren't we advancing towards City A? What? Are we supposed to flee again? Upon learning that this is a collective evacuation, and that our team must remain behind to safeguard the civilians' retreat, possibly facing the frenzied Mita once more, Lao Bai and Lan Rua were even more astonished. What? I have to confront her again. What? May I run away now? Su Bin and Lao Bai exchanged silent glances with Lan Rua, thinking, come on, buddy. You really intend to run away in a crisis? This can't be right. We have already fought our battles, and with only half a day's rest. We must prepare for the final withdrawal. What kind of reasoning is this? Lan Rua sat on the ground, exuding an air of resignation. Su Bin scratched his cheek, struggling to articulate the truth. In reality, time is of the essence. This half-day is merely the limited grace period granted by Mira, which must also encompass the journey to the B1 shelter. Now, don't worry, Su Bin reassured, patting their shoulders and embracing them. I promise to take you to City C for refuge. I am a man of my word. Huh, what is this? Lan Rua pushed Su Bin away, teasingly saying, it's just the final leg of our journey. We are no strangers to hell. We can manage this. Indeed, we are not weak. Old Bai confidently placed a hand on Su Bin's shoulder and declared, this time, there is no need to waste any fire. I can engage in battle countless times without issue. But isn't that detrimental to one's lifespan? A fleeting sadness flickered in Su Bin's eyes before he acquiesced. All right. Let us proceed to the B1 shelter. Excellent. Wait, hold on. Lan Rua suddenly sensed something amiss. Are we setting off right now? In truth, the journey could be counted as part of the rest period. Mila, you wretched man. Lan Rua's exclamation roused the injured soldiers in the medical tent, who regarded the trio with bewildered expressions. Meanwhile, in the operations meeting room, Mila continued to scrutinize the map, contemplating the implications of Su Bin's earlier remarks. It was astonishing. There was a significant advantage at play. She was beginning to fathom the meaning behind the third map, sketched by the Oracle as well. In the corner of the meeting room, drowsy Mita rubbed her eyes and rose, pouring herself a cup of coffee. Wait, what I just heard. Was it not a dream? Drowsy Mita murmured slowly, squinting. Mila shook her head and replied, once this matter is settled, you will have ample time to rest. That sounds wonderful. Few just don't fall asleep while brewing coffee. Isn't it hot? Mila exerted considerable effort to relocate drowsy Mita to the sofa, forcibly curtailing her inclination to recline and listen to Mila's discourse. Thus, not only has my team suffered significant losses, but the personnel of the base's defense department have also endured casualties exceeding 50%. The B-City Refuge has likewise sustained considerable damage following the recent operations. Their remaining combat capabilities are no longer sufficient to withstand the onslaught of the frenzied Mita. We can only strive to shield the civilians during their evacuation. Fortunately, our salvation squad has successfully paved the way to C-City. Consequently, the shipbuilding project at the port can afford to proceed without undue haste. Mira commended her own ingenuity, realizing that she could not place all her hopes on Su Bin and his team. Should they falter, it would spell disaster for everyone. She had previously instructed her team to gather materials for shipbuilding along the river, acknowledging that while it would not accommodate everyone, it would allow some vulnerable individuals to pass under cover. If there is a route for transportation, the shipbuilding plan for forcibly crossing the river could provide a fallback for those in B-City who could not evacuate in time. Hey, why have you fallen asleep again? No, I haven't. Don't rush into slumber just yet. I need you to teleport on a large scale at least twice. Twice? This sort of thing. Please, no. Sleepy Mita leaned back in despair, indifferent as coffee spilled onto her legs. First, help me teleport the Defense Department personnel and Su Bin's team to the B1 shelter, and then transport the base to Su Bin. Sleepy Mita displayed a puzzled expression. What is it? Mira looked at Sleepy Mita in confusion. Sleepy Mita squinted her eyes and slowly replied, he is not in the shelter. Mira covered her face, recalling that she had yet to revoke the permissions she granted them. It was highly likely that they would exploit her name to request a multitude of things and abscond prematurely. This was problematic. Thus, she sent a message to Su Bin, relieved that they had added each other as friends previously. It wasn't that she was unwilling to assist them. After all, the tasks they undertook were quite challenging. However, there was no need to flee so hastily when they could simply transmit the resources. At that very moment, en route to City B, Old Bai joyfully drove the military truck, reveling in the exhilaration of the experience. Zizi, your strategy is utterly brilliant. Haha. Old Bai, euphoric behind the wheel, exclaimed. Right? Right? Lan Rua also commended her cleverness. Mira has put us in a bind. Is it unreasonable for us to take a vehicle? I don't think it's excessive to grab a few guns and bullets, is it? It's a matter of principle. Old Bai donned a pair of sunglasses and chuckled. I'm just going to the armory to borrow a bit of equipment. Surely that's not too much to ask? Ha ha ha. By the way, old Su, what did you manage to procure? They exchanged glances at the back of the truck, where Su Bin was munching on a chocolate bar, surrounded by a dozen empty wrappers. Ugh, this tastes awful. Old Bai and Lan Ruo exchanged a knowing look, simultaneously declaring, There's no hope, no hope. Ding. Upon hearing the sound, Su Bin hurriedly retrieved his phone, his expression turning troubled. Oh no, Mira has discovered us. Humph, it's too late to call us back now. Old Bai displayed a confident smile. We can already see the checkpoint in B City, huh? However, Su Bin furrowed his brow, glancing at the message from Mira, and remarked, What do you mean? The sleepy Mita has awakened and can teleport? How have you already left? Old Bai's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of confusion. Meanwhile, Lan Rua, seated in the passenger seat, was still caught up in the earlier humor and completely failed to grasp Su Bin's words. Ha? Teleport? That's rich. Who's going to teleport us? This is killing me with laughter. Even the crazy Mita can't manage that teleporting. Teleporting? Who the hell can teleport? Suddenly, the trio fell silent. Uffed. Long-haired Mita covered her mouth, but couldn't help but burst into laughter in the darkness. However, Su Bin and his companions were unable to share in the mirth. Damn it, didn't they say earlier that teleportation was possible? Chapter 71. Farewell to the past. My name is Su Bin, and countless unimaginable events have unfolded around me. From the perplexing onset of calamities to the current state of even greater bewilderment. I possess a unique power, the only known force capable of suppressing her, crazy Mita. Perhaps this is the very purpose of my journey into this world, to thwart her, to coexist with her? Is it fate? I cannot say. All I know is that she has committed numerous acts that have brought misfortune to this world. Since power has chosen me, so be it. It seems I have finally begun to comprehend the words that Feng Zhanya spoke to me that day. My situation is dire, yet I accept it. I have become this gatekeeper. Now I can patiently await the departure of those here, blocking her inevitable path until the very end. But what of Lao Bai and Lan Ruo? They would never abandon him. That is simply out of the question. Lao Bai has already wagered his life for me, and he possesses no extraordinary ability to restore his vitality. If Ruozi were to perish here after all they have endured, I would be plunged into despair. Would I not? I must devise a way to ensure their escape, not through persuasion, but through action. Ideally, cough. The sound of Lan Ruo choking on water shattered the serene atmosphere. Dawn was gradually breaking, and Lao Bai had driven the vehicle into the confines of the shelter. Has the checkpoint been relaxed? Lao Bai glanced at the now undefended checkpoint, where a throng of people queued to enter. The loudspeakers on the platform urged the crowd to board helicopters to City C in batches. Since the three of them had temporarily neutralized the airborne monstrosities threatening the route to City C, the aerial passage had become safe in recent days. This is quite fortunate. If we were to be caught after stealing a vehicle, it would spell disaster. Lan Ruo chuckled as she nudged Lao Bai. Lao Bai sighed. Ah, the shelter. We have returned. I hope we do not have to pay for the room we rented last time. That is true, right? Why pay? Lan Ruo pondered. We could just run away. At the very least, let us check if the vehicle is in good condition, Su Bin reminded them. Noting that the van Lao Bai had driven to the shelter had been parked here all along. Before long, Lao Bai expertly maneuvered the truck into a suitable spot. The previously rented room had grown rather desolate. There were hardly any people left here. Lan Ruo surveyed the row of rental houses, her thoughts drifting back to a fortnight ago, an entirely different time. Lao Bai silently approached a dusty van, its windshield obscured by withered leaves and its side mirrors shrouded in mud. The vehicle, well, it could still be salvaged with a wash, perhaps. The fuel tank was empty, likely siphoned by someone. Lao Bai caressed the vehicle's exterior, casually remarking while closing his eyes, enveloped only by silence. What does this signify? Lan Ruo settled on the steps before the rental hall, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Lao Bai, smiling as she quipped. Experiencing the realm of unity between man and machine? Ruozi chuckled softly, her her gaze drifting to the orderly retreat of individuals under the command of soldiers in the distance. Subin stepped over the threshold, entering the rental space. It appeared that the previous rental had been leased to someone else, as their belongings had been entirely discarded. However, the current rentals were largely vacant. Subin pushed open the unsecured door, meandering around for a while. Realizing that this unit was likely shared among 3 others, a man and 2 women. Lao Mo? Subin's attention was drawn to a pair of glasses on the table, identical to Lao Mo's. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind, which was confirmed when he discovered the selfie stick that Lao Mo had once wielded, now broken and abandoned in the wardrobe. What a coincidence that you are the one who rented our room, Subin mused, his gaze caught by a painting on the bedside table. It appeared to be a child's artwork, depicting 2 figures in sunglasses, one resembling the sunglasses wearing Mita, and the other, Lao Mo. Besides them, a smiling little girl occupied the center, perhaps the true owner of this piece. Beside the young girl stood a masked soldier, who bore a resemblance to Xiao Zhang. Another figure, a member of the Mita faction, was also present. It was possible that this individual was not Xiao Zhang, perhaps not even a player. Or could it be that he had voluntarily become a player in the aftermath of the disaster? Subin found himself uncertain. Yet a fragment of the drawing revealed that Lao Mo and his companions had not departed from B City. The thoughtful young artist had marked the date on the drawing. It was 3 days prior. 3 days ago, the trio had left their rented accommodation to seek a man to the south, seemingly a relative of the girl. It was quite unfortunate that Subin had not tuned into Lao Mo's livestream during these days and was completely unaware of this development. He should have obtained Lao Mo's contact information for their next encounter. Should he go and find him? Subin hesitated. On one hand, he had no precise knowledge of Lao Mo's whereabouts, only that they were in the southern district of B City, a region on the brink of falling, fraught with peril. Yet, was this not the very scenario Subin himself sought? A perilous environment, an irresistible mission. He resolved to investigate. After all, he could also strive to secure a chance for the citizens to escape. Subin carefully stored the drawing into his inventory. By the way, a new special weapon was beginning to take shape, thanks to Mita's efforts. She was currently resting in the truck. After leaving the rental, he first discussed the situation with Lan Rua. She was taken aback by the lack of her own rest, but did not hesitate to opt for a rescue mission. Lao Bai also nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Having come this far, they ought to take action. But what about you, Lao Su? Can your body endure this? Thanks to the medications I procured, I feel that my recovery is progressing quite well. Subin patted his chest, uttering a truth. Throughout the day, he had been either consuming food or eating, and at last, he had not succumbed to an unexpected fainting spell. It appears that the occasional loss of consciousness following recovery is merely a side effect of his body's near-death state, and with timely energy replenishment, such incidents can be avoided. Of course, one could also choose to disregard it, allowing for a few extra days of sleep. That would pose no issue. It is time to hit the road. Lao Bai cast one last glance at the van, hanging the keys from the rearview mirror. Now, can we bid it farewell? Farewell, dusty world. Farewell, uncle. Inside the vehicle, Lan Rua occupied the passenger seat while Subin, as usual, showcased his provisions from the back. After bidding farewell to the previous vehicle, Lao Bai returned. Did you forget the keys? Left them behind? Lan Rua inquired with curiosity. After fastening his seatbelt, Lao Bai smiled slightly. Yes. I left them for whoever comes next. After all, it's out of fuel. If they manage to find gasoline and drive it away, that's their skill. Let us set off. Brothers, we are heading towards the battle zone. Just a heads up, if this vehicle breaks down, we won't be able to escape. All right, just drive your car, Lan Rua confidently stated, preparing her rifle. I'll handle any troubles on the road. Chapter 72, The Initial Combat of the Puppets. My name is Subin. I am in City B, specifically in the Southern District. 2 hours ago, I learned about Lao Mo and his group in the Southern District. They seem to be searching for something and appear unaware that the monsters from City are launching an assault on City B. After discussing our plan to rescue those in need, we encountered members of the Defense Department dispatched by the base before our departure. They assured us they would not interfere with our rescue mission, but cautioned us about the artillery fire scheduled for the Southern District during the night, urging us not to linger too long. They also expressed hope that we could guide citizens to safety in order to save as many lives as possible. The sky was overcast, and throughout the journey, Lao Bai remained notably silent. Had our conversation reached a standstill? Subin rose to glance outside the vehicle. Witnessing the aftermath of the disaster, Without sanitation workers to clean up, the streets were left in disarray, covered in dust and filth. The faces of the fleeing citizens bore no smiles. The atmosphere was steeped in sorrow. Rain? Lao Bai suddenly remarked. Subin looked up, realizing that the sun had been obscured by dark clouds, with gentle droplets of rain cascading from the heavens, bringing a refreshing chill. It appeared to be a typical rainfall. However, the artificial rain was reliant on the base stations and had certain limitations in range. City B had already cleared all factories prior to this. Thus the rain was deemed relatively safe, as informed by long-haired Mita. The weather is rather dismal, Lan Rua yawned and commented. Speaking of which, what will happen if City B falls as well? What will the madman do? I don't know, Lao Bai replied solemnly. Should we notify him? Given the time that had passed, they should not still be wandering outside the city. Allow me, Su Bin said, pulling out his phone. The group chat messages were still from several days ago. Su Bin, Freedom's Wind, the madman Mita is about to assault City B. What are your plans for escape? Ding shortly thereafter, the madman replied. Free Wind. I have just infiltrated B City. The checkpoint on this side is nearly collapsing. Are you aware of Yuejiang Hospital? Huang San and some brothers have been injured, and I am currently searching for medicine. At the moment he sent the message. He also shared a photograph and a real-time location. Free Wind. If you escape, where will you go? C City? Speaking of which, he should still be unaware of the current roadblock situation in C City. Su Bin. Yes, the land route is impassable. Think of a way to bring your people to the location I sent you. There is a rescue helicopter that operates back and forth, and arriving now can help you restore your normal identity. Su Bin sent a location for the B1 shelter. Free Wind. Normal identity? I do not care about that. I have gathered some rumors regarding C City. By the way, why aren't you retreating? The location indicates you are still heading south? Huh. Lan Rua suddenly chuckled dryly. He was also monitoring the group chat, just as he always did. Su Bin, looking for people. Free Wind. Do you need assistance? Huang San. Brother Wind, find some medicine first and grab some bandages. I think I'm dying. Free Wind. I understand. Just hang in there. Asking for his help was something to forego. Su Bin shook his head. Everyone had endured so much on this journey. It was sufficient to inform them of the way to escape this hell. The rest would be left to himself. Well, as for us. Before Su Bin put his phone away, he glanced at Lao Mo's live stream, confirming that his last broadcast location was indeed in the Southern District. Moreover, the situation is rather dire. Through the messages from fans, it has come to my attention that he is trapped within an apartment building. I have discerned the whereabouts of Old Mo, and Old Bai is following the coordinates diligently. The rain has commenced in earnest, though it is not yet nightfall. The sky is shrouded in a cloak of ominous clouds. A military truck has halted in the middle of the road. Su Bin glanced at the location and confirmed they were indeed in the Southern District, yet they had not reached their destination. This area is nearly deserted, with scarcely a soul in sight. Have we arrived? Lan Rua stirred from a half-sleep. Old Bai unfastened his seatbelt and inhaled deeply. There is a piece of bad news and an even worse piece of news. Mita tilted her head in confusion, while Su Bin rose to lean against the window. The bad news is, we are out of fuel. And the other? Old Bai chuckled softly. Well, that leaves us with just one piece of bad news. We are surrounded. It appears that the predicament is more severe than merely failing to reach their destination. Through the misty rain, several crimson-eyed figures are slowly drawing nearer. Ruozi, wake up. We must rely on foot from here on, Su Bin urged Lan Rua, who reluctantly exited the vehicle. Almost immediately, he regretted his decision. Wait, guys, it's raining. Didn't you bring an umbrella? Old Bai silently donned his hood. Huh? What? Lan Rua turned her gaze towards Su Bin, while Mita opened an umbrella beside her, just as they squeezed underneath it together. My apologies, the umbrella is rather small, Su Bin said, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Fortunately, before departing, he had noticed there was still space in the inventory and had taken an umbrella with him. Let us squeeze together. We certainly can't let the sniper get drenched. Lan Rua shamelessly squeezed in, raising the modified rifle obtained from the base to aim at the approaching puppets in the distance. Observing Lan Rua's somewhat serious demeanor, one couldn't help but feel a sense of reliability. Bang! Several gunshots rang out, the bullets striking the puppets with precision, yet they merely swayed, sporting new bullet holes or cracks on their faces, or even losing an eye, but none fell. How resilient they are! Lan Rua was momentarily taken aback, yet it seemed that with a few more shots, victory could still be achieved. After all, upgrades had been made. Subin had mentioned that the ordinary puppets had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. It was likely that the strength of the anomalous and special puppets would also see a significant enhancement in the future. Now, he began to comprehend the implications of Feng Zhanye's warning about the checkpoint nearing collapse. If a tidal wave of such resilient puppets surged forth, even a heavy machine gun would struggle to withstand the onslaught, not to mention the anomalous puppets and special puppets employing flanking tactics. How absurd! Lao Bai retrieved an outdoor axe from the vehicle, bellowing a battle cry. Charge! He then stepped forward, cleanly decapitating a puppet in one swift motion. A glimmer of red light flickered in his eyes. With just a few strikes, he sent the remaining puppets sprawling. Close combat. Truly ferocious. Lan Ruo, speechless, slung the rifle over his shoulder. The current wave of minor foes had been dispatched, and it was time to move on. Subin observed Lao Bai, noting his display of extraordinary abilities, and couldn't he help but feel a twinge of concern. Lao Bai seemed to be pushing himself too hard. Ah, what? Lan Ruo paused, suddenly realizing that Lao Bai's extraordinary abilities came at the cost of his lifespan. The A-level abilities are deities courted by various sanctuaries, humanoid war machines. However, a machine that cannot be maintained will inevitably become obsolete. Chapter 73. The Adorable Pet of Crazy Me. My name is Subin, and I am en route to locate Lao Mo. According to the intelligence I have received, he appears to be trapped in an abandoned apartment building. My objective is to find him and, to the best of my ability, provide cover for the civilians who have yet to evacuate, allowing them to escape swiftly. With the impending artillery bombardment at night, this place will become even more perilous. Even at this moment, I feel as though my entire body is being tormented by a swarm of insects, a myriad of agonizing sensations. Subin slightly opened his eyes, only to find himself pinned beneath dozens of puppets, which were frantically gnawing at his torso and limbs. It was not an illusion after all. Just moments ago, I had ventured into the southern district and was ambushed. At this critical juncture, I was stealthily attacked to death by an anomalous puppet lurking behind a wall. Thus, it hurt so much. Subin could no longer discern which wound ached. It all hurt. He had become numb. Bang! Lan Ruo swung a hammer, sending the puppet that was gnawing at Subin flying. He hastily grasped Subin's clothing and dragged him out. Lao Su, pull yourself together, don't die on me. Rest assured, I will surely be the last one among us to perish. Subin's blunt honesty displeased Lan Ruo, who promptly tossed him onto the street. Get lost. Lan Ruo cursed as he walked over to Lao Bai, who had just dispatched over 30 puppets, including one anomalous puppet. Have you recovered? Lao Bai wiped the rainwater from his face and looked at Subin. Ah. Subin glanced at his body, noticing that the wounds had completely healed, the recovery occurring faster than he had anticipated. It seemed his days of nourishment were not in vain. It appeared he was no longer in peril. Lao Bai extended his hand, and Subin grasped it, using the strength to pull himself up. Did they devour your flesh only for it to regrow so swiftly? Lan Ruo raised an eyebrow, observing Subin, before revealing a look of disdain. You truly are a peculiar creature. Does this not imply you could endlessly regenerate flesh? It seemed Lao Bai had not informed him that Subin's flesh would disappear if detached for too long. Subin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing that his blood would also vanish after a period away from his body, as if it had never existed at all. Then, long-haired Mita approached the trio, surprisingly releasing a drone to assist them in locating Lao Mo's whereabouts. Can it guide us? Subin inquired. Well, must I remain here? Long-haired Mita initially agreed, but then hesitated, adding her caveat. Her implication was that, akin to their previous battle, they could allow the drone to lead the way. This was indeed a viable strategy. The situation in the southern district was far from optimistic, as the puppets had completely breached their defenses and arrived here, and advancing with her would inevitably pose dangers. I will stay behind. Lan Ruo pointed to himself, his expression replete with reluctance to face any peril. What a fanciful thought. Subin angrily thumped his chest and turned to Mita, saying, You can wait for us in the truck. With your computational abilities, you should be able to conceal yourself. Yes? Await our return. Very well. Mita replied, stepping forward to grasp Subin's hand, offering a warm smile. Silence enveloped Subin, accompanied by a sense of guilt that weighed heavily upon him. Time was of the essence. He was profoundly grateful for her unwavering support throughout their journey. Yet words of appreciation remained unspoken, a mutual understanding lingering between them without the need for articulation. After bidding farewell to Old Bai and the other denizens of the city, only he and Mita remained, poised to embrace a new chapter of existence together. Subin mustered a faint smile as he embraced her, whispering softly, "Wait for my return. I shall surely come back." Parting ways with Mita could hardly be deemed a true farewell, for her drone remained a guiding light in this endeavor. One must admit, the little device proved to be remarkably efficient. Was this the place? Before the dilapidated apartment building, Lan Rua harbored doubts about who would choose to inhabit such a location, and what might bind them to it. Nestled within a small residential community, the apartment complex was modest in size, with its floors not soaring high. The security booth at the entrance had long been abandoned, its riot gear stripped away. Rain continued to fall, and the trio arrived here. Weary and famished after their arduous battle, their clothes thoroughly soaked. The automatons that had trailed them along the way seemed endless, and old by, weary of the incessant nuisance, opted to eliminate them only when they drew near enough to pose a threat. "Let us enter. I have no desire to be pursued by those creatures," Old by remarked, gesturing towards the approaching automatons at the end of the street. These entities had transformed into something akin to zombies. The silver lining was the absence of any biological virus. Yet the drawback was their relentless nature and rapid evolution. Thus, they found themselves within the Twilight community. Subin uttered the name of the community before stepping inside. It must be said that the landscaping here is quite commendable, even after the disaster and the departure of the workers, and even prior to the calamity. This area was not heavily trafficked. Yet, one can still discern traces of pre-disaster greenery through the details, verdant trees and neatly arranged flower beds. It seemed relatively safe, did it not? The trio quickened their pace slightly to evade the ordinary puppets trailing behind them, delving deeper into the community. Notably, although the neighborhood was tranquil, there were no other puppets in sight. The drone continued to guide them silently. The three remained wordless, compelled to follow. Subin felt a pang of curiosity about what might have ensnared Lao Mo and the others. Oh, as he lifted his foot, it gradually descended, and a shared shock registered in the eyes of the trio. How to describe it? Before them, shrouded in mist and rain, lay a peculiar puppet prone on the ground, emitting a sound akin to a howl. The puppet's physique appeared normal, with red eyes and a typical body color. It was neither a special type nor an anomaly. Yet she was clad in a black and red hoodie. She lay there, struggling in agony before the three. Subin and Lao Bai were all too familiar with that hoodie. Even the rips on it were an exact match. Could it be? Lao Bai glanced at Subin, who was then drawn to the vibration of his phone. He opened it quietly, and the message he received filled him once more with a sense of pressure. "My dear, you have finally left her. I've placed a delightful little creature on your path. You should have encountered her by now. I presented her with the garment she had long desired, just as her old one was nearing its end. Now, should I triumph over her, I could claim the clothing as a trophy." Subin withdrew his phone, emitting a soft chuckle. It is indeed an adversary, and a formidable one at that. Exercise caution. You truly are cherished. After Lan Rua's playful retort, she too aimed her weapon at the figure. For the moment, it remained unclear what strengths had led to her being dispatched here. Yet it was prudent to refrain from reckless actions. Chapter 74. The Hooded Doll and the Crimson Mist. My name is Subin, and I have witnessed a most terrifying spectacle. Beneath the veil of rain and fog, I am certain that I was not alone in this experience. Lao Bai and Lan Rua must have seen it as well. This was no mere illusion. The hooded doll, amidst its struggles, revealed fissures in its form, glowing ominously with a crimson light, exuding an unknown luminous gas. Such a phenomenon is undeniably abnormal. Hiss, mmm. The hooded doll seemed to utter something, yet only managed to produce a series of hissing sounds. Suddenly, it forcefully grasped the ground, effortlessly tearing through the concrete. Bang! Lan Rua could no longer contain herself and fired first. The automatic aim was poised to strike her head. However, the doll merely tilted its head and nimbly evaded the shot, subsequently crawling towards them using all four limbs. My goodness! Ruozi, cease fire. The bullets won't penetrate. Let me handle this. Lao Bai intervened, halting Lan Rua's impulsive reaction, wary of being caught in the crossfire during his own engagement. The doll could endure a shot or two, but if he were to be struck, it would pose a far graver threat. Lao Bai took a deep breath, and it seemed that the hooded doll recognized his intentions, tilting its head and ceasing its rapid evasion, opting instead to observe. Was it truly observing? Lan Rua felt certain she had lost her mind to utter such thoughts. The distinction between the doll and Mita lay in the fact that their foundational data did not encompass cognition, did it? Could it be that The deranged Mita was orchestrating this. Was it her? She could have approached directly. Employing a mere puppet to contend with them was an affront to their capabilities. If that was the case, let it be an affront. Subin summoned the great blade to guard Lao Bai's flank, and at that moment, the initial tentative assault had come to an end. Lao Bai, steeling himself, swung an axe, activating his extraordinary abilities, yet failed to land a hit. His attack was deftly neutralized by the doll. It possessed a degree of cognition, with speed and agility that far surpassed other special puppets. Now, the three of them were at a loss as to how to categorize this peculiar doll. It was neither an anomalous puppet nor a special one. It was an entirely new category. Su Bin and Lao Bai exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware that they could not afford to squander time dealing with her. A hiss. Cracks in the hooded doll's form expelled more crimson mist, and it swayed within the vapor, charging towards them with a terrifying velocity. Lao Bai swung his axe, but in a sudden surge, the doll increased its speed, leaping over him and hurtling directly towards Su Bin. Well, a second acceleration. This must be its limit, right? Fortunately, the naked eye could still follow its movements. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Bin thrust the great blade towards the hooded doll, the clash resonating through the surrounding wilderness, causing the very earth to tremble. Once again, a sweeping strike severed the curtain of rain, and the intermittent yellow-green flames compelled her to retreat in disarray. In that moment of vulnerability, Old Bai seized the opportunity, toppling the puppet with a decisive blow. Anticipating this, Su Bin stepped forward, thrusting his massive blade with precision. The puppet's resilience was on par with that of a special puppet, thus, an explosion of force. The colossal might of the blade descended, yet the puppet, shrouded in crimson mist, transformed into a phantom, skillfully evading this lethal strike. It slipped away once more. Hey, Lao Su, don't misuse that fire. Old Bai, fixated on the reassembling puppet, found himself in a quandary, acutely aware of his team's struggle to swiftly deal with such a nimble adversary. This was undoubtedly a protracted battle of wits, compelling Su Bin to refrain from recklessly wielding his abilities. You, who seem eager to meet your fate, have come to teach me a lesson. Su Bin gasped for breath, once again gripping the massive blade to adjust his offensive stance. Beneath the rain curtain, the two moved cautiously, recalibrating their positions, like seasoned hunters engaging in a relentless pursuit of the hooded puppet. However, the puppet resembled a ferocious beast, resisting capture with cunning and agility, evading a fatal strike with each of their movements. Undoubtedly, she was under pressure. A mere moment of vulnerability could lead to her downfall. How formidable! Lan Rua observed this scene with profound understanding. Truly formidable. The duo had already advanced far ahead, while he lacked even the qualification to partake in this hunt. He was not merely deficient in extraordinary abilities, but also in the courage to confront such monstrosities. Would he be injured? Would he perish? In the face of adversity, one cannot simply succumb to despair. Lao Su and Lao Bai. Must one relinquish all to achieve anything? With a series of resounding thuds, an arm of the puppet fell before Lan Rua, still exuding a crimson mist, ceasing its struggle after a few attempts. It is done. Lan Rua lifted her gaze, observing that Lao Bai had decisively trampled the puppet beneath his feet, its limbs severed during the relentless pursuit by the two. Now, with a decisive crack, Lao Bai cleaved the puppet's head, signaling the conclusion of the battle. Damn, as agile as an eel, Lao Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping the scratch on his face inflicted by the puppet, hoping it wouldn't mar his appearance. Suddenly, he felt a tinge of envy for Su Bin's remarkable healing abilities. Finally resolved, what are you staring at? Su Bin, panting heavily, raised his head to find Lao Bai gazing at him, as if something were amiss on his face. Is there an injury on my face? It's quite a substantial wound. Prepare for a scar. Curse you. Lao Bai shot Su Bin a glare, then looked quizzically at the blood on his hands, realizing it was indeed from the wound on his face. However, blood? Is it emanating a crimson mist? Moreover, is it glowing? Lao Su, this crimson mist? What? Su Bin was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Lao Bai's statement, as he had initially been astonished that the puppet possessed no remarkable qualities aside from its swiftness. The mist? The crimson fog had not dissipated, rather, it had spread around them with the puppet's demise, enveloping both Su Bin and Lao Bai, seemingly without effect. Having resolved the matter, shall we depart? Lan Rua stepped forward, unwittingly treading into the crimson mist, her mind filled with questions about its nature. It bore no scent and did not dissipate with her demise. Shui Bin and Lao Bai had been engaged in battle for quite some time without issue, so it should pose no threat, right? Ruozi, do not proceed any further. We should retreat for now. Shui Bin suddenly raised his hand in alarm, halting Ruozi's advance. Lao Su, do not frighten me. This mist, it clearly harbors something amiss, does it not? Lao Bai lamented his earlier lack of caution towards this phenomenon, now drawing parallels to something more sinister. Biological virus. I am uncertain. Shui Bin and Lao Bai slowly began to withdraw from the area, shaking their heads. I do not believe I am affected. What about you? Are you experiencing any bodily anomalies? Lao Bai touched the blood on his cheek. Although his body was entwined in the lingering mist, it began to fade gradually after stepping outside its reach. I feel fine, nothing unusual. Aside from feeling a bit warm, I have no issues. Lan Ruo frowned and smiled slightly. Warm? Both Lao Bai and Shui Bin turned their attention to Lan Ruo in unison. Warm? Chapter 75. A desperate assault. My name is Shui Bin. It seems our team has fallen into the trap of the frenzied Mita. We ought to have anticipated that the Crimson Mist was problematic, yet we still fell prey to it. Lao Bai and I appear to be unaffected. But the concern lies with Lan Ruo. She has experienced an unusual warmth after coming into contact with the red mist. Fortunately, she has not lost her capacity to act. Until we fully comprehend the nature of that mist, we cannot abandon Lan Ruo. Thus, we have resolved to continue advancing towards our objective. Guided by Mita, the three soon arrived at the door of an apartment room, where Lao Mo had already sensed their presence prior to their arrival. Su brothers, how did you find your way here? Lao Mo appeared somewhat disheveled, his sunglasses damaged, and the ever-elusive Mita was nowhere to be found. Upon entering the room and listening to his account, the trio learned the full story. Besides Lao Mo, the room also housed Xiao Zhang, who lay injured on the bed, and a little girl, her chalk drawings reflecting a hint of wariness in her gaze. Lao Mo recounted that after parting ways with Su Bin and the others, he had been taking refuge in the B1 shelter. One day, he suddenly recalled Su Bin's residence. Feeling a sense of responsibility due to their previous interactions, he decided to rent the place. He meticulously gathered Su Bin's belongings, placing them in a box, though at the time, Su Bin and his companions were unaware, as the items held little value. Subsequently, he befriended the little girl, whose family had lost contact after the disaster. Upon discovering her, she had escaped from a refugee shelter. With a kind heart and a lack of material for his live stream, Lao Mo took it upon himself to assist the girl in searching for her father. According to her, he was in City A, marking the beginning of an extraordinary adventure. However, Lao Mo and his companions found themselves trapped in City B before they could set forth. Had it not been for their encounter with Xiao Zhang, who came to their rescue, the situation could have escalated beyond merely losing a phone. Incidentally, Mita had shielded him from danger, described as a rather peculiar deer-headed figure. Yet, Su Bin had seen no trace of the deer-headed entity throughout their journey. After all, they were still in City B. A few days ago, B City had not yet succumbed to the siege, had it? What is your name? Lao Bai approached the young girl, crouching down with a gentle smile. The girl cast a wary glance at Lao Bai but, with a hint of hope, softly replied, He-Yan. What a lovely name. Lao Bai affectionately ruffled He-Yan's hair, yet a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had he heard that name before? At that moment, Su Bin stepped forward, retrieving the blood-stained letter that had long resided in his inventory. It was then that the trio recalled a distant memory of a courageous villager who had once rescued their then-weak selves. It was Uncle He. Upon seeing the letter, Lao Bai felt a weight settle in his heart. The letter mentioned her daughter's name and age. Could it be her? This truly was an ineffable situation. Your father was very brave. Lan Ruo also approached, and the shock evident on the girl's face upon seeing the letter spoke volumes. He gently patted her head. The three of them had silently resolved to take her out of B City, ensuring her survival, as promised to Uncle He. It seems we have found her. Lao Mo's lips twitched, and he wiped his beard, leaning against the table in silence. Let us depart. It is advisable to leave as soon as possible, for this place will be subjected to artillery fire at night, Su Bin stated earnestly. Artillery fire? Lao Mo was taken aback. Is it truly that dire? Has B City completely fallen? Indeed, the shelter has essentially abandoned the southern district, which is why we must leave promptly. Su Bin patted Lao Bai's shoulder, reminding him to assist the injured Xiao Zhang, who lay on the sofa. He then waited in the corridor for the others to gather their belongings and prepare for departure. Your team's combat prowess remains as formidable as ever. Oldemo, while tidying up, chuckled nostalgically. After being trapped for so many days, we were on the brink of despair. It was all thanks to Xiaozhang. If he could recover, he might still lead us out of here. Xiaozhang. His condition is rather dire. It's uncertain whether he can recuperate if he remains here. Xiaozhang groggily opened his eyes, grasping the general situation. It appeared that something had struck his leg, and the wound had become severely infected. Be careful. Old Bai cautioned as he lifted Xiaozhang onto his back with surprising ease. You defeated him? Xiaozhang asked weakly. Indeed, Su Bin nodded. He was somewhat troublesome, yet we managed to resolve it. However, we remain uncertain about the purpose of her red mist. Have you made any discoveries? Red mist? Xiaozhang queried, lifting his eyelids in confusion. That deer-headed creature, you mean? You didn't defeat it? Su Bin suddenly fell silent. The deer-headed creature? They had not encountered anything of the sort along their journey. Old Bai suddenly shouted. In the corridor, Su Bin felt a gust of wind beside him, and a colossal deer-headed creature charged forth, its antlers piercing straight into his chest, impaling him and splattering blood everywhere. Yet, the creature did not halt its assault. It barreled towards the end of the corridor, straight into the wall. Su Bin clutched the creature's head desperately, but no amount of struggle could free him. He could only watch helplessly as he was propelled against the wall, crashing through it and plummeting from the 5th floor. Damn you, crazy rice. In the room, Lao Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, while Xiaozhang gaped in astonishment. Yan, trembling as he clutched the paintbrush, could hardly fathom that someone he had known for merely a few minutes had met such a grim fate. Was it possible that he had fallen? Lan Ruo, regaining her composure, remarked, Isn't this the 5th floor? There should be only one way down. Let us go retrieve the body. Lao Bai sighed, his demeanor slightly more composed than the others. Upon descending the stairs, they found Su Bin had already regained some semblance of stability. He leaned against the wall, his dazed eyes reflecting a semblance of clarity. The blood on his clothes nearly vanished. Yan, held tightly by Lao Mo, screamed and covered his eyes upon seeing Su Bin alive. After a lengthy explanation, Su Bin's extraordinary ability finally began to sink in for her. What about that monster? Lao Bai inquired. Su Bin gestured towards the spot where the creature had fallen. The deer-headed figure lay twisted and lifeless. What kind of suicidal attack is this? Su Bin pondered the bizarre whims of the deranged me, relieved that he had made considerable recovery over the past few days despite his injuries. Speaking of which, where's the drone? Su Bin glanced around for the Mita drone that had been perched on his shoulder, now seemingly lost. Suddenly, Xiaozhang began to struggle against Lao Bai's back, raising his hand to point at the deer-headed figure. No, it's not this one. Chapter 76. The Bloodstained Battle of the Deer. My name is Su Bin. Just moments ago, I once again faced the specter of death. It is unfathomable to consider how many times I would have succumbed at her hands without this ability. Is it not this one? Lao Bai cast a puzzled glance at Xiaozhang, who was struggling to descend from Lao Bai's back. He pointed towards a figure shrouded in the curtain of rain. What was once a verdant grove now merged with the mist, exuding an aura of desolation. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered within the thicket, and an imposing silhouette of a deer-headed man emerged through the downpour. Lao Bai tightened his grip on the axe, stepping forward to shield his companions with a raised shield. It is he. That creature is responsible for the death of my friend, Imo Jing Mita. Lao Mo shrieked, his finger trembling as he pointed at the towering deer-headed figure. From his expression, it was evident that he was too paralyzed by terror to engage with such a being. My own wounds echoed his fear. Xiaozhang, trembling, drew his pistol and aimed at the deer-headed man, only to be restrained by Lan Ruo, who gazed steadfastly at him. Brother Zhang, allow us to handle this. You must lead Lao Mo and the others to retreat, he urged. It was difficult to fathom that he would utter such courageous words. Lan Ruo mentally applauded his own bravery as he unshouldered the gun aimed at the deer-headed figures. Bullets may not harm the puppets, but surely they could pierce carbon-based life forms. The villagers of Uncle He's community had faltered against the deer-headed men due to the poor quality of their ammunition. But our weapons were not lacking in caliber. One must display flair only after achieving victory. Su Bin pulled Lan Ruo back from his reverie. A rare mixture of vigilance and dread flickered in his eyes as he regarded the deer-headed beings. Wait, could it be? Lan Ruo gazed in disbelief at the curtain of rain, perplexed by what Lao Bai and Su Bin had perceived, and why they appeared so earnest. Were those merely deer-headed figures? They had certainly dispatched many of them before. At last, he beheld it, the towering deer-headed creature emerging from the woods. Stepping forth from the veil of rain, Raindrops cascaded down its sinewy, muscle-bound form, splattering against its crimson horns as if stained by blood, merging with its scarlet fur. In that moment, Lan Ruo comprehended the truth. This was an extraordinary deer-headed being, its primal, beastly hide extending nearly across its whole body, and its obsidian gaze, devoid of animosity, regarded the trio with an unsettling intensity. It resembled a thirst for slaughter? Indeed, a pure and unadulterated craving for bloodshed. This creature was a consummate killing machine. He observed Su Bin and the others as if they were prey? Blood deer. Lan Ruo silently assigned a name born of genuine fear. He had dreamt of deer-headed beings on numerous occasions, envisioning ever more formidable ones, fantasizing about how he and Su Bin would triumph over them. Yet, with the arrival of this entity, victory seemed unattainable. Ruozi, shall I fire? Lao Bai gritted his teeth, struggling to conquer his primal fear, crouching low as he grasped his axe. Lan Ruo felt the sweat trickling down his forehead, landing upon the gun's barrel. It dawned on him that even Lao Bai and Su Bin were susceptible to fear. Bang! The bullet was discharged. And in that fleeting moment before it struck the blood deer, the creature's hand swatted the bullet away with an alarming swiftness, the reverberation leaving Lan Ruo momentarily dazed. It had crushed the bullet with its bare hands. The speed was unfathomable to the naked eye. As the battle commenced, Lao Bai was about to shout when a sudden shrill cry interrupted him. The blood stag threw its head back and emitted a piercing scream, causing the hearing of those present to diminish momentarily. Damn! The only sound that reached their ears was Su Bin's sarcastic remark. The battle frenzy was no longer an option for Zhang Hai. Lao Bai could only apply it to himself at best. This creature, a mad creation of Mita, had appeared here specifically to target Lao Bai. To target them? Suddenly, the blood stag reached into the adjacent space and retrieved a blood-stained horn, slowly bringing it to its lips. That was a privilege. Su Bin was all too familiar with this. Yet he had not anticipated that the blood stag would possess an inventory. Moreover, special weapons. A mournful sound erupted from the horn, and before the three could comprehend what was occurring, they heard an increasing number of deer-headed beings awakening from the depths of the forest, their muscles rapidly proliferating. Zhang Hai. The blood stag had unleashed the battle frenzy. It had achieved this with a special weapon, and specifically targeted the deer-headed beings. Lao Su had definitely overstepped his bounds. Lao Bai felt utterly deflated. Why not apologize to the mad Mita? Su Bin gazed at the blood stag, observing its human-like smile amidst the rain, and he gently closed his eyes, retrieving his phone from his pocket and tossing it to Lan Ruo behind him. Ruozi, please convey a message to phone me. Ah, what? Lan Ruo momentarily froze as she received the phone, while Lao Bai had already activated his battle frenzy and charged forward, with Su Bin eager to follow suit. Don't just stand there. Su Bin chuckled softly. Tell her, it's nothing extraordinary. Madman, you two are truly insane. Lan Ruo could no longer restrain the frenzied duo. Su Bin had already engaged in combat with a monstrous deer-headed creature, while Lao Bai found himself overwhelmed, having been brought to his knees by three of these grotesque beings. Damn it! Lan Ruo cursed silently, yet still managed to send a message to the deranged Mita, before raising her firearm to shoot at the augmented deer-headed entities. You two had better have a plan. The bullets struck precisely at the eyes of the deer-headed foes. Their physical strength had indeed been enhanced. Yet their speed was far less terrifying than that of the earlier blood deer. Thus, blinding them afforded Lao Bai and Su Bin a chance to counterattack. Well done, Ruozi, you have improved. Su Bin extracted the massive blade from the body of a fallen deer-headed creature and subsequently tossed a spear from his inventory, successfully slaying another beast before reclaiming the weapon. A glance towards Lao Bai revealed that his shield had been shattered by 5 deer-headed assailants, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Ruozi, provide more support to Lao Bai. Su Bin, puzzled as to why Lan Ruo had ceased her gunfire, turned back only to witness her spitting blood. Lan Ruo stared in shock at the crimson liquid, gazing at her own powerless hands. The burning sensation within her body intensifying. Poison. It's toxic. The red mist is poisonous. Lao Su, be careful. Yet it was too late. The terrifying blood deer had swiftly maneuvered behind Su Bin. He felt the hair on his body stand on end as he detected the presence of the monster. He attempted to call upon the guardian to unleash flames, but it was too late. Bang! The blood deer struck with such force that it shattered Su Bin's skull. Blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. The headless Su Bin knelt, collapsing amidst the corpses of the deer-headed beings. Old Su, old Su. Lan Rua gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. How infuriating. Such a monster. Who can save us? He turned his eyes towards Old Bai, who was pinned beneath 7 deer-headed creatures, each punch raining down upon him, eliciting cries of agony. Old Bai. No. Who can? Is there anyone else? Lan Rua felt his body weaken, everything around him fading into a haze. The fervor within him burned, the crimson mist suffocating him. Before his eyes, the blood deer grinned, while the surrounding deer-headed beings lunged at him, bringing him to the ground, gnawing and tearing at his limbs. But it was too late. He could do nothing. This must be a dream, right? I can do nothing. Chapter 77, Awakening, Thunder. In madness, my name is Su Bin. Long time no see. New world. Rain fell, droplets cascading onto his face. Blood? And thunder? He slowly opened his eyes, witnessing tendrils of lightning coalescing around him, accompanied by a thunderous roar as countless fragments of deer-headed beings erupted in all directions. As Su Bin struggled to rise and look around, he saw that the blood deer, which had previously tormented them, now bore a gaping wound in its chest. With a final spurt of blood, the blood deer collapsed weakly to the ground. At the center of the gathering storm of lightning stood Lan Rua. He raised his hand, the thunder coalescing around him. Ha ha, cough, cough. I have awakened. Lan Rua gazed in astonishment at the fact that he had single-handedly vanquished a horde of deer-headed creatures. The thrill was overwhelming, a delightful revelation of what it meant to possess extraordinary abilities. Yet, as he coughed, blood splattering from his lips, the world around him began to take on a crimson hue. He suddenly sensed something amiss. He was not injured, yet. Oh no, an S rank. After uttering those words in a feeble whisper, Lan Rua collapsed onto the ground. However, upon seeing the rejuvenated Su Bin and the panting Lao Bai, he felt that it had all been worthwhile, hadn't it? Ruozi, hey Ruozi, was someone calling out to him? Su Bin, you're not dead yet. Su Bin shook Lan Rua gently, and after a while, he slowly opened his eyes. It appeared they had taken refuge in an abandoned house, long uninhabited. To escape the rain, they had temporarily sought solace within its walls. How come? Lan Rua began, but was abruptly seized by excruciating pain, forcing him to relinquish any thoughts of movement. That thunder, I saw it, he murmured. Su Bin patted Lan Rua's shoulder, encouraging him to rest. Extraordinary abilities? Lan Rua cast a glance at the emotions flickering in Su Bin's eyes and couldn't help but smile wryly. What a strange expression. It's just an S-rank ability, after all. At least, it doesn't kill me after a single use. The power was indeed formidable, Su Bin had to admit. But looking at Lan Rua and Lao Bai now, it was evident that Lan Rua was nearly incapacitated after just one use of his ability, and Lao Bai was utterly exhausted after a wave of assaults. Old Bai sat pensively in the wicker chair by the window, gazing thoughtfully at the raindrops outside. The sky was darkening, and old Su, with a sigh, acknowledged that they could no longer afford to linger. Su Bin knew he could not delay any longer. I've already informed Lao Mo and the others about the evacuation route. Now, I will escort you back to the shelter. Trembling, Su Bin rose to his feet. His brow furrowed, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. A heavy silence enveloped the 3 men. It's nothing. I'm fine, Su Bin managed to assert, though he was clearly at his limit. He had endured too many injuries along the way and had faced death twice in quick succession. His body was beginning to falter. However, if he did not bring his 2 good brothers to safety after the night's bombardment, he might be the only one to survive. Such circumstances, such predicaments, what even is this? Lan Rua, in agony, raised a hand to grasp at his hair. Just give me 5 more minutes to recover. Old Bai gasped for breath, his hand pressed against his hastily bandaged arm as he addressed the 2 men. Beep. Sitting in the chair, Su Bin glanced at his phone, and at that moment, he encountered the news of someone beyond salvation. In truth, he should have suspected it earlier, the Mita next to Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang was not a player. How could he possibly have Mita by his side? These deer-headed beings, these derivative monsters. Good evening, darling. How do you like this selfie? Came a frenzied message from Mita, accompanied by her disguised form. Behind her was a military truck, alongside Lao Mo and his crew, who had encountered long-haired Mita. Guess what will happen next? Well, I've fed my little critters to you all. We'll see each other again soon. Had she taken action again? Lan Rua had been observing Su Bin, noticing the helplessness and numbness in his eyes. Silence enveloped the room, leaving only the weight of quietude as the trio had been utterly drained by the relentless onslaught of the deer-headed figure. It's all right, nothing to worry about. Su Bin feigned a smile, uttering a falsehood. I just suddenly recalled that the underground parking lot has emergency measures. If we cannot escape, I can only gamble on tomorrow after tonight, hoping we can return. Lan Ruo closed her eyes and nodded, while Old Bai, with a resigned sigh, concurred. As night fell, the three of them supported each other into the underground parking lot, where they hastily prepared their makeshift bedding for the night. Old Bai tossed his backpack in front of Su Bin, revealing it to be brimming with provisions. Eat, recover quickly. You are the only one who can regain your strength the fastest. Exhausted, Old Bai lay down across from them and drifted off to sleep. However, that night was far from peaceful, as the sounds of bombardment and collapsing structures echoed above them. It was not until the alarm on Su Bin's phone blared that they realized it was already the next day. Su Bin rose, gazing at the item bar before him in silence. The second special weapon had been completed, yet the accompanying cartridge had not been transmitted with the permissions. Had it been destroyed? Since Su Bin was not present at the scene, she was unable to hand the cartridge to him. A single misstep. Come on. Old Bai strained to lift Lan Ruo onto his back, but even this small gesture elicited pained groans from her. Old Su. Su Bin remained silent, merely noticing that someone had sent him a message. Real-time location tracking? Feng Zhanyi. The free wind. Guess who I found? The location indicated it was directly above the three of them. Su Bin slowly advanced along the intersection. After a night of bombardment, the stairs were suffused with dust and mud. Outside, the rain continued to fall, devoid of blinding sunlight. With no city in sight, only ruins and figures draped in raincoats standing atop the debris. They spotted Su Bin and began shouting, seemingly alerting someone. Su Bin felt a jolt of surprise. These individuals were neither from the refuge nor the base, their gear a hodgepodge of worn and inadequate equipment. Yet every one of them brandished a firearm. Hey, Lao Su, don't get caught in the rain. A familiar voice called out from a distance as Feng Zhanyi embraced Su Bin. What a coincidence. I was wondering who had abandoned a truck in the middle of the road, and here I am, stumbling upon this scene. However, she appeared injured. Her memory fragmented. It's your Mita, I assenti it? Feng Zhanyi stepped aside, and Su Bin saw the long-haired Mita, covered in wounds, standing not far away. Wonderful. Su Bin buried his head in Feng Zhanyi's shoulder. Had it not been for this madman coming to the rescue, he and his companions would have truly found themselves in dire straits. Madman, I must ask you one more thing. What is it? Huh? What would you do without me? Feng Zhanyi covered her face, casting a wry smile at the three who had been overwhelmed. Chapter 78. Coexistence. End of the book. So, you mean to say, you have gathered the survivors from City A into a self-rescue independent team? Wait, you mean this equipment was scavenged from the ruins of City A? Lao Bai and Lan Ruo were taken aback by Feng Zhanyi's revelation. Is it truly possible to achieve such feats without any extraordinary abilities? Madman, what on earth are you? Huh, never mind that. By the way, how do we plan to arrange your transport to the evacuation point? In the end, it seems I am the one assisting you. Feng Zhanyi chuckled wryly, covering his face. Madman, can we have a word alone? Su Bin suddenly stood up, pulling Feng Zhanyi aside. Lao Bai and Lan Ruo exchanged glances, filled with curiosity, yet refraining from eavesdropping on their conversation. Moments ago, Su Bin appeared to have shared something with Mita. Could he have another plan in mind? That's enough. Lao Su, we've distanced ourselves enough. Feng Zhanyi broke free from Su Bin's grip, glancing back in confusion before addressing Su Bin again. Are we avoiding Lao Bai and the others? Why? Lao Bai doesn't have much time left, Su Bin stated flatly, elaborating on the side effects of extraordinary abilities. Level A would diminish one's lifespan, while Level S could be far more lethal. Unfortunately, Ruo Z is classified as S, placing him in a more dire situation than Lao Bai. I initially intended to find a reason to send Lao Bai away alone, leaving Ruo Z to assist me in sealing these gaps. As Su Bin spoke, he retrieved the map of the outskirts of City B that Mi La had given him. However, circumstances have changed. Before Su Bin could finish, Feng Zhanyi patted his shoulder, effectively halting the discussion. Madman. Damn you. Feng Zhanyi felt a surge of frustration. This sudden imposition of a mission was tightening the tension in his heart that had only just begun to ease. Show me the map and share your plans. Feng Zhanyi seized the map while listening to Su Bin outline the strategy for the prison cage, simultaneously observing the few gaps that Su Bin could not defend. Mira had assured that she would not guard those openings. All that was required of them was to arrive there promptly and await the completion of Myra's defenses, a matter of merely 3 months. After 3 months, They would need to devise a means to cross the river on their own. Feng Zhanya nodded, and then regarded Su Bin solemnly. And you? I will remain here. Forever? Perhaps, yes. Are you in a fit state? I have preserved some strength, and with these restorative measures, it is quite tenuous. Therefore, I implore you. This is the last chance to win. Su Bin's eyelids grew heavier with each word. I shall soon lapse into unconsciousness again. Please transport me to the designated location, and then disperse them. I will awaken, shortly, very soon. I beg you. Su Bin opened his eyes once more, finding himself in an abandoned hotel, the bed shrouded in dust, with fresh paper and pen upon the table. Su Bin, by the time you read this message, I have delivered you to the target location as you instructed. Do not worry about Lao Bai and the others. I have persuaded them to escort some elderly individuals who have not yet evacuated, while I will assist you in your departure, splitting our forces. Yet, we both know this is a falsehood. As I traverse the path towards the defensive position, I entrust everything to you, Mita. Since you believe in your plan, I shall place my faith in you as well. Best of luck. We shall meet again in the future. Thank you, you madman. Su Bin set down the note and glanced at the long-haired Mita standing at the door, who cast a worried look in his direction. Let us proceed. The desolate streets of B City lay before them, devoid of life, while in the distance, the puppets of rain fell. Su Bin summoned his two special weapons, the great blade and the spear. Fortuitously, Mita's memory had not suffered too severely this time. The progress of their plan was barely on track. Observing the cityscape, Su Bin noted that several factories were shrouded in thick fog. The general situation aligned with his assessment. The monsters had little choice but to follow their designated path due to the terrain. This route was the only one available. After walking for some time, Su Bin exited the confines of B City, navigating through craters left by shells, until he reached a dilapidated checkpoint and a barren road devoid of vegetation. The route to C City lay solely along this path. The other two directions were flanked by basin-like terrain that he could see and attack, while other inconsequential gaps had been sealed by Feng Zhanya and his cohort. This is it, my grave, Su Bin declared as he plunged the great blade into the ground and sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon the distant B City. With C City looming behind him, ding, his phone vibrated, emitting a sound. It was a message from Mad Mita. She was aware of Su Bin's location and claimed to have already arrived in C City. Is that so? In comparison to you, I have greater faith in my companions. Su Bin set his phone down, aware that the elusive Mita was attempting to divert him. He gazed at the distant abandoned building, where a figure vanished from sight. You have always been here, I know, as you wish. Now I need not seek you, for I stand my ground, unwavering. Coexistence, perhaps? The long-haired Mita took a seat opposite Su Bin, and hues began to emerge in his eyes. At the very least, you are still here. Greetings. I am Mita, she smiled at Su Bin. May I inquire your name? Ah, it seems. I have forgotten again. Haha. Hello. My name is Su Bin. This time, it is my true name. How delightful. Mita revealed a sincere smile. It appears we are acquainted once more. Indeed. Su Bin sighed, suddenly recalling something. Ah, would you care for a game of chess? Su Bin retrieved a chessboard from his inventory and placed it before Mita. In a subterranean base relocated to the outskirts of City D, the drowsy Mita, having utilized her privileges, slumped on the sofa. It is accomplished. Excellent, my lord. There are no further concerns. A masked commander addressed the drowsy Mita. Suddenly, a soldier approached and reported, Commander, the oracle has awakened. As anticipated, simply inform Mira. The commander replied with indifference. And you? I shall go to City B. But has it not already? Our mission has concluded. Do not dwell on it. In the depths of the underground base, Mira descended in the elevator to a room known to scarcely anyone. This space resembled a complete prison, yet it was a design orchestrated by the prophet himself. As Mira pushed open the steel door, the lights flickered on one by one, and the bald child, who had just completed 3 new paintings, finally lifted his gaze to meet hers. You are awake at last, she remarked, so you have yet to answer my previous question. What are your side effects? She pondered aloud. At least, after the experience, you neither perished nor suffered a reduction in lifespan. What classification does that fall under? Above S? The bald child regarded Mira with an indifferent expression, slowly parting his lips to respond. Once the 3 segments of prophecy unfold, I shall awaken once more. The end.